Chapter 1. The 3,000 Great States, Taishan State, the Great Qian Dynasty. The Great Qian Dynasty, as one of the supreme rulers of Taishan State, boasts vast territories spanning billions of miles, teeming with countless formidable beings. Emperor Yizhan of the Great Qian Dynasty has reached the zenith of supremacy, earning the moniker Qian Huang. However, none of this bears any relevance to Yi Tianming anymore. The first prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, Yi Tianming, is a notorious alcoholic, indulging in debauchery and attempting to act inappropriately towards the noble concubine. He is hereby demoted to a commoner and dispatched to the northern outskirts to guard the imperial tombs, forbidden from returning to the capital without cause. As the imperial edict was proclaimed, the intoxicated Yi Tianming was escorted away from the capital by the imperial guards, headed towards the northern royal mausoleum. Everyone in the Great Qian Dynasty was well aware that the first prince, Yi Tianming, spent his days consumed by alcohol, achieving nothing, and had dared to take advantage of his drunken state to conspire against one of the emperor's 3,000 concubines. Had it not been for Emperor Qian Huang's timely intervention, Yi Tianming would have indeed succeeded in his reckless endeavor. Listening to the news of his demotion to a commoner tasked with guarding the royal tomb, Yi Tianming sighed deeply. No matter how he tried to explain, the scandal of being caught red-handed could never be washed away, not even if he jumped into the Yellow River. If he were not the emperor's biological son, he would likely face far graver consequences than mere demotion to a commoner and exile to the royal tombs. A swift execution would have been his fate. I wonder who has conspired against me. Yi Tianming's gaze grew profound. Having been steeped in alcohol since childhood, he had long since developed an immunity, treating liquor as though it were mere water. Yet that fateful night, he had consumed little, yet inexplicably became inebriated and stumbled into the noble concubine's quarters, located in the opposite direction from his own chambers. To claim that no one had set him up was something Yi Tianming found utterly implausible. All of this was merely a ploy for the coveted title of crown prince. Even as a notorious drunkard, he still instilled a sense of unease in others. Soon, a myriad of figures flickered through Yi Tianming's mind. He pondered for a long time, but could not ascertain who wished to ensnare him in this scheme. Was it the second prince, who had the most opportunity to inherit the title of crown prince? Or perhaps the fourth prince, who commanded 1,000,000 troops at the frontier against foreign armies? Could it be the fifth prince, who had joined the esteemed Qingyun sword sect? Or was it the sixth prince, who enjoyed the backing of powerful clans? After much contemplation, Yi Tianming could not determine who was behind his plight, so he chose to abandon the thought. "Your Highness, we must depart quickly." Behind him, the imperial guards urged him onward. Yi Tianming offered a helpless smile and followed the guards away from the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty. As Yi Tianming's figure receded into the distance, in the lofty heights above the capital, the silhouette of Qian Huang slowly emerged from the void, accompanied by a shadowy figure whose features remained obscured. I hope that in the royal tombs, Tianming can come to his senses and cease his reckless drinking if he continues this way in the future. Emperor Qian Huang's expression was laden with complexity as he sighed deeply. "Your Majesty, would you like me to keep an eye on Prince Tianming to prevent anyone from harming him in secret?" The figure in black spoke in a grave tone. "No need. The royal tombs are guarded by the 9 ancestors, and no one dares to commit murder under their watchful eyes." Emperor Qian Huang waved his hand, his form vanishing from sight. Before long, the guards brought Yi Tianming to the entrance of the royal tombs. This place served as the resting ground for the ancestors of the Great Qian Dynasty, steeped in a heavy malevolence, deterring most from approaching. One reason being the desire not to disturb the slumber of the ancestors, and the other, the long-term presence here would adversely affect one's cultivation. As the royal mausoleum's location is of utmost significance, it is protected by powerful formations. Moreover, situated to the north of the capital, a mountain range spans 100,000 miles further north, teeming with ferocious beasts, known as the Beast Mountain Range. For centuries, the Beast Mountain Range has periodically unleashed waves of beasts, attacking the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty. Many martial artists often venture into its depths for training, facing severe dangers. Though designated to guard the royal tombs, in reality, he was confined within, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely spend the rest of his days there. After delivering Yi Tianming to the royal tombs, The guards hastily departed, not daring to linger, fearing that the extended stay might impact their own cultivation. Yi Tianming offered a resigned smile, retrieving the wine gourd from his waist, and took a hearty swig before stepping into the royal tomb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system activation. Task system loading. System loading 100. Congratulations, host. The system has completed loading and has successfully bound to the beverage enhancement system. Just as Yi Tianming took a swig of wine, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, filling him with delight, causing his lips to curve upwards. Wow, system, you finally arrived. Do you know how I've spent these past 20 years? Like many who traverse worlds, Yi Tianming was also a traveler from the Blue Star into this realm. In his previous life, he had been drinking and boasting with friends when he suddenly became inebriated, only to awaken as the first prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, still in his infancy. In this world, the martial cultivation system is exceptionally well-rounded. Qi refinement, spirit veins, soul shaping, ascending to the heavens, divine mansion, Taiji, Wuj, Yao Guang, supreme, 9 tribulations, Dao realm, and sacred realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers. Beyond this lies the pursuit of countless beings across the 3,000 great states, seeking to attain the status of emperor. However, unlike other travelers, upon his arrival, the system assigned him a task to drink for 20 years, binding the system only upon completion. For the past 2 decades, Yi Tianming had been inebriated almost every day, submerged in wine. This was the reason others labeled him a notorious drunkard. Yet, they were oblivious to the hardships that compelled his actions. Did they truly believe that drowning in wine daily was genuinely pleasurable? Well, it does seem rather enjoyable. However, he never anticipated that after 20 years of traversing to this world, he would end up in such a predicament. Now, he had finally succeeded in completing the task set by the system. Regrettably, just as he bound the system, he found himself relegated to the status of a commoner, tasked with guarding the mausoleum. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Are you Tianming? Just as Yi Tianming was about to open the novice gift pack, a gentle voice suddenly resonated. Immediately, he beheld an elderly man with an ethereal presence standing before him, his hair and beard as white as snow. Yi Tianming did not perceive how the elder had appeared. Junior Yi Tianming pays respect to the ancestor. Upon seeing the elder, Yi Tianming promptly bowed in reverence. Although he had never visited the royal tombs before, he possessed some knowledge about them. The royal tombs were of great significance, and the Great Qian Dynasty would not neglect their guardianship. Here resided an ancestor tasked with watching over the royal tombs. It is said that this ancestor was also a master of the Supreme Realm. However, his father, Yi Zhan, was a peak master of the Supreme Realm, while the ancestor was evidently not at the pinnacle of that level. Since you have been punished to guard the royal tombs, you may as well keep me company in this place. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard, leading Yi Tianming further inside while explaining the rules of the mausoleum. You may freely enter the outer area of the tomb, however. The inner sanctum is forbidden ground, and you must never set foot there. That said, I will not restrict your movements. I've heard you're a lover of wine. Should you wish to drink, you may always step outside. I've collected numerous fine wines over the years, which I can share with you. During your leisure time, the royal tombs require cleaning. You may assist with that. You may also visit the resting places of some ancestors. It is said that in the past, someone received fortuitous encounters there. The elder, perhaps having gone long without conversation, was eager to speak to Yi Tianming, sharing an abundance of tales. Yi Tianming diligently listened and memorized all he could. Soon, the elder brought Yi Tianming to a courtyard. This courtyard was quite spacious, filled with abundant spiritual energy, though overgrown with weeds due to prolonged neglect. This royal tomb may not compare to the palace, but you shall reside here, the elder remarked with a smile. Thank you, Ancestor Tianming is immensely grateful. Once the elder departed, Yi Tianming hastily opened the novice gift pack bestowed by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for elevating cultivation to the pinnacle of soul-shaping realm. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 10 chaotic divine swords. Note, the 10 divine swords are legendary weapons born from the primordial chaos, surpassing the supreme imperial weapons, namely Xianyuan sword, Zhanlu sword, Qishao sword, Tai's sword, Qixing Longyuan sword, Ganjiang sword, Moi sword, Yuchang sword, Chunjun sword, and Chungying sword. Upon witnessing the rewards from the novice gift pack, Yi Taiming's lips curled into an ecstatic grin. Setting aside the elevation to the pinnacle of the soul-shaping realm, each of the 10 chaotic divine swords was a treasure birth from the very dawn of chaos. The divine weapons forged by the great emperor are known as the extreme Dao imperial weapons, regarded as the most formidable armaments in existence. Yet, astonishingly, this chaos divine sword surpasses even the extreme Dao imperial weapons in strength. Yi Tianming hastily summoned the 10 chaos divine swords, and before him appeared a resplendent sword box. Upon opening it, the 10 chaos divine swords were revealed, each one radiating an aura of unparalleled might. However, these swords had retracted their brilliance were their powers to be unleashed simultaneously. They could obliterate the entire Qian Dynasty, and perhaps even Taishan Prefecture. Each sword gleamed with a fierce light, adorned with unique patterns, twinkling like stars under the sun's rays. Regrettably, Yi Tianming, at this moment, was merely at the pinnacle of the soul-shaping realm. Controlling even a single sword was beyond his capability, let alone all 10. Achieving even a fraction of their potential would be a cause for immense gratitude. Ha ha ha! Delightful! With a hearty laugh, Yi Tianming could not resist taking a deep swig from the wine gourd at his waist. Ding! The host has tasted the spirit wine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancient sacred body. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Yi Tianming's entire being, a force akin to a tidal wave, cleansing him to his very core. The surrounding area, spanning hundreds of miles, was enveloped by this formidable energy. Yi Tianming felt every inch of his bones, meridians, and flesh being washed by this pressure, undergoing a profound transformation. As he integrated the ancient sacred body, an anomaly rippled across the surrounding expanse. Every martial artist could sense this perturbation, their heads raised skyward, eager to discern the source of this phenomenon. What is this pressure? It is utterly terrifying. Could it be that a genius has emerged? What kind of prodigy could generate such a force? Within the royal palace of the Qian Dynasty, Emperor Qian Yizhan stood aloft, draped in his dragon robe, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance, as if he were the sovereign of the mortal realm, surveying all beneath him. Behind him stood the esteemed officials of the Qian Dynasty, all exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. This orate is the ancient sacred body. The emperor, upon contemplation, was taken aback. Has the Qian Dynasty produced an ancient sacred body? It is well known that amidst the myriad of physiques in the world, the ranking has always been a topic of contention, yet the supremacy of the ancient sacred body has never been questioned. For a fully realized ancient sacred body can contend with an emperor. Investigate. I command you to investigate. Emperor Qian's consciousness swept across the entire capital, finding no anomalies, and he promptly issued orders. If the Qian Dynasty were to gain a fully realized ancient sacred body, it would elevate them among the most elite powers of the 3,000 great states. At that time, perhaps he could finally rival that esteemed family. Meanwhile, Yi Tianming, the architect of this upheaval, remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring beyond his immediate vicinity. System, what capabilities do you possess? Yi Tianming inquired eagerly. The appearance of the ancestral figure had interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to question the system's functionalities. Had he truly acquired the legendary ancient sacred body merely by sipping the most commonplace spirit wine? One sip of wine had bestowed upon him the ancient sacred body? Ding! As long as the host consumes alcohol, an array of treasures and even cultivation will be bestowed. The more precious the wine, the greater the treasures and cultivation the host will receive. However, the host should take heed. From the second time onward, the rewards from any particular wine will not surpass those gained from the initial consumption. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Tianming immediately grasped the situation. Was it really that simple? As long as he consumed alcohol, he could obtain treasures and grow stronger, skeptical yet intrigued. He seized the wine gourd at his waist and took a hearty swig. The spirit coursed through him, and he felt an exhilarating rush. Ding! The host has sampled the spirit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a low-grade holy tier elixir. The 3-transformation soul condensation pill. The 3-transformation soul condensation pill. It can enhance the user's soul by threefold and allow a dispersed soul to recoalesce. In the realm of elixirs, they are classified into 7 tiers: yellow, Qian, earth, heaven, Tao, saint, and emperor, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. A low-grade holy tier elixir is undeniably a treasure, particularly one related to the soul. Capable of reconstructing a shattered soul, it is akin to gaining a second life. If such a pill were to circulate in the Great Qian Dynasty, or even across the entire Taishan continent, it would incite a frenzy among countless martial artists. Just by drinking, one could gain cultivation and various treasures, with the potency of the treasures correlating to the rarity of the wine. Suddenly, Tianming recalled the words of the ancestor from earlier. He had mentioned that he possessed a plethora of fine wines. If he could indulge in those, Tianming could scarcely imagine the opportunities that awaited him. He chuckled, resolving to seek out his ancestor for a drink the following day. With a grin, he set about tidying up today. Once his chores were completed, his sole mission would be to drink. When he had become the unrivaled champion of the 3,000 great states, he would consider venturing out. As for those who conspired against him, they likely wouldn't spare him upon realizing he was still alive. For now, his strength remained paramount. Tianming understood that as long as he lived, those lurking in the shadows would not relent. However, within the royal tomb, he was shielded by the 9 ancestors, granting him a temporary reprieve from their schemes, as long as he continued to drink daily. Cultivating an invincible prowess, he would fear no malevolent forces. Regardless of their machinations, before long, Tianming began to clean up. The courtyard had been abandoned for centuries, overrun with weeds, making the task quite troublesome. By the time he finished, it was already evening, and exhaustion overcame him, leading him to collapse onto the bed and drift into slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, Tianming roused himself. The ancestor had departed the previous day without imparting where he could find him. Tianming paused, then called out to the sky, "Ancestor, are you there? Where are you?" His voice echoed through the once silent royal tomb. "What is it?" In an instant, the ancestor appeared before Tianming, inquiring, "Ancestor, did you not mention that you had a considerable stock of fine wines?" Tianming chuckled, rubbing his hands together. The guardian of the royal tomb frowned, chiding him. "You little rascal, you come here and immediately think of my wine. No wonder they say you are a slave to drink." With a wave of his hand, a stone table and 2 stone chairs manifested beside him, adorned with several jars of wine. "Very well, let us share a few cups." Upon seeing the jars, Tianming's eyes sparkled with delight, and he eagerly opened a jar, the rich aroma of the wine wafting into his nostrils. "This wine is a century-old brew I crafted in my leisure. While it may not compare to the imperial wines, it is nonetheless a rare delicacy. Tianming promptly poured a cup for the ancestor, saying, "Ancestor, allow me to toast to you." With that, he drained the cup in one gulp. The exquisite brew surged through him, and he felt his cultivation rise a notch. "Such fine wine, truly remarkable," he exclaimed in admiration. "Ding! The host has tasted the century-old brew. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a middle-grade holy tier martial skill." The Sin Luo sword technique. Just like elixirs, martial skills are classified into 7 tiers: yellow, Qian, earth, heaven, Tao, saint, and emperor, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. A middle-grade holy tier sword technique is invaluable. However, Tianming refrained from revealing this martial skill immediately, as he had concealed his true cultivation level at the spirit vein stage with the system's assistance. Thus, the two continued to drink and chat. From the ancestor, Tianming learned that this ancestor ranked 9th among the 9 great ancestors of the Great Qian Dynasty. Known as the 9th ancestor. 9th ancestor, do any emperors still exist in the 3,000 great states? As they sipped their wine, they exchanged gossip. Emperors, according to records, since the last emperor mysteriously vanished 1,000,000 years ago, it seems there have been no emperors in the 3,000 great states since. However, there should be a considerable number of saints, and within the emperor-level forces, many saints likely remain in slumber. Emperor-level forces are those established by, or that have produced, emperors. These colossal entities represent the pinnacle of the 3,000 great states. From the 9th ancestor's words, Tianming gleaned that the current top-tier powerhouses in the 3,000 great states were likely at the saint level. Thus, he realized he must endure until he reached the emperor level to emerge from his seclusion. Tianming was acutely aware of the perilous environment outside, rife with demonic beasts and rampant sects, where murder and treasure theft were commonplace. Having experienced one reincarnation, he could not afford to falter again. By the way, 9th ancestor, do you know where my mother is? He suddenly inquired. He could only recall a fleeting glimpse of her at birth before she departed from the Great Qian Dynasty. Upon hearing Yi Tianming's question about his mother, the ninth ancestor's body trembled slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. He then set down his cup, stating, "It is late. I shall not drink with you any longer. Your cultivation is low, and you are a slave to drink. As long as you remain in the royal tomb, I will protect you, and no one will dare to harm you." With that, the ninth ancestor's surrounding space rippled. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Yi Tianming's sight. Taken aback by the ninth ancestor's unusual demeanor, Yi Tianming pondered, hadn't the sun just risen? Not delving into the ninth ancestor's peculiar behavior. He gazed at the numerous jars on the table, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Hiki, they are all mine." With that, he swiftly stowed the jars into his storage ring, preparing to savor them at his leisure. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had slipped by. During this time, Yi Tianming had primarily secluded himself in the courtyard, indulging in wine, with his cultivation skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. His realm had ascended directly to the pinnacle of the Qitian realm. Yet, he continued to conceal his true cultivation at the spirit vein stage. Even the ninth ancestor could not discern his actual level. Yi Tianming took a deep swig of wine in the courtyard, relishing the dense spiritual energy coursing through him, feeling utterly elated. With his pinnacle Qitian realm cultivation, he now possessed some degree of self-preservation. Over this period, he had also formulated some thoughts regarding those who had conspired against him. Ultimately, it was merely for the position of crown prince. However, each of them was backed by formidable forces. And each succession struggle represented a clash of these great powers. Among these forces lay numerous strong individuals. Though Yi Tianming yearned to uncover the identity of his conspirators, he understood that with his current strength, he needed to bide his time. He must wait until the entire Great Qian Dynasty was devoid of rivals before he could at that point. Not only would he not fear eliminating those who had wronged him, but he would also be unafraid to confront the great family supporting them. However, for now, Yi Tianming gazed at the empty wine jars scattered across the courtyard, lost in contemplation. I should procure more wine. Although my father has forbidden me from returning to the capital without reason, I have a legitimate purpose, so returning does not contravene the imperial edict. With this realization, Yi Tianming felt a surge of excitement and promptly set off toward the capital. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Great Qian Dynasty, the events of the past 3 months had been closely monitored by the hidden guards, who reported everything to the emperor. I had thought that by relegating him to the royal tomb, I could ignite his fighting spirit, yet it seems he remains a slave to drink, unable to part with it for 3 straight months. Upon receiving the intelligence transmitted back, Emperor Qian felt an overwhelming headache. "Your Majesty, is it not counterproductive to demote His Highness Tianming to the royal mausoleum? Might it not instead provoke him further?" spoke the Chancellor of the Great Qian Dynasty. Bowing respectfully, he ranked among the top 3 strongest in the entire dynasty. Possessing the cultivation of the supreme realm, this child, Tianming, lost his mother at an early age, and I have not fulfilled my duty as a father. I fear he may perish amidst the struggles for the crown. Emperor Qian sighed softly. Indeed, he harbored suspicions regarding the previous scheme that had ensnared Yi Tianming. Regrettably, Tianming's affinity for wine had hindered his progress in cultivation, making it likely he could fall victim to the other princes. Reluctantly, Emperor Qian had no choice but to exile Yi Tianming to the royal mausoleum, distancing him from the political strife at court. Within the mausoleum, he would be under the protection of the 9 ancestors, and none would dare lay a hand on him. But it was unclear whether Emperor Qian was addressing the Chancellor or merely speaking to himself. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise that Tianming lacks talent in cultivation. "Once I have enjoyed my 100 years, it shall be time for me to depart. Your Majesty," regarding the Empress, the Chancellor interjected, but was promptly interrupted by Emperor Qian. "Chancellor, how goes the investigation into the whereabouts of the ancient holy body?" The Emperor shifted the topic of conversation. "Your Majesty, over the past 3 months, I have scoured the entire capital, yet there has been no progress regarding the ancient holy body," the Chancellor replied, his expression one of frustration. For 3 months, the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty had been thoroughly searched, yet not a single trace of the ancient holy body had been uncovered. Upon hearing the Chancellor's report, Emperor Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the ancient holy body has already been found by others? "Hey, innkeeper, bring forth your finest wines." Upon returning to the capital, Yi Tianming made a beeline for the Zui Xianlu. This establishment was renowned as the most extravagant and luxurious tavern in the Great Qian Dynasty, with wines that could rival those of the imperial palace. Yi Tianming had often frequented Zui Xianlu, indulging in its offerings until dawn. Moreover, it was said that the owner of the tavern was a powerful figure of the supreme realm, loyal to the Great Qian Dynasty. The young attendant immediately recognized Yu Tianming and rushed to his side. Beaming with flattery, "Your Highness, what brings you here? Was it not said that I had been demoted to a commoner and exiled to the mausoleum?" Yu Tianming interjected. "Apologies, apologies." The attendant realized his faux pas and quickly slapped himself a few times. "Your Highness, you misinterpret my words. I have eagerly awaited your return for months, and at last, you have graced us with your presence." Although Yi Tianming had been exiled to the mausoleum, in the eyes of these attendants, he remained a prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, a figure of high status. Should he reclaim his princely title one day, they would be in dire straits for having offended him now. Thus, to these attendants, whether Yi Tianming was demoted or not, he was still an entity beyond their reach. Enough with the pleasantries. Bring me your finest wines. Yi Tianming declared with grandeur. Of course, it has all been prepared for you. Your Highness. The attendant nodded enthusiastically and hurried into the back, returning shortly with several jars of wine. Your Highness, this is the exquisite Jiuxiao jade liquid, worth a fortune, reserved especially for you, the attendant grinned. Promptly pouring a cup for Yi Tianming, the rich aroma of the wine was intoxicating. Just by inhaling its scent, Yi Tianming could tell it was exceptional. In addition to the Jiuxiao jade liquid, there were numerous other fine wines, such as Zhu Qiongjiang and Bichuan spirit wine, each one a treasure, all set aside for the prince. Without hesitation, he lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. Ding! Upon tasting the Jiuxiao jade liquid, the system notified him, "Congratulations, host. You have received an ancient divine beast Bifong egg." Just after finishing a sip, Yi Tianming was taken aback by the reward, an ancient divine beast. Bifong. Bifong was a legendary creature with an exceptionally powerful bloodline. According to ancient texts, an adult Bifong's strength could reach at least the supreme realm. Tio think he had received a Bifong egg, which was akin to acquiring a supreme realm pet for the future. Yet, why was it not directly given to him as a Bifong? Was he to incubate the egg himself? Yu Tianming pondered but dismissed the thought. Incubating an egg was no great matter. Soon, after consuming a jar of Jiuxiao jade liquid, he had the attendant refill his wine gourd with various exquisite wines before leaving Zui Xianlu in high spirits. Along the way, Yu Tianming drank as he walked, becoming slightly inebriated. Before long, he exited the northern gate of the capital, heading toward the royal mausoleum. The mausoleum was not far from the capital, roughly 50 miles away. Your Highness, this is where you should halt. Just as Yu Tianming had traveled about 20 miles from the capital, several figures in black cloaked his path, each exuding a strong aura, all at the celestial realm. Upon seeing these black-clad figures, Yi Tianming felt a jolt of alarm and quickly regained his composure. "Who dares obstruct my path?" "Eh? The one's here to kill you," the leader of the black-clad figures sneered. To him, Yu Tianming was merely a waste of the spirit vein realm. Any one of his companions could easily crush him with a single blow. It was absurd that their master had sent them all. "Those here to kill me?" Yu Tianming frowned. Over the years, he had not provoked any formidable foes. It was evident that those seeking his life were connected to the conspiracy from 3 months prior. With that thought, Yi Tianming's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual sense enveloped the area within a 10-mile radius, searching for any hidden threats. However, he soon discovered that apart from the black-clad figures before him, there were no others nearby. Clearly, the puppeteer behind the scenes had not arrived this time. "Can you enlighten me as to who sent you to kill me? At least grant me the clarity of knowing my fate." A glint of fear flickered in Yi Tianming's eyes. He had no intention of slaying these individuals outright, but sought to extract the identity of the mastermind first. "Your Highness, you would do better to inquire with the King of Hell." The black-clad figure scoffed. He was no fool and would never divulge information regarding his master. "Then there's nothing more to discuss." Before Yi Tianming could finish his words, the black-clad figures lunged at him from various directions, each brandishing lethal techniques without leaving him an ounce of opportunity. Seeing this, Yi Tianming acted without hesitation. A long sword appeared in his hand, one of the 10 divine swords, the Qixing Long Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of sword light flashed, accompanied by the anguished cries of the black-clad figures as they were all slain by Yi Tianming. The leader of the black-clad figures watched in disbelief, his eyes widening in horror. "You are not of the spirit vein realm." Everyone in the Great Qian Dynasty knew that Prince Yi Tianming was unlearned and a notorious drunkard, yet here he stood, exhibiting such formidable strength. With just a single strike, he had dispatched several celestial realm experts. "You have been concealing your true self. How deep are your schemes?" The black-clad figure shouted in outrage. "Speak of your master's identity, and I shall grant you a swift end." Yi Tianming pointed his sword at the black-clad figure. Taking a swig from his wine gourd, embodying the spirit of a wine sword immortal, seek my master south information is to court death. The black-clad figure gritted his teeth. Then suddenly, his aura surged violently. As vast amounts of spiritual power surged into his body. Self-destruct. Yi Tianming's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly retreated. Boom. In the next instant, a resounding explosion echoed through the area. When he looked again, only a deep pit, several dozen feet wide, remained. Observing the devastation, Yi Tianming shook his head, pocketed the scattered spatial rings, and hurried toward the mausoleum. Soon, powerful figures from the capital arrived, led by a young man with striking eyebrows and a handsome visage. Second Prince, it appears a fierce battle has transpired here. It seems to be the result of a celestial realm expert's self-destruction. The soldiers under him reported the situation to the Second Prince. Yi Wushuang. A celestial realm expert's self-destruction. What on earth has transpired near the capital? Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows tightly. This realm is becoming increasingly unsettled. Nowadays, all of her imperial brothers are returning to the capital to vie for the position of crown prince. And various factions within the Great Qian Dynasty are slowly starting to emerge. Throughout her life, she has walked on a knife's edge, lacking the support of other sects like her fourth brother, the military power wielded by her fifth brother, or the backing of court officials enjoyed by her sixth brother. She wonders if she still has any chance for the crown prince title. Shaking her head, Yi Wushuang decided to set aside such thoughts and left a group of people to investigate while she returned to the capital alone. This token, is it from the Duke of Southern Town? Upon returning to the imperial mausoleum, Yi Tianming gazed at the Duke of Southern Town's token in his hand, lost in contemplation. In the Great Qian Dynasty, besides the Emperor Qian, if one were to consider other formidable figures, the four great princes would undoubtedly be among the most powerful. Each one possesses supreme cultivation. The Duke of Northern Town, the Duke of Southern Town, the Duke of Eastern Town, and the Duke of Western Town. These four are hailed as the four pillars of the Great Qian Dynasty. However, to Yi Tianming's knowledge, the Duke of Southern Town has never allied himself with any prince nor participated in any power struggle for the throne. Why would he send someone to assassinate him? Could it be that someone intends to frame the Duke of Southern Town? But that seems implausible. No one even knows that he has reached the heavenly realm. Sending multiple heavenly realm experts to eliminate him would be meaningless in framing the Duke of Southern Town. How intriguing. Increasingly intriguing. Yi Tianming murmured as he stored the Duke's token into his spatial ring. He then retrieved the egg of the ancient divine beast, Bai Feng, from the system's space. The egg was perfectly round, emanating a radiant luster, and was as large as a basketball. No wonder he had received a beast-raising manual after drinking. It seems that it would finally come in handy. Yi Tianming's lips twitched at the memory of the reward he had received from the system. Something called the Beast Feeding Manual. It was essentially an encyclopedia on how to nurture magical beasts from infancy. At that time, he thought it would be of no use to him, and had instead propped up a table leg with it, never expecting to need it so soon. Finally found you, my little treasure. Upon discovering the manual, Yi Tianming was delighted to see that it contained instructions on how to incubate magical beast eggs. He promptly followed the manual's guidance to construct a platform with spirit stones and place the Bai Feng egg atop it. Next, he simply needed to provide ample spiritual energy to the egg regularly and patiently await its hatching. With everything prepared, Yi Tianming took out some exquisite wine he had purchased from the drunken immortal tower and began to drink heartily. Ding, the host has tasted the moonlit nectar. Congratulations on obtaining the holy level technique. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength. Ding, the host has tasted the Azure Spring Spirit Wine. Congratulations on obtaining the holy level elixir, Meridian Cleansing Pill. As Yi Tianming indulged in the wine, various treasures materialized within his system space. In the days that followed, Yi Tianming incubated the Bai Feng egg while quietly cultivating. From time to time, he would venture to the 100,000 miles Beast Mountain, 1,000 miles away from the Imperial Mausoleum, to hone his skills. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiuzhu made occasional appearances, but Yi Tianming's courtyard was already concealed by the grand formation he had obtained. The primordial yellow array. This was a holy level formation. Not even Jiuzhu, who was at the supreme realm, nor a saint could easily unravel its mysteries. Jiuzhu and others, Yi Tianming's courtyard appeared to be an ordinary space, devoid of anything extraordinary. Yet, in reality, if the primordial yellow array were to be dismantled, it would reveal an entirely different paradise. Inside the courtyard, Yi Tianming had cultivated a patch of barren land, now flourishing with an array of spiritual herbs, their fragrance wafting through the air. The lowest grade among them were all Dao-level spiritual herbs. According to Yi Tianming, any spiritual herb below Dao level was akin to mere weeds by the roadside. However, if you were to present any Tian-level spiritual herbs, they would incite a frenzy throughout the entire Qian Dynasty. Spiritual herbs and elixirs are categorized into 7 ranks: yellow, Qian, earth, heaven, Dao, saint, and emperor, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Similarly, spiritual weapons and martial arts are also classified into 7 ranks and 3 tiers. Today, just as Yi Tianming finished tidying up the imperial mausoleum and returned to his courtyard, the previously dormant Baifeng egg suddenly trembled slightly. Though subtle, Yi Tianming noticed it immediately. My goodness, is it finally hatching? It seems my diligent care over the past 6 months has paid off. He gazed excitedly at the gently quivering Baifeng egg. Soon, a crack appeared on the basketball-sized egg. Following that, spiritual energy surged from dozens of miles around, converging towards it. Oh no! Yi Tianming exclaimed in shock. Quickly deploying the primordial yellow array. He had not anticipated that the hatching of the Baifeng would attract surrounding spiritual energy. If anyone were to discover this, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Yi Tianming was quick enough, and no one noticed the unfolding scene. Before long, more cracks appeared on the egg, resembling a spider's web as they spread across the shell. After what seemed like an eternity, Yi Tianming finally saw a small head emerging from the egg. Soon after, 2 wings and 2 claws followed. In no time, a creature that resembled a rooster appeared before Yi Tianming. Is this the Baifeng? It looks like a rooster. Yi Tianming's jaw dropped in disbelief. This was nothing like the majestic, powerful divine beast he had envisioned. Instead, it increasingly resembled a common chicken. This sight brought to mind a dear friend from his past life on Blue Star. System, come forth. Are you certain this is a Baifeng? Did you not mistakenly get a chicken egg? Or are you trying to deceive me? Yi Tianming began to curse in frustration. The thought of facing others in battle, where their mounts would be white tigers or azure dragons, while he rode a giant rooster, was simply too comical. Master, I assure you, I am a purebred Baifeng. I merely just hatched, and my bloodline has yet to fully awaken. At that moment, the large rooster, oh no, the Baifeng communicated telepathically with Yi Tianming. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming nodded. Since you are indeed a Baifeng and the first divine beast of mine, I shall give you a name. Thank you, master, for the name. The little Baifeng eagerly nuzzled against Yi Tianming. Your demeanor reminds me of a dear friend. Henceforth, you shall be called Yi Qian. Great? I am Yi Qian, the little one chirped excitedly. Your master's friend must be an extraordinary powerhouse. Cough, cough. As Yi Tianming heard the little Baifeng's call, he nearly choked on his own saliva. Could it be that this is truly just a chicken? After Yi Qian hatched, Yi Tianming resumed his cultivation. He often tasked Yi Qian with tidying up the imperial mausoleum and maintaining the vegetable garden, coupled with the cultivation resources provided by Yi Tianming. Yi Qian eventually reached the soul-shaping realm and was able to take on a human form. However, Yi Tianming found it peculiar that after transforming, Yi Qian sported a middle-part hairstyle. Yi Tianming concealed Yi Qian's demonic energy in realm using talismans, claiming he was merely a servant from his former palace brought in to assist him. When Jiuzhu encountered Yi Qian, he bore no suspicion. Thus, another month passed. Today, Yi Tianming lounged comfortably in a chair, sipping wine while basking in the sun, glancing at Yi Qian, who was cleaning the imperial mausoleum nearby, thoroughly enjoying his leisurely life. Brother, I've missed you dearly. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed. A graceful figure rushed in from a distance. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Tianming immediately stood up, smiling. Ninth sister, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than the 9th daughter of Emperor Qian. Yi Tianming's 9th sister, Yi Xiaoxiao. The emperor had 9 children. Aside from the eldest prince, Yi Tianming, the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th were all princes, while the 3rd, 7th, 8th, and 9th were princesses. Yi Xiaoxiao was the 9th princess. Xiaoxiao, weren't you cultivating in the Xianyu mansion? What brings you back all of a sudden? As the 9th princess of the Great Qian Dynasty, Yi Xiaoxiao naturally possessed a noble identity and was sent to the Xianyu Manor at a young age to study and cultivate. This Xianyu Manor is one of the top forces in Taishan Prefecture and maintains a cordial relationship with the Great Qian Dynasty. Yi Xiaoxiao was thus raised in Xianyu Manor for her training. Big brother, I was at Xianyu Manor and received no news. Upon hearing that you were exiled to the royal mausoleum, I hurried back to see you, Yi Xiaoxiao said, her cheeks puffed in indignation. How could father do this? He has always favored you the most. I will go find father and demand your release. Xiao, please don't. I'm doing quite well here. Yi Tianming quickly interjected, blocking her. If he were truly released, how would he continue to survive? It wouldn't be long before his cultivation was exposed. But big brother, I've heard that the heavenly demon sect is stirring. It could be very dangerous for you not to be in the capital. Yu Xiaoxiao expressed her concern. Heavenly demon sect? Yu Tianming was momentarily taken aback, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. He had learned a bit about the heavenly demon sect from the royal archives that 1,000 years ago, there was only one major force in Taishan Prefecture that dominated for 10,000 years, teeming with formidable warriors. However, the disciples of this sect resorted to unscrupulous methods to enhance their power, even going so far as to conduct mass sacrifices. Ultimately, this incited the discontent of the other forces in Taishan Prefecture, leading them to rise in rebellion and ultimately obliterate the sect. That sect was none other than the heavenly demon sect that a millennium ago, the Qian Emperor joined forces with the leaders of several other top sects to slay the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Although Yu Tianming did not personally experience that battle, he had gathered some knowledge about it. It was said that half of Taishan Prefecture nearly sank into oblivion. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect suffered catastrophic losses and fell into a prolonged decline. Now, could it be that the heavenly demon sect was rising from the ashes? Xiao, how did you learn of this? Yi Tianming asked urgently, realizing that if the heavenly demon sect had indeed resurfaced, he needed to be vigilant. I heard it from my master. The leaders of the major forces in Taishan Prefecture are already discussing countermeasures, and father is aware of this matter, Yu Xiaoxiao replied. Her master was the deputy lord of Xianyu Manor, so she naturally had insight into significant events in Taishan Prefecture. I see. Xiao, be cautious during this time. It won't be long before Taishan Prefecture is thrown into turmoil. Yi Tianming advised. The heavenly demon sect had been dormant for a millennium, and its sudden emergence surely indicated preparation. All right, I understand, big brother. You must stay safe in the royal mausoleum. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. There are the 9 ancestors in the mausoleum. The heavenly demon sect would surely not dare to approach. Yu Tianming reassured her with a smile. Once Yu Xiaoxiao departed, Yu Tianming intensified his training, uncertain of when this period of tranquility would be shattered. As spring turned to autumn, another year had swiftly passed. During this year, Yu Tianming transformed his courtyard into a veritable paradise. The spiritual energy there was more than tenfold compared to the outside world. And he had planted numerous spiritual herbs. His cultivation had also broken through to the pinnacle of the divine mansion realm. All of this was concealed by formations, and to outsiders, Yi Tianming still appeared to be a notorious drunkard. Throughout the year, Yu Xiaoxiao frequently visited the royal mausoleum to see Yu Tianming, bringing him a wealth of news. The outside world had undergone tremendous changes in that time. The top 5 sects of Taishan Prefecture, Great Qian Dynasty, Xianyu Manor, Qing Yun Sword Sect, Baiyu Sect, and Great Zhou Dynasty joined forces to eradicate several strongholds of the heavenly demon sect. Unfortunately, the results had been rather lackluster. No news had emerged regarding the stronghold or the sect's leaders. Big brother, I returned this time to discuss my marriage, Yu Xiaoxiao said, her face betraying disappointment and unhappiness. Marriage? What marriage? Yu Tianming inquired, puzzled. The heir of the southern town king proposed to father, and both father and mother agreed to betroth me to him. But I have no feelings for him at all. I asked father to retract the decree, but mother refused, Yu Xiaoxiao lamented, upon learning that the Qian emperor and his mother had arranged her marriage to the heir of the southern town king. Yu Xiaoxiao had caused quite a scene in the palace. Although the Qian emperor cherished his daughter, her mother was adamant about the match, insisting that Yu Xiaoxiao marry the heir of the southern town king. Yu Tianming also had a faint recollection of her mother, who was related to the southern town king as a cousin, making the heir her distant cousin as well. That southern town king again. Yu Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since he had been ambushed a year and a half ago and discovered the southern town king's token among the assailants' belongings, he had kept a close watch on the southern town manor. Yet, whether it was due to his vigilance or the fact that those individuals were not truly from the southern town manor, there had been no further incidents in the past year and a half. Yu Tianming had not even had the opportunity to catch them in a misstep. But today, Xiaoxiao, since you dislike him, let father retract the decree. But father has already spoken, and mother won't agree. How can we retract it? Yu Xiaoxiao pouted. I have a plan. Yu Tianming declared confidently, patting his chest. You have a plan? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with skepticism, unable to believe that her notorious drunkard brother had a solution. Rest assured, leave it to your big brother. Yi Tianming chuckled. Since father won't retract the decree, we'll have the heir of the southern town king ask father to do so. With that, he called out to Yu Kuan. Yu Kuan, come with me. Nearby, Yu Kuan, who was sweeping the floor, immediately perked up with excitement. Master, I'm coming. having stayed in the royal mausoleum for so long. Yu Kuan was restless despite Yu Tianming taking him to the monster beast mountains a few times. As soon as he saw Yu Tianming preparing to take him out, he eagerly followed. Behind them, Yu Xiaoxiao trailed with a look of skepticism, curious to see what her drunken brother had in mind. Stop! Just as Yu Kuan was repeatedly striking Lu Qingye, a thunderous voice rang out. Inside the room, the guards and maidservants all fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Father, you've finally arrived. Please save me. Lu Qingye shouted desperately. Soon after, a middle-aged man strode into the room with a powerful presence, exuding an overwhelming aura. Merely standing there instilled a profound sense of pressure. Beside him, Yu Kuan, frightened, promptly discarded the small whip in his hand and hid behind Yu Tianming. What a coward! Yu Tianming muttered under his breath. Astonished by the southern town king's appearance, the man resembled an ancient divine beast, yet he was also a coward. However, upon seeing the southern town king for the first time, Yu Tianming was equally impressed. Truly a formidable being of the supreme realm, his mere presence rendered others breathless. I am the crown prince and the ninth princess. You dare to come to my southern town manor and openly whip my son? Do you not regard my southern town manor at all? Is this not too presumptuous? The southern town king huffed, releasing Lu Qingye and immediately feeding him several pills. Crown prince, ninth princess, you must explain this matter to me. The southern town king demanded angrily. Your Highness, if I recall correctly, young Master Lu has an engagement with my ninth sister. Yet he is here in the southern town manor, behaving so shamelessly. Does he think my sister is worth less than a mere maidservant? Yu Tianming retorted directly, asserting that in terms of both sentiment and reason, they were in the right and had no need for forbearance. Moreover, his purpose for coming this time was to compel the Duke of Zhennan to annul the engagement. Thus he had even less reason to retreat. The Duke of Zhennan, observing the scene before him, naturally understood what had transpired. He had only one son, Lu Qingye, who was the very lifeblood of the Lu family. Consequently, he indulged Lu Qingye greatly, allowing him to become accustomed to a life of extravagance and debauchery without interference. However, he never anticipated that Yu Tianming would catch him in the act. With a cold snort, he stated, this matter was indeed a fault on Qingye's part, yet you cannot treat him in such a manner. Where do you place his majesty? Yu Tianming paid no heed to the Duke of Zhennan's threat. Responding calmly, Your Highness, Lu Qingye's character is wanting. He is indulgent and extravagant. Surely you would not wish for this incident to leak out, tarnishing the reputation of the Duke of Zhennan's household. Upon hearing this, the Duke's pupils constricted and his brow furrowed. Although many nobles in the court led extravagant and licentious lives behind closed doors, they had not been caught. Moreover, with Lu Qingye betrothed to Xiaoxiao, if word got out that he was living a life of debauchery while engaged, it would be a disgrace to the imperial family. What is most important to the imperial family? Clearly, it is their reputation. Who knows what actions the Emperor Qian might take to preserve face? Your Highness, I underestimated you, the Duke of Zhennan thought, narrowing his eyes as he realized that he had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of the drunken Yu Tianming. With irritation, he cast a glance at Lu Qingye, thinking, you fool, you couldn't even keep a lookout, and now you've given Yu Tianming leverage, jeopardizing your engagement to Yu Xiaoxiao. Your Highness, what are your terms? Yu Tianming inquired. It is simple. I request that the Duke of Zhennan accompany the heir to the palace to annul the engagement in front of my father, the Emperor, he replied with a smile. The Duke nodded slightly, deeming this demand reasonable. Given that Yu Tianming had caught him red-handed, the annulment was inevitable. Furthermore, I have heard that there is a fine vintage wine in the Duke's residence that I have been yearning for. Might I inquire if your Highness would be willing to part with it? Yu Tianming chuckled. He had known of this exquisite wine for quite some time, rumored to have been cherished for 2 centuries. He wondered what treasures the system might reward him with upon tasting it. The Duke of Zhennan's expression darkened in an instant. This wine had been his treasured possession for over 200 years, and he had never dared to taste it, yet now it was coveted by Yu Tianming. Indeed, one fears not the thief but the one who covets. Your Highness, do not be angered. Consider this, compared to the reputation of the heir. What does this amount to? Surely you would not desire Lu Qingye to become a pariah in the Great Qian Dynasty. Yu Tianming continued to smile. Very well, I shall acquiesce. The Duke of Zhennan gritted his teeth, conceding. However, I have yet to finish. What compensation do I receive? Xiaoxiao's the victim here. Who could have imagined her fiancé was such a person? Shouldn't your Highness also show her some consideration? Yu Tianming pressed. I ask for little, merely a few high-grade spiritual artifacts for Xiaoxiao. Listening to Yu Tianming's demands, the Duke of Zhennan felt an overwhelming urge to tear him apart on the spot. High-grade spiritual artifacts? Do you have any idea how precious those are? In the entire Great Qian Dynasty, there are scarcely enough to count on one hand. How could my household possibly possess them? Lu Qingye, standing nearby, interjected. Brother, I cannot utilize such high-tier artifacts. Yu Xiaoxiao, unable to bear it any longer, quickly advised, please, let's not escalate this. Here, take this Earth-tier superior breaking realm pill. It is highly effective for cultivators seeking to break through their limits and is quite valuable. Consider it an apology gift to the 9th princess. The Duke of Jinnan huffed, directly handing a pill to Yi Xiaoxiao. This pill had originally been prepared for Lu Qingye, but in his eagerness to expedite Yu Tianming's departure, he could no longer restrain himself and simply offered it to Yi Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Xiaoxiao expressed gratefully as she received the pill. It is merely an Earth-tier superior item. How stingy. Yi Tianming scoffed, dismissing it with a wave, for he possessed a multitude of higher-tier pills within his system space. Yet his words only served to ignite the Duke's fury. Merely, do you comprehend the value of this Earth-tier superior pill? And you dare to look down upon it? Your Highness, we ought to hasten and retrieve the wine before we meet my father, Yi Tianming suggested, sensing the Duke's anger rising. Just wait here, the Duke of Jinnan retorted coldly, striding towards the door. Simultaneously, Yu Tianming followed suit. Why are you following me? The Duke snapped. I merely wish to accompany Your Highness, to ensure you do not mistakenly select the wrong wine, Yu Tianming replied with a grin. I do not require such assistance. The Duke of Jinnan coldly dismissed him and continued on, while Yu Tianming trailed behind, extending his senses to scan the surroundings for any clues. Soon, the Duke produced a jar of wine and tossed it to Yi Tianming. Upon receiving it, Yi Tianming inhaled deeply, the rich aroma of the wine invigorating his senses. Thank you, Your Highness, he exclaimed, before taking a generous swig. Ding. The host has sampled a vintage aged for 200 years. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Dao tier technique. Beast Control. Beast Control allows the user to command beasts below their own realm. The number of creatures controlled increases with the user's cultivation. Yi Tianming marveled at the system's announcement. The ability to control beasts. Just imagine unleashing a horde of beasts upon an opponent mid-battle. They would be torn to shreds in an instant. Realizing the potential of the beast control technique, Yi Tianming resolved to venture to the beast mountain range to test it out. What are you dawdling for? Come, we must head to the palace. Just as Yu Tianming was lost in thought, the Duke of Jinnan's cold voice snapped him back to reality. Yi Tianming grimaced but immediately set off towards the palace. Within the palace of the Great Qian Dynasty, Emperor Qian surveyed the crowd below with a weary expression. Duke Jinnan, are you truly determined to annul the engagement? The Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, Qingye cannot aspire to the 9th princess. I humbly request your understanding, the Duke of Jinnan replied, bowing respectfully and signaling to Lu Qingye. Seeing this, Lu Qingye hastily knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, I implore you to retract your decree. Observing Lu Qingye's battered appearance, the Emperor pieced together the situation and nodded. In that case, the engagement between Qingye and Xiaoxiao is hereby nullified. Hooray! Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, leaping with joy and embracing Yi Tianming. Brother, I owe it all to you. After resolving matters, the Duke of Jinnan and his son bid farewell. At this point, the Emperor finally spoke. Now tell me, what truly transpired? Yi Tianming then recounted the events that had unfolded at the Duke's residence. After listening, the Emperor nodded in approval. Indeed, but you may have acted hastily. What if the Duke had turned against you? You should have brought a strong ally to the palace. Do not worry, father. I shall be fine, Yi Tianming reassured him with a chuckle. Now, let us not dwell on that. The Emperor waved his hand and continued. It has been 2 years since you visited the royal mausoleum. Do you wish to return to the palace? Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Yi Tianming shook his head vigorously. Father, I find the royal mausoleum quite agreeable. The Emperor sighed in resignation and offered no further comment. With the 9 ancestors present in the mausoleum, there is little to fear. However, you must drink less and devote more time to your cultivation. The situation in Taishan Prefecture is unstable. The demon sect is poised to strike, and in 5 years, the beast tide will soon arrive. In these tumultuous times, how will you protect yourself with your current cultivation? The beast tide? Yu Tianming paused, astonished. Father, is it true that the beast tide is merely 5 years away? The Emperor nodded. Every 20 years, the beast mountain range experiences a beast tide, and the next one is nearly upon us. With the demon sect stirring, Taishan Prefecture is unlikely to remain peaceful. To the north of the Great Qian Dynasty lies a formidable mountain range known as the Beast Mountains, stretching over 100,000 miles. Every 2 decades, a catastrophic beast tide erupts, encroaching upon the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty. On one occasion, this beast tide decimated numerous cities, resulting in the death of millions of cultivators and inflicting severe losses upon the Great Qian Dynasty. This is the reason why the capital was established in proximity to the Beast Mountains, to prevent such devastating casualties from reoccurring. On ordinary days, many cultivators from the Great Qian Dynasty venture into the Beast Mountains for training, which brings both benefits and drawbacks. Tianming, you have a penchant for indulging in fine wines, and the royal palace possesses an abundance of exquisite vintages, since you are seldom home. Be sure to take some to the royal tomb and share a drink with the ancestors. Upon hearing this, Tianming nodded vigorously, contemplating the immense quantity of wine and the level of strength he must attain. After conversing for a while longer, the Emperor of Qian permitted Tianming to take his leave. Having procured some fine wines, Tianming exited the palace. Big brother, the situation in Taishan Prefecture is rather precarious. You must exercise caution. As they parted ways, Yu Xiaoxiao earnestly advised Tianming. Xiao, fret not. I shall remain unharmed. Even if the heavenly demon sect and the beast tide were to converge, I would not be intimidated. Tianming declared confidently, thumping his chest. Seeing him so resolute, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Big brother, I must return to Xianyu Mansion. I shall visit you again soon. After escorting Tianming to the royal tomb, Yu Xiaoxiao prepared to depart. Xiao, wait. Suddenly, Tianming called out to her and presented a pill. This elixir was bestowed upon me by our father. Considering my lack of talent and cultivation, I believe it would be better suited for you. The elixir Tianming offered was a low-grade saint-level pill, the Return to Heaven Phoenix Spirit Pill. Crafted from the heart's blood of a phoenix. It has the potential to enhance the user's innate abilities. Typically, a cultivator's aptitude is predetermined at birth, while it may not dictate their upper limits. It often determines their lifelong potential. Those with superior aptitude, even with poor cultivation, rarely fall too far behind. Although Yi Xiaoxiao's aptitude was decent, it did not reach the level of genius. This elixir would serve perfectly to elevate her capabilities. The Return to Heaven Phoenix Spirit Pill was indeed a reward from the system. Yet Tianming knew he must keep the system's secrets concealed, thus attributing it to their father. No, big brother. This pill belongs to you. I cannot accept it. Yi Xiaoxiao hastily refused. Xiao, you are aware that I am merely a wine enthusiast, utterly ignorant of cultivation. This elixir would be wasted on me. You could utilize it to enhance your strength. Once your power grows, you will be able to protect me. Tianming smiled, forcefully placing the elixir in her hands. Unable to resist his insistence, Yu Xiaoxiao accepted it with a cheerful grin. Thank you. Big brother, I promise to bring you exquisite wines next time. Excellent. Tianming replied with a smile. However, Xiao, you must keep this matter regarding the elixir a secret. If our father discovers it, I shall undoubtedly face dire consequences. Do not worry, big brother. I will ensure our father remains oblivious. After bidding farewell to Yi Xiaoxiao, Tianming began to organize the spoils of the day. At the Jinnanwang Mansion, he had obtained rare wines that had been cherished for over 200 years, along with a reward from the system in the form of beast-taming techniques, which he could test in the Beast Mountains. Furthermore, it was possible that during the beast tide in 5 years, his newfound abilities would prove invaluable. Regrettably, Tianming found no suspicious elements within the Jinnanwang Mansion, and the Jinnanwang had displayed no abnormal behavior, presenting no motive for assassination. This left Tianming feeling perplexed. It seemed he must hasten to enhance his strength. With sufficient power, he need not fear anyone who might seek to confront him. Tianming murmured. Additionally, there were several exquisite wines acquired from the royal palace, which he had yet to sample, leaving him curious about the potential rewards from the system. With this thought in mind, Tianming poured himself a jar of fine wine and drank heartily. This wine was exclusively reserved for the royal palace and was unattainable in the outside world, only brought out for significant occasions to entertain esteemed guests. As the warm liquid coursed through him, Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Ding! The host has tasted royal wine. Congratulations to the host for attaining the peak of the Tai Chi realm. What a surprise! Tianming gasped, astonished to have attained the Tai Chi realm. This was indeed the Tai Chi realm, and not just any level, but the pinnacle. In Taishan Prefecture, cultivators at the Tai Chi realm were regarded as formidable powers, and few would dare to provoke a being of such strength. Furthermore, Tianming realized that the probability of receiving a cultivation reward from the system was exceedingly low. Most rewards consisted of techniques, martial arts, or medicinal pills. His pinnacle of Shinfu realm was achieved primarily through his own cultivation efforts. Tianming had initially estimated that reaching the Tai Chi realm would require some time, yet unexpectedly, he had attained it directly. Nevertheless, while the Tai Chi realm signified considerable strength, he understood the importance of maintaining a low profile to avoid inadvertently provoking a supreme realm expert. who could easily obliterate him without a second thought. Yi Tianming refrained from becoming overly complacent and sat down to begin absorbing the insights and benefits of the Tai Chi realm. The rich and surging spiritual energy began to swirl around him, faint traces of the Tao becoming apparent. Nearby, Yu Kuan observed, marveling at Yi Tianming's ever-increasing aura. The master is indeed extraordinary, even at the Tai Chi realm. He emanates traces of the Tao, destined to comprehend the path of the ancestors. As an ancient divine beast, by Feng, Yu Kuan had only recently emerged from his egg, yet such creatures possessed inherited memories. In terms of experience, Yu Kuan likely surpassed Yu Tianming. The Tao can only be grasped within the Tao realm, and to exhibit even a hint of Tao rhythm before achieving that stage is a mark of unparalleled genius. Yu Tianming had only just broken through to the Tai Chi realm, and yet he was already exhibiting traces of the Tao. After 2 hours, Yu Tianming finally opened his eyes, solidifying his understanding of the Tai Chi realm. Now, he was eager to ascertain just how powerful he had become. Yi Kuan, come with me. Let us venture into the Beast Mountains. Yu Tianming beckoned, instantly vanishing from his location. Wait for me, master. Yu Kuan called out urgently as they headed towards the Beast Mountains. The Beast Mountains lay a full 10,000 miles from the royal tomb. However, with Yu Tianming's current speed, he arrived at the mountain's edge in the blink of an eye. The pair, one human and one bird, swiftly made their way into the depths of the Beast Mountains, where an abundance of beasts resided. Deeper within, 3 supreme realm beast kings awaited. Yi Tianming had visited before, and most of the lower-tier beasts around the perimeter had already been eliminated. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to test his beast-taming skills. Any beast of a lower realm would be susceptible to his control. Yi Tianming pressed onward into the heart of the Beast Mountains. The Tai Chi realm beast resided 5,000 miles deep into the mountains, each guarding their territory. Before long, Yu Tianming found himself standing before a cave, the domain of a 5th-tier Tai Chi realm beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger. As he stepped into this territory, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the very ground beneath him. Moments later, a massive tiger, its back, limbs, and eyes ablaze with roaring flames, emerged from the cave. The Crimson Flame Tiger towered at least 4 to 5 zhang in height, resembling a small mountain. Roar. Upon spotting Yu Tianming, the Crimson Flame Tiger bellowed, "Human, a mere spirit pulse realm wretch dares to trespass in my domain. You seek death." Beasts that had reached the soul-shaping realm could communicate with humans, and therefore, a Tai Chi realm beast like the Crimson Flame Tiger posed no difficulty in comprehension. Yi Tianming regarded the tiger's bravado with a cold smile, choosing to ignore it. In a flash, he leaped above the Crimson Flame Tiger, drawing a longsword that surged toward the beast. "You seek death." The Crimson Flame Tiger roared in fury, enraged that a mere spirit pulse realm ant would dare to attack him. It raised its fiery claws, aiming to swat Yu Tianming down with a single strike. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing resonated through the air as Yu Tianming sent the Crimson Flame Tiger flying with a single strike of his sword. Moments later, Yu Tianming placed his foot on the massive head of the Crimson Flame Tiger. "Who is the mere ant now? Spare me. Senior, please spare me. I am but an ant." The Crimson Flame Tiger growled softly, pleading for mercy. Where was the fierce and formidable tiger now? It lay on the ground like a meek kitten. "If you spare me, I swear allegiance to you." Without a hint of deceit, the Crimson Flame Tiger implored hastily. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming had expected some resistance from the mighty tiger, yet it surrendered without him uttering a word. He had thought he was dealing with a tough opponent, only to discover that this creature lacked any backbone. "Very well, since you have spoken, submit to me." Yu Tianming invoked his beast-taming technique, and the Crimson Flame Tiger felt its spirit as if ensnared, knowing that any thought of rebellion would result in instant obliteration. The tiger's realm was already inferior to Yu Tianming's, and its voluntary submission met with no resistance from the beast-taming technique. "You are the second beast I have tamed, hence you shall be ranked second. As for me, I was the first to follow our master, so I shall be your elder brother. Do you understand?" At this moment, Yu Kuan interjected, nudging the Crimson Flame Tiger, ensuring that this little tiger would not usurp his position in Yu Tianming's heart. The Crimson Flame Tiger glanced at Yu Kuan and, in an instant, was rendered submissive. It had not paid attention before, but now noticed the overwhelming bloodline power exuding from Yu Kuan, prompting an involuntary sense of submission. The Crimson Flame Tiger was filled with curiosity about this human. What manner of being could compel a top-tier beast like Yu Kuan to bow? "Master, I know of another place, the domain of the Cicada King." "What do you think?" The Crimson Flame Tiger spoke softly, referring to the Cicada King, a golden-winged cicada of the 7th level of the Tai Chi realm, whose territory was not far from that of the Crimson Flame Tiger. And the two beasts were bitter rivals. Unfortunately, the Crimson Flame Tiger's realm was 2 levels lower than that of the golden-winged cicada, and after several encounters, it had been thoroughly defeated. now that it had finally found a powerful ally. The Crimson Flame Tiger was unwilling to let this opportunity for revenge slip away. Tianming, understanding the tiger's intentions, stroked his chin and promptly mounted the Crimson Flame Tiger, instructing it to lead him to the Cicada King's territory. After all, he had nothing better to do and wished to tame a few more beasts. Soon enough, the Crimson Flame Tiger brought Tianming and Yukuan to the domain of the golden-winged cicada. As the trio stepped into the cicada's territory, the golden-winged cicada immediately detected their presence. Tiger King, how could a dignified beast of the Tai Chi realm submit to a human? You bring shame upon our kind. The golden-winged cicada mocked from the air. You insolent creature, this king owes you no explanations. The Crimson Flame Tiger roared. Cicada King, I have come to settle our scores today. Old grievances and new will be accounted for. Hearing the tiger's roar, the golden-winged cicada laughed heartily. Is that so? You think that by allying with humans you can challenge me? Master, he disdains you. Please, take action and deal with him. The Crimson Flame Tiger urged Tianming. Fully aware that it was no match for the golden-winged cicada. Master, let me handle this. It looks quite delectable. At that moment, Yukuan suddenly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. For some reason, upon seeing the golden-winged cicada, he felt an overwhelming desire to devour it. Yukuan had also reached the Tai Chi realm, albeit only at the 3rd level. Nevertheless, being a purebred ancient divine beast. By Fong, his bloodline was extraordinarily potent. Even a peak Tai Chi realm beast would struggle to display much power before him. Tianming nodded, as long as Yukuan didn't kill it. You insolent creature, dare you challenge me? The golden-winged cicada roared, preparing to attack Tianming and his companions, but the words faltered on its tongue. Suddenly, a creature resembling a green-hued crane appeared before him. The crane was adorned with azure feathers, speckled with red patterns. This was none other than Yukuan's true form, the ancient divine beast, by Fong. At that moment, Yukuan's body stretched to several dozen meters in size. Resembling a towering mountain, before Yukuan, the golden-winged cicada appeared as a mere insect. Waves of bloodline power emanated from Yukuan, spreading across 1,000 miles. All nearby beasts were rendered immobile beneath the weight of Yukuan's bloodline power. The ancient divine beast by Fong was not to be compared with these lesser beasts. In the next instant, Yukuan lunged forward, devouring one of the golden-winged cicada's wings in an instant. The cicada let out a pained cry and plummeted from the sky. Immediately, Yukuan pinned the cicada down with a foot, growling, "You insignificant insect, you dare to look down upon me? Yukuan, who are you?" The golden-winged cicada's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing its shock. To be rendered immobile merely by bloodline power was incomprehensible. What sort of formidable creature was this? Moreover, this great beast was subservient to a human. In that moment, it began to understand the Crimson Flame Tiger's choice. Heh, Cicada King, enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. The Crimson Flame Tiger dragged Tianming over to the golden-winged cicada, raising its paw to deliver several slaps. Leaving the cicada dazed. What are you doing? The golden-winged cicada felt aggrieved. Previously, this tiger had acted however it pleased, but now it had climbed atop him. Don't kill it, Tianming said helplessly. Then turned to the golden-winged cicada. You have 2 choices, submit or die. I am of the Tai Chi realm. Yukuan, devour him. Tianming was disinclined to engage in further negotiations, directly instructing Yukuan to eat the cicada. Bai Fong was a flying beast, while the golden-winged cicada was an insect. For Bai Fong, the cicada was a rare delicacy. I submit. Upon hearing that he was to be eaten, the golden-winged cicada cried out in a panic. It had just been contemplating bargaining with Tianming, only to find that he offered no opportunity. Seeing the golden-winged cicada submit, Tianming smiled faintly, utilizing the beast-taming technique to incorporate the cicada into his ranks. Little cicada, from now on, you shall be the 3rd. Yukuan is the eldest brother, I am the 2nd, and you will follow our master as the 3rd. Do you have any objections? The Crimson Flame Tiger patted the cicada with its paw. Asserting dominance, the golden-winged cicada dared not disagree, nodding vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, deep within the Beast Mountain range, 3 towering peaks loomed high, overlooking the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain range, the territories of the 3 supreme realm beast kings. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of beastly energy erupted from each peak, causing the surrounding beasts to tremble in fear. Qian, did you sense that aura just now? A deep voice resonated. It was one of the 3 supreme realm beast kings. Yuing, the beast king referred to as Qian, nodded. What pure bloodline? It feels only like the Tai Chi realm, yet beneath that bloodline, I sense a hint of fear. What? Even you are afraid? The final supreme realm beast king. Lei Ting spoke gravely. They were well aware that Qian's true form was a Qian, albeit not a purebred Qian. possessing only a trace of Qilin bloodline. However, that was sufficient to place Qian at the pinnacle among the three beast kings. Just moments ago, the faint aura emanating from Yi Kuan had been felt by them, even causing Qian, who bore Qilin blood, to feel apprehensive. His bloodline is exceedingly pure. If he reaches our level, I fear that even if the three of us joined forces, we would not stand a chance against him, Qian remarked solemnly. Humans typically valued physical constitution, while the strength of beast kind was heavily intertwined with bloodline. Any beast possessing even a trace of divine beast bloodline would be significantly stronger than others of the same rank. Can you discern what bloodline he possesses? I cannot. Qian shook his head. What shall we do? Thunder then spoke. His words echoed. A profound silence enveloped the heavens and the earth, after a considerable pause. Blaze finally spoke. First, send demons to search for his whereabouts. Once located, we shall devise our next course of action. With that, Blaze fell silent. Both Nether and Thunder also concealed their presence, unbeknownst to Tianming and Yi Kuan. All that transpired in the Demon Beast mountain range was beyond their awareness. They were still in the process of subduing various demon beasts, employing beast mastery techniques to imprint them with slave seals. However, Tianming lingered at a distance of 40 to 50,000 miles. Venturing further in would lead to the demon beasts of the boundless realm. Not only could the beast mastery techniques not control them, but collectively, they were also no match for their opponents. Thus, 2 days passed, and Tianming managed to subdue 2 demon beasts at the Tai Chi realm. One was a saint ghost leopard, known as the Leopard King, at the 6th level of the Tai Chi realm, while the other was a sky-eating python, referred to as the Snake King, at the 8th level. Following the conclusion of their journey in the Demon Beast mountain range, Tianming prepared to return to the Imperial Tomb with Yukun.as for the newly acquired 4 demon beasts, the Crimson Flame Tiger, Golden Winged Cicada, Saint Ghost Leopard, and Sky-Eating Python. Tianming decided to let them remain in the mountain range. As time gradually passed, another 6 months slipped away, during which Tianming successfully broke through the Tai Chi realm, reaching the 1st level of the Boundless realm. Throughout this period, Yi Xiaoxiao visited several times. Since receiving the rejuvenating Phoenix Spirit Pill from Tianming during her last visit, her strength progressed rapidly, achieving the celestial level. Moreover, Tianming continued to subdue various demon beasts within the Demon Beast mountain range. Having captured over 100 at the Tai Chi realm, ranging from the 1st to the 9th levels, he even captured 3 demon beasts at the Boundless realm. On this day, within the palace of the Great Qian Dynasty, the commander of the Imperial Guard arrived unexpectedly at the Imperial Tomb bearing a royal decree. Upon hearing this, Tianming quickly accompanied Yi Kuan outside to receive the edict. He harbored no resentment towards his father, knowing well that the emperor cared deeply for him. Moreover, on one occasion while drinking with the 9 ancestors, he learned that the emperor inquired about his well-being every few days and sent fine wines to him. He even discreetly dispatched people to protect him around the Imperial Tomb. However, these individuals naturally could not perceive Tianming's presence. General Qin, what brings you here? The Imperial Tomb is hardly a pleasant place. Tianming greeted with a smile. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, I come here on the orders of His Majesty, General Qin replied cheerfully. Your Highness, do you know what significant day is approaching in a month? What day? Tianming inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. He had indeed forgotten what special occasion awaited them in a month. It is His Majesty's 2000th birthday. His Majesty specifically requested you to attend the birthday banquet, and he mentioned there would be many exquisite wines you have yet to taste. Upon hearing this, Tianming's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, General Qin, I will certainly return to wish Father a happy birthday in a month. Ha ha ha, splendid. With the Emperor's orders delivered, I shall take my leave. General Qin laughed heartily, bidding farewell to Tianming before promptly returning to the capital. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Tianming made all necessary preparations and set forth towards the Imperial Palace. The leaders of the 5 great powers of Taishan Prefecture were all supreme-level experts, yet the Qian Emperor stood as the foremost among them. He could be regarded as the strongest in Taishan Prefecture. Today marked his 2000th birthday, and the other 4 great powers sent representatives to offer their congratulations. Furthermore, the princes and princesses residing outside the capital had all returned to the city. The Qian Emperor had few children. He only married his first consort a century ago and fathered Tianming 20 years prior. By the time Tianming arrived at the palace, Yi Xiaoxiao had already been waiting outside for quite some time. Big brother, you finally made it. You were the last to arrive. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, immediately leading Tianming to the back garden. The banquet was being held in the back garden, where many powerful figures had already gathered, all wearing smiles and offering their congratulations to the Qian Emperor. Oh, is that not my elder brother? What? Did father also allow you to attend this banquet? Just as Yu Xiaoxiao settled Yu Tianming into their designated area for princes and princesses. A discordant voice rang out. Yi Tianming looked up to see that it was his fifth brother, Yi Hongxue, who had joined the Qingyan Sword sect. The Qingyan Sword sect was one of the 5 great powers of Taishan Prefecture, and its disciples were predominantly sword cultivators of formidable strength. Yi Hongxue had been sent to the sect at a young age and had consistently outperformed his peers, ranking among the top 3 of his generation there. The Qingyan Sword sect was also keen to support Yi Hongxue in the shadows. Should he ascend to the throne of the Great Qian Dynasty, the sect would reap numerous benefits, although elder brother has been relegated to commoner status. It is evident to all the favoritism of our father, fifth brother. You should be cautious. If father hears your words, he may take action against you. The fourth prince, Yi Yuanming, scoffed. For many years, Yi Yuanming had been honing his skills in the border army, commanding 1,000,000 troops and gaining the highest acclaim within the Great Qian Dynasty's military, making him a strong contender for the throne. Additionally, Yi Yuanming was exceptionally powerful, having reached the pinnacle of the celestial level at just over 20 years old. Fourth brother, fifth brother, what do you mean by that? He is our elder brother. How can he not attend father's birthday banquet? Yu Xiaoxiao interjected, unable to contain her discontent. Ninth sister, he has been demoted to a commoner by father. Why must you speak on his behalf? At that moment, the third princess, Yu Xueyu, spoke indifferently. As a woman, Yu Xueyu had long coveted the throne. Moreover, her mother was the former saintess of the Baiyu sect, one of the 5 great powers, giving her an extraordinary background. At this time, Yu Tianming noticed that many of the princes and princesses present harbored deep-seated hostility towards him. However, this was not surprising. As a mere drunken man with only spiritual meridian cultivation, it was only natural that he would be the least favored among the princes. Yet, it was clear to all that the emperor favored him greatly. Enough. Today is father's birthday banquet, and all present are esteemed figures of Taishan Prefecture. Let us maintain harmony and not provide fodder for gossip. The second prince, Yi Wushuang, admonished as he observed the impending dispute. Upon hearing this, the other princes and princesses fell silent. Nevertheless, they showed no goodwill towards Yu Tianming, leaving only Yu Xiaoxiao willing to converse with him. Yi Tianming remained unfazed by this. He was here solely for the wine. The emperor had prepared an abundance of exquisite wines for this birthday banquet, many of which Yu Tianming had yet to taste. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, exuding an aura of majesty, slowly entered the venue. His eyes flickered as if stars were falling, and the principles of the Tao flowed around him, emanating an overwhelming presence. The imperial dragon aura circled around him, and merely standing there instilled a sense of terrifying pressure. Look, it's the Qian Emperor, a voice rang out, swiftly capturing the attention of the guests present. As soon as the Qian Emperor appeared, many guests knelt in reverence, a sign of respect for a powerful figure. Haha, thank you all. There is no need for such formalities, the Qian Emperor chuckled, taking his seat at the head of the table. At that moment, Yu Tianming, Yu Xiaoxiao, and numerous princes and princesses also rose to their feet, respectfully bowing to the Qian Emperor. Upon noticing Yu Tianming, the Emperor's eyes sparkled with warmth. Tianming, come here. Yu Tianming, though puzzled, quickly moved to stand beside the Qian Emperor. Tianming, it has been a while since we last met. I know you enjoy drinking, so I had someone prepare an assortment of fine wines for you. Today, indulge yourself. The Emperor Qian laughed heartily, waving his hand, and before Yi Tianming appeared a plethora of exquisite wines, each jar exuding an intoxicating aroma. Witnessing the Emperor's favorable attitude towards Yi Tianming, the many princes and princesses, including Yi Hongxue and Yi Xueyu, were consumed by jealousy. Had Yu Tianming not been so enamored with wine, and had he devoted some effort to his cultivation, it seemed the title of crown prince would be entirely beyond their reach. Not only were the numerous princes and princesses envious, but even some formidable figures sensed the emperor's distinct regard for Yi Tianming. Several ministers sighed, pondering that had Yu Tianming chosen to invest time in his training, who else could possibly claim the position of crown prince but him? Alas, the emperor's most beloved son was a good-for-nothing, addicted to drink. Yi Tianming, seeing the fine wines before him, was immediately filled with joy and quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, father." With that, he seized one of the jars and drank it down in one gulp. Ding! The host has tasted the amber spirit wine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a mid-grade sacred martial technique. The shadowless sword art. Shadowless sword art. Yi Tianming mused. The shadowless sword art. When this technique is executed, the sword light flashes like lightning, swift as a shooting star, amidst the flickering sword shadows. Its traces are nearly impossible to discern. thus earning the name Shadowless. As Tianming absorbed the description of the shadowless sword art in his mind, he immediately began to comprehend it. In his thoughts, countless sword techniques unfurled, moving with astonishing speed. Akin to lightning, elusive and unfathomable. Soon, a gleam of sword light flickered in his eyes, emanating an overwhelming force. However, he quickly concealed it, and in that fleeting moment, no one noticed. He then lifted another jar of wine and indulged in it with delight. Ding! The host has tasted the 9 fragrant spirit wine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9 Heaven Star Visualization Diagram. The 9 Heaven Star Visualization Diagram system. What is this? Tianming inquired, immediately checking the details. 9 Heaven Star Visualization Diagram. By visualizing this diagram, one can commune with the power of the stars. At night, under the enhancement of stellar energy, one's combat prowess can be increased 9-fold. Wow, Tianming gasped. Astonished by the diagram's description, could it truly elevate his battle strength 9-fold? It was indeed a divine artifact for slaying foes and seizing treasures. Imagine, amidst a fierce battle, suddenly boosting one's strength 9-fold. If an opponent were caught off guard, they could be struck down in a single blow. Regrettably, the 9 Heaven Star Visualization Diagram could only augment one's power under the stars' influence during the day. Without stars, it would be nearly useless. Before long, after a few rounds of drinks, the second prince, Yi Wuxuang, stood up. Father, to celebrate your birthday, I have specially procured this item for you. With that, second prince Yi Wuxuang produced a jade box. A eunuch, seeing this, swiftly approached to receive the jade box, presenting it before Emperor Qian. Upon opening it, a rich medicinal fragrance immediately filled the entire back garden, leaving the guests in it was a heavenly grade 9 Heavens Snow Lotus. Some recognized the rare herb and gasped in astonishment. The 9 Heaven Snow Lotus is the finest among heavenly grade spiritual herbs, maturing once every 900 years and requiring only 9 days for harvesting. If not picked within those 9 days, it would dissipate into the ether, extremely precious. Who would have thought Yi Wuxuang could acquire the 9 Heaven Snow Lotus? Ha ha ha, Wuxuang. Obtaining this must have taken considerable effort. Hasn't it? As long as it is beneficial to father, even if it costs you dearly, you would not hesitate. Emperor Qian chuckled heartily as he accepted the 9 Heaven Snow Lotus, following Yi Wuxuang's lead. The third princess, Yi Xueyu, also stepped forward. Father, this is the heavenly grade elixir, the Taiqing Divine Pill, which I have prepared for you. I came upon it unexpectedly in the cave of a powerful figure at the 9 Tribulation stage. Upon hearing of Yi Xueyu's offering, the guests were once again taken aback. The Taiqing Divine Pill, though classified as a heavenly grade elixir, its value surpassed that of many Tao grade pills. It could help the user eliminate inner demons and greatly assist in transcending tribulations. It is well known that the Supreme Realm is merely a precursor to the 9 Tribulation stage, which requires cultivators to overcome 9 heavenly tribulations. Should a cultivator harbor inner demons, they risk failure and ultimately demise. The Taiqing Divine Pill is a miraculous remedy for dispelling inner demons. Having already revealed the 9 Heaven Snow Lotus, it was astonishing to see the Taiqing Divine Pill emerge at this banquet. After Yi Xueyu presented the elixir, even Emperor Qian's breath quickened. The 9 Tribulation stage, I have yet to step into it, primarily due to my own inner demons, with this Taiqing Divine Pill. While it may not entirely eradicate my inner demons, it will undoubtedly enhance my chances of entering the 9 Tribulation stage. Xueyu, you have put much thought into this. Emperor Qian exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he accepted the Taiqing Divine Pill. Observing this scene, the 4th prince, Yi Yuanming, and the 5th prince, Yi Hongxue, exchanged glances, their expressions slightly altered. The treasures they had prepared were also rare, yet they paled in comparison to the Taiqing Divine Pill. Only the 6th prince, Yi Shouju, smirked confidently at the treasure he had prepared. Next, the 4th prince, Yi Yuanming, and the 5th prince, Yi Hongxue, presented their offerings to Emperor Qian. However, these treasures seemed somewhat inferior in the presence of the Taiqing Divine Pill. Finally, when the 6th prince, Yi Shouju, revealed his offering, he declared, Father, what I present is the lifelong insights of a 9 Tribulation stage expert, which I hope may aid you in stepping into the 9 Tribulations realm. With that, Yi Shouju produced a tome and had someone present it to Emperor Qian. Upon hearing this, the guests gasped in anticipation. Insights from a 9 Tribulation stage expert. Such a treasure was invaluable to those in the Supreme Realm. Yet to say it was not precious would be an understatement. If one could truly grasp the knowledge left by a 9 Tribulations expert, the 9 heavenly tribulations would be much easier to overcome. Without it, one might perish in the very first trial. Nonetheless, many Supreme Realm cultivators would willingly take the risk. As long as there was a glimmer of hope to enter the 9 Tribulation stage, they would not shy away from it. This tome would undoubtedly attract a throng of Supreme Realm cultivators, particularly those at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Even if they could not advance to the 9 tribulation stage, they would still wish to peruse it. After all, for cultivators of their caliber, there were few things left to entice them aside from entering the 9 tribulation stage. Emperor Qian received the tome and immediately began to study it. After a prolonged moment, a spark of understanding ignited in his eyes, and he murmured, "So that's how it is. Ha ha ha, Xiuzhu, you have truly rendered a great service to your father." Emperor Qian laughed joyously, declaring, "With these insights left by the 9 tribulations elder, I shall certainly enter the 9 tribulation stage within 500 years at the latest." Upon hearing this, the many powerful figures and ministers present offered their congratulations. "Congratulations, Emperor Qian. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With this treasure in hand, the 9 tribulation stage is within reach. The heavenly demon sect will soon be of no concern. Xiuzhu, speak freely. Name your reward, and I shall grant it." Emperor Qian appeared exceedingly pleased. "Father, to alleviate your burdens is my duty. I do not dare to covet your rewards," Xiuzhu replied hastily. "Nonsense. You lack neither techniques nor spiritual artifacts. Instead, I shall grant you a day to enter the ancestral grounds and contemplate." "How does that sound?" Emperor Qian spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone present, save for Tianming, who was still drinking, cast envious glances at Xiuzhu. The royal ancestral grounds were the very origin of the Great Qian Dynasty, where every ruler had left their insights. Spending a day there would undoubtedly lead to significant advancement in cultivation. Xiuzhu, whose expression had been calm until now, was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, Father." Upon witnessing Xiuzhu being granted the honor of entering the imperial ancestral grounds, Yi Wushuang, Yi Shuiyu, Yi Yuanming, and Yi Hongxue were all taken aback, their expressions darkening. They had presumed that the treasures they offered would sufficiently delight Emperor Qian. Yet they found themselves overshadowed by the offerings presented by Xiuzhu. Although it appeared to be a mere display of tributes, the significance of the treasures lay in their potential utility to the emperor. The one whose gift proved most beneficial would greatly enhance their chances in the contest for the title of Crown Prince. It now seemed evident that Xiuzhu had emerged as the foremost victor in this affair. Subsequently, the 6th prince, Xiuzhu, would undoubtedly gain the emperor's favor, particularly as he had already garnered the support of numerous influential ministers and noble families within the court, making his claim to the crown prince's position exceedingly plausible. Following this, the 7th princess, the 8th princess, and the 9th princess, Yi Xiaoxiao, each presented their own gifts. However, in the presence of the formidable figures from the 9 tribulations realm, their offerings appeared trivial, eliciting only polite commendations from Emperor Qian without further elaboration. "Brother, do you not have a gift for father?" At this juncture, Xiuzhu's lips curled into a sly smile as he turned to Yi Tianming, who was indulging in copious amounts of wine nearby. "Ah, me," Yi Tianming replied, a look of confusion crossing his face as he pointed to himself. "Indeed, elder brother, you are our eldest, and now that we have all presented our tributes, surely you have prepared something as well?" Yi Hongxue interjected with a cold chuckle. Although they were all rivals in the race for the crown prince, they found themselves united in their disdain for Yi Tianming, given that Yi Tianming's chances of ascending to the throne were virtually non-existent. It was in everyone's interest to see him eliminated from contention. The more competitors that were sidelined, the clearer the path to victory would become, and Yi Tianming was undoubtedly the prime candidate for exclusion. "Oh, father, your son has prepared a gift for you as well," Yi Tianming declared with a chuckle, stepping forward to address Emperor Qian. "Oh, Tianming, what have you prepared for your father?" The emperor appeared intrigued, eager to discover what Yi Tianming had in store. The other attendees regarded him with astonishment, not expecting the wine-loving eldest prince to have prepared a gift. However, curiosity lingered regarding the nature of this offering. Yet, it seemed that no one in attendance held much interest in Yi Tianming's gift, as it could hardly compare to those presented by Xiuzhu and Yi Shuiyu. "Royal brother, you haven't prepared merely a bottle of wine, have you?" Yi Yuanming interjected, prompting laughter from several in the crowd. If Yi Tianming were to present nothing more than a barrel of wine, it would be rather unremarkable. Yet, this was precisely the sort of thing Yi Tianming might do. "Humph," Yi Tianming scoffed dismissively, ignoring the jibes. "Father, I have prepared a poem for you." With that, he produced a piece of silk embroidered with his verses. "Ha ha ha, royal brother, of all things, you chose to prepare a poem." The laughter continued, with Yi Yuanming teasing. "I thought a barrel of wine would suffice, but a poem, how quaint." Unfazed by the mockery of his younger brothers, Yi Tianming stood resolute. "Royal brother, I have not heard of your prowess in poetry. Please do not hastily compose a verse to present to father. Yi Yuanming retorted with a sneer, implying that their elder brother was lacking in exceptional qualities beyond the emperor's favoritism. Fourth brother. This is no ordinary poem. Your brutish nature renders you unqualified to comment. Yu Tianming shot back. What did you say? Yi Yuanming fumed, incensed at being labeled a brute, observing the discord among her brothers. Yu Xiaoxiao interjected, eldest brother, if you truly lack a proper offering, I, as your sister, would gladly prepare one in your stead. There is no need to embarrass our royal family before so many formidable figures. Yi Tianming, however, merely scoffed at their derision, contemplating how he would soon turn their laughter to silence. You should not speak ill of eldest brother. Today is father's birthday, and whatever he presents is a reflection of his heartfelt intentions. Yu Xiaoxiao defended. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxiao, if royal brother presents something trivial, it would suggest he is indifferent to father's birthday. We are merely looking out for him. Enough. Cease your bickering. Whatever Tianming has prepared is his heartfelt offering. Emperor Qian interjected, bringing an end to the squabbling. With that, the princes cast lingering glances of resentment at Yu Tianming before falling silent. Bring forth the poem he has prepared, the emperor commanded. Upon hearing the directive, a eunuch hastily took the silk from Yi Tianming's hands and presented it to Emperor Qian. As the emperor unfurled the silk, his initial curiosity quickly transformed into a serious demeanor upon reading its contents. Emperor Qian could not help but softly recite the lines. Amidst the vastness of the great void, the heart of the Tao mirrors the celestial light. In 1,000 peaks and myriad ravines, a single-leafed boat traverses the great river. The guests who had anticipated a spectacle of Yi Tianming's folly now found their smiles frozen upon hearing the poem's lines. Some formidable figures in attendance began to sense the profundity of the moment. Their gazes fixed upon the emperor, eagerly awaiting the continuation of the verses. The stars align, each a determined fate, the sun and moon in their perpetual cycle, having grasped the myriad affairs of the mortal realm. One finds freedom and joy without bounds. With the final line, it was as though a colossal bell resonated throughout the hall, its chimes echoing with the essence of the Tao, leaving many powerful figures deeply moved and enlightened. Even Emperor Qian regarded Yu Tianming with a newfound astonishment, as if seeing his son for the first time. Marvelous, truly marvelous. After a lengthy silence, one of the powerful figures finally exclaimed, I did not anticipate that the eldest prince could encapsulate such profound insights in merely a few lines. Indeed, the imagery of 1,000 peaks and a single-leafed boat reflects the challenges faced on the path of cultivation. The cycles of the stars and moon symbolize the laws of the universe. Especially the closing lines, which reveal the prince's free-spirited and carefree state of mind. Several powerful figures readily concurred. The pursuits of fame and cultivation have become shackles that bind us, preventing our ascension to new realms. Yet, the eldest prince's liberated mindset resonates with the heavenly Tao. As supreme beings, their understanding of the Tao surpassed all others present. Yi Tianming's brief verses elevated their comprehension significantly. Listening to the accolades from the assembly of powerful figures, Yi Yuanming and Yi Hongxue wore expressions of dismay. They had initially anticipated Yu Tianming to present a mere frivolity, eager to witness his embarrassment, yet they were now confronted with the surprising praise he had garnered. Humph, even so, you remain a wine-soaked, lowly cultivator. The sixth prince, Lin Xiuzhu, glared at Yu Tianming with venomous eyes. Even if your poem inspires enlightenment, what does it matter? Your cultivation is but at the spirit vein stage. And the throne shall forever elude you. Ha ha ha. After hearing the eldest prince, I find myself enlightened. I shall take my leave and retreat for closed-door cultivation, perhaps to further my own cultivation at that moment. An elder laughed heartily, promptly bowing to Emperor Qian before taking his leave. Besides this elder, several others also rose to depart, evidently inspired by Yi Tianming's poem, eager to return and contemplate its deeper meanings. Even Emperor Qian was deeply moved. After a long pause, he turned to Yu Tianming, inquiring with a smile, Tianming, did you compose this poem? Yu Tianming quickly explained, Father, I penned this after a bout of drunkenness. Feeling it was profoundly mysterious, I fear I may never recapture that sentiment. This, Emperor Qian harbored no suspicion, recognizing that the path of the Tao often eludes even the most sober minds. There are those who, in their mortal lives, encounter moments of enlightenment that pave their way forward without hindrance, while others may reach the pinnacle of the nine tribulations realm yet remain unable to grasp the Tao. Forever barred from its gates, who would have thought that your indulgence in drink would yield such insight? The Emperor Qian chuckled and remarked, this poem of yours is far more valuable than the insights of any great master of the nine tribulations realm. Initially, it would have taken me 500 years to step into the nine tribulations realm, but now, it seems I shall not have to wait long. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiuzhu's expression darkened. His father's words implied that what he had prepared paled in comparison to a mere poem by Yi Tianming. The thought filled him with regret. Had he known, he would not have targeted Yu Tianming, only to end up shooting himself in the foot. Congratulations, father, Yu Tianming quickly exclaimed with a smile. The Emperor Qin nodded slightly. Speak. What reward do you desire? I shall grant all your wishes. Yu Tianming scratched his head, smiling as he replied, Father, as you know, I have no particular preferences. I simply enjoy drinking. If you could share some of your prized wine with me. That would suffice. Upon hearing this, the emperor burst into laughter. No problem. He then turned to Yi Yuanming and Yi Hongxue. Yuanming, Hongxue, Xiuzhu, if I am not mistaken, you both possess quite a collection of fine wines as well. Do ensure to send some to Tianming. Seeing this, Yi Yuanming and Yi Hongxue exchanged determined glances and nodded in agreement. The emperor was not merely requesting wine, he was subtly admonishing them. After all, they had just ridiculed Yu Tianming, which had displeased their father. The emperor already held a deep affection for Yi Tianming, and now it had only intensified. After the garden banquet concluded, the emperor called Yu Tianming aside. Tianming, you must pay more attention to your cultivation. Your understanding of the Tao is profound. If you were to invest some effort into your training, you might very well attain the Tao realm. The emperor advised earnestly. In response, Yu Tianming scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Father, you are aware that I have little interest in cultivation. My passion lies solely in drinking. Yi Tianming would not reveal his secret to the emperor. He had yet to uncover who was plotting against him, and could not afford to expose himself too soon, lest he place himself in peril. I understand, but I cannot protect you forever. Even if you have no interest in the throne, you must possess the strength to safeguard yourself, the emperor said with a bittersweet smile, lamenting that his son had not inherited his diligence. The current state of Taishan Prefecture was unstable, with the resurgence of the demon sect and an impending beast tide. In times of turmoil, self-defense was essential, and the emperor could not shield him indefinitely. The emperor continued to speak for quite some time, his words revealing a deep affection for Yi Tianming. Father, do you favor me more than my siblings because of my mother? Yu Tianming suddenly inquired. He had once been perplexed by his father's preferential treatment, but now understood that the emperor's concern stemmed from a fear for his safety against other schemes. It was evident to anyone with discernment that the other princes and even the princesses were eyeing the crown prince position with envy. The emperor had reason to be wary. By relegating him to the royal mausoleum, especially with the presence of the 9 ancestors, his safety would be significantly enhanced. Yi Tianming then pressed on. You have never told me about my mother since I was young. And the 9 ancestors also avoid the topic. Father, what about my mother? Upon hearing Yi Tianming's words, the emperor appeared momentarily stunned. After a long sigh, he finally spoke. You may return. Your mother passed away during your birth, and I bear guilt for her death. Yi Tianming did not believe the emperor's explanation. As a time traveler, he knew the truth that his mother had survived his birth. However, with the emperor's assertion, he refrained from pursuing the matter further, bowing deeply and departing the palace. Watching Yi Tianming's retreating figure, the prime minister of the Great Qian Dynasty emerged from the shadows. Your Majesty, should we not inform His Highness Tianming about the Empress? He inquired. What good would it do? Even I cannot change anything. I only hope that Tianming can live a peaceful life. The emperor replied with a resigned smile, his gaze reflecting helplessness as he murmured. My time is running short. At the royal mausoleum, one of the cloaked figures remarked, Brother, it is said that a supreme being resides within the mausoleum. Are we truly safe? Rest assured, today marks the emperor's 2000th birthday. Everyone has gone to the capital to celebrate. Yi Yuan has left only a clone at the peak of the Wuji realm, which is no match for us, the leader of the cloaked figures replied calmly. From the aura emanating from the trio, it was evident they were all powerful beings at the Wuji realm. Our mission is to disrupt the seal of the mausoleum. Once accomplished, our sect's grand plan can be set in motion. Placing the entire Taishan prefecture under our control, the leader asserted gravely, and the other two nodded in agreement. Let us proceed into the mausoleum. Excuse me, what grand plan do you speak of? A somewhat languid voice suddenly resonated from behind the 3 cloaked figures. Instantly alarmed, they realized that someone had stealthily approached them, definitely a peak-level Wuji realm expert. However, when they turned around, they saw Yu Tianming standing a short distance away, a wine gourd in hand, merrily drinking. Fear not. He is merely the useless prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, an incorrigible drunkard with cultivation at the Lingmai realm. The leader of the cloaked figures exhaled a sigh of relief upon recognizing Yi Tianming. They had conducted their investigations, confirming him to be an inept and indulgent prince. Oh, you know me, Yi Tianming said, somewhat inebriated, surprised by the recognition. No need to waste time with him. We should avoid attracting the attention of other strong figures from the Great Qian Dynasty. The leader scoffed, launching a lethal attack towards Yu Tianming. Though he desperately concealed his aura to prevent detection by stronger beings, Yu Tianming saw through it immediately. The assailant was a 6th-stage Wuji realm expert, accompanied by 2 5th-stage Wuji realm practitioners. Yet, Yu Tianming merely chuckled disdainfully. Such strength was indeed formidable in the outside world, but he regarded it with indifference. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and light began to vanish. An unfathomable void spreading from behind Yu Tianming. In an instant, the three found themselves engulfed in utter darkness, their consciousness swallowed, unable to perceive anything. Clang, clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the leader felt warm liquid splatter onto his face. He reached up to touch it, realizing it was thick and sticky. As the darkness lifted, he was met with the sight of Yu Tianming standing unscathed, his expression one of terror. What had just transpired felt like a fleeting illusion. To his horror, he noticed that the 2 companions who had accompanied him had lost their heads, their bodies gushing blood. The liquid on his face was their blood. Why you? Before he could voice his panic, Yu Tianming had already pierced through his body with a sword, the ferocious sword aura mercilessly shredding his organs and soul. Yula who, indeed, has slain them. With a murmured utterance, the 9th ancestor vanished from his original location amidst a ripple in the fabric of space. Before long, powerful figures had arrived at the royal mausoleum. Yu Tianming emerged nonchalantly from his courtyard. General Qin, Xiao, weren't you at Father Emperor's birthday banquet? What brings you to the mausoleum? Yu Tianming feigned confusion. After his encounter with Empress Qian, he had departed from the banquet, only to unexpectedly stumble upon the infiltrators in black. Elder brother, are you unscathed? Upon seeing Yu Tianming, Yu Xiao rushed to embrace him, her tone laced with concern. That it's wonderful that you are safe. Why? Yu Tianming smiled gently. Xiao, what has transpired? At that moment, General Chen, clad in armor, saluted and explained. About an hour ago, several individuals in black infiltrated the mausoleum. We have come to investigate. The 9th princess was worried for your highness's safety and insisted on accompanying us. Upon hearing General Qin's words, Yu Tianming feigned a look of terror. What? Someone has breached the mausoleum. General Qin, have you apprehended them? General Qin nodded solemnly. By the time the 9th ancestor arrived, these individuals had already been dispatched by a mysterious power. Dispatched by a mysterious power. Yu Tianming exhaled in relief. It appeared his own involvement had not been uncovered. Your Highness, did anything unusual occur within the mausoleum? General Qin inquired further. No, I am unaware of anything, Yu Tianming hastily responded. The others, observing his demeanor, harbored no suspicions. Given Yu Tianming's reputation as a failure, the entire Qian dynasty was aware of it, and the deceased were all masters of the Wuji realm. They would not suspect Yu Tianming. After further investigation, General Qin and his team departed. Elder brother, perhaps you should return to the palace. This place is far too perilous, Yu Xiao urged anxiously. The palace is heavily fortified, with various arrays in place. There is little fear of assassination. Rest assured, Xiao, with the 9th ancestor here, nothing will happen, Yu Tianming assured her with a smile. After giving Yu Tianming a final admonition, Yu Xiao left the mausoleum and returned to the palace. Shortly after Yu Xiao's departure, the palace dispatched individuals bearing an abundance of fine wines. These were all gifts bestowed upon Yu Tianming by the emperor, many of which were the palace's exclusive delicacies, with several being rare treasures preserved by Emperor Qin himself. The rest originated from the 4th Prince Yi Yuanming, 5th Prince Yi Hongxue, and 6th Prince Yu Xiuzhu. Gazing upon the numerous carts laden with exquisite wines, Yu Tianming couldn't help but lick his lips. Gesturing to store all the wines within his spatial ring, he mused that his attendance at the emperor's birthday had indeed yielded fruitful rewards. Within the palace, he had first obtained the mid-grade sacred martial skill, the shadowless sword technique, followed by the 9 heaven star visualization chart. Additionally, he had amassed an assortment of miscellaneous treasures, and now he had acquired such a bounty of fine wines. He wondered what rewards the system would bestow upon him. 9th ancestor. Soon, Yu Tianming stood before the mausoleum and shouted. In an instant, the space before him began to ripple, and the 9th ancestor's figure emerged. What is it? Do you require something? The 9th ancestor inquired. Hiki, 9th ancestor, I have brought an abundance of fine wines from the palace to pay my respects, Yu Tianming said with a grin, promptly retrieving various wines from his spatial ring and presenting them before the 9th ancestor. Good lad. The 9th ancestor smiled knowingly, waving his hand to conjure a stone chair behind them, and the two began to indulge in copious amounts of drink. Ding. The hostess tasted the billy-oaking spring. Congratulations to the host for acquiring alchemy. Alchemy. The host may master the art of alchemy, from imperial-grade pills to yellow-grade pills. Alchemy. Yu Tianming gasped in astonishment, immediately immersing himself in the newfound knowledge. Countless insights regarding alchemy flooded into his mind, granting him a comprehensive understanding of the refining processes for pills of all grades. However, he knew he must dedicate time to truly grasp the intricacies of alchemy. The essence of alchemy lies in the mastery and comprehension of each type of spiritual herb. Many herbs may appear similar, yet each possesses unique effects and properties. Their medicinal qualities can vary drastically. Thus, it requires the alchemist's meticulous discernment. Moreover, alchemy necessitates patience and tranquility. Should one be overly eager for success, it could disturb their mental state and lead to failure. Many alchemists have faltered due to impatience. Unable to resist opening the alchemical furnace before reaching the critical moment of pill extraction, afterward, he took several hearty swigs from the wine jar, earning him more pill knowledge before delightfully reaching for another jar of wine. Ding! The host has tasted the Zishu Qiangjing. Congratulations for obtaining the heavy eye. Heavy eye, a ocular technique that enables one to perceive the essence of all things and see through all illusions. Upon seeing this latest system reward, Tianming inhaled sharply. He had unexpectedly acquired the legendary heavy eye. He had read about it in ancient texts, knowing it to be among the most advanced ocular techniques. Capable, when perfected, of vanquishing opponents with a single gaze. Elated, he resolved to delve into the understanding of the heavy eye immediately after finishing his wine. After several rounds of drinking, Tianming finally asked, Ninth Ancestor, what do you know of those who recently infiltrated the mausoleum? They dared to breach it, truly reckless. He feigned ignorance, fully aware that the intruders were likely from the Heaven Demon sect. However, their intentions for invading the mausoleum remained a mystery, prompting him to probe the Ninth Ancestor for information. Those individuals are indeed affiliated with the Heaven Demon sect. They likely sought to lift the seal of the mausoleum. The Ninth Ancestor hesitated before responding. To lift the seal of the mausoleum, Tianming furrowed his brow in confusion. Could it be that something the Heaven Demon sect desires lies beneath the mausoleum? The Ninth Ancestor nodded. Indeed, you should be aware that a millennium ago, the Emperor and the leaders of various factions banded together to suppress the then leader of the Heaven Demon sect. However, due to the overwhelming demonic energy within the leader, the Emperor sealed him within the mausoleum, intending to erode the Heaven Demon sect's influence through the fortunes of the Great Qian Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Tianming's eyes widened in shock. So, beneath the mausoleum lies the imprisoned leader of the Heaven Demon sect? Precisely, the Ninth Ancestor affirmed. The previous leader of the Heaven Demon sect was immensely powerful. If he were to be freed, not a single soul across Taishan Prefecture would stand a chance against him. Then, Ninth Ancestor, does this not imply that the mausoleum is fraught with peril? Tianming exclaimed in astonishment, contemplating whether he should return to the palace. Rest assured, should they launch a full-scale assault on the mausoleum, it would indicate that the major factions of Taishan Prefecture have already been obliterated. Otherwise, they would only dare to send a few infiltrators to secretly lift the seal, the Ninth Ancestor reassured him. Moreover, the fact that the intruders from the Heaven Demon sect were slain by a mysterious power is, in fact, favorable for us. Ninth Ancestor, who could this mysterious powerful figure be? Tianming feigned curiosity. I cannot say, but the ability to silently eliminate 3 masters of the Wuji realm likely indicates the involvement of a supreme realm expert. The Ninth Ancestor pondered deeply but could not ascertain the identity of this enigmatic figure. Seeing this, Tianming chuckled. Perhaps it is indeed a mysterious power that protects our Great Qian. Haha. If so, it would truly be a fortuitous blessing for our Great Qian, the Ninth Ancestor replied with a smile. Days turned into weeks as investigations into the Heaven Demon sect's infiltrators yielded no results regarding who had dispatched them, ultimately leaving the matter unresolved. Emperor Qian ordered increased vigilance over the mausoleum. Meanwhile, Tianming, having crafted a clone of himself, frequently ventured into the Beast Mountain range for training. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, Tianming's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Wuji realm. Having tamed nearly all the Wuji and Taiji realm beasts within the Beast Mountain range, achieving a staggering number, he entrusted these beasts to Yi Kuan for management. Strangely, Yu Xiaoxiao had not visited recently. While sipping wine in his courtyard, Tianming pondered, why has Ti Xiaoxiao come by? She used to visit me every month. As the month draws to a close, Yu Xiaoxiao has yet to arrive. Could it be that some unforeseen circumstance has delayed her? Tianming pondered aloud. Master, if you are longing for the 9th princess, why not seek her out at Xianyu Mansion? A stunningly beautiful woman named by Lingyan, who stood behind Tianming, cooed playfully while gently massaging his shoulders. By Lingyan, a 7-tiered fox demon of the Wuji realm, was tamed by Tianming in the Beast Mountain range. In the demon clan. Once one reaches the soul-sculpting realm and cultivates their divine soul, the ability to transform takes form. Naturally, to conceal any signs of her true nature, Yu Tianming had masked her demonic aura, presenting her merely as an ordinary maid. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond, and resumed sipping his wine. Just then, a palace eunuch suddenly appeared at the royal tomb, seeking out Yu Tianming. "Old servant pays his respects to your highness." The eunuch promptly knelt before Yu Tianming, speaking with urgency. "Wang Gonggong, why have you come to the royal tomb instead of remaining in the palace?" Yu Tianming recognized him as the head eunuch close to his father. "Your highness, his majesty has sent me with a letter for you." The eunuch swiftly produced a letter from his robes and handed it to Yu Tianming. After delivering the letter, the eunuch hurriedly departed from the royal tomb. Yu Tianming opened the letter, and his expression grew grave. "Master, what has transpired?" Bai Lingyan inquired, observing Yu Tianming's solemn demeanor. "Xiao Xiao is in trouble. My father's letter states that she went missing during her training outside and has instructed me to remain at the royal tomb for the time being and not to venture out." Having spoken, Yu Tianming commanded decisively, "Yi Kuan, Lingyan, you both shall accompany me. We must find Xiao Xiao." Aware of the situation's gravity, Yu Kuan and Bai Lingyan immediately followed Yu Tianming out of the royal tomb. Before departing, Yu Tianming created several clones to prevent any signs of his prolonged absence from being detected. The letter indicated that Yu Xiao Xiao had vanished near the border of Xianyu Mansion in the Qian Dynasty. Upon receiving this news, Yu Tianming dared not delay and swiftly made his way to the border of Xianyu Mansion in the Qian Dynasty. This border region is known as the Misty Valley. The Misty Valley serves as a natural barrier where those who enter become hopelessly lost, unable to fly their way out, rendering it a place of despair. Rarely do cultivators venture into the Misty Valley. Most choose to circumvent it. "Master, according to reports, the 9th princess went missing during her training, and nearby, there have been sightings of practitioners from the Heavenly Demon sect. Previously, a member of the Heavenly Demon sect infiltrated the Misty Valley, leading us to suspect that the 9th princess may have been taken there." Bai Lingyan explained. As Yu Tianming proceeded towards the Misty Valley, he had already alerted the many beasts within the Beast Mountain range, instructing them to investigate Yi Xiao Xiao's whereabouts. Although most of the demons reside in the depths of the mountains, many have taken on human forms scattered throughout Taishan Prefecture, not long after Yu Tianming issued his command. Information began to flow in from the beasts. Listening to Bai Lingyan's report, Yu Tianming nodded and directly headed into the Misty Valley. "Master, the Misty Valley is exceedingly perilous. If we enter now, it's merely the Misty Valley. It poses no real threat," Yu Tianming replied nonchalantly. Then, his pupils gradually split into two, emanating dazzling beams of light from his eyes. These rays seemed capable of penetrating all illusions, rendering everything false utterly visible. This was a reward bestowed upon Yu Tianming by the system 2 years prior. After 2 years of comprehension and cultivation, he had nearly mastered it. Unexpectedly, he found himself utilizing it today, for others. Entering the Misty Valley is akin to courting death. Yet for Yu Tianming, who wielded it was merely child's play. Soon, he, along with Yu Kuan and Bai Lingyan, raced toward the Misty Valley. Deep within the Misty Valley, an atmosphere thick with blood permeated the air, saturated with the stench of carnage. The area was teeming with practitioners from the Heavenly Demon sect. In truth, this place was not the forbidden land of lore. Rather, it was a stronghold established by the Heavenly Demon sect before its downfall. Numerous formidable members of the sect were stationed here, ensuring that any cultivator who dared to enter the Misty Valley would meet their demise at their hands. This notoriety forged the fearsome reputation of the Misty Valley, deterring ordinary cultivators from approaching. A millennium ago, after the Great War that led to the annihilation of the Heavenly Demon sect, this area transformed into one of their hidden lairs. Coupled with the dread surrounding the Misty Valley, many cultivators avoided it like the plague, thus preventing the discovery of this stronghold. At this moment, within the core of the Misty Valley, a massive blood pool bubbled ominously. Its heat palpable. This pool was formed from the accumulated blood of countless cultivators, its sanguine essence overwhelming. Presently, an alluring young man, entirely unclothed, was immersed in the blood pool, cultivating. This man, with long crimson hair and eyes glinting with a sinister red light, exuded a terrifying aura that was far from ordinary. His name was Jibudwan, one of the holy sons of the Heavenly Demon sect. The holy sons were not singular, there were 9 in total, each vying for supremacy, with only one surviving to become the next leader of the sect. This was one of the reasons for the unparalleled strength of the Heavenly Demon sect's leader. Growing up amid slaughter, if one does not eliminate others, they themselves shall be vanquished. How could one not grow powerful? At this moment, Jibudwan slowly emerged from the blood pool, and with each step he took, the blood within the pool was absorbed into his body. Surrounding him, members of the Heavenly Demon sect promptly draped a blood-red robe over him. Why is the blood pool running low again? How many cultivators have you captured? Jibwoodwan seated himself upon a throne, addressing the gathered practitioners of the heavenly demon sect with a tone of indifference, reporting to the Holy Sun. This batch of captured cultivators has all been delivered. A strong practitioner stepped forward, gesturing to reveal hundreds of captives. These cultivators ranged from the Qitian realm to the Taiji realm at their peak. Excellent, excellent. Once I perfect my bloodthirsty technique, the position of leader of the heavenly demon sect shall surely belong to me. Jibwoodwan laughed heartily at the sight of the numerous captives. However, Holy Sun, among these individuals, there is one whom you might find intriguing. The heavenly demon sect warrior stepped forward, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Oh, who is this person of interest? Jibwoodwan inquired, a glint of curiosity in his eyes as he surveyed the captured cultivators. Bring her forth. With a clap of his hands, two members of the heavenly demon sect forcibly brought forth a young woman. To Jibwoodwan's astonishment, it was none other than the missing Yu Xiaoxiao. She had intended to visit Tianming in the Great Qian Dynasty, only to be ambushed en route, waking up to find herself in this place. Through conversations with the surrounding cultivators, she realized she had been captured by the heavenly demon sect. Who is she? Jibwoodwan narrowed his eyes, questioning. Holy Sun, this is the 9th princess of the Great Qian Dynasty, Yu Xiaoxiao, a direct disciple of Xianyu Mansion, possessing extraordinary talents. If the Holy Sun were to employ her for cultivating the bloodthirsty technique, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. The heavenly demon sect warrior eagerly explained. What? She is the 9th princess of the Great Qian Dynasty. Jibwoodwan rose from his throne, coldly staring at Yu Xiaoxiao. After a lengthy pause, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Back in the day, my heavenly demon sect was defeated by the Great Qian Dynasty, and our previous leader was sealed within the royal tomb of the Great Qian Dynasty. Who would have thought we would capture a princess of the Great Qian Dynasty today? Jibwoodwan transformed into a streak of bloodlight, appearing before Yu Xiaoxiao in an instant. He grasped her neck with a sinister grin. Hee hee. Today, I shall collect a little interest from the Great Qian Dynasty. My father will surely kill you. Yu Xiaoxiao's face flushed red from his grip, managing to utter those words after a considerable struggle. Hee hee. Once my divine powers are fully realized, why would I fear the Great Qian Dynasty? At that time, I will personally slay your father, so you may reunite in the afterlife. Jibwoodwan sneered coldly. Today, your blood shall serve as a tribute to our fallen brethren. What do you want to do? Yu Xiaoxiao inquired, a tremor of fear evident in her voice. Though her cultivation was considerable, she had always been akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Seldom facing the trials of life and death, now, confronted with such a harrowing situation, she was already drained of color, her visage pale with terror. What I want to do? Hee hee, just watch, as this Holy Sun reveals his intentions. Jibwoodwan sneered, gesturing with his hand, prompting the other disciples of the heavenly demon sect to understand his command immediately. They forcefully shoved a fellow cultivator towards the blood pool in swift succession. A long blade was raised, and with a single stroke, the unfortunate man's head was severed. With a splatter, a torrent of blood surged forth, cascading into the blood pool. Once parched and desiccated, the pool began to swell once more with crimson liquid. Shortly thereafter, yet another cultivator was thrust forward, and in a flurry of steel, his head too was swiftly dispatched. With each decapitation, the blood pool flourished anew, bubbling and seething with a ferocious heat. Fear not. For this Holy Sun shall not slay you so swiftly. I shall extract your blood, releasing it in measured increments, allowing you to witness how our divine sect will bring about the demise of your father, the Emperor, how we shall obliterate the Great Qian Dynasty, and how we will unify Taishan Prefecture. Jibwoodwan's words dripped like the whispers of a demon, echoing ominously in Yu Xiaoxiao's ears. At this moment, she was rendered speechless by sheer horror. As the blades of the heavenly demon sect descended, more and more cultivators became mere sustenance for the blood pool. The blood that had been siphoned away by Jibwoodwan began to boil once more. A tempest of crimson fury. Do not fear, your turn is imminent. Jibwoodwan grinned wickedly, producing a dagger in hand, eagerly anticipating the moment he would draw blood from Yu Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Tianming had also reached the heart of the Mizing Valley. Who dares to trespass in Mizing Valley? Another fool seeking death. Seize him and deliver him to his holiness. Tianming strode confidently towards the stronghold of the heavenly demon sect, instantly drawing the attention of its disciples. Observing those who would dare to attack him, Tianming wasted no time. A long sword materialized from the void before him. This sword seemed to pierce the very fabric of space. Arriving at his side, it was none other than the Xianyuan sword, one of the 10 chaos divine swords. Grasping the Xianyuan sword, Tianming unleashed a single sweeping strike. With a resounding clang, the air reverberated with the fierce cry of the blade. and those disciples of the heavenly demon sect who had rushed forward were cleaved in twain by a sword. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining disciples' expression shifted dramatically. Could this newcomer truly possess such strength? Altogether, with a fierce shout from one of the disciples, the rest surged towards Tianming, encircling him in an instant. Having witnessed Tianming's previous display of might, their earlier mockery evaporated, leaving a palpable tension in the air. Ever since the infamous reputation of Mizing Valley had spread, very few cultivators dared to step foot within its ominous confines. Those who did were usually in groups, and before they could even locate the core area, they were swiftly dispatched by the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Yet, a solitary figure like Tianming, boldly advancing into the heart of the valley, had not been seen for centuries. "Young man, do you know where you are? How dare you intrude?" A disciple of the heavenly demon sect spoke in a low tone, attempting to gauge Tianming's strength. However, Tianming had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. The Xianyuan sword swept forth, unleashing a dazzling array of sword light, with waves of sword intent radiating from it. As a chaos divine sword that surpassed even the most formidable of imperial weapons, Tianming could only wield a fraction of its power, perhaps 1,000th or even a 10,000th part. Yet, that was more than sufficient to deal with the disciples before him. The sword energy surged forth, piercing through the encroaching disciples of the heavenly demon sect, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Many did not even grasp what had happened before they were reduced to mere mist of blood. Simultaneously, an increasing number of disciples from the heavenly demon sect surged forth to surround Tianming. But with a mere thought, 10 chaos divine swords appeared, piercing through the void and materializing before him. Go. Tianming commanded softly, and as if imbued with sentience. The 10 swords began to weave and dart among the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. With each strike of a chaos divine sword, countless heads fell, countless streams of sword energy erupted from the swords, and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were mercilessly annihilated, their very souls unable to escape. Tianming's gaze was cold. Beside him stood Yukuan and Bai Lingyan, who needed not to lift a finger. The master's power is utterly terrifying. Bai Lingyan swallowed hard, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. "This is just the beginning. The master is formidable indeed," Yukuan scoffed. "Who dares to intrude upon my heavenly demon sect's domain?" A thunderous roar erupted from within, followed by an oppressive wave of demonic energy that enveloped Tianming in an instant. The appearance of Tianming had already alerted the powerful figures within the heavenly demon sect. Initially, they had dismissed him, but upon witnessing him effortlessly slay thousands of their disciples, they could no longer remain passive and surged forth. A wizened elder of the heavenly demon sect, his visage resembling that of withered wood, charged out, his aura pulsating with overwhelming might. A peak Wuji realm expert. Behind him followed several other Wuji realm elders, each exuding a formidable aura that evoked the very essence of demons. Within the ranks of the heavenly demon sect, hierarchy was strictly observed, apart from the supreme leader, who held the supreme realm. There were 10 protectors of the supreme realm. Following them were the 36 palace masters, each a formidable Yaoguang realm expert. As for the Wuji realm elders, their numbers were countless, with hundreds existing within the sect. "You are from the Qingyun sword sect," one elder began to inquire, but before he could finish, one of the 10 chaos divine swords, the Yuchang sword, appeared before him and struck. Boom! In a flash of lightning and sparks. The elder barely had time to react before the fierce and violent sword energy shredded him to pieces, his remains falling from the sky. Witnessing this, the remaining elders of the heavenly demon sect were struck with disbelief. What manner of powerhouse was this? Merely manipulating a flying sword could annihilate a Wuji realm expert, but before they could process this, each found themselves facing a floating chaos divine sword. Beholding the swords before them, cold sweat dripped from their brows, and they instinctively began to retreat. They moved with incredible speed, quickly distancing themselves by 1,000 zhang. Yet, the chaos divine swords were swifter still, appearing as if they had transcended the very fabric of space. Each sword erupted with a sharp glow, reducing the elders of the heavenly demon sect to mere fragments. In an instant, a deluge of blood mist rained down upon the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. The elders are dead. In that moment, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect collapsed, fleeing in a panic. In their eyes, the once invincible elders had been effortlessly felled by a single stroke. What kind of formidable being was this? Could it be a supreme realm expert had arrived? "Run!" someone shouted in terror, and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect scattered in all directions. Previously, they had remained resolute, confident that their elders would swiftly dispatch Tianming. Yet now, witnessing their once imposing figures fall to a single sword, their faith crumbled, fear of becoming the next victims driving them to escape. Escape? Can you truly flee? Tianming scoffed, his thoughts conjuring the 10 chaos divine swords, which ascended into the heavens, forming a sword formation. Countless sword images manifested, raining down like a torrential downpour upon the ground. In mere moments, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were all but annihilated. Meanwhile, deep within the stronghold of the heavenly demon sect, the captured cultivators had been slain, leaving only Yi Xiaoxiao alive. What? A peak Wuji realm elder was killed in a single encounter? Who is this person? Jibudwan expressed his astonishment, his eyes betraying a sense of surprise. Holy Sun. This individual is a sword cultivator capable of simultaneously wielding 10 flying swords. He appears to be a formidable figure from the Qingyan sword sect. Below, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect hurriedly reported, their bodies still trembling from the shock of Yi Tianming's earlier display. The Qingyan sword sect. Even the Holy Sun is aware of the prowess of its strong practitioners. To manipulate 10 flying swords requires not only a powerful soul but also exceptional cultivation. The Qingyan sword sect simply does not possess such a master. Jibudwan furrowed his brow, unable to fathom how the Qingyan sword sect could harbor such strength. Controlling 10 flying swords demands an extraordinarily robust soul. For cultivators, maneuvering a single flying sword is typically sufficient. Managing 2 is already a sign of genius. Thus, being able to wield 10 indicates a soul of immense strength. Your Highness, this may be a hidden powerhouse of the Qingyan sword sect. Such sects seldom reveal their trump cards. A disciple of the heavenly demon sect whispered. Jibudwan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. It seems we have drawn a great fish. Let us see what it is. With that, he cast a glance at Yi Xiaoxiao. Consider yourself fortunate. Once I deal with the intruders outside, I shall return to eliminate you. Soon, Jibudwan stepped outside to behold Yi Tianming standing not far away. At that moment, Yi Tianming was clad in dark garments, concealing his face to avoid recognition. Are you a member of the Qingyan sword sect? Jibudwan inquired, his voice grave. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he sensed a murderous intent, as if he had been locked onto. Instantly, he employed a secret technique, transforming his body into a puddle of blood just as the 7th star of the 10 chaos divine swords struck the very spot he had occupied moments before. Jibudwan reacted swiftly, but the remaining disciples who had followed him were not so fortunate. They had no time to react and were pierced through by the remaining chaos divine swords. Their souls and bodies shattered, dissipating into a mist of blood. You cowardly sneak attack! Jibudwan shouted in fury, indignant that someone would strike without uttering a single word. Must I announce when I intend to strike, and how? Yi Tianming scoffed, questioning the intelligence of this holy son of the heavenly demon sect. You seek death, Jibudwan roared, charging towards Yi Tianming. Sword, come forth, Yi Tianming bellowed. And 10 chaos divine swords swiftly flew in from all directions, encircling him. Slash! With a single word from Yi Tianming, the 10 swords surged towards Jibudwan. A surge of energy erupted from Jibudwan, revealing his cultivation at the Yaoguang realm. However, Yi Tianming remained unperturbed as the 10 chaos divine swords quickly suppressed Jibudwan. These swords surpassed even the pinnacle of imperial weapons, having been born alongside the heavens. Yi Tianming could barely manage to control all 10 simultaneously, yet despite this, Jibudwan was no match for him. Already bearing multiple sword wounds, blood gushing forth, this leniency was only because Yi Tianming sought to practice his skills. Otherwise, he could have dispatched Jibudwan with a single stroke. Jibudwan made several attempts to resist, yet his attacks failed to even graze Yi Tianming, easily deflected. You force my hand, Jibudwan roared, feeling the pressure of being unable to counterattack. Should he perish here, all his years of scheming would be for naught. He cared little for the heavenly demon sect's domination of Taishianzhou. What mattered to him was the position of sect leader, devil transformation. With a furious roar, Jibudwan's body instantly grew colossal. His muscles bulged, bursting through his crimson robes, his height soaring from 7 feet to nearly 3 times that. Countless barbs erupted from his body, each comparable to a low-grade Earth-tier spiritual weapon. His aura surged wildly, escalating from the 1st to the 5th level of the Yaoguang realm in the blink of an eye. The technique he employed was an ancient secret art of the heavenly demon sect, potent and reserved solely for the Holy Sun, the Palace Masters, and the Guardians. Utilizing this technique instantaneously enhances the user's cultivation, but at a grave cost, risking damage to their meridians. In minor cases, it could result in regression. In severe instances, it could render one crippled or even lead to death. I was destined to be the next sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, but because of you, I shall lose my claim to that position. Today, I will ensure your demise. You shall suffer in the flames of retribution. Jibudwan's gaze turned fierce. After employing this technique, he would fall far behind the other holy sons of the heavenly demon sect. And the battle for the sect leader's position would be far more ruthless than the competition for the crown prince of the Qian Dynasty. If he lagged even slightly, the other holy sons would pounce, devouring him whole. Observing Ji Buduan's transformation, Tianming remained expressionless as he summoned the Xian Yuan sword into his hand. The other 9 chaos divine swords circled around him, forming a protective sword array. One sword determines life and death, Tianming roared, launching his sword towards Ji Buduan. This sword strike was a technique rewarded by the system, lacking a formal grade. However, Tianming understood from the system's description that this was no ordinary sword technique. Once executed, it would determine the fate of the adversary, either the enemy dies or he does. This strike was said to be capable of slaying emperors and mortals alike, exhibiting immense power. With a powerful clang, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated as a faint golden dragon silhouette formed around Tianming, surging towards Ji Buduan. The roar of the dragon echoed through the air as the golden dragon swiftly consumed Ji Buduan. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as Ji Buduan's transformed body was cleaved in two by Tianming's sword, collapsing like a deflated balloon. He gazed at Tianming in disbelief. Who is this person? His strength is utterly absurd. How could I not withstand even a single strike? In the end, Ji Buduan succumbed to Tianming's blade, filled with endless confusion and resentment. Master, I have gathered intelligence. All the disciples of the heavenly demon sect here are dead. There remains one female cultivator, and I have brought her forth. Bai Lingyan emerged from the shadows, leading a young girl, none other than Yu Xiaoxiao. Earlier, while Tianming was dispatching the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, she and Yu Kuan infiltrated the sect's interior, discovering and rescuing Yu Xiaoxiao. I am Yu Xiaoxiao, grateful for your life-saving grace, Senior, Yu Xiaoxiao said, observing the corpses of the heavenly demon sect disciples scattered across the ground. Realizing that the sword cultivator before her had saved her, she quickly bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Tianming hastily helped Yu Xiaoxiao to her feet, disguising his voice to assume a weathered demeanor. It is of no consequence. The heavenly demon sect has committed numerous atrocities. As cultivators, it is our duty to slay them. Senior, please tell me your name. I shall repay you in the future, Yu Xiaoxiao continued. Cough. I am merely a wandering cultivator who happened upon the Mizing Valley and discovered the traces of the heavenly demon sect. There is no need for repayment, Tianming replied with a light cough, unwilling to reveal his true identity. He then informed Bai Lingyan and Yu Kuan of the route to leave, preparing to scour the heavenly demon sect stronghold for any treasures. This Mizing Valley may be challenging for others to navigate, but for Tianming, equipped with his dual pupils, it was merely an extensive illusion array, hardly a challenge. Yu Xiaoxiao wished to inquire further. But upon noticing Tianming's reluctance to disclose his identity, she could only leave in disappointment. Tianming slowly entered the stronghold of the heavenly demon sect, scanning with his divine sense and indeed discovering numerous treasures. I hadn't expected to find a wealth of fine wines here. How intriguing. Tianming mused as he eyed the jars of wine in the corner, promptly storing them in his spatial ring. It turned out that this Mizing Valley was, in fact, a large-scale illusion array, with the control center located right here. Tianming gazed intently at the swirling spiritual patterns beneath his feet, channeling his own energy as he swiftly discerned the location of the array's core. Over the years, he had dabbled in the four arts of alchemy, formations, talismans, and artifact refining, achieving considerable prowess in each. For him, unraveling an illusionary formation was a relatively effortless task. He then produced the Qingying sword, one of the 10 chaos divine swords, and plunged it into the heart of the formation. Boom! In an instant, the formation erupted with a thunderous roar, radiating a dazzling brilliance. As the light faded, the array within the 10 Devil Sect stronghold began to fracture piece by piece. Meanwhile, within the mysterious valley, the white mist that shrouded the area began to dissipate. Bai Lingyan, Yu Kuan, and Yu Xiaoxiao, who were on their way, marveled at the changing scenery around them. It must be the master's doing. Who would have thought that the notorious abyss would be resolved by him today? Yu Kuan chuckled, eager to flatter, unable to contain his exuberance. Shouldn't we hurry? Bai Lingyan cast a sidelong glance at Yu Kuan and, with Yu Xiaoxiao, made her way ahead. Understood, Yu Kuan replied promptly, bustling after Bai Lingyan. Upon exiting the mysterious valley, they spotted a figure cloaked in black waiting for them. Bai Lingyan and Yu Kuan promptly bowed in respect. Tianming nodded slightly and glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao, stating, the experts from the Xianyu prefecture and the Qian Dynasty will be arriving shortly. We must take our leave. With that, Tianming led Bai Lingyan and Yu Kuan, vanishing from their original spot. Senior, Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to say something more, but by then, Tianming and the others had already disappeared, leaving her with no choice but to lower her head in resignation. Xiaoxiao, are you all right, princess? I apologize for my late arrival. Please forgive me. Shortly thereafter, the experts from the Xianyu prefecture and the Qian Dynasty arrived. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoxiao safe and sound, both parties let out a sigh of relief. Master, General Qin, you have come. Yu Xiaoxiao greeted the newcomers with a bright smile. Xiaoxiao, tell Master how you managed to escape. The beautiful matron from Xianyu prefecture embraced Yu Xiaoxiao, tears brimming in her eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao recounted her experiences, including her subsequent rescue by Yi Tianming, to the experts from Xianyu prefecture and the Qian Dynasty. The one wielding the sword, was his voice very aged? Or perhaps it was one of the 10 swords. The matron murmured softly, could it be the ancient being from the Qingyan sword sect? Your Highness, could it be the powerful figure from the royal tomb? General Qin interjected, our investigation at the scene indicated that the individual who appeared at the royal tomb was also a swordsman, capable of acting under the watchful eyes of the 9 ancestors. Such strength would indeed allow safe passage into the mysterious valley. Indeed, the likelihood is high. General Qin, that we must return and report this matter to His Majesty. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, filled with excitement at the prospect of finding her benefactor and expressing her gratitude. Soon, they arrived at the stronghold of the Tin Devil sect within the mysterious valley. With the illusionary array dismantled by Yi Tianming, the area posed little danger, the site of the devastation. With countless corpses of Tin Devil sect disciples strewn about, left many powerful figures gasping in shock. Who could have engaged in battle here? Such cultivation levels could not belong to nameless individuals. Who, indeed, was it that shielded our Qian Dynasty? In no time, the experts from the Qian Dynasty escorted Yu Xiaoxiao toward the capital, a perplexing thought lingering in their minds. If the savior of Yu Xiaoxiao was indeed the same individual who had slain the Tin Devil sect spies at the royal tomb, then to call it mere coincidence would be an understatement. The only plausible explanation was that this individual was covertly protecting the Qian Dynasty. In the Taishan prefecture, a mountain range was enveloped in dense fog. Swirling mysteriously. At the heart of the mountain stood a colossal, fragmented sword, thrust deep into the ground. This sword, measuring several hundred feet in length, had succumbed to the ravages of time, its surface battered and worn. This place was one of Taishan prefecture's forbidden zones, known as the Fallen Sword Abyss. Not a single cultivator who had ventured into this realm had ever returned alive. Over 300 years ago, an entire mid-tier sect entered the Fallen Sword Abyss, led by their most formidable master, a Peak Wuji realm sovereign. However, by the following day, all the soul lamps within the sect were extinguished, with not a single one of the 30,000 cultivators surviving. Since then, no one dared to tread into the Fallen Sword Abyss again. Within the depths of the Fallen Sword Abyss lay a blood pool, shrouded in thick demonic energy. A man in white robes sat cross-legged beside the pool, holding a fishing rod, casting it into the blood pool. Strangely, the rod bore no bait, only a hook, which floated just above the surface of the blood pool. At that moment, a blood-red fish leaped from the depths. Snapping at the hook, the white-clad man promptly reeled in the rod, capturing the bloodfish in his hand. In a short while, the fish transformed into a pool of blood, absorbed by the man in white. Master, the stronghold in the mysterious valley has been annihilated, and St. Ji has perished. An elder approached slowly, delivering the news of the destruction of the mysterious valley stronghold to the man in white. This man was none other than the leader of the Tin Devil sect. What transpired? The leader of the Tin Devil sect inquired, intrigued. The elder wasted no time and recounted the events leading to the downfall of the mysterious valley stronghold in one breath. Thus, it appears this destruction is somewhat linked to the Qian Dynasty, the leader mused. Indeed, the elder nodded, continuing. We suspect that the sword cultivator who obliterated our mysterious valley stronghold is the same individual who struck down our members at the royal tomb. The leader of the Tin Devil sect gazed contemplatively at the bloodfish that continued to bite at the hook. 1,000 years prior, his father, the previous leader of the Tin Devil sect, had been suppressed within the royal tomb of the Qian Dynasty. For a millennium, the Tin Devil sect had evaded detection, recuperating gradually. Yet, the former leader remained confined within the tomb. If they could rescue him, their path toward unifying Taishan prefecture would be near at hand. After all, 1,000 years ago, the leader of the Tin Devil sect was the preeminent power in Taishan prefecture. Even after a millennium, the current members of the Tin Devil sect still believed that their predecessor remained the strongest individual in Taishan prefecture, among the 5 major powers in Taishan prefecture. The Qian Dynasty stood at the pinnacle. Moreover, if they sought to unify Taishan prefecture, the first to be eradicated would be the Qian Dynasty. It seems the time has come to deploy the contingency plans left by my father. The leader of the Tin Devil sect quietly commanded, informed them to take action. Understood, Master. Upon returning to the royal tomb, Yi Tianming immediately retracted his avatar. During his absence, nothing significant had occurred. and no one had detected the presence of his avatar. Tianming reclined in a chair, and Bai Lingyan, with perceptive grace, approached from behind to massage his shoulders. Ye Kuan, observing from the side, couldn't help but feel envious, yearning for the day when he could escape his own burdensome fate. Big brother, before long, just as Tianming had anticipated, Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the royal tomb. Xiao, are you unharmed? Upon seeing her, Tianming feigned surprise and quickly inquired, I heard from father that you had gone missing. And it had me terribly worried. Tianming's face was painted with concern, pretending to be quite anxious. Don't worry, big brother, I am safe and sound, thanks to the rescue of a senior sword cultivator. Yu Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest proudly. You have no idea, I encountered a senior sword cultivator this time. Had it not been for him, you would never have seen me again. With a fond smile, Tianming affectionately ruffled her hair, listening to her animatedly recount her experiences with the senior sword cultivator. Big brother, what do you think the senior sword cultivator looks like? From his voice, he seems to be quite aged. Do you think he could be the same sword cultivator who appeared at the royal tomb a year ago? As Tianming observed the adoring gaze of Yu Xiaoxiao, a soft chuckle escaped his lips. He couldn't help but wonder what expression would grace her face if she were to discover that he was, in fact, the sword cultivator she spoke of with such reverence. Xiaoxiao, do take care during this period. I implore you, do not let any mishaps befall you. Subsequently, Tianming offered several more pieces of advice, which Yu Xiaoxiao nodded to in agreement. After bidding her farewell, he retrieved the exquisite wine he had obtained from the heavenly demon sect. Regrettably, there were only a few jars of this fine liquor, not nearly enough. In addition to the wine, Tianming also found some elixirs, spirit artifacts, and martial techniques within the spatial rings of Bodu and several elders of the heavenly demon sect. Unfortunately, these items did not pique his interest. After a cursory glance, he carelessly tossed them into a corner. Upon opening the wine jar, a fragrant aroma wafted toward him. However, this scent was unlike any wine he usually drank. Imbued with a terrifying essence, perhaps a remnant of demonic energy. I wonder if this wine is poisonous, he mused, slightly taken aback. Yet, considering the abundance of high-grade spiritual herbs and elixirs at his disposal, he promptly indulged in the drink. As the liquid slid down his throat, it scorched his esophagus. After a hearty gulp, Tianming roared, "What a splendid wine!" He then lifted the jar and continued to drink. Ding! The host has tasted the nether demon wine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the soul-devouring goo. Soul-devouring goo can be planted upon the cultivator's soul. If the host dares to resist, their soul will be instantly obliterated. This trinket is rather intriguing, Tianming thought, realizing that he no longer had to worry about betrayal. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Yu Xiaoxiao was rescued. During this time, Tianming remained sequestered within the imperial tomb, diligently cultivating. Following his battle with Bodu, he had gained insights that allowed him to successfully break through to the first level of the Yaoguang realm. Meanwhile, an event of great significance rattled the entire realm of Taishan. The Great Zhou Dynasty declared war on the Great Qian Dynasty. Millions of troops from the Great Zhou Dynasty amassed at the borders of the Great Qian Dynasty. Seizing 72 cities in a single day, Emperor Qian summoned the army, commanding the supreme realm experts, King Zhenbei and King Zhendong, to lead the forces in resistance. Additionally, numerous sects and noble families aligned with the Great Qian Dynasty dispatched their disciples to the borders. Even many sons of officials and several princes and princesses within the Great Qian Dynasty hastened to the front lines. They sought both experience and the chance to vie for the position of crown prince. Anyone who distinguished themselves in this conflict would undoubtedly gain significant advantage in the struggle for succession. These princes and princesses were no fools. They understood this logic perfectly. Even Yu Xiaoxiao ventured to the borders, claiming she wished to hone her skills. To safeguard Yu Xiaoxiao from potential dangers, Tianming deliberately left behind an avatar. Should she encounter life-threatening peril, he would not hesitate to reveal his identity to rescue her. Nevertheless, Tianming felt no anxiety over this. Having reached the first level of the Yaoguang realm, he was now capable of subduing the beast within the Yaoguang realm. With a grin, he set off toward the Beast Mountain range. Master, we have now entered the territory of the Fire Thunder Tiger. This little one has just broken through to the first level of the Yaoguang realm. Ye Kuan led Tianming swiftly into the domain of the Fire Thunder Tiger. Since Tianming had entrusted him with the command of the beast army he had subdued within the Beast Mountain range, Kuan had frequently visited this place. He had become quite familiar with many regions, except for the territories of the three supreme realm beast kings. Today, our target is set. Tianming chuckled lightly. Just as he stepped into the Fire Thunder Tiger's territory, a low growl echoed through the air. Before him stood a colossal tiger, resembling a small mountain, the Fire Thunder Tiger at the first level of the Yaoguang realm. Upon sighting the Fire Thunder Tiger, Yu Tianming was reminded of another tiger he had encountered when he first entered the Beast Mountain range. The Crimson Flame Tiger. However, unlike the Crimson Flame Tiger, the Fire Thunder Tiger's skin was adorned with numerous lightning patterns, with electric currents dancing upon them. Its four claws and tail, much like the Crimson Flame Tiger, were engulfed in raging flames. Oh, how amusing. A mere human dares to intrude into the Beast Mountain range. Truly, you are courting death, the Fire Thunder Tiger remarked disdainfully. Cough. Cough. Yu Tianming cleared his throat and raised two fingers. I present you with two choices. 1. Submit to me. 2. Receive a thorough beating before submitting. The Fire Thunder Tiger, enraged by Yu Tianming's audacious words, roared furiously. You dare command me to submit? Human, you are truly seeking your demise. After all, he was a Yaoguang realm beast, renowned even among the beasts, despite having just broken through. Now, a presumptuous human dared to demand his submission. It seemed that without imparting some lessons, this human would never learn that one should not trifle with the tiger's tail. Let's hope you can maintain that bravado, Yu Tianming retorted with a smile. Seeking death, the Fire Thunder Tiger unleashed a torrent of flames, intertwined with lightning, charging toward Yu Tianming. Moments later, Yu Tianming patted the tiger's tail and perched himself atop it. The Fire Thunder Tiger whimpered, dejected and obedient, allowing Yu Tianming to stroke its tail and pat its rear without objection. I must say, I prefer your earlier defiance, Yu Tianming teased, eliciting a resentful glare from the Fire Thunder Tiger. Defiance, after all, required the will to live. Just moments ago, it had succumbed to this human's might. How could it dare to remain defiant? After subduing the Fire Thunder Tiger, Yu Tianming lingered in the Beast Mountain range for a while longer before returning to the Imperial tomb. As he departed the Beast Mountain range, Yu Tianming gazed back at the sprawling mountains that stretched for 100,000 miles, his eyes deep with contemplation, with 3 years remaining until the beast tide erupted. He pondered whether he could subdue the 3 supreme realm beast kings in that time. If he could manage to tame them, he would not have to worry about the impending beast tide. Even if he couldn't, he aimed to subdue as many Yaoguang realm beasts as possible. At that point, only the 3 supreme realm beast kings would remain, and the beast tide would naturally dissipate. Upon returning to the Imperial tomb, Yu Tianming seized a jar of wine and began to drink heartily, relishing the rare moment of leisure. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 2 years slipped by. During these 2 years, the Great Qian Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty clashed numerous times along the borders, each side experiencing victories and defeats, alongside a series of significant events. Throughout this period, Emperor Qian had sent envoys to negotiate peace, not out of fear of the Great Zhou Dynasty, but rather due to the impending threat posed by the heavenly demon sect in Taishan. He hoped the Great Zhou Dynasty would prioritize the greater good, yet they remained obstinately intent on war. Even the other 3 major powers intervened, urging the Great Zhou Dynasty to consider the broader implications. But their entreaties were met with a firm refusal. In the face of such obstinacy, the Great Qian Dynasty had no choice but to declare war. However, the unexpected occurred. During one of the fierce battles, the 5th prince, Yi Hongxue, tragically perished. Even the formidable warriors of the Qingyun Sword sect, who stood as protectors, have been ruthlessly slain. Enraged, the Qingyun Sword sect dispatched 3,000 sword cultivators, soaring through the skies for millions of miles, to confront the Qian Dynasty at its borders. Turning our attention back to Yu Tianming, over the past 2 years, his cultivation has advanced remarkably, reaching the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. Within the countless demonic beasts of the Demon Beast Mountain range, the majority of beasts at the Taiji, Wujie, and Yaoguang realms have been brought under Yu Tianming's control through his beast mastery techniques. As for the beasts below the Taiji realm, their weakness does not warrant his attention. However, the 3 supreme demonic kings above the Yaoguang realm remain beyond his current mastery. Nonetheless, since Yu Tianming has attained the peak of the Yaoguang realm, his ventures into the Demon Beast Mountain range have grown bolder. On one occasion, he even ventured deep into the territory of the 3 supreme demonic kings alongside Yu Kuan. Fortunately, he departed in time, evading detection by the supreme demonic kings. The Qian Dynasty spans vast territories, encompassing 1/10 of the entire Taishan continent. At its borders, countless corpses of cultivators litter the battlefield, belonging to both the Qian Dynasty and the Zhou Dynasty. A fierce battle had just erupted here, with the Zhou Dynasty launching a surprise attack that caught the Qian Dynasty off guard. Fortunately, with the Qingyun Sword sect's involvement, the Zhou forces were swiftly repelled. Yet, despite this, many cultivators from both sides have perished. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? The 3rd princess, Yu Xueyu, approached, offering Yu Xiaoxiao precious healing elixir to mend her wounds. At this moment, Yu Xueyu was also stained with blood, her previously aloof and graceful demeanor now a memory. Sister, you should take this elixir. You were injured last time, and you have yet to recover. Why Xiao returned the elixir to you Shueyu, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Sister, when do you think this war will finally come to an end? Upon hearing this, Yi Shueyu could only offer a bitter smile and shake her head. I do not know. The Dezhou dynasty is determined to sever ties with us, unless we annihilate the Dezhou dynasty. This war shall not cease. In the past, skirmishes between the Qian and Dezhou dynasties frequently erupted along the borders, yet they had never escalated into a full-scale war. Now, however, it seemed the Dezhou dynasty was resolutely intent on the destruction of the Qian dynasty, disregarding even the watchful eyes of the heavenly demon sect. Meanwhile, in light of the impending beast tied a year hence, the Qian dynasty must retain numerous powerful guardians within the capital, resulting in little substantive progress on the battlefield. Even the fifth prince, Yi Hongxue, has fallen in this conflict. I fear for what lies ahead. Sister, and our brothers Erge, Sigu, Lugu. The mere thought of Yi Hongxue's demise overwhelmed Yu Xiao with sorrowful tears. Xiao, none of us wish for this war. However, as princes and princesses of the Qian dynasty, we have no choice. At this moment, the second prince, Yu Wushuang, approached. Xiao, if you're afraid, you should return to the capital. With father there, the capital is safe. I refuse. Yu Xiao immediately retorted. Ergo, I am also the daughter of father. I too wish to partake in the battle. Seeing her steadfastness, Yu Wushuang said nothing more, merely nodded before departing. As night fell, the moonlight illuminated the battlefield, permeated by the stench of blood. Your Highness, the heavenly demon sect has sent someone. In the depths of the mountains at the Qian dynasty's borders, an elder spoke respectfully to a young man clad in luxurious robes, whose features remained obscured by shadows. When the robed youth turned to face the old man in black, he expressed surprise. I did not expect the Blood Demon Protector to visit. This is indeed a surprise. The Blood Demon Protector, one of the 10 guardians of the heavenly demon sect, is a formidable presence of the supreme realm, capable of infiltrating the Qian dynasty's territory without detection with utmost ease. The sect master has given a secret order. Today, the Dezhou dynasty will launch a surprise assault alongside the holy sect against the Qian dynasty and the Qing Sword sect. And we hope your highness will cooperate. A dark, ominous voice emanated from the elder's throat. That is acceptable, but please refrain from making promises on my behalf. It has been 2 years, and only Yi Hongxue has perished. The robed youth expressed his dissatisfaction. 8 years prior, the sect master of the heavenly demon sect approached him with a proposition to collaborate, offering assistance in his pursuit of the Qian dynasty's throne. In return, he was to provide the sect with essential cultivation resources, with a guarantee that the heavenly demon sect would not interfere with the Qian dynasty once it unified the Taishan continent. Without hesitation, the robed youth had agreed. You are aware that the other princes and princesses have powerful backers. The holy sect's assassination of Yi Hongxue has drawn the Qing Sword sect into the fray. If the Xianyu Mansion and the Baiyu sect join in, our pressure will be immense. The Blood Demon Protector stated. Is this the extent of the heavenly demon sect's power? Afraid of other forces? If that is the case, I shall not collaborate with you. The robed youth rebuked angrily. Seeing this, the Blood Demon Protector chuckled lightly. Rest assured, your highness, tonight we will first assist you in dealing with Yu Shueyu to demonstrate our sincerity. Moreover, the sect master has devised a plan. We will not kill Yu Shueyu. Instead, we will capture her and transform her into a puppet. The Blood Demon Protector continued. All you need to do is stage a heroic rescue, which will not only bring you closer to the crown prince position, but also enable you to gain Yu Shueyu's puppet, thus establishing a connection with the Baiyu sect. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. The robed youth was elated by the proposal. If Yi Shuyu were transformed into a puppet, then the Baiyu sect behind her would effectively become part of his own power. In that case, who among the princes and princesses could rival his strength? The crown prince title would surely be his. Your highness, await our news, the Blood Demon Protector concluded with a sinister grin, his form dissolving into a flurry of crows that took flight. Once the Blood Demon Protector departed, the elder beside the robed youth cautioned, Your highness, allying with the heavenly demon sect is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. It is perilous. Enough. Do you truly believe I am unprepared? The robed youth replied, his tone laced with irritation. Seeing this, the elder refrained from further commentary and continued, This time, aside from you Tianming, we shall likely eliminate all of your highness's competitors. Shall we send someone to find an opportunity to slay Yi Tianming? That is of no concern. That my royal brother is but a drunken wastrel. What does it matter if father favors him? Does he truly believe father will bestow the crown prince title upon him? The robed youth scoffed, gazing at the night sky. Let us proceed. The Dezhou dynasty and the heavenly demon sect will soon launch their assault. In the Qian Dynasty, many soldiers and disciples of the Qingyun sword sect, alongside other cultivators, began tending to their injuries. Following the fierce battle of the day, many were wounded. Yet, even amidst their recovery, they dared not let their guard down, for the timing of the Dezhou dynasty's next attack remained uncertain. In the battlefield, any lapse in vigilance would be akin to gambling with their lives. Yu Xiaoxiao conversed with Yu Xueyu, reminiscing about their childhood antics in the palace. Sister, I truly believe that our elder brother is not a wastrel. Do you remember? When we were young, I fell into the pond in the back garden, and none of the others dared to jump in except for him. He was the one who saved me. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled. Indeed, at the last birthday banquet of Father, the poem he composed enlightened many powerful cultivators. If he dedicated himself to cultivation, he might achieve something remarkable. But alas, Yu Xueyu's voice trailed off, leaving her thoughts unspoken. In the past, she had urged Yu Tianming to focus on his cultivation, yet he had dismissed her advice. Spouting words of youth and potential. He spoke of soaring like a great rock, rising to heights unimaginable once he had quenched his thirst for drink. Gradually, Yu Xueyu ceased to press the matter, and their relationship had grown increasingly strained. I shall persuade him again when I return. In her heart, Yu Xueyu pondered. Just then, several thunderous shouts echoed, prompting everyone to rise from the ground, their expressions grave as they focused intently on the outside. In the next moment, countless magical techniques and martial skills surged from the distant horizon, heralding yet another wave of assault from the grand army of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Startled by the sight, Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xueyu exchanged glances, abandoning any further words as they rushed toward the battlefield. In such confrontations between two mighty dynasties, the formidable warriors of varying realms each had their designated arenas. For instance, those at the Supreme Realm would command the center, keeping a watchful eye on their opposing Supreme Realm adversaries. This unspoken understanding was essential. Otherwise, should a Supreme Realm warrior lose control, they could decimate thousands of lower-ranked cultivators in the blink of an eye, bringing misfortune upon both sides. Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xueyu, both possessing strength at the Celestial Realm, naturally engaged in combat within the arena designated for Celestial Realm practitioners. Xiaoxiao, be cautious, Yu Xueyu advised, knowing that once the battle commenced, she would have little time to attend to Yu Xiaoxiao's safety. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yu Xiaoxiao drew her longsword and charged at an enemy. How peculiar! Why did the opposing Celestial Realm cultivators seem increasingly formidable? Yu Xueyu furrowed her brow slightly after dispatching a Celestial Realm adversary. As she continued to eliminate her foes, more and more cultivators began to take notice of her. A multitude of enemies began to converge upon Yu Xueyu. With little time to contemplate, she could only swing her sword frantically, cutting down the adversaries before her. After an indeterminate period, she suddenly sensed a wave of intense murderous intent and swiftly retreated several dozen yards. Upon regaining her bearings, she was alarmed to find herself ensnared within the encirclement of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Numerous powerful figures had surrounded her, and even the skies were dominated by formidable foes, rendering escape through flight impossible. Now, the number of those encircling her exceeded 10. God's Mansion Realm warriors. Yu Xueyu's expression turned icy as she quickly identified the presence of such cultivators among her captors. Although the battlefield for God's Mansion Realm fighters lay elsewhere, during the chaos of war, higher-tier warriors were often deployed to other arenas. For example, God's Mansion Realm warriors might enter the fray against Celestial Realm cultivators, while Celestial Realm fighters would engage with those of the Soul-Shaping Realm. This strategy aimed to eliminate equally troublesome foes in the opposing arena. However, while such tactics were typically covertly employed, large-scale actions were rare. If discovered, the Supreme Realm warriors would intervene, swiftly annihilating those lower-ranked cultivators. Yu Xueyu cursed under her breath, lamenting her misfortune at being targeted by an enemy God's Mansion Realm warrior. Just as she contemplated a retreat, the enemy God's Mansion Realm warrior struck, charging directly at her. Despite her formidable prowess as a peak Celestial Realm cultivator, facing a God's Mansion Realm warrior, regardless of whether they were at the first level, left her with no recourse. In a mere exchange, Yu Xueyu was bested. Just as her captor prepared to take her away, a longsword erupted from an unexpected angle. The enemy God's Mansion Realm warrior disdainfully swatted it aside, causing Yu Xiaoxiao to reveal her position. Xiaoxiao, run! Yu Xueyu exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting Yu Xiaoxiao to arrive. Yet, it was evidently too late. Seize them, at the command of the enemy God's Mansion Realm warrior. One among them swiftly restrained Yu Xiaoxiao, third princess, ninth princess. Before long, other strong figures caught wind of the commotion and rushed to offer assistance. Both Yi Xueyu and Yi Xiaoxiao were princesses of the Great Qian Dynasty. Their status exalted, one backed by the Baiyu sect, one of the 5 major factions, and the other by the Xianyu Mansion, also a major faction. They were individuals of utmost importance who could not afford to suffer any mishap. However, even as the Great Qian Dynasty's warriors scrambled to respond, they were far too late. The group of God's Mansion realm warriors hastily whisked the two away. With the capture of Yi Xueyu and Yi Xiaoxiao, the forces of the Great Zhou Dynasty retreated like a tidal wave. Witnessing this scene, the remaining warriors of the Great Qian Dynasty wore solemn expressions. The Northern King inhaled deeply and declared, "Immediately dispatch someone to inform His Majesty. We must find a way to rescue the 2 princesses." Their decision to spare the lives of the princesses indicates a deeper plot at play. The Northern King quickly grasped the situation and commanded that news be sent back to the capital. Simultaneously, within the royal mausoleum, Yi Tianming, who had been leisurely savoring wine, suddenly froze in shock. "Master, what is the matter?" Bai Lingyan inquired, puzzled. "Xiaoxiao is in trouble. I must depart for a time." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tianming vanished from sight. Earlier, when he had rescued Yi Xiaoxiao from the Misty Valley, he had left behind a strand of spiritual awareness linked to her. Should she encounter a life-and-death crisis, this awareness would activate, compelling him to reveal his identity to rescue her. Fortunately, the awareness had yet to trigger, indicating that Yi Xiaoxiao was not in immediate peril. As Yi Tianming departed the mausoleum, he cast his gaze toward the border of the Great Qian Dynasty. In the next instant, he summoned one of the 10 chaotic divine swords, the Qingying sword. Subsequently, he stepped atop the sword, transforming into a streak of radiant light as he sped toward the border between the Great Qian and Great Zhou dynasties, swiftly vanishing from view. The distance from the royal mausoleum to the border of the Great Qian Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty spanned millions of miles. And Yi Tianming did not dare to delay even for a moment. The sword sliced through the heavens, creating a series of sonic booms, just as Yi Tianming departed the mausoleum en route to the border. News reached the imperial palace that Yi Xueyu and Yi Xiaoxiao had been captured. "Your Majesty, it appears someone has acted in the shadows," the Prime Minister remarked, his brow furrowed as he examined the report. "I understand. When Hongshui fell, I already sensed that someone was scheming behind the scenes," the Emperor of Qian replied with a calm demeanor. In truth, he was aware that several of his children were employing various schemes and alliances to vie for the position of crown prince. Yet, he chose to turn a blind eye to these machinations. "Your Majesty, should we dispatch someone? Have the Northern King find a way to rescue Xueyu and Xiaoxiao? Their decision not to execute them on the spot implies they wish to negotiate with us. Regardless of their demands, we must secure the safety of Xueyu and Xiaoxiao." The Emperor of Qian waved his hand dismissively, sighing deeply. "Understood," the Prime Minister responded with respect. "How has Tianming fared recently?" he inquired shortly thereafter. Shifting the topic to Yi Tianming. Tianming has remained in the royal mausoleum, never straying far, the Prime Minister reported. As long as Tianming remains unharmed, let them clash as they will. The struggles for the throne have always been built upon rivers of blood. The Emperor of Qian sighed, recalling how he had ascended to the throne by vanquishing several of his brothers, even though he had led the Great Qian Dynasty to its zenith, becoming the mightiest among the 5 major factions. He could not conceal the truth of his bloody ascent. Thus, he chose to remain indifferent to the disputes among his children. However, he harbored a singular desire to protect Yi Tianming from any harm. "Sire, do not worry. I shall ensure Tianming's safety. Wait for me, and I will take you away," the Emperor of Qian whispered tenderly. Meanwhile, upon learning of Yi Xueyu and Yi Xiaoxiao's predicament, both the Xianyu Mansion and Baiyu sect swiftly dispatched powerful figures to the border between the Great Qian and Great Zhou dynasties. A day later, Yi Tianming arrived above the border of the Great Qian Dynasty. He concealed his form, rendering him undetectable to all. With his current strength, Yi Tianming stood among the second tier of formidable warriors in Taishan Prefecture. Coupled with his myriad techniques, unless faced with a 9-calamity realm warrior, few could truly perceive his true form. However, even now, there was hardly a 9-calamity realm warrior to be found throughout Taishan Prefecture. Thus, at present, no one is capable of penetrating the concealment of Yi Tianming. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his chest rose and fell slightly. In the span of a single day, he traversed a distance of millions of miles. Who could fathom the extent of spiritual energy Yi Tianming has expended? Fortunately, he possessed a plethora of miraculous elixirs that could swiftly replenish his depleted spiritual energy. Whenever he found himself lacking in power, he would consume a pill, instantly restoring his energy to its peak state. It can be said that throughout his journey, he relied heavily on these potions to cover such vast distances in just one day. Reaching the border. Is that it? Tianming sensed his spiritual consciousness and immediately discerned the direction. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of radiant light, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Even those of the Supreme Realm might find it challenging to unleash such speed. The Boundary Ridge Mountain, is it located there? Tianming gazed at a mountain range not far away, his eyes narrowing slightly. Before disappearing from his original position, the Boundary Ridge Mountain serves as the dividing line between the Qian Dynasty and the Dezhou Dynasty, with the former to the north and the latter to the south. Ever since the Dezhou Dynasty declared war on the Qian Dynasty, the two factions have clashed over 100 times in the northern regions of the Boundary Ridge Mountain. Presently, the mountain lies behind the encampment of the Dezhou Dynasty, where Yu Xiaoxiao has been taken, rendering her situation exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, outside the Boundary Ridge Mountain, the Blood Demon Guardian regarded the young man in resplendent attire before him and remarked casually, "Your Highness, not only have we captured Yu Xueyu this time, but we have also secured Yu Xiaoxiao. Just look." "Ha ha ha. Splendid work." The young man in splendid attire laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I would kindly ask the Blood Demon Guardian to assist in transforming my ninth sister into a puppet as well." At that point, with the support of the Baiyu sect and the Xianyu manor, who could challenge my claim to the throne, his laughter was both unrestrained and malevolent. "Your Highness, would you not like to see Yu Xueyu and Yu Xiaoxiao again?" The Blood Demon Guardian grinned menacingly. No need for that. It is best they remain unaware of my identity. Otherwise, I fear they might be distressed. The young man in splendid attire replied nonchalantly. The Blood Demon Guardian nodded slightly, acknowledging the young man's caution. Over the years, he had never revealed even the slightest vulnerability. Even the Qian Emperor remained oblivious to his collaboration with the Celestial Demon sect. However, the Blood Demon Guardian found a certain admiration for this young man. For it was precisely due to his prudence that the Celestial Demon sect had remained hidden in the shadows, evading detection by the 5 major factions. My lord, by tomorrow, you will be able to lead a rescue for the 2 princesses. The Blood Demon Guardian instructed before transforming into a flock of crows and flying deep into the Boundary Ridge Mountain. Deep within the Boundary Ridge Mountain, Yu Xueyu and Yu Xiaoxiao had been imprisoned since their capture. "Xiaoxiao, do not be afraid. Father and the others will surely come to rescue us upon receiving the news," Yu Xueyu consoled her sister. "Moreover, Mother will undoubtedly summon powerful allies from the Baiyu sect and the Xianyu manor." Both Yu Xueyu and Yu Xiaoxiao were not merely princesses of the Qian Dynasty. One was the daughter of the previous saintess of the Baiyu sect, while the other was a disciple of the Xianyu manor. Boasting an extraordinary lineage, their misfortune would send shockwaves throughout much of Taishan Prefecture. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "Third sister, I am not afraid. I have a persistent feeling that the sword cultivator who saved me before will come." Upon hearing this, Yu Xueyu was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head in resignation. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao had been rescued by that enigmatic sword cultivator, she had often spoken of his formidable strength and expressed a desire to one day apprentice under him. This had piqued Yu Xueyu's curiosity about the sword cultivator. However, to suggest that he would come to rescue them this time was something Yu Xueyu could scarcely believe. In this vast world, how could such fortuitous occurrences be possible? Do you still wait for someone to rescue you? If that sword cultivator dares to come, I shall ensure he understands the dire consequences of offending the Celestial Demon sect. At that moment, the Blood Demon Guardian approached, grinning wickedly. I spit. "You are merely a group of rats lurking in the shadows. If you possess any courage, come out into the light." Yu Xiaoxiao retorted with a cold snort. "Ninth princess, your temperament is rather unappealing," the Blood Demon Guardian remarked, gripping Yu Xiaoxiao's neck, clicking his tongue in contemplation. "Were it not for someone instructing me to turn you into a puppet, I would genuinely like to taste your blood. I have yet to experience the blood of a royal descendant of the Qian Dynasty. Transform us into puppets. Who wishes to do such a thing?" Yu Xueyu immediately inquired. "Classified information," the Blood Demon Guardian scoffed coldly, clapping his hands. Instantly, several figures appeared behind him. These figures, both male and female, exhibited formidable prowess, yet their expressions were utterly vacant, devoid of any emotion. "Princesses, allow me to showcase my magnum opus," the Blood Demon Guardian declared with a hint of madness in his voice, obscuring the emotions hidden beneath his black robe. "Among these, you will find the strongest warriors of your Qian Dynasty, as well as those from the Xianyu manor and the Baiyu sect." Yu Xueyu and Yu Xiaoxiao exchanged grave glances, their expressions heavy with dread. Could it be that they were truly destined to become these soulless puppets? The Blood Demon Guardian appeared to revel in their fear. Continuing, however, "You need not worry, for in order to ensure you are of some use later, I shall employ the most potent puppet techniques of the Holy Sect. You will retain a sliver of your consciousness." allowing you to appear as normal beings, yet you will be perpetually controlled. At the Blood Demon Guardian's words, a shiver of dread coursed through Yu Shuiyu and Yu Xiaoxiao. Come forth, prepare to transform them into puppets. The Blood Demon Guardian bellowed angrily, prompting the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect to step forward and commence preparations. Meanwhile, outside the Boundary Ridge Mountain, Yu Tianming had also arrived. Strange. Why does this place harbor the aura of the Celestial Demon Sect? Yu Tianming's expression turned grave as he advanced step by step into the depths of the mountain. Before long, he discovered a cave within the Boundary Ridge Mountain. The cave emanated a dense and overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Even more potent than what Yu Tianming had encountered in the mysterious valley. There is supreme realm expert within. Yu Tianming inhaled deeply, feeling an exceedingly terrifying pressure. Fortunately, the aura of this supreme realm expert seemed to be around the 5th level. Within his capacity to contend with it appears Xiaoxia should be inside, Yu Tianming murmured, observing the few disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect scattered at the entrance of the cave before striding purposefully into the depths. The Celestial Demon Sect's outpost in Boundary Ridge Mountain had long been the domain of the Blood Demon Guardian. As one of the top 10 guardians of the Celestial Demon Sect and a supreme realm expert, he required but a handful of disciples. Additionally, with the ongoing war between the Great Qian Dynasty and the Dezhou Dynasty, the Blood Demon Guardian had left only a few disciples at this outpost to avoid detection, while the rest had returned to headquarters. Thus, the cave within Boundary Ridge Mountain was sparsely populated, with hardly any visible disciples. Who goes there? How dare you? As Yu Tianming made his entrance, he was immediately confronted by a disciple of the Celestial Demon Sect. However, before the disciple could finish his words, he felt himself being lifted off the ground. Looking down, he beheld a headless corpse, blood gushing forth in torrents. Nearby, 2 of his fellow disciples gazed at Yu Tianming with expressions of sheer terror. What on earth? A thought echoed in his mind, but before he could process it, darkness enveloped him, rendering him blind to the world. Witnessing Yu Tianming dispatch a disciple of the Celestial Demon Sect with such ease, the remaining 2 disciples turned pale with fear. Just as they attempted to flee deeper into the cave, they were pierced through the chest by 2 flying swords. Having spoken, he produced the soul-devouring pill, intending to force it upon Yu Shuiyu and Yu Xiaoxiao. No, don't come any closer. Yu Xiaoxiao, terrified, hurriedly retreated, seeking refuge behind Yu Shuiyu. Yu Shuiyu's gaze sharpened. Your heavenly demon sect will inevitably face our obliteration. Ha ha ha, obliteration? A millennium ago, you failed to annihilate our holy sect, and a millennium hence, it shall be our turn to extinguish you. The Blood Demon Guardian appeared utterly deranged, seizing Yu Xiaoxiao. Shall we allow this first pill to be enjoyed by the 9th princess? 3rd princess, do watch closely the 9th princess's expression. Rest assured, your turn will come soon. You fiend, release Xiaoxiao. Yu Shuiyu bellowed, but the Blood Demon Guardian disregarded her growl, poised to force the pill into Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth. Bullying 2 women, such as the Heavenly Demon Sect. Just as the Blood Demon Guardian was about to insert the soul-devouring pill into Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth, a cold voice rang out. Who goes there? The Blood Demon Guardian's expression shifted, and he turned, his tone grave. The ability to silently infiltrate here without his notice indicated that the cultivator's prowess was undoubtedly on par with his own. Senior Sword Cultivator. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy as she called out. Xiaoxiao, is he the sword cultivator who rescued you before? Yu Shuiyu inquired, astonished. Indeed, 3rd sister, it is the sword cultivator. I told you he would come to save us, Yu Xiaoxiao declared proudly. Meanwhile, Yu Shuiyu gazed at the concealed figure of Yu Tianming, slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yu Xiaoxiao's words would prove prophetic. Could it truly be such a coincidence? You are the sword cultivator who has repeatedly thwarted our plans, the Blood Demon Guardian spoke in a low, serious tone. Previously, the Heavenly Demon Sect had plotted twice, only to be disrupted by Yu Tianming. Thus, they had taken note of this sword-wielding powerhouse. However, despite their disciples' exhaustive searches, they had found no trace of this sword cultivator, as if he had never existed. Ultimately, the Heavenly Demon Sect had been forced to abandon their search, only to find him appearing at Boundary Wall Mountain today. That seems likely. Yu Tianming nodded slightly, and 10 long swords manifested around him, radiating waves of sword light. Just as I was looking for you. You have come knocking at my door. The Blood Demon Guardian snorted coldly, and several puppets materialized beside him, swiftly encircling Yu Tianming. So, these are the puppets crafted by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yu Tianming's consciousness swept over them. Instantly recognizing their nature, he had dabbled in puppet techniques before. However, to unleash their full potential, one required the subject's willing consent to be forged. Such individuals were rare. Indeed, to forcibly convert someone into a puppet one would need to extinguish their soul. In such a case, the resulting puppet would be akin to a lifeless object, akin to a spiritual tool, unable to manifest the true power of its former self. In comparison, the method of crafting puppets was inferior to the soul-devouring goo that Yi Tianming had once acquired. Thus, he had abandoned the puppet technique. "Humph, you possess a modicum of insight," the blood demon elder coldly rebuked. And the puppets surged toward Yu Tianming. These puppets were exceptionally powerful. The weakest among them was at the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm, while two were even of the supreme realm, albeit at its initial stage. Surrounded by the sword formation, Yu Tianming unleashed 10 chaotic divine swords, hurtling toward the puppets. Boom. Clang. In an instant, Boundary Wall Mountain reverberated with tremendous roars, the earth fracturing beneath them. Yi Tianming's figure flickered, vanishing from his original spot. By the time the Blood Demon Guardian's shadow approached, Yu Tianming had already reached Yu Xiaoxiao and Yi Xueyu's side, shielding them. Meanwhile, the puppets in the Blood Demon Guardian's grasp had all been slain. At this moment, Boundary Wall Mountain was left with but the Blood Demon Guardian. "Who on earth are you?" The Blood Demon Guardian bellowed in fury. Over the past 1,000 years, the Heavenly Demon sect had hardly been idle. Having investigated nearly all the powerful figures in Taishan Prefecture, yet they found no record of this sword cultivator, unless he was a powerful figure from one of the other regions of the 3,000 great states entering Taishan Prefecture. Yet Taishan Prefecture ranked at the bottom among the 3,000, with resources far inferior to those of the more prominent states. "Who would willingly come here? The one who shall slay you." Yi Tianming replied coolly, unleashing his 10 swords toward the Blood Demon Guardian. The Blood Demon Guardian was taken aback and hastily defended himself. As a powerful figure at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. He was well known throughout Taishan Prefecture. Yet, upon clashing with Yu Tianming, he was swiftly suppressed. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of tremendous explosions echoed, shaking the vicinity for dozens of miles, as the battle at Boundary Wall Mountain raged on. The mountain itself began to fracture, massive boulders tumbling down, its surface riddled with cracks, as if it might collapse at any moment. The fierce clash between the two drew the attention of various forces nearby. In the Great Qian Dynasty, the Northern Protector sensed the conflict at Boundary Wall Mountain, his expression grave. Beside him, the Eastern Protector remarked, "Judging by this aura, 2 Supreme Realm experts are engaged in battle. Boundary Wall Mountain is currently under the Great Zhou Dynasty's domain. How could there be Supreme Realm experts battling here?" The Northern Protector queried. "Do you think it could be the 3rd princess and 9th princess?" The Eastern Protector speculated. "Perhaps. I will head over immediately. You remain here to prevent the Great Zhou Dynasty from seizing the opportunity to attack." The Northern Protector instructed before swiftly making his way toward Boundary Wall Mountain. Observing the Northern Protector's departing figure, the Eastern Protector promptly began to make preparations. Among the 4 kings of the Great Qian Dynasty, the Northern Protector was the strongest, thus wielding the greatest authority. The Eastern Protector had no objections to his arrangements. Not only the Northern Protector, but even the powerful figures from Baiyu Sect and Xianyu Mansion had taken note of the commotion at Boundary Wall Mountain. After all, at their level, should they decide to engage in conflict, they could easily churn mountains and boil seas. "Peak Master, there are Supreme Realm experts battling ahead. Could it be related to the 3rd Miss?" A powerful figure from Baiyu Sect inquired. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with eagle-like eyes. His name was Bai Jingyao, the elder brother of the previous Sainess of Baiyu Sect, and a Supreme Realm expert himself. By lineage, he was Yu Xueyu's uncle. "Let us go and see," Bai Jingyao said softly, leading the powerful figures of Baiyu Sect toward Boundary Wall Mountain. At Xianyu Mansion, upon hearing that Yu Xiaoxiao was in danger. The beautiful matron from Xianyu Mansion who had appeared in Misty Valley, Yu Xiaoxiao's master, immediately brought the experts of Xianyu Mansion to the border. Yu Xiaoxiao's master, named Wu Balian, was one of the elders of Xianyu Mansion and held considerable influence within. Upon witnessing the battle erupting at Boundary Wall Mountain, she rushed toward the mountain without waiting for the other experts of Xianyu Mansion to speak. Simultaneously, powerful figures from all directions converged upon Boundary Wall Mountain. "Who are you?" At this moment, within Boundary Wall Mountain, the Blood Demon Guardian raged, his body marred with bloodstains, having reached a state of utter exhaustion. "You are not yet worthy to know," Yu Tianming replied coolly. The 10 swords continuing to ring out, Xiaoxiao, Xueyu. At this juncture, the powerful figures from the Great Qian Dynasty, Xianyu Mansion, and Baiyu Sect had arrived. Upon seeing their allies, Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xueyu breathed sighs of relief and hurriedly flew toward them. "Xueyu, are you unharmed?" Bai Jingyao, the powerful figure from Baiyu Sect, looked at Yu Xueyu with concern. "Uncle, I am fine." Yu Xueyu shook her head. With Bai Jingyao's arrival, she felt a sense of safety. Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Inquired Wu Balian, Yu Xiaoxiao's master, with urgency. Master, I am fine, Yu Xiaoxiao replied, then added, thanks to the sword cultivator's timely rescue. At that moment, the crowd finally beheld the scene at the heart of Mount Jiegu, where Yu Tianming had completely subdued the Blood Demon Guardian. The appearance of the Blood Demon Guardian startled many formidable figures present. It was, after all, the Blood Demon Guardian of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The existence of the Heavenly Demon Sect within Mount Jiegu was indeed shocking. The Northtown King gasped in astonishment, and a suspicion arose in his heart. The other powerful entities were not foolish either. Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xueyu had been taken during the conflict between the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Great Qian Dynasty, and now, with the emergence of a formidable member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it could only imply that the Great Zhou Dynasty was in collusion with the Heavenly Demon Sect. At this moment, the Blood Demon Guardian realized that numerous strong individuals had arrived, and he understood that escape was now exceedingly difficult. You have forced my hand. Surrounded by the might of various factions, he knew that only by fighting desperately could he hope to flee. If he could break through their encirclement, there would still be a glimmer of opportunity. Immediately, the onlookers witnessed the Blood Demon Guardian's body swell rapidly. He appeared akin to a balloon inflating, with the surrounding spiritual energy continuously surging into his form. Is he about to transform? Yu Tianming recognized this as the secret technique of the Heavenly Demon Sect. When he had slain Jibuduan, the latter had also employed this very maneuver. This technique was not commonly accessible to many within the Heavenly Demon Sect, yet the Blood Demon Guardian, being one of the top 10 guardians, naturally possessed such a skill. The Blood Demon Guardian's power surged, his aura rising dramatically. Everyone, attack together, the Northtown King shouted to the others and swiftly charged toward the Blood Demon Guardian. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air echoed. A long spear, resembling a streak of light, pierced through the void from miles away, heading straight for Mount Jiegu. The Northtown King grasped the spear and thrust it toward the Blood Demon Guardian. The other powerful figures, witnessing this, also advanced, launching their assaults on the Blood Demon Guardian. With mere strength like yours, do you think you can slay this guardian? The Blood Demon Guardian sneered. And several terrifying creatures with flesh wings emerged behind him. Each stood 3 zhang tall, their wings unfurling like a canopy, their claws razor-sharp. These monstrous beings swiftly charged at several powerful figures. However, as soon as they engaged, the many strong individuals were taken aback. The creatures summoned by the Blood Demon Guardian each possessed the cultivation of the Supreme Realm. Everyone, he cannot sustain this for long. Summoning these demons drains his lifespan. Bai Jingyao, who seemed to have some knowledge on the matter, promptly warned the others. Upon hearing this, the many strong figures ceased their brute force confrontation with the monsters and began to maneuver strategically, awaiting the depletion of the Blood Demon Guardian's lifespan. Seeing the numerous strong individuals ensnared, the Blood Demon Guardian seized the opportunity to tear open a gap in the encirclement and swiftly flew toward the outside. Yi Tianming, noticing this, furrowed his brow. The situation unfolding was somewhat beyond his expectations. It seemed he needed to resolve matters quickly and depart. In a flash, Yu Tianming positioned himself directly in front of the Blood Demon Guardian. Seeking death, upon seeing Yu Tianming, the Blood Demon Guardian bellowed, transforming his palm into a claw and lunging at Yu Tianming. At this moment, he was still in a state of transformation, his aura terrifying, and none dared to confront him head-on. One sword to determine life and death. Behind Yu Tianming, 10 long swords resonated in unison, all aimed at the Blood Demon Guardian. Should the 10 swords strike, either the Blood Demon Guardian would perish, or it would be Yu Tianming who would fall. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords rang out incessantly as countless sword lights coalesced into a sword formation, instantly shattering the Blood Demon Guardian's attack. How is this possible? The Blood Demon Guardian was greatly astonished. He had entered the state of transformation, yet how could he still be defeated? But he had no time to ponder, as the 10 swords had already pinned him in the void. In that instant, his body diminished rapidly like a deflating balloon. The surrounding powerful figures were equally astonished at this sight. The transformed Blood Demon Guardian had been so effortlessly slain by the opponent. It was known that although the Blood Demon Guardian ranked last among the top 10 guardians, he was still a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. After transformation, he should have been comparable to those at the 7th or 8th level of the Supreme Realm. No one present dared to claim they could easily defeat the Blood Demon Guardian. As the Blood Demon Guardian was pinned in the void by Yu Tianming, the Northtown King and others began to eliminate the monsters summoned by the Blood Demon Guardian. Master, we will not let you escape. Boom. In his dying moments, the Blood Demon Guardian let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a tremendous explosion. His body detonated violently. The crowd gasped in shock and hurriedly summoned their spiritual shields in front of them. A colossal explosion resonated, and as the dust settled, they emerged. However, many bore grim expressions. The power unleashed by the self-detonation of a supreme realm expert was truly cataclysmic. Mount Jegu lay utterly devastated in the wake of the Blood Demon Guardian's self-explosion. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving the third princess and the ninth princess. At that moment, the Northtown king hurried to Tianming's side, offering his respects. The prowess displayed in effortlessly slaying the transformed Blood Demon Guardian indicated that Tianming's strength might very well have reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Such a powerful figure was not to be trifled with. It is nothing. Tianming shook his head, pocketing a ring, which was the spatial ring of the Blood Demon Guardian that he had seized at the last moment. Witnessing this, the numerous strong figures refrained from commenting. After all, the Blood Demon Guardian had been slain by Tianming, and thus it was naturally his spoils of war, since matters here have been resolved. It is time for me to take my leave. Tianming stated calmly, preparing to depart. Esteemed elder, please wait. Just then, the Northtown king swiftly intercepted Tianming, saying, Elder, you have assisted us multiple times. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? How to address me? Tianming paused slightly, then smiled. I am known as the sword god of 10 miles. After saying this, he laughed heartily and soared away on his sword, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. The sword god of 10 miles. The numerous strong figures silently etched this name into their memories. Everyone, it seems the Great Zhou dynasty has entangled itself with the heavenly demon sect inextricably. We should return swiftly and deliberate further, the Northtown king declared. The strong figures nodded in agreement and promptly departed. Not long after they left, a young man in fine garments appeared amidst the ruins of Mount Jegu. A bunch of useless fools. The young man in fine garments glared at the ruins before him, cursing angrily as he swiftly vanished. He had originally prepared to cooperate with the Blood Demon Guardian in a ruse to rescue Yu Xiaoxiao and Yi Xueyu, and then eliminate a few disciples of the heavenly demon sect. With that, his reputation would soar to unprecedented heights, making the position of crown prince within easy reach. Yet now, his plans had been thoroughly thwarted. After Tianming rescued Yu Xiaoxiao and Yi Xueyu, the Northtown king immediately joined forces with the other powerful factions to investigate. The results were shocking. It turned out that countless experts from the Great Zhou dynasty had been completely controlled by the heavenly demon sect. Turned into puppets, the news spread rapidly among the various factions. In the imperial palace of the Great Qian Dynasty, Your Majesty, the experts of the Great Zhou dynasty are now puppets of the heavenly demon sect. We must swiftly eradicate the Great Zhou dynasty, the prime minister of the Great Qian Dynasty proposed immediately. Upon hearing this, numerous strong figures in the court voiced their agreement. Your Majesty, the heavenly demon sect now lurks menacingly, and even the Great Zhou dynasty has fallen into their grasp. That we implore you to make a swift decision. Your Majesty, the Baiyu sect, Xianyu Manor, and Qingyun Sword sect have also conveyed their willingness to assist in the eradication of the Great Zhou dynasty and the extermination of the heavenly demon sect. Sitting upon the throne, the Emperor of Qian had a glimmer of light in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice, issue an edict commanding the Northtown king to lead the army in conjunction with the Baiyu sect, Xianyu Manor, and Qingyun Sword sect to eradicate the Great Zhou dynasty. Leave not a single trace of anything related to the heavenly demon sect. With the Emperor's decree issued, the Baiyu sect, Xianyu Manor, and Qingyun Sword sect dispatched their formidable figures to the Great Zhou dynasty. In an instant, the various factions across Taishan Prefecture erupted into conflict, in the abyss of fallen swords. Master, it seems the Great Zhou dynasty is on the verge of annihilation. Should we intervene? An elderly man, whose visage resembled that of a withered tree, spoke respectfully to the man before him clad in white. The leader of the heavenly demon sect waved his hand dismissively, stating, the Great Zhou dynasty was merely a pawn in my father's game from a millennium ago. Losing it is of no consequence. Initially, my intent was to utilize the Great Zhou dynasty to weaken the fortunes of the Great Qian dynasty. However, it appears that the Great Qian dynasty is proving more formidable than I had anticipated. 1,000 years prior, the leaders of the 5 great powers united to hunt down the previous leader of the heavenly demon sect, aware of the inevitable doom. The former sect leader clandestinely infused a demonic seed into the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. After a millennium of nurturing, the emperor has long been corroded by this demonic essence. The conflict initiated by the Great Zhou dynasty against the Great Qian dynasty is also orchestrated by me, without any expectation that the former would vanquish the latter. Master, how then do we sever the fortunes of the Great Qian dynasty? The old man inquired. To disrupt the flourishing fortunes of the Great Qian dynasty, one must either sever the dragon vein or eliminate the individual bearing the dynasty's fate. The heavenly demon sect leader paused momentarily before continuing, yet, in my estimation, the Qian emperor does not seem to be the one bearing the weight of this dynasty's fortune. Master, what shall we do now? The old man pressed further. I have heard that this time, it is due to a swordsman known as the 10-mile sword god. We must find a way to locate him and eliminate him first. He has repeatedly disrupted our plans and poses a significant variable. Understood, my lord, the old man replied respectfully before departing. Once the old man had left, the eyes of the heavenly demon sect leader suddenly turned blood red. Piercing through the blood pool before him. In the center of the pool lay an eerie blood egg, the size of a human head, exuding a faint aura of demonic energy. When the demon descends, regardless of who you are, you shall perish, murmured the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Meanwhile, in the royal mausoleum, Tianming returned from the Jiguan mountain, resuming his leisurely existence. Elder brother, you cannot imagine the prowess of the 10-mile sword god. His swordsmanship is truly transcendent. Even the demonized guardians of the heavenly demon sect cannot withstand a single strike from him. I suspect that the demonized guardians possess strength at the 9 tribulations level. Elder brother, do you think this sword god could possibly be a Taoist master, perhaps even a Tao ancestor? Tao ancestor is a term of reverence for those who have reached the pinnacle of the Tao realm. Having comprehended the great Tao to the extent that a mere thought could dictate the fates of countless beings. Cough, cough, xiao, how could that be? Tianming laughed at Xiao's conjecture, nearly choking on his drink. He wondered what expression would grace the young girl's face if she discovered that he was, in fact, the 10-mile sword god. Elder brother, who exactly is the sword god? He has saved me several times yet conceals his identity. Xiao queried, perplexed. Perhaps the sword god is watching over you from nearby. Tianming replied with a smile. Is that so? Xiao pondered. All right, to tell me what has transpired outside recently. Tianming grinned. Currently, the 4 great powers have mobilized against the Great Zhou Dynasty. Father has summoned us all back to the capital, citing dangers outside, as the heavenly demon sect watches us closely. Upon hearing this, Tianming chuckled. Then Xiao, you must remain in the capital and not venture out. Be cautious during this time. Xiao nodded, exchanged a few more words with Tianming, and then departed. 6 months later, the emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty was slain by the combined forces of the 4 great powers in the capital. It is said that during that battle, the Qian emperor struck from millions of miles away, severely injuring the Zhou emperor. Meanwhile, in this half-year span, Tianming successfully advanced to the first level of the Supreme Realm, barely achieving the status of a top-tier powerhouse upon reaching the Supreme Realm. Each level presents a vast chasm of difference, akin to a heavenly moat. Elevating one's realm requires immense diligence and perseverance. After a long time away from the Beast Mountain range, he calculated that there were merely 6 months until the beast tide. He wondered if he could capture the 3 great beast kings this time. Stretching lazily, Tianming called upon Yukuan and Bai Lingyan and set off toward the Beast Mountain range. At this moment, deep within the Beast Mountain range, 2 young women were conversing as they walked. Miss, do you think we will get scolded for sneaking out? One girl asked. Fear not. I am merely helping my sister scout for her future husband. The leading girl replied with a mischievous smile. She had long hair cascading down to her waist, skin as smooth as cream, and an extraordinarily beautiful face, her eyes resembling 2 precious gems. However, I have heard that the eldest Mrs. Fiancé is merely a good-for-nothing. Addicted to alcohol, with a cultivation level of only the soul-shaping realm, the maid remarked. Precisely. That is why I have come to ensure he behaves himself and does not set his sights on my sister. The girl declared, shaking her fist defiantly. But miss, it seems we have lost our way, and I hear there are many beasts here. The maid quivered, taking refuge behind the girl. Upon hearing this, the girl also felt a chill run down her spine and swallowed nervously. Xiaozie, let us hasten our departure. Xiaozie nodded vigorously, and as the 2 girls quickened their pace, they could hear the roars of beasts surrounding them. Oh, 2 human girls dared to trespass on my territory? After an indeterminate time, a dismissive laugh echoed, and a tiger wreathed in flames and lightning blocked their path. Miss, that beast is at the Radiant Light Realm. Xiaozie exclaimed in terror upon spotting the Fire Thunder Tiger. It's merely a Radiant Light Realm beast. What is there to fear? The girl feigned bravery. Is that so? What if we add ourselves into the mix? At that moment, 4 or 5 more beasts emerged from all directions, surrounding the 2 girls. Seeing this, Xiaozie and the girl were rooted to the spot in terror. Miss, how can these beasts be gathered together? Shouldn't they be in their own territories? I have no idea. The girl gulped, equally puzzled. According to logic, beasts possess strong territorial instincts, and it is rare to find several beasts congregating without conflict. You still refuse to retreat. just as the two girls were engulfed in fear. A booming voice echoed from behind the beasts. Upon hearing this voice, the beasts exhibited expressions of utter terror and hastily parted ways, creating a path. Stunned by this bizarre scene, the two girls exchanged bewildered glances. Following the gaze of the beasts, they saw a young man in white robes stepping forth from the circle of beasts. This young man had striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Exuding an extraordinary charm, beside him stood a somewhat dazed beast, transformed into human form, with a middle-parting hairstyle. Upon seeing Tianming, the surrounding beasts immediately lowered their heads, fear evident in their eyes. "What are you doing? Bullying two frail young women. You truly bring shame upon us beasts." Ye Qian spat, rushing forward to the two young women. His gaze lingered on them, sparkling with interest, nearly drooling at the sight. Witnessing this, Tianming could not help but kick him aside in embarrassment. "Who are you?" "This is the depths of the Beast Mountain Range, where radiant light realm beasts abound." Tianming regarded the two girls with keen interest. Quickly discerning that their cultivation was only at the heaven-reaching realm, yet they had managed to venture this far. They were currently in an area of the Beast Mountain Range located 70,000 to 80,000 miles in, inhabited predominantly by radiant light realm beasts, and quite near the three supreme realm beast kings. Within Tianming State, aside from those at the supreme realm, few cultivators dare to tread this deep. Even those at the radiant light realm would think twice about approaching this location. A single misstep could attract the attention of a supreme realm beast king, leaving no chance for escape. As for cultivators at the heaven-reaching realm, it was impossible for them to reach this point. The moment they stepped into the Beast Mountain Range, they would be discovered and eliminated by the beasts. How these two managed to arrive here was a mystery, whether due to sheer luck or some other means. I am Zhizhirua, and she is Xiaozi, that we accidentally lost our way and stumbled in here. The girl introduced herself. The girl at the forefront hastily spoke. Was it merely a stroke of luck? Tianming, taken aback, inquired, "Have you not encountered any beast along your journey?" "Indeed, you are one, are you not?" Tianming could only remain silent. He mused to himself. These two young women are truly fortunate. Having ventured deep into the Beast Mountain Range for 70 or 80,000 miles, they have encountered no other beasts. And yet, upon meeting a beast, it was he who appeared. "This place is perilous. You must leave swiftly." Observing no suspicious traits in the two, Tianming spoke coolly. Senior, Xiaozi swallowed hard. "There are so many beasts in this mountain range. It seems we cannot exit now." At her words, Tianming nodded. Just because they had not encountered beasts upon entering did not guarantee safety on their way out. He resolved to fulfill his role as a good person and escort them out. He glanced at the nearby Fire Thunder Tiger. "Take them out of the Beast Mountain Range." "Understood, Master." The Fire Thunder Tiger growled and stepped forward to carry Zhizhirua and Xiaozi away. "Wait," Zhizhirua suddenly interjected, glancing at Tianming. "Senior, I fear these beasts. Could you escort us out instead?" Tianming replied, "Rest assured, with my command, they will not dare harm you." He outright refused. He had come to the Beast Mountain Range for significant matters. It was beneath him to personally escort someone out for such a trivial matter. What, then, was the purpose of the beasts he had subdued? Yet when Zhizhirua and Xiaozi caught sight of the Fire Thunder Tiger's fierce gaze, they trembled in fear. Senior, could we accompany you for now? When you leave the Beast Mountain Range, you could take us along. Xiaozi quickly proposed. Though uncertain of Tianming's status, she felt he was no villain. Moreover, with so many formidable beasts under his command, his strength was undoubtedly immense. Being with him ensured their safety far more than being followed by a beast that appeared ready to devour them. "Suit yourselves, but I cannot be responsible for your lives or deaths while following me," Tianming replied, sizing them up before disregarding them and heading deeper into the mountain range. Seeing this, Zhizhirua and Xiaozi exchanged glances of delight and cautiously trailed behind him. "Senior, you have subdued all these beasts." "Indeed. Then what is your cultivation level to be able to subdue such powerful beasts? Surely at least at the sovereign realm." Zhizhirua's mouth fell agape, astonished. The human race and the beast race, while not sworn enemies, had never been known for their camaraderie. For beasts, particularly those in the wild, to submit to humans was an impossibility. Humans regarded beasts as mere stepping stones, while beasts viewed humans similarly. And yet, here stood a young man who had subdued a significant number of Yao Guang realm beasts. How formidable must his power be? "Senior, what is your name? Which faction do you belong to?" Zhizhirua's curiosity about Tianming was palpable as she continued to inquire. "Do you not think you are asking too many questions? If you keep it up, do you believe I will allow them to devour you?" Tianming replied coldly, gesturing to the beasts behind him, causing Zhizhirua and Xiaozi to shudder in fright. "Senior, please do not take offense. She means no harm." Xiaozi quickly interjected, stepping in front of Ji Zhirua. Genuinely fearful that Yu Tianming might command the beasts to consume her friend. Seeing the two quiet down, Yu Tianming resumed his journey deeper into the Beast Mountain range. By the way, senior, do you know of the Qian Dynasty? After walking a short distance, Ji Zhirua could not help but ask again. Upon hearing her question, Yu Tianming paused slightly, turning to look at her. I won't ask anymore. Perceiving Yu Tianming's demeanor, Ji Zhirua assumed he was upset and hastily closed her mouth. I know. Why? Yu Tianming nodded. Excellent. Upon realizing he was not angry, Ji Zhirua continued. We are heading to the Great Qian Dynasty to find my sister's fiancé. I must investigate him on her behalf. However, senior, you might not recognize my sister's fiancé. I have heard he is a good-for-nothing who cannot cultivate and is lacking in other aspects as well. I cannot allow my sister to fall into his hands. Hearing Ji Zhirua's disdainful remarks about her sister's fiancé piqued Yu Tianming's curiosity. What manner of despicable rogue could invoke such scorn from his fiancée's family? What is your sister's fiancé's name? Which family does he belong to that has earned such disdain from you? Yu Tianming could not resist inquiring. Oh, he is the crown prince of the Qian Dynasty. I believe his name is Yu Tianming. The moment Yu Tianming heard Ji Zhirua's response, he nearly stumbled. Even the beasts trailing behind him stared in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. As he nodded, Yi Kuan began to speak, but was met with a fierce glare from Yu Tianming that silenced him immediately. Seeing this, Ji Zhirua scratched her head in confusion. What is it? Do you know him, senior? I do not. Why? Yu Tianming smiled faintly, shaking his head. I knew it. A figure as mighty as you would not know such a worthless person. Ji Zhirua remarked cheerfully. I have heard that the crown prince of the Qian Dynasty is a notorious drunkard who enjoys drinking wine made from the blood of young maidens. If I were to meet him, I would ensure he suffers greatly. As Ji Zhirua rambled on, Yu Tianming sank into deep thought. When had he acquired a fiancée? How had he, the principal party involved, remained unaware of such a fact? This was unacceptable. He would have to inquire with his father upon his return. As for Ji Zhirua's accusations against him, utter fabrications. Who could have been so reckless as to spread such slander? If he discovered the source of these rumors, there would be consequences. Which sect do you belong to that would connect you to Yu Tianming? Yu Tianming inquired with a smile. We are from the Ji family. Ji Zhirua declared proudly, her chest puffed out as if she took great pride in being a disciple of the Ji family. The Ji family? Yu Tianming furrowed his brow. He was unfamiliar with this family in Taishan Prefecture. Senior, it is understandable that you do not know. Our Ji family is not in Taishan Prefecture, but in the neighboring Songlan Prefecture, Ji Zhirua explained. Songlan Prefecture, you say? Yu Tianming murmured softly. He had heard of Songlan Prefecture, which was adjacent to Taishan Prefecture, yet he was unaware of the power dynamics within Songlan. He would need to question his father regarding how their family became entangled with forces in Songlan. Master, we are approaching the territory of the three great beast kings. Not long after, the Fire Thunder Tiger stepped forward, growling a warning. Yu Tianming gazed ahead at the three towering peaks, nodding slightly. These three peaks mark the territory of the three great sovereign realm beast kings. Standing like colossal swords piercing the heart of the Beast Mountain Range. Yi Kuan, let us proceed. Yu Tianming had entered the Beast Mountain Range with the intention of subduing the three great sovereign realm beast kings. With half a year remaining until the beast tide, capturing the three sovereign realm kings would allow him to address the impending crisis ahead of time. However, he had only brought Yu Kuan along on this venture. Wait, senior, I wish to accompany you. Ji Zhirua glanced at the numerous fierce beasts around them, their malevolent aura palpable, and spoke hastily. Yu Tianming merely replied coolly, if anything goes awry, I will not have the time to assist you. Having spoken, they made their way directly towards the territory of the three supreme demon kings. Ji Zhirua glanced back, gritted her teeth, and immediately followed suit. She would rather take the risk than remain in the company of these beasts that could devour her at any moment. Miss, wait for me. Xiao Chui exclaimed hurriedly, keeping pace with Ji Zhirua. Soon, the three of them entered the domain of the three demon kings. Humans have intruded. The strongest among them is merely at the Qitian realm. How could such a human venture here? It seems there is also the aura of the demon race. As Yu Tianming and his companions stepped into the territory of the three supreme demon kings, they were instantly detected. The figure of one of the kings appeared high above in the sky, coldly observing Yu Tianming and his companions below. What are the other demons doing? Have they just permitted these intruders to enter? Thunder, one of the three supreme demon kings, expressed his dissatisfaction. As rulers of the demon beast mountains, it was customary for them to invade human territory. Never had humans dared to encroach upon their dominion. In Thunder's eyes, humans were merely fodder for the demons. It would be one thing if powerful humans were to intrude, but a swarm of insignificant human ants daring to trespass? Just ants. They can be easily exterminated. Remarked Yuming, another of the three supreme demon kings. Do not act rashly. Their arrival here may not be as simple as it seems, interjected Qian. Kill me? You are not worthy. Just as they prepared to take action, a detached voice resonated in their minds. The three demon kings' expressions shifted dramatically, their gazes fixated on Yi Tianming and his companions below while Yi Tianming was gazing skyward, his eyes locked onto the lofty heights where the three demon kings resided. Who are you to dare intrude upon the demon beast mountains? Thunder, quick to anger, charged downward upon realizing he had been detected. With a thunderous boom, a massive crater was formed before Yu Tianming and his companions. And within it stood a muscular figure crackling with lightning, Thunder's avatar. With Thunder's arrival, Qian and Yuming also manifested before him. Yuming was shrouded in a black robe, obscuring his features, while Qian sported fiery red hair and eyes ablaze. The three exuded an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, their presence casting a shadow over the entire demon beast mountains. Outside, many beasts trembled in fear upon sensing the presence of the three supreme demon kings. Surely, these three must be the Qian Demon King, the Yuming Demon King, and the Thunder Demon King. Yu Tianming smiled lightly upon seeing them, unfazed. However, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui could not help but tremble at the sight of the three demons. They had never encountered Supreme Realm demon beasts before, and these three did not appear to be easily provoked. Could their elder possibly stand a chance against them? What do you think you are? To dare invade our territory? Thunder bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder itself, as lightning crackled from the sky, resembling divine retribution. Thunder, Qian interrupted, turning his gaze to Yu Tianming. We are unaware of the reason for your visit. Pray tell, what brings you here? Unlike Thunder, Qian was far more deliberative. With at least 10,000 demon beasts outside, the fact that these intruders had arrived unscathed suggested they were not to be underestimated. Etiquette must still be observed. I prefer the Qian Demon King. He is sensible, unlike the foolish giant beside him, Yu Tianming remarked with a smile. How dare you speak like that? Thunder roared in fury. Friend, there is no need for circumspection. Let us discuss matters directly, Yuming interjected, his voice ethereal and devoid of gender, capable of captivating the heart. I did not expect Yuming Demon King to be so forthright. Yi Tianming chuckled. I shall not mince words. My purpose is quite simple, to compel the three of you to submit to my command. Should you agree, numerous benefits await. At this point, Yi Tianming paused before continuing. Should you refuse, today shall mark the end of your reign in the Demon Beast Mountains. His words were undeniably domineering, beginning with a threat of subjugation. If they did not comply, it would spell doom for the three demon kings. Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui felt their hearts race with trepidation. They had assumed Yu Tianming was merely negotiating, but to their astonishment, he sought to dominate the three supreme demon kings. Could he truly be their match? If not, they would be reduced to mere prey. At that moment, Ji Zhirua felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have preferred to remain outside with the other beasts. I command you to submit to me. Yi Tianming's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of the three demon kings. For a moment, they stood stunned, questioning whether they had misheard. A human had suddenly appeared, demanding their submission. Who was this human to possess such audacity? Even the emperor of the Qian dynasty would not dare to ask for their fealty. How dare you demand my submission? Thunder roared, his voice reverberating throughout the demon beast mountains, sending waves of fear through all the beasts within. You wish for me to submit? Preposterous. Thunder, being impulsive, unleashed a violent aura that surged towards Yu Tianming. As Yi Tianming's gaze sharpened, he waved his hand, and the oppressive force emanating from Thunder dissipated entirely. Witnessing this, the three demon kings were momentarily taken aback. The strength of this human was not to be underestimated. Friend, we are three rulers in our own right. If you require our assistance, we shall certainly aid you within our capacity. However, to demand our submission right off the bat is to show us a lack of respect. Qian spoke, his tone grave, revealing a wisdom absent in Thunder. The ease with which Yu Tianming had neutralized Thunder's pressure indicated his formidable prowess. Qian, wary of provoking a being of equal caliber, sought to negotiate rather than engage in conflict. However, as kings of the Demon Beast Mountains, there were not weaklings among their kind. The notion of submitting to a human was simply out of the question. Strong beings held their own dignity. Should the other demons learn of their submission, they would surely become the subject of ridicule and ostracism. As the tension between the two parties escalated, Ji Zhirua anxiously tugged at Yi Tianming's sleeve, whispering, Elder, perhaps we should withdraw for now. She feared that if the three demon kings were to lose control, even the fallout from their battle would obliterate her very soul. Yi Tianming paid her no mind. Speaking calmly, Rest assured, follow me, and you shall not suffer. He chuckled lightly, turning his gaze to Qian. You possess a trace of Qilin bloodline. Accompany me, and I assure you that you will fully awaken this bloodline. And even the possibility of ancestral bloodline revival is not out of reach. Upon hearing Yi Tianming's promise, Qian remained unmoved. Awakening an ancient bloodline was nearly impossible without a miraculous treasure, let alone the more challenging ancestral revival. He could not believe that this human possessed such capability. Qian, why waste breath with him? Are we not a match for him? Thunderous rage erupted as his voice reverberated throughout the entire Beast Mountain range. Countless beasts from all directions converged upon the scene. As the sovereign of the Beast Mountain range, all creatures within were required to pay homage regularly, responding to the summons of the three great beast kings. Just moments ago, Thunder had summoned all beasts of the Taiji realm and above, preparing to jointly hunt down Yi Tianming, gazing at the multitude of beasts in the sky, blocking out the sun. A slight smirk graced Yi Tianming's lips. Do you believe they still heed your commands? What do you mean? A flicker of confusion danced in Thunder's eyes. Yet, what transpired in the next moment left the three great beast kings utterly astounded. The myriad beasts in the sky bowed respectfully to Yi Tianming, with many standing behind him, their gazes filled with reverence. What? How's this possible? These were the beasts of the Beast Mountain range above the Taiji realm, all of whom had been tamed by him. The three great beast kings were overwhelmed with disbelief. The Beast Mountain range had always been under their control. When had these beasts been subdued by this human before them? You dare to submit to a human? Have you no regard for the dignity of the Beast clan? Thunder roared, his oppressive aura sweeping across the entire Beast Mountain range. Upon hearing this, the many beasts present displayed complex expressions. Lord Beast King, our master is extraordinary. Following him is our only path to salvation. Indeed, Lord Beast King, not only us, but even Lord Yi Qian has also submitted to our master. At that moment, a beast spoke up. Fools, as a member of the Beast clan, how dare you submit to a human? You have shamed your ancestors. Thunder roared, his fury palpable. Lord Yi Qian, however, the Flame Beast King and the Nether Beast King noticed something peculiar in the words of the beast. To be referred to as Lord implied considerable strength, something the three Beast Kings would undoubtedly recognize. Yet, in their memory, there was no beast named Yi Qian. Ha ha ha. I am indeed Lord Yi Qian. Nearby, upon hearing his name, Yi Qian realized it was a perfect opportunity for showmanship. He transformed into a colossal bird that blotted out the sky, appearing before the gathered beasts. Yi Qian's form was immense, his wings spanning over 100 feet, his physique rivaling that of the three great beast kings. The ancient divine beast by Fang's aura emanated from Yi Qian, causing the surrounding beasts to tremble in fear. Even the three great beast kings were compelled to resist the overwhelming pressure. It is you. Upon sensing this aura, the Flame Beast King's expression shifted. This aura was unmistakably that of a mysterious beast with an exceptionally pure bloodline, one he had encountered before. Even the Nether and Thunder Beast Kings now stared at Yi Qian with astonished eyes. A beast of such potent bloodline was something they had never seen or even heard of before. Miss, what kind of beast is this? Nearby, Xiaochui swallowed hard, her face a mask of terror. Ji Zhirua also trembled slightly. She had initially thought Yi Qian was merely an ordinary beast when he took human form. Yet, now that he had reverted to his true self, the mere pressure was enough to leave her breathless. Lord Beast King, as you can see, with such a potent bloodline, it is only reasonable that such a powerful being submits to our master. We too should follow suit. At this moment, a beast prostrated itself on the ground, speaking gravely. Witnessing this scene, the three great beast kings fell into deep contemplation, with Yi Qian on their side. It was clear that they might not stand a chance against him. I shall give you three a final opportunity. Submit or face death. Yi Tianming spoke slowly. Submit. If you wish me to submit, you must prove your worth. Do not think that I shall yield simply because of others. Thunder roared, transforming into a streak of lightning as he lunged towards Yi Tianming. As long as he killed Yi Tianming, he would remain the king of the Beast Mountain range. Thunder, stop. The expressions of the Flame Beast King and the Nether Beast King shifted dramatically. Thunder's actions had exceeded their expectations. Thunder's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Yi Tianming. The skies darkened with storm clouds, and massive bolts of lightning, as thick as trees, cascaded down, showcasing immense power. The surrounding beasts, witnessing this, hurriedly retreated. The battle of supreme beings was not something they could partake in. Yi Qian, in his true form, regarded Thunder with unwavering composure. He enveloped Ji Zhirua and Xiaochui with his wings for protection, his gaze fixed intently on the Flame and Nether Beast Kings, ready to prevent them from joining the fray. It seems today, one must slay beasts. Yi Tianming murmured softly, above the Beast Mountain range. 10 long swords materialized, forming a formidable sword formation. The swords surged towards Thunder, sealing off all potential escape routes. The speed of the swords was blinding. Thunder had no time to react before the Xian Yuan sword pierced through his body. Boom, boom, boom. 10 resounding crashes echoed through the heavens as Thunder's form was pinned in the void by the 10 divine swords. How is this possible? Fear flickered in Thunder's eyes. He had initially intended to test Tianming's strength. If he was outmatched, he could always submit later. If Tianming proved weaker, he could seize the opportunity to slay him. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be defeated in a single move. Yu Kuan. Tianming whispered to Yun. Yu Kuan immediately understood and opened his massive beak, swallowing the Thunder Beast King whole. After all, this was a supreme being, replete with treasures, a significant boon. Soon, as the smoke cleared, Tianming descended before the flame and Nether Beast Kings. He regarded them with disdain. Do you two wish to follow in Thunder's footsteps? The flame and Nether Beast Kings exchanged glances, a bitter smile creeping onto their faces. Did they even have a choice? Among the 3 Great Beast Kings, the Flame Beast King was the strongest, followed by the Nether Beast King, with Thunder being the weakest. Yet, even the Flame Beast King could not defeat Thunder with a single strike, much less slay him. Yet Tianming had accomplished just that, indicating that his strength was significantly superior. The Flame Beast King realized that if he refused to submit, the 10 swords hovering in the void could instantly slay him. Stepping forward, he declared, I can submit, but I have one condition. Speak. I will only submit to Lord Yu Kuan. The Flame Beast King replied bitterly. Submitting to Yu Kuan and submitting to Tianming were 2 entirely different concepts. Tianming was human. For them to submit to a human was a profound humiliation for supreme beings of the Beast Clan. However, submitting to a fellow beast, Yu Kuan, was a different matter. The Flame Beast King had just realized that Yu Kuan not only possessed an exceptionally potent bloodline but also formidable strength. Submitting to him was not a disgrace. I feel the same. The Nether Beast King echoed. In response, Tianming had little to say. There was little difference between yielding to Yu Kuan or to himself. Moreover, he had indeed intended to hand over the management of the 3 Great Beast Kings to Yu Kuan. He simply hadn't anticipated Thunder's refusal to submit, which left him no choice but to eliminate him. Tianming nodded, directing a stream of light into the foreheads of the Flame and Nether Beast Kings. This was the soul-devouring goo. As long as they harbored no ill intentions, it would not harm them and could even enhance their soul power. Should they betray him, however, it could instantly consume their souls. Upon hearing Tianming's words, the Flame and Nether Beast Kings exchanged bitter smiles. After completing this, Tianming instructed the remaining beasts to depart, while Yu Kuan transformed back into human form. Master, deep within the Beast Mountain range lies a sage's cave, but unfortunately, there are restrictions preventing us from breaching it. At that moment, the king of the underworld spoke. Upon hearing this, Tianming was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that his journey would yield such a reward. Take me there, he commanded, his interest piqued by the sage's cave, prompting the king of the underworld to lead him forth without a moment's hesitation. Deeper into the Beast Mountain range. Meanwhile, the king of blazing flames remained behind to tend to the aftermath. Master, this is the sage's cave, the king of the underworld soon announced as they arrived before a cavern. Nestled in the innermost depths of the Beast Mountain range, this locale was typically regarded as forbidden ground. Aside from the 3 Great Beast Kings, no other creatures dared to tread here. At this moment, waves of spiritual energy surged around the cave's entrance. Though the cave stood wide open, its interior remained entirely inscrutable. Tianming gazed at the scene before the cave entrance, activating his dual pupils. In an instant, he perceived the flow of spiritual energy and the intricate patterns surrounding him. A Dao-tier formation, he murmured, astonished to discover that it was indeed a Dao-tier array. His words elicited gasps of astonishment from those around him. A Dao-tier formation could only be laid down by a master of the Dao realm. Could it be that this cave truly belonged to a sage? Sages, after all, were the pinnacle of power across the 3,000 great states. In an age devoid of emperors, a sage stood as the ultimate force. Fortunately, this formation had existed for countless years, its spiritual energy having waned significantly, thus making it feasible to unravel. Tianming whispered to himself as he began to search for a method to break the formation. Over the years, aside from his cultivation, he had also engaged in considerable design work on formations, and within his system space, he possessed various Dao-tier, Saint-tier, and even Emperor-tier formations. At times, when he found himself with nothing to do, he would delight in deciphering these arrays. For formations below the Dao-tier, a mere glance was sufficient for Tianming to discern their weaknesses. Dao-tier formations, however, proved to be somewhat more troublesome. Fortunately, the Dao-tier formation before the sage's cave had diminished in potency, after so many years. Before long, Tianming pinpointed the formation's core. He then brandished the Xianyuan sword, thrusting it towards the formation's eye. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy erupted into chaos, dispersing in all directions, while ripples of energy surged forth, causing the formation at the cave's entrance to fracture like a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, Tianming had unraveled the formation. Witnessing this spectacle, the king of the underworld gasped in astonishment. The formation that had thwarted the three great beast kings for millennia had been dismantled by Tianming in an instant. He had assumed that even if Tianming could breach the array, it would take him years, if not decades. Yet, it had taken less than half an hour. In that moment, a complex array of emotions flickered in the king of the underworld's eyes. Let us proceed and take a look. Tianming instructed Yukuan and the others, gradually stepping into the sage's cave. Meanwhile, in the grand palace of the Qian Dynasty, the emperor pondered, "Your Majesty, the recent disturbances in the Beast Mountain range suggest that the three supreme beast kings have engaged in battle. Given the aura, it seems to be the Thunder King. Unfortunately, the Thunder King's presence vanished as swiftly as it appeared," reported the Prime Minister of the Qian Dynasty, with half a year remaining until the beast tide. The recent commotion in the Beast Mountain range warrants thorough investigation to avert any unforeseen incidents, the emperor mused. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze to the Prime Minister, understanding the unspoken command. The Prime Minister replied, "Your Majesty, I shall make my way to the Beast Mountain range at once." With that, he vanished in a blur. Above the Beast Mountain range, a figure clad in official robes stepped forth from the void. As he did, the surrounding space seemed on the verge of shattering. "Zhang, what brings you here?" Upon the appearance of Zhang, the Prime Minister of the Qian Dynasty, he was immediately noticed by the King of Blazing Flames. A colossal phantom of a blazing Qian materialized above the Beast Mountain range. "My dear Dao friend of Blazing Flames, it has been quite some time. I wonder how the Underworld King and the Thunder King have fared of late?" Prime Minister Zhang replied with a smile. "Humph, the matters of the Beast Mountain range have nothing to do with your human kin," the King of Blazing Flames retorted coldly. "Zhang, why do you leave the Qian Dynasty only to venture into our Beast Mountain range? Are you not afraid we might unite and eliminate you?" Just then, the phantom of the King of the Underworld also appeared. "Underworld friend, I presume Thunder Friend is nearby as well?" Zhang remarked cheerfully. "Whether he is or not is of no concern to you," the King of Blazing Flames growled. "Should you continue to prattle, do not blame me for acting ruthlessly." As the King of Blazing Flames and the King of the Underworld closed in, Zhang simply smiled. "Gentlemen, there is no need for anger. I shall take my leave at once." With that, he vanished in an instant. Once he had disappeared, the King of Blazing Flames furrowed his brow. "It seems that the recent commotion involving Thunder and our master has indeed alarmed the Qian Dynasty. What is there to fear? While the Qian Dynasty could once suppress us, it was merely a suppression. Now that we have a master, we need not fear the Qian Dynasty any longer," replied the King of the Underworld. Hearing this, the King of Blazing Flames nodded in agreement, gradually fading from view. Upon Zhang return to the Qian Dynasty, he recounted the events to the emperor. "What do you make of it?" the emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, I discovered signs of a great battle in the Beast Mountain range. Regrettably, the Thunder King was slain by a single sword strike, leaving behind remnants of sword intent." Prime Minister Zhang speculated. As for why the Kings of Blazing Flames and the Underworld remain unscathed, I cannot say that a single sword strike capable of slaying a supreme beast. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression grew serious, a shadowy figure appearing in his mind. "Who do you think it could be?" "Your Majesty, it is highly likely to be the Sword God of 10 Miles. The Sword God of 10 Miles. The emperor's thoughts immediately turned to the recently renowned Sword God of 10 Miles. Though he found it perplexing why such a figure would venture into the Beast Mountain range. "Do you believe this Sword God is friend or foe?" the emperor continued to inquire. "The Sword God of 10 Miles possesses immense strength, and based on his actions, the likelihood of him being an enemy is minimal," Prime Minister Zhang replied in a low voice. Nodding in acknowledgement, the emperor chose not to pursue the matter further. "Master, this cave appears to have existed for several millennia. I wonder to which sage it once belonged," Yukuan remarked as they entered the sage's cave. The interior of the cave was simply arranged, with numerous spaces along the walls housing an array of storage bags. Tianming surveyed these bags with his spiritual sense, discovering they contained various spirit stones, medicinal herbs, pills, martial techniques, and cultivation methods. Regrettably, many of these items had long since lost their vitality and held little value. "Master, come quickly." Suddenly, Yukuan exclaimed, prompting Tianming to swiftly appear at his side, with Jirua and Xiaozue following closely behind. On a meditation mat lay a skeleton radiating golden light. arranged in a meditative posture. The bones of this skeleton resembled jade, translucent and gleaming, with intricate patterns etched upon them that shimmered with a golden glow. Remarkably, even after countless years, this skeleton remained untouched by dust. Master, this must be the owner of this cave. A sage in life, Yukuan stated. In response, Tianming inhaled deeply, a sense of poignant realization flickering in his eyes. He marveled at the fact that even a sage could fall, reduced to mere dust. The lifespan of a sage is boundless, yet here, Tianming bears witness to the remains of a sage, which stirs him profoundly. Without ascending to the status of an emperor, certain truths remain immutable. Tianming gestured toward the jade bones, carefully collecting them. After all, they belonged to a sage who had transcended, and even a single bone could rival a sage-grade spirit artifact, potentially proving invaluable in the future. Once he had secured the sage's jade bones, Tianming's gaze fell upon a corner of the cave, where he discovered a jar of wine. Instantly, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Upon opening the jar, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air, intoxicating even Yukuan, who had accompanied Tianming for many years and had developed a taste for wine. He could tell from the fragrance that this wine was extraordinary. Master, this wine originates from the sage's cave, and after years of fermentation, it must be exquisite. Tianming chuckled, stowing the jar away, asserting that nothing in the sage's cave could compare to this fine wine. Elder, has this wine not spoiled after so many years? Jizirua inquired. The longer it is left to age, the more delightful it becomes, especially since it is protected by the sage's prohibitions, ensuring its preservation. Tianming replied. Elder, do you also enjoy wine? Jizirua asked again. Tianming nodded in affirmation, then continued, there seems to be no other treasures in the sage's cave. Let us depart. Soon after, Tianming led Yukuan and Jizirua out of the sage's cave. Upon their exit, the Blaze Demon King and the Nether Demon King approached, informing Tianming of the recent arrival of Prime Minister Zhang Ju from the Qian Dynasty. Master, in 6 months, we shall thwart the Beast Tide's assault on the Qian Dynasty. Nether glanced at Tianming, seeking his approval. Traditionally, the 3 demon kings would unleash a beast tide every few years to plunder the resources of the human race. As the demons also required cultivation resources to thrive. Tianming shot them a cold glance. Should you dare unleash a beast tide, do not expect my mercy. Certainly, certainly. Both the Nether and Blaze Demon Kings replied sheepishly. Subsequently, Tianming tossed each of them a storage bag containing cultivation resources. This should suffice for your needs. The 2 Demon Kings accepted the bags, their expressions turning bitter. These resources seemed insufficient for their purposes. However, upon probing the bags with their consciousness, they were left agape at the mountain of spirit stones and elixirs within. Most of these elixirs were of the heavenly grade, with some even being Dao-grade treasures. In all their years as Demon Kings, they had never encountered treasures that could compare to what lay within. They stared at Tianming in disbelief. All of this is for us. After all these years, Tianming had never lacked for various cultivation resources, storing everything below the Dao grade within his system space, viewing them as mere refuse. Now, it was fitting to bestow these resources upon the Blaze and Nether Demon Kings for their immediate use. Once the matters of the Beast Mountain were settled, Tianming departed the region with Yukuan. Outside the Beast Mountain, he set Jizirua and Xiaochui down. Now that we are outside the Beast Mountain, you should make haste to leave, Tianming stated coolly. Elder, you have saved us. Might you reveal your identity so that we may repay your kindness in the future? Jizirua implored eagerly. After this experience, she realized the importance of befriending such a formidable presence. No need for that. Fate will bring us together again, Tianming replied with a gentle smile, stepping onto Yukuan's back as he unfurled his wings and soared toward the royal tomb. Miss, do not linger. The elder has already departed, Xiaochui gently reminded after a considerable pause. Watching Tianming's retreating figure, Jizirua felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, murmuring, Xiaochui, let us head to the Qian Dynasty and see what my future brother-in-law is like. I suspect he won't measure up to even a hair of the elder. Upon returning to the royal tomb, Tianming began to reflect on his recent gains. Besides subduing the Blaze and Nether Demon Kings and resolving the Beast Tide issue, he had also acquired several treasures from the sage's cave. Most notably was the sage's jade bone, belonging to a genuine sage whose strength was unfathomable, capable of devastating the heavens and earth with mere gestures. Lastly, he had procured a jar of exquisite wine from the sage's cave. I shall taste the sage's wine and see how it compares to my usual fare. Tianming chuckled, lifting the jar and taking a hearty swig. Ding! The host has tasted the sage's wine. Congratulations, the host has acquired a small world, the Void Realm. The Void Realm, a fragmented small world, which the host can freely reshape. The Void Realm. Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment. He had obtained a small world. Curious about its peculiarities, he pondered briefly before stepping into the void realm. As Tianming materialized within the void realm, he beheld a desolate landscape. Even the sky above was a dull gray, suffused with a sense of decay, which felt stifling. His spiritual sense swept across the area, only to discover that it could not reach the boundaries of the void realm. This place appeared to be an abandoned small world. It seemed revitalizing it would require meticulous effort. Gazing at the barren land and the oppressive sky, Tianming sighed. After wandering for a while, he noted the absence of life within the void realm. Although it was rich in spiritual energy, generally, once a cultivator reaches the divine mansion realm, they possess the ability to open secret realms. The higher their level, the greater the scale and quality of the secret realm they can establish. However, the void realm was a small world, not merely a secret realm. Typically, secret realms draw spiritual energy from the outside, and their pathways are incomplete, having been artificially created. In contrast, the void realm boasted abundant spiritual energy and complete pathways. A naturally formed small world. Should a cultivator wish to endure a heavenly tribulation, they could not summon it within a secret realm. However, here in the void realm, they could. At that time, he could invite a multitude of beasts from the Beast Mountain to assist in transforming the void realm. Tianming smiled at the thought. As he prepared to leave the void realm, he casually scattered a handful of spirit herb seeds he had received as rewards from the system, leaving them to their fate. In the following days, he returned to the Beast Mountain and allowed several beasts to enter the void realm, providing them with spirit herb seeds to aid in its transformation. Now, the void realm was bustling with various beasts, and numerous areas were lush with spirit herbs, already beginning to teem with vitality. Ye Kuan was also dispatched by Tianming to the void realm to oversee its development. Half a month later, a decree arrived from the palace. The contents were simple. Tianming was summoned to meet Emperor Qian in the palace. Upon hearing the decree, Tianming suddenly recalled that during his previous encounter in the Beast Mountain with Zhirua, she had mentioned her sister being his fiancée. He had intended to inquire about this with his father, but now it seemed his father was calling for him sooner than expected. After a quick tidying up, he made his way directly to the palace. In the Great Qian Dynasty, within the palace, Zhirua, I shall have someone summon Tianming at once, Emperor Qian remarked with a smile as he looked at Zhirua. Zhirua, how is your father's health? It has been over 100 years since I last saw him. Uncle Yi, my father is in excellent health and often speaks of you, Zhirua replied with a smile from her seat. Ha ha ha, Zhirua, why did you not bring your sister along this time? The Emperor Qian continued to inquire. Your Majesty, it was the young lady who stealthily ventured out, claiming she wished to investigate the Prince of Destiny. Xiao Chui, standing nearby, chuckled. Xiao Chui, mind your tongue. Zhirua cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chui. Ha ha ha, fret not. My son, though lacking in cultivation, possesses commendable character and is quite gifted in the arts. On my birthday, he composed a poem that resonated deeply with me. It won't be long before he steps into the realm of the 9 tribulations, the Emperor Qian declared with a smile. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Zhirua felt a flicker of interest toward the wine-loving Prince of Destiny. By the way, Uncle Yi, do you know of a formidable swordsman who can wield 10 swords simultaneously? At that moment, Zhirua abruptly recalled something and directed her question to Emperor Qian. Having been in the palace for several days, she had not been granted an audience due to Emperor Qian's pressing matters concerning the demon sect. It was only today that the emperor met with Zhirua. Zhirua, are you referring to the sword god of 10 miles? The Emperor Qian was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Zhirua was acquainted with the sword god. Uncle Yi, you truly know him. Do you have any idea where the sword god resides now? Zhirua inquired eagerly. Seeing her excitement, Emperor Qian chuckled. Zhirua, I too am unfamiliar with this sword god. Have you met him? Hearing that even Emperor Qian did not know the sword god, Zhirua felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She then recounted the events that transpired in the Beast Mountain range. Are you saying that the sword god of 10 miles slew the Thunder Beast King with a single strike and subdued both the Blazing Flame Beast King and the Ghostly Beast King? Emperor Qian's eyes widened, realizing that the disturbance he sensed in the Beast Mountain range was indeed due to the sword god's actions. Furthermore, if the sword god had tamed the Beast Kings, did that mean the impending beast tide in half a year was already resolved? Emperor Qian was left speechless, his thoughts tumultuous. Indeed, but unfortunately, we currently have no knowledge of where the sword god has gone. Zhirua expressed her dismay. Fear not, Zhirua, the sword god has made numerous appearances in Taishan Prefecture. You will surely have an opportunity to meet him, Emperor Qian reassured with a warm smile. At that moment, a eunuch arrived to report, Your Majesty, the Prince of Destiny has arrived at the outer hall. Excellent. quickly usher him in. Emperor Qian exclaimed joyfully, instructing the eunuch to summon Yu Tianming, announcing the arrival of the first prince. Yu Tianming, the eunuch's voice echoed as a figure clad in a white robe entered the hall. Even Ji Zhirua craned her neck, eager to see this prince of destiny. Haha, Tianming, you have finally arrived. Come forth, for your father has delightful news to share. Emperor Qian laughed heartily. Your son pays his respects to father. Yu Tianming replied with a respectful bow, slowly raising his head to reveal his handsome visage. Why, it's him. Xiao Cui and Ji Zhirua were momentarily stunned upon seeing Yu Tianming's face. Yu Tianming cast a glance at them and conveyed silently, if you reveal my identity, I cannot guarantee that you won't encounter a beastly upheaval. Upon hearing Yu Tianming's veiled threat, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Cui quickly fell silent, astonished that the rumored wine-loving wastrel was actually the one who had rescued Ji Zhirua in the Beast Mountain range. Waves of tumult surged in their hearts, leaving them unable to calm themselves though. Do you know Tianming? Emperor Qian observed their reactions with curiosity. Yet, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Cui were oblivious to the emperor's words. Still reeling from the revelation, it was too shocking. This wastrel prince, known for his indulgence in wine, was, in fact, an immensely powerful sword god. Moreover, it appeared that Emperor Qian remained unaware of Yu Tianming's true capabilities. In that moment, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Cui completely forgot to respond to Emperor Qian's inquiry. Miss Ji, what brings you here? Yu Tianming smiled slightly, addressing Emperor Qian respectfully. Father, I chanced upon Miss Ji while purchasing wine in the capital. But I forgot to bring money, and it was she who graciously paid for me. Yu Tianming's words jolted Ji Zhirua and Xiao Cui back to reality. Indeed, that's correct. Ji Zhirua quickly replied, eager to affirm Yu Tianming's statement. Fearing that any delay might provoke his displeasure and lead to unfavorable consequences though. Is that so? Emperor Qian laughed, not suspecting a thing. Tianming, you went to buy wine without any money, and relied on Zhirua to cover your expenses. Father, I shall remember this. Yu Tianming chuckled before inquiring, what matters have you summoned me for? Father, he was well aware that Emperor Qian intended to discuss his marriage with Ji Zhirua. Indeed, I have arranged a marriage for you. With a family of great lineage. What are your thoughts on this, my son? Emperor Qian smiled amiably. A marriage? Father, I am not currently inclined to settle down. Is that not inappropriate? Yu Tianming feigned surprise. What could be inappropriate about it? Emperor Qian's temper flared. You, lacking focus in your cultivation, should find a fiancé to motivate you, lest you continue this aimless existence. At this, Yu Tianming offered an awkward smile. Uncle Yi, I believe that with Tianming's handsome appearance, the young lady will surely take a liking to him. Ji Zhirua interjected suddenly. Yu Tianming cast a glance at Ji Zhirua, only to find her deliberately ignoring him, which ignited his irritation. What are you doing? Reject this engagement at once, he transmitted silently. Absolutely not. If you want me to refuse, I shall reveal your true identity to Uncle Yi. Ji Zhirua made a face at Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming ground his teeth in frustration. Do you not fear for your life? I have been following Uncle Yi. If you wish to kill me, go ahead. Ji Zhirua dismissed Yu Tianming's threats entirely. She had resolved to stay close to Emperor Qian for her own safety. Meanwhile, although Yu Tianming maintained a composed exterior, he seethed internally. He had never been at a disadvantage before, and yet today he found himself outmaneuvered by Ji Zhirua. Uncle Yi, why not let Tianming and the young lady meet first? Before making a decision, perhaps after seeing her, Tianming will take a liking to her, Ji Zhirua suggested with a smile. Emperor Qian, considering her words, nodded. Indeed, Tianming, you have yet to meet Ruoxue. Go and make an acquaintance before deciding. Father, enough of your protests. This is settled. Emperor Qian waved his hand decisively, not allowing Yu Tianming any chance to refute. Zhirua, during this time, I will have Tianming accompany you to explore the Great Qian Dynasty. And after a while, he will visit your family to meet your sister, Emperor Qian stated. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Ji Zhirua replied cheerfully, then turned to Yu Tianming with a smug expression, as if to say, take that. You dared to threaten me. Observing Ji Zhirua's demeanor, Yu Tianming scoffed inwardly, then voiced his discontent. Father, I must know the identity of the woman I am to marry. Tianming, are you aware of the Ji family from Piamiao Prefecture? Emperor Qian countered. The Ji family from Piamiao Prefecture? Yu Tianming was taken aback, recalling how Ji Zhirua had previously mentioned that her family resided in Kanglin Prefecture. Why was Emperor Qian now stating that they were from Piamiao Prefecture? Yu Tianming was well aware of Piamiao Prefecture, a prominent region among the 3,000 great prefectures, ranking within the top 10. Within countless strong individuals abound. Forces akin to the Great Qian Dynasty cannot even rank among them in the ethereal realm. Here, true supremacy is as common as dogs, and the 9 tribulations roam freely. Indeed, the Ji family of the ethereal realm is one of the imperial clans, descended from a great emperor known as the Void Emperor, whose strength was unparalleled, ranking among the foremost of all emperors. The Void Emperor, a sage of our humanity, waged wars throughout his life, during the initial chaos of the Forbidden Zones. It was he who single-handedly quelled the 9 great forbidden areas, slaying innumerable sovereigns of those zones to secure peace for our kind. When the Void Emperor is mentioned, Emperor Qian seems to hold him in high regard, bestowing upon him lofty praise. This is also the first time Tianming has heard tales of an emperor, and he listens with rapt attention. In those days, the Void Emperor dominated the 9 great sovereigns, instilling fear across the myriad realms. During his reign, no forbidden zone dared to stir unrest. In that moment, Tianming felt an immense reverence for the Void Emperor. Each emperor deserves lifelong veneration, for they have left indelible achievements in the protection of humanity. Father, this marriage proposal you have arranged for me, could it be that it is with a descendant of the Void Emperor? Tianming exclaimed in surprise. If the person you found for me has such a grand lineage, would they even consider us? Emperor Qian replied, the marriage I have arranged indeed involves a descendant of the Void Emperor, though they are not the main branch. Emperor Qian cast a casual glance at Ji Zhirua, stating, Zhirua should be more informed about this matter than I. A decade ago, the Ji family experienced a tumult, though I am not entirely clear on the specifics. Ji Zhirua continued, all I know is that from that point onward, our lineage departed the ethereal realm, settling in the Kanglan region, where we have lived ever since. However, Kanglan is not as prosperous as the ethereal realm, and gradually, our lineage fell into decline. Upon hearing Ji Zhirua's explanation, Tianming finally understood the situation. So, the Ji family was cast aside by the Ji family of the ethereal realm. No wonder they sought a marriage alliance with our Great Qian Dynasty. Ji Zhirua, Emperor Qian, let us not dwell on this. The Ji family of Kanglan hails from the imperial lineage and possesses formidable strength. Even our Great Qian Dynasty cannot contend with them. Emperor Qian cleared his throat and added, during my travels through the 3 great continents, I forged a brotherly bond with the current head of the Ji family, who is to become your future father-in-law, thus establishing this betrothal. Father, are you telling me that you arranged a marriage for me before I was even born? Tianming replied helplessly, this is for your own good. Emperor Qian stated with a serious gaze. Currently, the Taishan region is unstable. The forces of the celestial demon sect are stirring, and even the Great Zhou dynasty has been raised. Your cultivation is limited, and should you enter the Ji family, you will gain the means of self-preservation. Hearing his father's words, Tianming took a deep breath, astonished by Emperor Qian's foresight. Little did Emperor Qian know, Tianming already possessed the ability to protect himself. Leaving aside his own capabilities, even the beast he had tamed could secure a foothold in the Taishan region. By the way, father, the fiancée you arranged for me is my elder sister, the current eldest daughter of the Ji family, Ji Rushue. Ji Zhirua responded. My sister is the foremost genius of Kanglan, having already reached the divine mansion realm at a young age. Ji Zhirua initially intended to boast before Tianming, but upon recalling his prowess, she felt deflated. In Tianming's presence, could there truly exist a genius worthy of the title? Tianming was barely 30 yet possessed the strength to slay supreme realm demon kings. Across the 3,000 great continents, it seemed no cultivator could achieve such feats, even among the imperial clans. Perhaps the young emperor could, but how many emperors had emerged over countless epochs in the 3,000 great continents? Each emperor is a rarity, a being born from immense trials over vast stretches of time. That is indeed the essence of genius. Tianming nodded, taking a deep breath. A divine mansion cultivator in their 20s seemed unmatched in the Taishan region. As none appeared to rival Ji Rushue, he couldn't help but reflect on the nature of imperial clans. Even a branch that had fallen for millennia could still produce such talent. Without the system, he wondered where he would be struggling now. Initially, Tianming's thoughts were genuine, yet in Ji Zhirua's eyes, he appeared to look down upon her sister, inciting her ire. Enough, Tianming. For now, accompany Zhirua and work on tempering your fondness for alcohol. When the time is right, join her to meet your fiancée. You are not to bully Zhirua. Should I find out you mistreat her, you shall face my wrath. Emperor Qian proclaimed sternly from his dragon throne. Tianming understood that his father was resolutely intent on marrying him to Ji Rushue and could only nod in resignation. At worst, he would feign incompetence, making Ji Rushue disinterested in him, thus allowing her to withdraw from the engagement. Tianming did not believe that as Kanglan's foremost genius, Ji Rushue would find interest in a drunkard like himself. After leaving the palace, Ji Zhirua followed closely behind Yu Tianming. "Why are you following me?" Yu Tianming asked, exasperated. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be embroiled in this mess. That's not acceptable. Uncle Ji insisted I stay close to you," Ji Zhirua replied with a sense of pride. "Then if you wish to follow, then follow," Yu Tianming retorted, rolling his eyes. He departed the palace and made his way to the largest tavern in the Great Qian Dynasty's capital, the Zuiyu Pavilion. "Your Highness Tianming." "Welcome. Please, come inside." The staff of Zuiyu Pavilion greeted him warmly upon arrival, hastily leading him to a private room for distinguished guests. Ji Zhirua hurried to follow. "Brother Tianming, I heard you enjoy drinking. Is that true?" Ji Zhirua asked with keen interest. Upon learning that the one who saved her, the 10-mile sword god, was Yu Tianming, she became more audacious, directly addressing him as Brother Tianming. Although their interactions had been brief, Ji Zhirua sensed that Yu Tianming was not a bad person. "Indeed," Yu Tianming affirmed, pouring himself a cup of wine and savoring it slowly. Ding! The system notified him that he had sampled a decade's worth of fine wine, congratulating him with a reward of 100 high-grade spirit stones. Yi Tianming glanced at the system's reward without giving it much thought, tossing the spirit stones into his system space. 100 high-grade spirit stones, though not a vast sum, were certainly substantial, equivalent to 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones serve as the most common currency across the 3,000 great continents, usable for purchasing techniques, martial arts, pills, and more, and also for cultivation. They are classified into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones. 1,000 low-grade stones equal 1 medium-grade, while 1,000 medium-grade stones equal 1 high-grade. Top-grade stones are seldom traded, as they are typically reserved for personal cultivation. Is this wine truly so exquisite? Let me try, Ji Zhirua said, seeing Yu Tianming enjoy his drink so much that she couldn't resist pouring herself a cup. Taking a tentative sip. "Oh, this is quite good." Ji Zhirua was captivated by the flavor, quickly gulping it down. Cough, cough. Soon after, she began to cough, her face flushed red. Observing this, Yu Tianming couldn't help but chuckle. "What sort of drinking is that? Wine should be savored slowly." As he spoke, he poured another bowl of wine for Ji Zhirua and lifted his own bowl to drink. Gazing at Ji Zhirua, Yu Tianming suddenly felt that drinking alone was indeed somewhat dreary. With Ji Zhirua present, he finally had a companion to share his drink. Although the 9 ancestors were also within the imperial tomb, they spent most of their time in seclusion and could not keep him company. As for Yi Kuan, the substance he poured was simply not worth drinking with him. During a previous drinking session with Yi Kuan, he had taken but a sip before collapsing into a deep slumber, even exposing his true form. Had it not been for Yi Tianming's timely concealment, he might have drawn the attention of the 9 ancestors. This drinking experience was rather delightful. Ji Zhirua imitated Yu Tianming's, savoring a sip, and was pleasantly surprised by its quality. She quickly indulged herself in more. Witnessing this scene, Yu Tianming couldn't help but chuckle softly. As the two finished their drinks and the sky darkened, Yu Tianming returned to the imperial tomb while Ji Zhirua made her way back to the palace. Meanwhile, within a residence in the capital city of the Great Qian Dynasty, a figure clad in white descended slowly. The night was as dark as ink, and apart from a few patrolling soldiers, many cultivators in the capital had begun their secluded training in a particularly bustling residence. A man in white robes appeared in the air. His attire was as pure as snow, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a celestial being. "Heavenly demon sect leader, you possess great audacity to appear alone in the imperial city. Are you not afraid of being discovered by His Majesty?" A cold voice rang out, and a middle-aged man clad in armor gradually materialized beside the white-clad figure. "And if I am discovered? Even if the sect leader is found out, I remain unafraid." The heavenly demon sect leader replied with a light laugh, exuding confidence. "Humph. Should you be discovered, I will not come to your aid," the armored man retorted with a disdainful snort. "Prince of the East, it was you who contacted the sect leader. Why then do you fear that I might expose you?" The heavenly demon sect leader smiled, revealing the identity of the newcomer. The middle-aged man in armor, illuminated by the moonlight, revealed his countenance. It was none other than the Prince of the East, one of the 4 great princes of the Great Qian Dynasty. "Prince of the East, do you know why your cultivation is the weakest and why you are least favored by the emperor among the 4 princes?" The heavenly demon sect leader inquired nonchalantly. Is it not because the emperor is short-sighted? "No," the heavenly demon sect leader interrupted the Prince of the East, stating coolly. "The emperor is a man of extraordinary courage and formidable strength, capable of standing among the top figures across the 3,000 great states. However, the reason you are not favored by the emperor is that in all your endeavors, you act timidly and hesitantly. lacking decisiveness. Thus, not only are you disregarded, but your cultivation is also the weakest among the four princes. Hearing the words of the heavenly demon sect leader, the prince of the east snorted coldly but remained silent. What is it that you require from us? The prince of the east asked, though his expression betrayed his displeasure. The emperor carries the fate of the Qian dynasty. If we sever the dragon vein of the Qian dynasty, we can then deal with it. This sect leader needs you to find a way to allow our people into the palace. The heavenly demon sect leader replied matter-of-factly. His purpose for coming to the capital of the Qian dynasty was to find a means to infiltrate the palace and sever the dragon vein beneath the Qian dynasty. Naturally, this required the assistance of the Prince of the East, as he was backed by a royal prince, making it a trivial matter to bring a few individuals into the palace. Upon hearing the request of the heavenly demon sect leader, the Prince of the East pondered briefly before nodding. His Majesty wishes to arrange a marriage with the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture, with the bride being Ji Ruxue, the eldest daughter of the Ji family. In a few days, His Majesty will host a banquet in the palace to announce this matter. At that time, I will find a way to get your people into the palace. The Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture? A branch of the imperial Ji family of Piamiao Prefecture? The heavenly demon sect leader expressed mild surprise upon receiving this information, which he had not previously known. However, he soon smiled, saying, I did not expect the emperor to dote upon this worthless prince. Though the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture currently only at peak sovereign-level cultivators, they were still a branch of the imperial Ji family. The surrounding forces had some understanding of the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture and were generally reluctant to provoke them. A millennium ago, although the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture had severed ties with the imperial Ji family, they still bore the bloodline of the imperial family. Who could say whether, after attacking the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture, the imperial Ji family would come seeking retribution? After all, they were the true rulers of the 3,000 great states. Even the weakest imperial family possessed the strength to contend with an entire state. For instance, in the rankings of the 3,000 great states, the Qian dynasty could easily eradicate a lesser state like Tianming. What if they dote upon him? The throne could never be handed over to Tianming. The Prince of the East scoffed coldly. Are you not afraid that should Tianming indeed marry into the Ji family, he might leverage their power to ascend as the crown prince of the Qian dynasty? The heavenly demon sect leader teased at these words. The Prince of the East was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened. His Majesty's affection for Tianming surpasses all expectations. When he was previously framed, who could have known that the emperor did not punish him but merely assigned him to guard the imperial tomb, making it even more difficult to deal with him under the watchful eyes of the 9 ancestors. Moreover, last time, the emperor was displeased and secretly eliminated many individuals. He has already decided to deal with the remaining ones. At this point, the Prince of the East appeared quite helpless, compared to the other princes. Tianming lacked any backing and his own strength was not formidable. Logically, he should have been the easiest to deal with. Yet, who would have thought that standing behind Tianming was a prince of the Qian dynasty, making him the hardest target to handle? Return and prepare your people. I will take you into the palace when the time comes. Very well. The heavenly demon sect leader nodded slightly, then stepped forward, vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 feet away, having left the capital of the Qian dynasty. In the days that followed, Ji Ruxue visited Tianming at the imperial tomb every day. Ever since their last drinking session, she had grown fond of the experience and insisted on having Tianming accompany her for drinks daily. Tianming, pleased to have someone to drink with, readily obliged. However, Ji Ruxue's capacity for alcohol was naturally no match for Tianming's, and she would often end up blissfully intoxicated. Yet she refused to concede defeat, determined to outdrink Tianming. In addition, the news of Tianming's impending marriage to Ji Ruxue of the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture spread throughout the Qian dynasty, leaving many astonished. Logically, candidates such as Yi Wuxuang, Yi Yuanming, and Yi Shouzhu were far more suitable for a union with the Ji family than Tianming. Yet it was he who was ultimately chosen. However, upon recalling the emperor's favoritism towards Tianming, many began to come to terms with the situation. Some even speculated whether the emperor intended to establish Tianming as the crown prince by providing him with a powerful ally as a support. Concurrently, the emperor announced a banquet in the palace to welcome Ji Ruxue, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the capital of the Qian dynasty. Soon, the day of the banquet arrived. The gathering primarily aimed to host the esteemed civil and military officials of the Qian dynasty. The emperor had arranged a lavish feast within the palace, making it a bustling affair with guests arriving in droves. Tianming was summoned from the imperial tomb early in the morning and was currently standing at the palace gates to greet the arriving guests. Big brother, I never expected father to arrange a marriage for you. He, does this mean I will soon have a sister-in-law? Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly that it's a pity that I heard sister-in-law isn't here. This banquet is mainly to welcome Sister Zhirua. During this time, Yi Xiaoxiao had already met Ji Zhirua. Their ages were comparable, and both were talented cultivators, leading to a close bond and endless conversation. You little girl, hurry inside. Yu Tianming lightly tapped Yu Xiaoxiao on the head, chiding her playfully. Naya. Yu Xiaoxiao made a face and darted inside. Imperial brother, congratulations, at that moment. A carriage came to a stop in front of the gates, and a young man clad in a dragon robe stepped down from the carriage. This young man, adorned in an 8-clawed dragon robe, exuded an air of unparalleled nobility in the Great Qian Dynasty. Aside from Emperor Qian adorned in his dragon robe, each of the royal princes donned their respective python robes. The individual before us is none other than the 6th prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. Yi Xiaozhu. Despite being the youngest among Yi Tianming's brothers, Yi Xiaozhu possesses exceptional innate talent. At such a tender age, he has already attained the formidable realm of Shinfu, and behind him stands the support of a significant portion of the court officials. Thus, his chances of becoming the crown prince are considerably high. Brother, I never imagined that father would arrange a marriage alliance with the Ji family for you. I am utterly envious, Yi Xiaozhu exclaimed. The Ji family is closely related to the imperial family of Piaomiao Prefecture, so dear brother, make sure to seize this opportunity. With a hearty laugh, Yi Xiaozhu stepped forward and linked arms with Yi Tianming. To the outside observer, the bond between the two brothers appeared exceedingly intimate, akin to that of blood brothers. Yet only Yi Tianming was aware that as Yi Xiaozhu embraced him, a subtle yet elusive surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body. Is this little rascal attempting to probe my cultivation? Yi Tianming chuckled softly, surprised that despite his efforts to conceal his true strength, Yi Xiaozhu still harbored doubts. However, the methods Yi Xiaozhu employed to ascertain Yi Tianming's actual power were nothing short of fanciful. Upon discovering that Yi Tianming had merely stepped into the realm of Shuhan, Yi Xiaozhu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then waved his hand, and several attendants brought forth jars of wine. Brother, knowing your fondness for wine, I had these prepared especially for you. What do you think? Yi Xiaozhu said with a smile. Haha. My thanks to you, 6th brother, Yi Tianming replied with a gentle smile before turning to Yi Kuan. Please take these away for now, brother. There is no need to entertain me just yet. I see that many more guests are arriving, so I shall go in and see father first, Yi Xiaozhu said with a light chuckle. Yi Tianming nodded and resumed his hospitality for the other guests. Within the inner palace, Emperor Qian was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Ji Zhirua, asking about various family matters. Zhirua. After these past few days of interaction with Tianming, what are your thoughts on him? Emperor Qian inquired with a smile. Uncle Yi, aside from his fondness for drinking, brother Tianming is quite an admirable person. I believe that once he meets my sister, she will surely take a liking to him, Ji Zhirua declared, patting her chest in assurance. Ha, that is splendid news. Zhirua, you must speak highly of him to your sister. If Tianming is fortunate enough to marry someone as remarkable as Shui, it would surely be a stroke of good fortune. Emperor Qian laughed heartily. Rest assured, Uncle Yi, I will ensure that happens, Ji Zhirua replied emphatically. Little did Emperor Qian know of Yi Tianming's true strength. Had he been aware, the number of young women vying for the chance to marry him would extend from Taishan Prefecture to Zhonglan Prefecture. Ji Zhirua had already resolved that. Come what may, she must ensure that Yi Tianming entered their Ji family. Such a prodigy could not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Sister Zhirua, when the time comes, brother will have to rely on you. Yu Xiaoxiao chimed in with a smile. Fear not. My sister will surely make brother Tianming compliant and attentive. Ji Zhirua laughed. Uncle Yi, I will go fetch brother Tianming now. After surveying the surroundings, Ji Zhirua noticed that Yi Tianming was still entertaining other guests and said. Emperor Qian nodded in agreement. Very well, let him come over. Ji Zhirua hurried toward the palace entrance to call for Yi Tianming. The Great Qian Dynasty's palace was vast, exuding an atmosphere of serenity. As Ji Zhirua made her way to the entrance, she took in the surrounding scenery. Who goes there? Suddenly, Ji Zhirua spotted a shadow darting past her, vanishing around a corner. Her expression turned serious, and as she peered around the corner, she was about to leave to inform Emperor Qian when she noticed a ripple akin to that of a lake's surface appearing around her. It was as if she had entered a realm completely detached from the world. No matter how she called out, her voice could not escape. In an instant, Ji Zhirua realized she had fallen into a confinement. But within the palace, who could possibly set such a trap? Just then, several figures clad in black robes emerged around her. The moment these black-robed individuals appeared, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Jizhou, Yao Guang realm. Ji Zhirua's countenance changed as she felt the oppressive force. How could a powerful individual from the Yao Guang realm infiltrate the palace? Fools! How could you let this be discovered? The leader of the black-robed figures hissed in disdain. Master, what should we do now? Shall we eliminate her? The other black-robed figures hastily bowed their heads, not anticipating such a lapse in the confinement. This hidden barrier had been bestowed upon them by the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and they were not yet adept in its control. No, she is of the Ji family. Killing her would serve little purpose. We are here to sever the Qian Dynasty's dragon vein. Let her remain for now. The leader shook his head. Killing Ji Zhiruo might alert others. Keeping her alive might provide leverage against the Qian Dynasty later on. Who are you? This is the Qian Imperial Palace. You have no right to act with such impunity. Ji Zhiruo shouted defiantly. Humph. Do not think that being from the Ji family grants you immunity. The leader coldly scoffed as a claw of darkness swiftly descended upon Ji Zhiruo, overwhelmed by the pressure of a Yao Guang realm expert. Ji Zhiruo had no capacity to resist and promptly lost consciousness. The Heavenly Demon Sect's stronghold seized Ji Zhiruo and rapidly made their way toward the dragon vein of the Qian Dynasty. Hey, Tianming, why did Zhiruo not return with you? In the Grand Hall, seeing Yu Tianming return alone, Emperor Qian inquired with confusion. Zhiruo, was she not with you all along? Yu Tianming furrowed his brow, a foreboding sense rising within him. She said she would come find you. Did you not see her? Emperor Qian asked, astonished. I did not. Yu Tianming shook his head, suddenly realizing that something was amiss, and hurriedly dashed out of the Grand Hall. At that moment, Emperor Qian too sensed that something was wrong, his expression turning grave. Everyone, seal the palace and activate the Grand Formation, with Emperor Qian's command. A flurry of activity ensued as many soldiers responsible for guarding the palace were mobilized. Emperor Qian's consciousness swiftly enveloped the palace, yet soon his expression darkened. He was nowhere to be found within the palace. Missing. A wave of dread washed over Emperor Qian as he contemplated the possibility of something having happened to Ji Zhiruo. But in the blink of an eye, where could she have gone? The intruders had managed to infiltrate the palace silently, so they must also possess means of escape. They might have already fled. Meanwhile, Yu Tianming had already exited the Grand Hall, his consciousness sweeping over the entire palace and even the city. To the dragon vein. Yu Tianming's formidable consciousness quickly pinpointed Ji Zhiruo's location. Even with the concealment barrier granted by the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect, they could not elude Yu Tianming's probing. This barrier could elude even the most powerful of the Supreme Realm, but unfortunately for them, they had encountered him. He swiftly discovered Ji Zhiruo, bound by the Dark Claw. Upon confirming that she was merely unconscious, he let out a long breath of relief. He then left a shadow of himself at the spot and, in a flash, made his way toward the dragon vein. Master, this is the dragon vein of the Qian Dynasty. Below the palace, an immense spiritual vein coursed through the capital of the Qian Dynasty. Here, the spiritual energy was exceedingly dense, tenfold that of the outside world. There lingered faint remnants of profound paths. Cultivating here would undoubtedly be several times faster than in the outside realm. This was the dragon vein of the Qian Dynasty, the wellspring of its fortune. If the dragon vein were severed, the Qian Dynasty would gradually decline, eventually vanishing from Taishan Prefecture in a few years. They wouldn't even need the Heavenly Demon Sect to intervene. To think that the Qian Dynasty's palace was not as easily penetrable as they had anticipated. As long as the dragon vein is severed, the fortunes of the Great Qian Dynasty will plummet, leading to its demise, and our divine sect shall unify Taishan continent. The leader of the black-clad figures let out a sinister laugh, producing a series of strange sounds from his mouth. Soon, an enormous demonic blade manifested behind him, stretching dozens of feet in length. With this strike, the entire dragon vein of the Great Qian Dynasty would be obliterated. Whoosh! In an instant, the sound of slicing wind echoed as the demonic blade was poised to strike the dragon vein. Yet, at the very moment the blade was about to make contact, it began to shatter, disintegrating into wisps of demonic energy that dissipated into the air. What is happening? Several insects have infiltrated. Just as the black-clad figures were filled with uncertainty, a cold shout suddenly rang out. When they turned to look again, they saw Yu Tianming, clad in white, standing atop the dragon vein, gazing at them with a face full of disdain. Yu Tianming. The leading black-clad figure's gaze sharpened. You are not. I understand now. You have been hiding all along. Upon seeing Yu Tianming, he was initially puzzled as to how a seemingly useless prince had found his way here. However, when he realized he could not sense Yu Tianming's aura, he understood that Yu Tianming's strength was undoubtedly formidable. The other party had been concealing themselves for all these years. This no longer concerns you. Yu Tianming waved his hand, and Ji Zhiruo immediately appeared by his side, slowly regaining consciousness. Brother Tianming, you finally came. Ji Zhiruo exclaimed, embracing Yu Tianming with a look of grievance. It's all right. They dare to lay hands on the dragon vein of the Great Qian Dynasty. I will never let them go. Yu Tianming coldly snorted, sending several flying swords from behind him, piercing through the void directly towards the black-clad figures. With you alone, you are not our gurgle, pff. Before the leading black-clad figure could finish his words, a flying sword pierced through his throat, causing a gurgling sound to emanate from his throat. In an instant, his soul was obliterated by Yu Tianming. The remaining black-clad figures were taken aback, their faces showing sheer terror. They disregarded everything else and hurriedly fled outside. From the moment Yu Tianming appeared until he dispatched the leading Yao Guang realm expert, no more than 10 breaths had passed. This Yao Guang realm expert was one of the leaders of the 36 halls of the heavenly demon sect, second only to the sect master, the protector, and the holy sun. If Yu Tianming could easily slay a leader of the heavenly demon sect, there was no need to mention these ordinary disciples. The black-clad figures, who had previously looked down upon Yu Tianming, now felt no inclination to resist and fled in disarray. Outside, the area was already completely sealed off. Escaping would lead to certain death. Yet remaining here would only hasten their demise, so they thought it better to fight their way out and carve a bloody path. Their intentions were noble, but how could their speed compare to Yu Tianming's? Flying swords shot forth, instantly chilling the hearts of the black-clad figures. In less than 10 breaths, these black-clad figures were eliminated by Yu Tianming, unable to retaliate at all. Gazing at the corpses of the heavenly demon sect experts, Yu Tianming glanced at the dragon vein nearby and took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the dragon vein would have truly been destroyed by the heavenly demon sect. If that had happened, the entire Great Qian Dynasty would have faced grave issues. Jiruo, are you all right? Yu Tianming finally turned to Jiruo, inquiring. I'm fine. Jiruo shook her head, explaining that her father's spiritual consciousness was still with her, providing protection in times of life and death. She was also grateful that the black-clad figures had not shown any intent to kill her. Otherwise, they would have been swiftly dispatched by her father's spiritual consciousness. Seeing that Jiruo was unharmed, Yu Tianming sighed in relief and began to ponder. How had the experts from the heavenly demon sect infiltrated? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. I must take my leave now. Soon, father and the others will come looking for me. You should know what to say. Yes, yes, it was the senior Tenli sword god who saved me, but he has since departed. Jiruo quickly nodded. Seeing Jiruo so astute, Yu Tianming smiled and vanished from sight. Sure enough, shortly after Yu Tianming left, the figure of the Emperor Qian and many powerful individuals appeared in the area, including Yu Tianming himself. To the others, it seemed that after Yu Tianming exited the main hall, he had been searching for Jiruo nearby, and soon thereafter, Emperor Qian discovered her. Why Yu Tianming followed Emperor Qian to this location. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yu Tianming remained under the watchful eyes of Emperor Qian, and no one suspected that it was Yu Tianming who had saved Jiruo. After all, the system's ability to conceal his presence was extraordinarily potent, and Yu Tianming's own strength was among the very top. Coupled with various techniques to mask his aura, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect him. Jiruo, are you all right? Upon seeing Jiruo safe, Emperor Qian finally felt relieved. Uncle Yi, I'm fine, Jiruo replied, shaking her head, then added, thanks to the senior Tenli sword god. Had it not been for him, the dragon vein would have likely been destroyed by the experts of the heavenly demon sect. Tenli sword god. Emperor Qian paused, glancing at the corpses of the heavenly demon sect experts around. At that moment, Jiruo recounted the events that had transpired, only substituting Yu Tianming's name with Tenli sword god. The senior Tenli sword god dispatched these heavenly demon sect experts and then left. Jiruo explained. To have not made a sound at all. It seems the strength of this Tenli sword god must at least be at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Emperor Qian murmured after examining the corpses. These heavenly demon sect experts were not weak. One was at the peak of the Yao Guang realm, with 4 others at the 6th level or above. To infiltrate the dragon vein unnoticed and sever it was indeed no easy feat. As it stands, this Tenli sword god does not appear to be an enemy. Yet, how did he manage to infiltrate the palace? Who exactly is this Tenli sword god? Emperor Qian pondered these questions relentlessly. And no matter how hard he thought, he would never suspect that this Tenli sword god was, in fact, Yu Tianming. After resolving the matter of the heavenly demon sect experts, Emperor Qian ordered heightened defenses to prevent any other heavenly demon sect experts from infiltrating. The grand formation of the entire imperial palace was activated, and the banquet was hastily concluded. Every individual leaving the banquet was subjected to rigorous scrutiny to prevent any spies from the heavenly demon sect. Once everyone had departed, Emperor Qian narrowed his eyes and asked, Who do you think is colluded with the Heavenly Demon Sect? The fact that the Heavenly Demon Sect could stealthily infiltrate the palace indicated that someone had acted behind the scenes. This thought occurred to Emperor Qian immediately. Who knows? The princes vying for the throne and the third princess are all potential suspects, replied Prime Minister Zhang Juodao. And what of the Tenli sword god? Emperor Qian inquired next. The Tenli sword god, at present, seems to have an ambiguous purpose, but he should not be an enemy. Prime Minister Zhang Juodao pondered for a moment before answering. Do not let me discover who colluded with the Heavenly Demon Sect, or else they shall face severe consequences. Emperor Qian huffed coldly, his figure vanishing from sight. In the rear palace of the Great Qian Dynasty, Emperor Qian summoned you Tianming and Ji Zhirua. Tianming, I had originally intended for you to delay your visit to the Ji family. However, given today's events, it is prudent for you to go to the Ji family sooner rather than later, Emperor Qian expressed with deep concern. The events of today made him feel that the Heavenly Demon Sect would likely act soon. Taishan continent was no longer safe. If Yi Tianming remained in Taishan, he could find himself in peril at any moment. Father, the Heavenly Demon Sect was defeated 1,000 years ago. Is it possible that even with our alliance with the other major forces, we are still no match for them? Yi Tianming furrowed his brow and remarked, For years, our 4 major forces have been searching for the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect in Taishan. Yet we have found nothing. The Emperor Qian let out a sigh, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. Originally, the 5 great powers of Taishan Prefecture had been in a precarious state. With the Great Zhou Dynasty under the control of the Heavenly Demon Sect, many formidable warriors reduced to mere puppets, the Great Qian Dynasty had no choice but to ally with the other 3 powers to eliminate the Great Zhou Dynasty, which severely drained the vitality of Taishan Prefecture's forces. For many years, they had never ceased their search for the Heavenly Demon Sect, yet they had only managed to dismantle a few of its outposts. With no trace of its headquarters to be found, conversely, the 4 great powers had suffered significant losses over these past few years, with the Qingyan Sword sect even witnessing the fall of a supreme realm expert. After a millennium of lurking, the current strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect was utterly unknown. However, the fact that it had secretly annihilated the Great Zhou Dynasty indicated that it had already become the foremost power in Taishan Prefecture. The Emperor Qian continued, however, it seems that it has yet to make a move, likely waiting for the right opportunity. Unfortunately, we are unaware of the location of the Heavenly Demon Sect's headquarters. Yi Tianming sighed deeply within, realizing that although he was currently only at the first level of the Supreme Realm, he had revealed all his hidden cards, making him comparable to a peak Supreme Realm expert. If he could ascertain the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Sect's headquarters, he could devise a means to eradicate it. Noticing Yi Tianming's furrowed brow, the Emperor Qian assumed he was worried about his safety and chuckled lightly. Tianming, you need not fret too much. Regardless, I shall ensure your safety. Seeing the Emperor Qian's demeanor, Yi Tianming smiled and returned. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, and though he had not experienced maternal love in this life, paternal affection was abundant, surpassing that of his younger siblings. The Emperor Qian did not disdain his penchant for alcohol or his lack of ambition. Instead, he constantly thought of him, warming Yi Tianming's heart. It seemed that the cold and heartless portrayal of royalty in novels was not entirely accurate. Very well, Tianming, go and make the necessary preparations. A month from now, I shall send someone to escort you to the Ji family, after issuing a few more instructions to Yi Tianming and Ji Zhirua. The Emperor Qian set a date. Yi Tianming had no objections to this arrangement. In Taishan Prefecture, at the Abyss of Fallen Swords, a forbidden ground of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the sect leader, along with the Hall Master of Martial Arts, had perished. Yet the dragon vein of the Great Qian Dynasty remained unscathed. A powerful figure from the Heavenly Demon Sect reported recent events to the sect leader. I understand, the sect leader, clad in white, replied with a tone devoid of any discernible emotion. It was said that the 10-mile sword god had struck, slaying them. Again, it is him. Who is this person? He repeatedly disrupts our plans. At that moment, hearing the name of the 10-mile sword god stirred a flicker of emotion within the sect leader, his gaze deepening as he stared into the blood pool before him. Sect leader, it appears that the 10-mile sword god is a loose cultivator. We have sent people to investigate his identity multiple times, yet have yielded no results, as if he has never existed at all. The Heavenly Demon Sect figure was equally perplexed, unable to fathom the true identity of the 10-mile sword god. I understand. After a lengthy pause, the sect leader inhaled deeply and slowly nodded. The Heavenly Demon Sect figure, witnessing this, ceased to speak further and gradually withdrew. Once alone, the sect leader murmured softly, 10-mile sword god, who exactly are you? In the month that followed, Yi Tianming began to make arrangements. gathering various treasures from his humble abode into his system space. He wished to avoid any unforeseen discoveries of countless rare materials in his residence upon his departure. This system space, a feature of Yi Tianming's own system, was significantly larger than a spatial ring, though it bore no other unique characteristics. Additionally, Yi Tianming visited the Beast Mountain Range, where the King of Spectral Demons and the King of Blazing Flames were to keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the Heavenly Demon sect. Ready to assist the Great Qian Dynasty if necessary. Yi Tianming provided both the King of Spectral Demons and the King of Blazing Flames with numerous treasures to aid their cultivation. "Have you prepared everything?" Yi Tianming inquired, turning to the King of Blazing Flames. "Master, everything is ready," the King of Blazing Flames replied with a nod, presenting a substantial array of precious materials. Although the King of Blazing Flames and the King of Spectral Demons were loyal to Yi Kuan, they still referred to Yi Tianming as their master, a title endorsed by Yi Kuan himself. As Yi Tianming surveyed the abundant treasures, he retrieved some items from his system space. "Your Qilin bloodline is but a fraction, and after so many generations, it is uncertain how much of that bloodline you can ultimately awaken. It all depends on your fortune." The King of Blazing Flames nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Master, I am fully prepared." In his heart, the King of Blazing Flames believed that any advancement in his Qilin bloodline, even a mere fraction, would significantly enhance his power. Yi Tianming said no more and began to form a hand seal. Instantly, the treasures on the ground levitated, and an intense flame erupted in his right hand. Upon the emergence of this flame, the surrounding space warped, exuding an unbearable heat. All the other beasts, except for the King of Blazing Flames, retreated, fearing they might be scorched by the searing temperature. Over the years, Yi Tianming had indeed studied alchemy. Alchemists were classified into 7 ranks: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, Tao, saint, and emperor. Successfully refining 3 yellow-tier pills qualified one as a yellow-tier alchemist, while 3 profound-tier pills designated one as a profound-tier alchemist. Yi Tianming had previously concocted numerous heaven-tier pills, establishing himself as a heaven-tier alchemist. However, to achieve ranks above heaven tier would necessitate not only exceptional alchemical skills but also profound insights into the Tao, which Yi Tianming was currently incapable of. The pill Yi Tianming was concocting was called the Ancestor Source Demon Blood Pill, a high-grade heaven-tier pill primarily used to awaken the bloodlines within demon beasts. Although the King of Blazing Flames possessed merely a fraction of Qilin blood, he could not activate it on his own after countless generations. Unlike Yi Kuan, who was a pureblood by Fang and needed no pills to stimulate his bloodline. As it evolved naturally with his growth, the surrounding spiritual energy surged frantically toward Yi Tianming, mingling with various invaluable spiritual herbs, as a pill began to take shape under the intense heat. The King of Blazing Flames watched the alchemical process with bated breath, not daring to blink, fearful that any misstep would lead to failure. To create this Ancestor Source Demon Blood Pill, he had exhausted all his resources. During this time, he had endured significant hardship to gather the necessary spiritual herbs for its refinement, barely accumulating enough for a single pill. Should he fail, all his efforts would truly be in vain. Pill complete. After an indeterminate period, with a resounding declaration from Yi Tianming, a blood-red pill appeared in his hand. The pill gleamed like flames, adorned with intricate Qilin patterns, radiating a rich spiritual energy. Beads of sweat formed on Yi Tianming's forehead. As the effort to concoct this pill had drained considerable energy from him, he hurriedly retrieved his wine gourd, took a hearty swig, and then tossed the pill to the King of Blazing Flames. "There is only this one Ancestor Source Demon Blood Pill. The rest lies in your fortune." The King of Blazing Flames caught the pill, overjoyed, and immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." After receiving the pill, he treated it as a treasure, swallowing it whole. In an instant, the Beast Mountain Range erupted with thunder and lightning, the skies darkening, and the spiritual energy becoming wildly turbulent. Roar. The Blazing Flame Demon King let out a thunderous roar. Transforming into his true form, the Blazing Flame Qilin surged into the sky, his colossal body resembling a towering mountain, piercing the clouds above. Within the form of the Blazing Flame Demon King, a torrent of searing energy surged forth. Akin to a raging river, tumultuous and overwhelming. He howled towards the heavens, his voice reverberating through the vast expanse of the 100,000-mile Beast Mountain Range. As the power of the ancestral blood elixir was unleashed, the scales of the Blazing Flame Demon King shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, and the flames enveloping him grew ever more intense, causing the very fabric of space to ripple. In an instant, from afar, one could behold an immense Blazing Flame Qilin, standing proudly amidst the 100,000-mile Beast Mountain Range, exuding an aura of supremacy. In the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty, The commotion caused by the blazing flame demon king naturally drew the attention of the dynasty's formidable experts, many of whom took to the skies, gazing toward the direction of the Beast Mountain range. Your Majesty, it is unexpected that the blazing flame demon king could awaken his bloodline. Judging by his aura, it is likely that he has achieved 1% of the Qian bloodline. In the lofty heights, Prime Minister Zhang Ju stood in the void, his expression grave as he stared towards the Beast Mountain range. Although the crisis of the beast tide had been alleviated by the sword god of 10 miles, they could not guarantee when another beast tide might erupt. The stronger the beast within the Beast Mountain range, the greater the threat to the Great Qian Dynasty. I wonder what kind of extraordinary fortune the blazing flame demon king has encountered. Zhang Ju could not help but lament. This is not merely the fortune of the blazing flame demon king. It should be related to the sword god of 10 miles, the Emperor of Qian remarked, casting his gaze towards the Beast Mountain range. Related to the sword god of 10 miles, Zhang Ju was momentarily taken aback. You see, the blazing flame demon king has not exhibited any signs of his bloodline for hundreds of years. Why is it that after being subdued by the sword god of 10 miles, he can activate his bloodline? The Emperor of Qian elucidated. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Zhang Ju's expression turned serious. Your Majesty, the sword god of 10 miles possesses unparalleled strength, and he was able to infiltrate the imperial palace unnoticed. Now, he aids the blazing flame demon king in awakening his bloodline. We must remain vigilant. For the time being, the sword god of 10 miles does not harbor hostility towards us. We merely need to be cautious and refrain from probing further, lest we invite trouble. Understood. As he gazed at the increasingly powerful blazing flame demon king in the void, the netherworld demon king felt a pang of envy. Regrettably, he was but an ordinary demon beast, lacking any extraordinary bloodline from his ancestors. Such fortune was destined to elude him. With a sigh, the netherworld demon king's eyes brimmed with regret. Netherworld, I possess a martial technique that you may cultivate. It is quite suitable for you. Beside him, Tianming, having discerned the netherworld demon king's thoughts, retrieved a martial technique from his spatial ring. Thank you, master. The netherworld demon king promptly bowed respectfully to Tianming and began to comprehend the martial technique. The 9 shadows split technique. A mere glance was enough for the netherworld demon king to sense the formidable nature of the technique, and his heart searched with joy. It seemed that this master had not been mistaken. The 9 shadows split technique was a top-tier Dao-level technique, and upon reaching the 9th level, it could summon 9 avatars, each possessing the same strength as the original. Tianming stated nonchalantly. This martial technique was, of course, acquired by Tianming from the system. Having nearly mastered it himself, he decided to pass it on to the netherworld demon king. For having taken them in, it was only right to offer some rewards at the appropriate time. Upon hearing Tianming's explanation, the netherworld demon king's eyes instantly glowed with fervor. The techniques for creating martial arts and crafting spiritual artifacts were inherently inferior in the demon race compared to the human race. Even the netherworld demon king's most potent martial technique was merely of mid-tier heavenly rank. Yet, Tianming presented a top-tier Dao-level martial technique. How could the netherworld demon king not be excited? At that moment, the blazing flame demon king in the void had completed the activation of his bloodline. He transformed back into human form and descended before Tianming, his face alight with gratitude. Thank you, master. After consuming the ancestral source demon blood pill, my bloodline has been activated to 1%. 1% of Qian bloodline may seem modest, yet in reality, it was extraordinarily formidable. This would significantly enhance the strength of the blazing flame demon king. Indeed, I shall be departing from Taishan Prefecture for a time. You too should diligently cultivate and enhance your strength. When the time is right, lend your aid to the Great Qian Dynasty. Tianming instructed. Rest assured, master, with us around, the Great Qian Dynasty shall undoubtedly remain safe. The blazing flame demon king and the netherworld demon king responded in unison. Tianming nodded slightly at their words. Both the blazing flame demon king and the netherworld demon king were peak supreme realm demon beasts, coupled with the other demon beasts of the Tai Chi realm, Wuji realm, and Yaoguang realm in the Beast Mountain range. Unless all the other forces in Taishan Prefecture allied with the heavenly demon sect to assault the Great Qian Dynasty, they would certainly not pose a threat. After concluding his instructions to the blazing flame demon king and the netherworld demon king, Tianming led all the demon beasts below the Tai Chi realm into the void realm. If a crisis were to truly befall the Great Qian Dynasty, the demon beasts below the Tai Chi realm would be of little consequence. Whether he took them or not was inconsequential. Within the void realm, many demon beasts were diligently cultivating this fractured little world. Upon seeing Tianming's arrival, they all bowed in reverence. Tianming did not employ beast-taming techniques or soul-devouring insects to control them, as it was entirely unnecessary. Many of these demon beasts had developed a degree of intelligence, recognizing the immense strength of the human before them and dared not harbor any ill intentions. Moreover, their king had already submitted to this human, leaving them no reason to resist, just as Yu Tianming observed the demon race diligently working to cultivate the void realm. A massive creature resembling a white crane soared towards him from the distance. Emitting a series of cawing sounds, this white crane was none other than Yi Kuan. Seeing Yi Kuan swiftly approach, Yu Tianming felt a sense of resignation. He could not discern whether Yi Kuan genuinely enjoyed cawing or if this was simply the inherent sound of the creature. "Master, what brings you here?" Yi Kuan exclaimed as he flew close, a sycophantic smile on his beak. Since the establishment of the Void Realm, Yu Tianming had assigned Yi Kuan to oversee the cultivation efforts therein. "Let us take a look," Yu Tianming replied calmly, his consciousness sweeping through the Void Realm. Within the Void Realm, numerous areas had already been cultivated with spiritual herbs, and spiritual rivers, fields, and veins had been established, presenting a vibrant scene. However, the expanse of this world remained unfathomable. Its true size was still unknown. Before long, Yu Tianming had thoroughly surveyed the Void Realm and remarked to Yi Kuan, "You have managed this quite well." Upon hearing this, Yi Kuan immediately puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, "Of course, with me around, you need not worry, Master." Yu Tianming offered no further comments, surveying the area once more before departing the Void Realm and returning to the Imperial Mausoleum. After arranging everything, Yi Tianming dismantled the concealment array of his residence, restoring the place to its original state. Next, he would await a month to pass before heading to the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture. Recently, the heavenly demon sect had been stirring, and the entire Taishan Prefecture was in turmoil. Indeed, it was rumored that a city housing 300,000 cultivators had overnight transformed into a ghost town. Littered with corpses and flowing with blood, truly a hell on earth. Even the Great Qian Dynasty had been covertly annihilated by the heavenly demon sect. It was uncertain what countermeasures the Great Qian Dynasty, Baiyu sect, Xin Yu Mansion, and Qing Yun Sword sect might employ. What countermeasures could they possibly have? If they had any effective strategies, they would have already dealt with the heavenly demon sect. In a bustling tavern within a city, patrons were engaged in animated discussions about recent significant events. Naturally, the most frequently mentioned topic revolved around the heavenly demon sect, what forces had been obliterated, which cities had been slaughtered, and so forth. It was shocking to learn that numerous forces in Taishan Prefecture had fallen victim to the heavenly demon sect at a table within a restaurant. For individuals gathered, 2 men and 2 women. These 4 were none other than Yu Tianming, Ji Zhirua, Yu Kuan, and Xiao Chui. They were preparing to journey to the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture to discuss the impending marriage between Ji Ruxiwei and Yi Tianming. Initially, Emperor Qian intended to dispatch a grand entourage to escort Yi Tianming to the Ji family, but he was halted by Yi Tianming, who asserted that given the current threats posed by the heavenly demon sect, a grand display would only serve to draw unwanted attention. If the heavenly demon sect were to act, the larger the target, the greater the danger. Upon reflection, Emperor Qian recognized the wisdom in this reasoning and allowed Yu Tianming and Ji Zhirua to make their own arrangements for the journey to the Ji family. "Brother Tianming, do you think we might encounter members of the heavenly demon sect on our way?" Ji Zhirua inquired with a curious expression at the table. "Are you hoping to meet them?" Yu Tianming replied, lifting his cup to take a sip, casting her a sidelong glance. "Last time, they dared to capture me. If I encounter them again, I shall teach them a lesson," Ji Zhirua declared, shaking her fist. While she was certainly not a match for the heavenly demon sect's formidable warriors alone, she felt reassured by Yu Tianming's unrivaled strength, convinced that no matter how many members of the sect came, they would not pose a threat to him. "Fear not, should we truly encounter the heavenly demon sect, we will not need to intervene," Yu Tianming remarked with a resigned smile, his gaze drifting towards 2 nearby tables occupied by a group of about 10 individuals. As soon as Yu Tianming and Ji Zhirua entered the establishment, these people had arrived in quick succession. The table before them held only a few dishes of peanuts. They did not order any drinks or meals. Merely sitting in silence, the waiter had initially intended to usher them away, concerned that they might disrupt the restaurant's business. However, the group simply tossed a large bag of spirit stones to dismiss the waiter, who, seeing the unexpected fortune and the lack of need to serve them, was more than happy to leave them be. "Master, those individuals include 2 Yaoguang realm cultivators and 8 Wuji realm cultivators. They seem somewhat suspicious," Yu Kuan quietly cautioned. "What? Yaoguang realm experts? Could they be from the heavenly demon sect?" Ji Zhirua's expression shifted upon hearing Yu Kuan's words, realizing these individuals were not likely to be benevolent. "Not to worry. They are sent by my father and have been following us discreetly," Yu Tianming clarified. Although Emperor Qian had promised not to send a grand army to escort Tianming and had allowed him to travel to Kanglan Prefecture independently, he could not entirely shake his concern for Tianming's safety. Thus, he secretly dispatched 10 powerful individuals to protect him along the way. Unfortunately, Tianming had detected their presence as soon as they left the capital. Rather than exposing them, he chose to feign ignorance while enjoying the sights en route to the Ji family. Upon hearing Tianming's explanation, the others quickly grasped the situation. Afterward, they listened to some discussions about the heavenly demon sect and Taishan Prefecture before leaving a bag of spirit stones on the table and making their exit. Just as Tianming and his companions departed, the individuals who had been sitting nearby swiftly followed suit. Once outside the restaurant, they promptly concealed themselves, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Tianming and his companions continued their journey in a horse-drawn carriage. Given that Tianming's current exposed cultivation level was merely soul-shaping realm, he could not fly, and thus opted for the carriage. However, this was no ordinary carriage. It was drawn by 2 formidable celestial beasts, and its surroundings were fortified with various defensive formations capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a supreme realm expert. Furthermore, the carriage was remarkably swift, easily covering hundreds of thousands of miles in a single day. From the outside, it appeared as an ordinary carriage, yet its interior was surprisingly spacious, comparable to a private room in a restaurant. Despite the proximity of Kanglan Prefecture to Taishan Prefecture, the distance was still considerable. At this pace, reaching the Ji family would take at least a month. Fortunately, Tianming was in no rush, leisurely enjoying the journey while taking in the scenery on the way to the Ji family. As the carriage glided through the air, it left behind 2 trails of white smoke. Inside, Tianming reclined in his seat, sipping wine while Bai Lingyan massaged his shoulders. Ye Kuan drove the carriage, while Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui were beginning to doze off. "Master, what is the matter?" Suddenly, Tianming, who had been slightly squinting, opened his eyes wide, startling Bai Lingyan, who was massaging him. "Someone approaches," he said, his expression turning frosty as he quickly exited the carriage. Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui, jolted awake by Tianming's sudden movement, hurriedly followed him outside. However, upon stepping out of the carriage, they beheld a figure standing a short distance away, arms crossed and back turned towards them. Suspended in the air, "Master, someone is blocking our path," Yukuan stated upon seeing Tianming emerge. "Brother Tianming, what is happening?" Ji Zhirua asked anxiously. "Those who seek my life have arrived," Tianming replied, gazing at the figure before him with a faint smile. He then called out, "I wonder what brings the King of the East to my presence." As soon as Tianming's words fell, the figure slowly turned around, revealing an expression of arrogance. "Ha ha ha. I never expected that His Highness Tianming would recognize me." "I am truly flattered." The King of the East laughed heartily, yet his stance remained unmoved. "King of the East, you have traveled a great distance. Surely you did not come merely to visit me?" Tianming inquired with a smile. "Your Highness Tianming, you know well that the Emperor favors you, and for the sake of the throne, I am compelled to kill you," the King of the East retorted coldly. Stepping forward towards Tianming's carriage, with each step, he seemed to draw upon the ambient spiritual energy, causing it to ripple like waves around him. "King of the East, are you not afraid that in killing me, my father will turn against you?" Tianming challenged. "Your Highness Tianming, as long as I eliminate you, how would His Majesty ever know?" The King of the East continued. "Are you waiting for them to come and rescue you?" With that, he waved his hand, and 10 shadowy figures shot forth from his side. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the heads of the 10 individuals they had encountered in the restaurant. "Your Highness Tianming, now, no one can save you," the King of the East bellowed, his figure flashing as he lunged toward Tianming. In an instant, darkness enveloped the surroundings, shrouding Tianming and his companions in an impenetrable gloom. It felt as if the entire space had been severed from the material world, plunging them into an endless abyss. "Ha ha ha. As long as I slay you within this dark domain, no one shall detect it." The King of the East's voice echoed from all directions, seemingly omnipresent. He had procured this dark domain from the leader of the heavenly demon sect specifically to eliminate Tianming. This dark domain was a space-type treasure capable of severing all connections. Once within, all causality became chaotic, rendering any events occurring inside impossible to foresee. Moreover, avatars left by powerful individuals could not activate within this realm. The King of the East had taken this precaution to prevent Emperor Qian from leaving an avatar to protect Tianming. "King of the East, before I meet my end, might you enlighten me as to which of my siblings seeks my demise?" Tianming inquired, unfazed by the encroaching darkness around him. "Your Highness Tianming, the dead need not know such trivial matters," the King of the East replied. With a cold snort, King Zhendong materialized from the shadows of the black domain, advancing towards Yu Tianming with relentless intent. Upon witnessing King Zhendong's approach, Yu Tianming refrained from uttering any words. He held no illusions regarding the likelihood of King Zhendong speaking. Rather than engage in futile conversation, he resolved to delve directly into soul-searching when the moment arose. Standing his ground, Yu Tianming slowly raised his gaze to meet the advancing figure of King Zhendong. At this sight, King Zhendong assumed that Yu Tianming had been rendered speechless by fear, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Yu Tianming sprang into action. 10 flying swords erupted from behind him, imbued with a brilliant sword energy that dazzled the eyes. The clang of swords rang out, each note resonating with a fierce intensity. As the blades emitted an unparalleled sharpness, cleaving through the black domain in every direction. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire black domain erupted with a cacophony of deafening sounds, the surrounding space fracturing like a spider's web. Beams of light pierced through the rifts, flooding into the black domain. Boom. In the following moment, the black domain shattered, and Yu Tianming reappeared in his original location, 10 swords hovering beside him. Their resonant cries echoing as the sword energy surged around him. What? King Zhendong's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes. Upon seeing the 10 swords hovering behind Yu Tianming, the realization struck him like lightning. The legendary sword god of 10 miles was none other than Yu Tianming. King Zhendong was taken aback, never having imagined that the sword god would be the gluttonous prince whom the entire Qian Dynasty overlooked. Indeed, Yu Tianming replied with a soft, cold chuckle, advancing steadily toward King Zhendong. The Xianyuan sword, Zhanlu's sword, Qishao's sword, and the other 10 chaotic divine swords formed an array, enveloping King Zhendong within. Seeing this, King Zhendong's face blanched, and he attempted to flee, only to find himself ensnared on all sides. At that moment, tumultuous waves of dread surged through him. His meticulously laid plans had seemed flawless. In the black domain, he had intended to eliminate Yu Tianming and his companions, confident that even the emperor could not trace the axe back to him. Yet, he had never anticipated that Yu Tianming was the fabled sword god of 10 miles. As the king of the East, he was well aware of the sword god's formidable reputation. A name he had heard so often it had nearly become a part of him. As Yu Tianming approached, King Zhendong's eyes gleamed with a flicker of desperation, and a long blade appeared in his hand. With no path for escape, he resolved to fight to the death. He swung his sword, summoning the phantom of a massive tiger, its size comparable to hundreds of feet, with a fierce downward slash. The tiger's phantom lunged towards Yu Tianming. Like a tiger descending the mountain, its momentum was unstoppable. Yet, Yu Tianming remained undaunted, wielding his sword to unleash a torrent of sharp sword light that struck the tiger's phantom. In an instant, King Zhendong staggered back, his body shaking under the might of Yu Tianming's onslaught. Swish! At that moment, the tiger's phantom was obliterated by Yu Tianming's blade, dissipating into the void. While the 10 chaotic divine swords locked onto King Zhendong's essence, "Your Highness Tianming, I beg you, spare me." King Zhendong knelt, his voice trembling with desperation as he realized he hadn't even managed to withstand a single blow from Yu Tianming. At that moment, his heart was a tempest. The power Yu Tianming displayed was on par with, if not exceeding, that of a peak supreme realm expert. "Speak. Who sent you to kill me?" Yu Tianming's cold voice pierced the air. His sword pointed at King Zhendong. Yes, King Zhendong began to divulge the identity of the mastermind, but suddenly, his eyes bulged, and he spat a mouthful of black blood. "The Demon Lord, how dare you!" Boom. With that declaration, King Zhendong's body erupted in an explosion, his very soul obliterated in the blast. Clearly, he had been subjected to a restriction. Uttering the mastermind's identity triggered a lethal countermeasure that annihilated him completely. Witnessing this, Yu Tianming couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated the extreme caution exercised by King Zhendong's superior. It was known that a 7th-tier supreme realm expert was among the elite in Taishan Prefecture. Few could contend with their might. Yet, the unseen hand had laid a restriction within King Zhendong, revealing their fear of him divulging their identity should he falter. Just how formidable was the Demon Lord to be able to silently implant a restriction within a 7th-tier supreme realm expert? Yu Tianming took a deep breath, realizing he had underestimated the Demon Lord. Initially, he had presumed the Demon Lord's strength to be that of a peak supreme realm expert, but it now seemed he had reached the 9 Tribulations realm. Moreover, Yu Tianming recalled the ambush he had faced years ago upon returning from the capital to the royal mausoleum, where assassins bore the insignia of the King of the South, although he had investigated the King of the South's estate afterward. He could not guarantee the latter's innocence. The internal strife for the throne within the Qian Dynasty was indeed deeply entrenched. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yu Kuan approached, reporting, "Master, several practitioners of the Demon Lord's sect nearby have been eliminated." Upon the black domain being cleaved open by Tianming, Yukuan had swiftly locked onto several nearby demon lord strongholds, dispatching them with ease, a trivial task for one of his prowess. Tianming nodded slightly, returning to the carriage. Let us continue our journey. A light, airy voice emanated from within the carriage. Soon, Yukuan resumed driving the carriage toward the territory of the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture. Brother Tianming, after we pass Beichuan City, we will enter the domain of Kanglan Prefecture. High above the clouds, a carriage drawn by magical beasts sped along swiftly. Inside, Tianming relaxed in his seat, sipping wine while enjoying the gentle massage from Bai Lingyan. It had been nearly half a month since he had slain King Zhindou. During this time, Tianming and his companions had reached the junction between Taishan Prefecture and Kanglan Prefecture. As for the matter of King Zhindou's demise, Tianming had little desire to dwell on it. Jirua, has your Ji family truly severed all ties with the imperial Ji family? Tianming inquired with curiosity. To dominate Kanglan Prefecture is no small feat. Even the imperial Ji family in Paomyo Prefecture should not mind having a few more supreme realm experts, should they? Hearing this, Jirua's expression turned bittersweet. In truth, despite our dominion over Kanglan Prefecture, we are as inconsequential as ants before the imperial family. Tianming was momentarily taken aback by her words. The Ji family had occupied the entirety of Kanglan Prefecture. How could they possibly be deemed insignificant before the imperial family? Yet, what Jirua said next left him even more astonished. Brother Tianming, you should know that our continent encompasses 3,000 vast prefectures, each immensely expansive. Even a supreme realm expert would require months to traverse a single prefecture. Tianming nodded slightly. Acknowledging this was a consensus among the practitioners across the 3,000 prefectures. But do you realize that there exists a significant disparity in strength among these prefectures? In the lesser-ranked prefectures, the strongest practitioners would be mere ordinary cultivators in the higher-ranked ones. Places like Kanglan Prefecture and Taishan Prefecture are ranked among the bottom 100. Rendering them no different from the countryside in the eyes of those from the higher-ranked prefectures. Jirua, hailing from the Ji family and a branch of the imperial family, possessed knowledge far exceeding Tianming's. We are uncertain if any 9 Tribulations realm experts still survive in Kanglan or Taishan prefectures, yet even a 9 Tribulations realm expert would merely be regarded as a moderately strong cultivator in the higher-ranked prefectures. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of astonishment sparked in Tianming's eyes, leading him to question, so, does this imply that the higher-ranked prefectures host Dao realm and sacred realm experts? Jirua pondered for a moment before responding. Certainly, the top 1,000 prefectures must have Dao realm experts, and likely in considerable numbers. The 2,000 highest-ranked prefectures also have many Dao realm experts, though their numbers may be significantly fewer. As for those ranked beyond 2,000, there are indeed some major states where powerful beings within the Dao realm choose to live in seclusion, predominantly consisting of those at the 9 Tribulations level. Unlike the imperial clan of the Ji family, which boasts numerous Dao and Saint realm experts, Tianming, upon hearing Jirua's words, began to comprehend why the imperial Ji family regarded her lineage with disdain. It seems that within the imperial clan, even those at the 9 Tribulations level are hardly considered formidable. Moreover, the Ji family of Kanglan State is said to possess only supreme realm experts. The exact number remains unknown, but according to my father, as long as one is within the imperial clan, a Saint realm expert is alive and well. After listening to Jirua's explanation, Tianming couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. He had presumed that even if there were Dao and Saint realm experts among the 3,000 major states, their numbers would be few. However, in reality, the presence of Dao and Saint realm experts seems to be rather considerable. Previously, Tianming believed that having a supreme realm expert in the 3,000 states would qualify one as a dominant force. Yet, in the higher-ranked major states, it appears that 9 Tribulations experts are as common as grass, and supremes are abundant. However, Brother Tianming, I firmly believe that with your talent and strength, achieving the Dao and becoming a saint in the future is undoubtedly within your grasp. Jirua smiled gently. To this, Tianming could only remain non-committal. With the system at his disposal, as long as he does not fall victim to the 9 Tribulations, it is likely only a matter of time before he ascends to the Dao and Saint realms. Meanwhile, as Tianming made his way towards the Ji family of Kanglan State, news of his ambush reached the Great Qian Dynasty, where Emperor Qian received the alarming report. Your Majesty, all our dispatch personnel have extinguished their soul lamps. The Chancellor, Zhang Zhu, entered with a grim expression, gesturing to reveal 10 oil lamps before Emperor Qian. However, the flames atop these lamps had already been snuffed out, and the lamps themselves were marred with cracks resembling a spider's web. Precariously on the verge of shattering, these tin oil lamps were left by the emperor's dispatched personnel, each containing a trace of their souls. The extinguishing of the lamps signified the obliteration of their souls, which naturally indicated their demise. What? The supreme realm did not intervene. Who could possibly be their adversary? Emperor Qian was taken aback. The protectors he had sent to safeguard Tianming were Pekiao Guang realm experts. In Taishan state, as long as a supreme realm expert refrained from engaging, they could traverse freely. What has become of Tianming now? Emperor Qian's expression grew dark as he began to worry for Tianming's safety. Your Majesty, Prince Tianming should be unharmed. I have already sought him out. Hearing that Tianming was safe, Emperor Qian let out a slight sigh of relief, yet remained intensely anxious. Speak quickly, what have you discovered? Chancellor Zhangju began. Our previously dispatched personnel regularly reported back on Prince Tianming's route, and following that route, I have uncovered traces of the East Town King. The East Town King? Indeed, it is he. According to my conjecture, it was the East Town King who attacked, only to be intercepted by the 10-mile sword god, who rescued Prince Tianming and others. The 10-mile sword god, it is him again. What are his intentions? Emperor Qian fell into deep contemplation but soon set aside thoughts of the 10-mile sword god. His gaze turned cold, regardless of their power struggles for the throne. I shall turn a blind eye. However, they dare to lay hands on Tianming. Emperor Qian was not oblivious to the internal strife within the court. On the contrary, he was acutely aware of the factions forming behind various princes and princesses. Even the previously neutral fourth prince began to align himself with a faction. Moreover, the Baiyu sect, Xinyu Mansion, and Qing Yun Sword sect were also subtly instigating the conflict. Emperor Qian said nothing about these matters, as he had similarly ascended to the throne through manipulation. Yet now, someone dared to target Tianming, which had crossed Emperor Qian's line. Issue an edict, eradicate the entire residents of the East Town King. Obliterate their souls. Furthermore, let all princes and princesses, except for Xiao Xiao, remain confined in their residences for a year, reducing their cultivation resources for that duration. With these two directives, Emperor Qian sealed the fates of countless individuals. He then declared, I shall begin my seclusion. Henceforth, the affairs of the Great Qian Dynasty shall be entrusted to you. Zhangju, taken aback, cast a glance at Emperor Qian's profound eyes. Your Majesty can rest assured. Everything shall be managed by me. Emperor Qian nodded and waved his hand, signaling Zhangju to withdraw. Once Zhangju departed, a sudden wave of spatial fluctuations emanated beside Emperor Qian. A woman appeared behind him and spoke softly. Tianming, is he the child of you and my sister? Emperor Qian nodded slightly, his voice choked. Exile, is she well? Sister has been confined by the family. She has long wished to see you, the woman replied. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian did not linger and turned to leave. North River City, situated at the juncture of Kanglan State and Taishan State, does not belong to any particular faction within the city. There are hundreds of thousands of cultivators, with the city lord boasting Pekiao Guang realm prowess, making her exceptionally powerful. However, at this moment, the once majestic North River City lay strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing. The city walls stained crimson. The city's defensive array was on the verge of collapse, at risk of being breached at any moment. City lord, we should flee. The onslaught of the celestial demon sect is growing increasingly fierce. Our array can barely withstand their assault. The city lord of North Xiang City, a woman named Bei Chuanyun, appeared haggard, her attire soaked in blood. No. If we leave, what will happen to the others in North Xiang City? Are we truly to sit idly by as they are sacrificed by the celestial demon sect? Bei Chuanyun furiously rebuked the previous suggestion, stating, I have already sought assistance from the Qing Yun Sword sect. They are on their way here and will arrive shortly. Inform the others to hold on a little longer. The cultivator who proposed retreating, upon hearing this, could only clench his teeth and comply. Standing atop the city walls, Bei Chuanyun gazed at the endless tide of celestial demon sect cultivators outside, a flicker of despair rising within her heart. This time, the celestial demon sect was led by 5 major hall masters, bringing with them tens of thousands of their cultivators to assault North River City, aiming to sacrifice the city's millions of practitioners to enhance their own power. Since the last alliance of the 4 major forces in Taishan State eliminated the Great Qian Dynasty, the supreme realm experts of the celestial demon sect had begun to vanish from sight. However, those beneath the supreme realm had grown increasingly active, with many cities and sects in Taishan State being slaughtered to the last. Although the number of cultivators in North River City surpassed that of the celestial demon sect, many were low-tier cultivators, and sending them out would only result in their demise. In truth, the number of capable combatants was still fewer than that of the celestial demon sect. Were it not for the protective Great Formation of North River City, the city would have long since fallen. Even now, the Great Formation was reaching its breaking point. Sister, it's bad. The celestial demon sect has launched another attack. Suddenly, Bei Chuanlei, Bei Chuanyun's younger brother, flew to her side, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Bei Chuanyun hastily looked towards the city exterior, where 5 towering auras of demonic energy surged. 5 figures materializing before North River City. These 5, consisting of 2 men, a woman, an elder, and an old crone, bore terrifying runes on their faces, their demonic energy overwhelming, enveloping the surrounding 10,000 miles. They were none other than 5 of the Hall Masters among the 36 of the Celestial Demon Sect. Bei Chuanyun, I advise you to surrender promptly. With your strength, you could easily become a Hall Master within our holy sect. Otherwise, when the city falls, these millions of practitioners shall accompany you to the grave. The leading Hall Master, an elder cloaked in black robes, obscured his face, his voice low and haunting. Preposterous. Bei Chuanyun retorted fiercely, declaring, unless you tread over my corpse, you shall never see me surrender. Though she was a woman, her battle spirit was no less fierce than that of any man, perhaps even surpassing it. Your celestial demon sect's heinous deeds shall one day incite retribution. Stubborn fool, on that fateful day, one of the 5 sovereigns of the demon sect, an elderly woman, let out a cold snort and declared, since you refuse to recognize the situation, do not blame us for the slaughter of millions of cultivators after we breach the city. With that, she extended her hand, summoning a colossal skeletal hand, suffused with a dense aura of demonic energy that emerged from the clouds, large enough to encompass the entirety of Beichuan City. This hand blotted out the sun, exuding an awe-inspiring might. As it manifested, the entire Beichuan City found itself enveloped beneath its shadow. Should this hand descend, the city would undoubtedly be reduced to ruins. Bei Chuanyun, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, wore a face of horror. Yet, she remained unfazed, retaliating with a strike of her own, summoning a golden hand that soared into the air. However, in comparison to the demonic hand of the demon sect, her golden hand appeared rather trivial. Measuring merely half its size, suppress, as the old woman uttered this single word, the hand entwined with demonic energy plunged downwards towards Beichuan City. Boom. The ensuing cacophony echoed as the golden hand and the demonic hand collided, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. Confronted with this overwhelming force, Bei Chuanyun's expression darkened, struggling to withstand the onslaught, a mouthful of blood spilling from her lips. Sister, I come to aid you, City Lord. We are here to assist you. Within the confines of Beichuan City, countless cultivators, upon witnessing this scene, hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy, directing it into the void and into Bei Chuanyun's body. Bei Chuanyun was the foremost cultivator of Beichuan City. Should she fall, the city would face inevitable devastation. Anyone could perish, but Bei Chuanyun must not. Threads of spiritual energy converged into her being, granting her a momentary respite from the relentless pressure. Stubbornly resisting. At that moment, the leading elder let out a cold huff, coalescing a black light before him, which swiftly morphed into the spectral image of a long spear. This spear was remarkably solid, radiating a potent aura of demonic energy. As frenzied spiritual power gradually surged into it, shatter. With a low growl from the elder, the spear pierced through the fabric of space, striking the protective barrier of Beichuan City. Buzz. Instantly, the air trembled, and the entire Beichuan City quaked violently. Crack. In the next moment, the protective barrier of Beichuan City manifested fissures resembling a spider's web, as if it could shatter at any moment. Those engaged in combat with the elderly woman, witnessing this scene, were stricken with terror, yet they were ensnared by her, unable to divert their attention to counter the elder's spear. Bang. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded as the barrier of Beichuan City crumbled. The black spear, akin to a force penetrating the void, directly hurtled towards Bei Chuanyun. Her countenance transformed in horror. Gritting her teeth, she chose to forsake her defense entirely. Instead, she unleashed all her power in a single strike, shattering the old woman's demonic hand. This spear was aimed solely at Bei Chuanyun, while the old woman's hand sought to obliterate the entirety of Beichuan City, with the weight of consequences in mind. She resolved to abandon her defense against the elder's spear. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as Bei Chuanyun was pierced through by the black spear, her once steadfast position in the air erupting in a violent explosion. Sister, City Lord, below, Bei Chuanlei and others, witnessing this calamity, were filled with rage, their eyes burning with fury as they glared at the members of the demon sect. In the next moment, Bei Chuanyun's bloodied body plummeted to the city wall, her form marred with crimson, a transparent hole in her chest, with demonic energy incessantly corroding her being. City Lord of Beichuan, what need is there for such sacrifice? Is it worth sacrificing your life for mere ants? The elder of the demon sect gazed upon the shattered protective barrier, surveying the faces of the terrified millions within the city. The corners of his mouth curled upward, a wave of satisfaction surging within him. You have committed numerous atrocities, demon sect. Even if I perish, I shall take you down with me. Beichuanyun glared up at the 5 sovereigns of the demon sect, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Beside her stood countless cultivators of Beichuan City, all bearing wounds, yet their gazes burned with defiance. A horde of ants dares to shake the tree, scoffed the elder of the demon sect. At this moment, Beichuan City was already in their grasp. What need had they for further discourse? They ought to hasten the sacrificial rites of Beichuan City to avoid thwarting their leader's grand ambitions. At that juncture, the female sovereign among the 5 spoke, her voice as venomous as a serpent, showing no regard for the millions of cultivators in Beichuan City. Let the preparations commence. The elder nodded slightly, addressing the others. Oh, to think I would encounter members of the demon sect here, just as they were poised to commence the sacrificial rites upon the millions of cultivators in Beichuan City. A light chuckle resonated from the horizon. A chariot, drawn by 2 colossal celestial realm beasts, gradually emerged from the distance, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. What manner of person is this? Bellowed the elder leading the demon sect, instantly locking onto the chariot. The remaining 4 powerful members of the demon sect also diverted their focus toward it. Members of the demon sect, I had been concerned about locating your lair. I did not expect you to deliver yourselves to me. Tianming scoffed, stepping out from the chariot, casting a disdainful gaze at the formidable figures of the demon sect. He had heard from Ji Zhirua that once he passed Beichuan City, he would enter the territory of Kanglan Prefecture. He had intended to rest for a night in Beichuan City before continuing his journey, but he had not anticipated encountering the demon sect laying siege to the city. Yi Tianming scanned the battlefield. Over 200,000 cultivators from the demon sect surrounded Beichuan City, while the most formidable were the 5 leading Yaoguang realm experts. However, he did not detect any presence of those at the Supreme Realm. It was only a modest Beichuan City. If they required Supreme Realm experts to intervene, it would suggest the demon sect was rather inept. You dare to recognize us as members of the demon sect? You should promptly remove yourself. At this moment, a Yaoguang realm elder from the demon sect roared in anger, while the relationship between the demonic beasts and human cultivators was not one of outright enmity. It was far from amicable. The fact that 2 celestial realm beasts were harnessed to pull the chariot indicated that the intruder's identity was no ordinary one, perhaps backed by formidable protectors. Now was a crucial moment for them to breach Beichuan City. They could not afford to jeopardize their ambitions over a trivial matter. Yet, while the elder contemplated this, another male figure from the demon sect held a different view. Tiansha, when did you become so timid, fearing a mere insect? Are you still a sovereign of our holy sect? The man scoffed, eyeing Tianming. Whoever can command celestial realm beasts to pull a chariot possesses a notable identity. Since they have delivered themselves to us, I shall take advantage of the opportunity. Ha ha ha. With that, he emitted a sinister laugh and charged towards Yi Tianming's chariot. Since Yi Tianming's arrival, he had concealed his cultivation. And the members of the demon sect had not discerned his true power. Moreover, they assumed that if Yi Tianming were indeed an unparalleled master, he would not engage in idle chatter with them. You members of the demon sect are truly courting death. Yi Tianming scoffed derisively, slowly raising his palm. Fellow cultivator, be cautious. Below, Beichuanyun, witnessing this unfolding scene, hurriedly cautioned. Regardless of the visitor's identity, their demeanor suggested they meant to assist Beichuan City, making them an ally. However, at that moment, a piercing beam of light erupted from Yi Tianming's palm, slicing through the sky and hurtling directly towards the male member of a demon sect. In an instant, the demon sect man, still several dozen zhang away from Yi Tianming, suddenly fell into a vacant stupor. In the next moment, he plummeted to the ground like a severed kite, a minuscule, imperceptible wound appearing at his brow, extinguishing his very soul. What? How is this possible? What had just transpired? The peak cultivator of the Yaoguang realm, before he could even approach, was effortlessly dispatched by a single strike from his opponent. Moments later, both the cultivators of Beichuan City and the formidable members of the heavenly demon sect finally reacted, erupting in a chorus of astonishment. A collective gasp filled the air as they fixed their gaze on Yi Tianming. The scene that had just unfolded was utterly unfathomable and profoundly shocking. How could a peak cultivator of the Yaoguang realm perish so easily at the hands of another, a supreme realm expert? The minds of the onlookers resonated with this realization. Only a supreme realm expert could so effortlessly eliminate a peak cultivator of the Yaoguang realm with just a mere gesture. Before long, the elder from the heavenly demon sect was the first to gather his wits, immediately bellowing in fury. In the face of a supreme realm expert, he felt no inclination to resist. The chasm between the Supreme Realm and the Yaoguang Realm could not be bridged by mere numbers. Even if every Yaoguang Realm cultivator from the Heavenly Demon sect were present, there would still be no match for a single Supreme Realm expert. In an instant, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect outside Beichuan City began to scatter in all directions. Seeking to flee. Flee, do you truly believe you can escape? Tianming murmured softly, and behind him, 10 flying swords shot forth, embedding themselves in every direction around Beichuan City unbeknownst to the esteemed elder. During this period, the Heavenly Demon sect has wreaked havoc across Taishan Prefecture, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Numerous cities and sect factions have fallen victim to the relentless pillaging of the Heavenly Demon sect. As for Beichuan City, it appears they have established a stronghold nearby, purportedly intending to conduct a blood sacrifice involving 1 million cultivators from Beichuan City. Taking a deep breath, Beichuanyan hastily relayed all the information she possessed to Tianming. Blood sacrifice. Tianming was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. This method, which involves enhancing one's cultivation through the slaughter of others, is more effective the greater the number of victims. The rapid expansion of the Heavenly Demon sect is closely tied to such blood sacrifices. Beichuanyan elucidated. At that moment, Beichuanyan gazed at Tianming, suddenly biting her lip as if having made a significant resolution. She knelt before him, imploring, I beseech you, esteemed elder, to eradicate the Heavenly Demon sect stronghold and restore peace to Taishan Prefecture. Elder, the Heavenly Demon sect has committed countless atrocities, and my Taishan Prefecture has suffered greatly. Now, they are preparing to sacrifice 1 million cultivators from Beichuan City. I hope you can show compassion for the cultivators of Beichuan City and assist us in annihilating this stronghold of the Heavenly Demon sect. Having lived in Beichuan City her entire life, Beichuanyan belonged to the Beichuan family, the foremost family of the city, from which the city lords have traditionally emerged. Her relatives, friends, and loved ones reside within Beichuan City. With the city facing such dire straits, she could not afford to squander the opportunity presented by the arrival of the Sword God of 10 Miles, although Tianming had slain countless formidable members of the Heavenly Demon sect. She realized that if he departed, the sect would inevitably return, leaving Beichuan City unable to escape its doom. She could not bear the thought of her loved ones falling victim to the Heavenly Demon sect's cruelty. As 1 million cultivators from Beichuan City knelt in unison, pleading for Tianming's intervention, a tumult of emotion surged within him. Initially, he had intended to remain in obscurity, but unexpectedly, he had become a figure of strength in the eyes of his fellow cultivators. Elder, after the matter is resolved, Beichuan City is willing to offer all its treasures to you. Please, save our city. Please, save Beichuan City. Please, save Beichuan City. The voices of 1 million cultivators reverberated, each face etched with determination. Observing this, Tianming sighed softly and declared, I promise you, I shall assist you in dealing with the remnants of the Heavenly Demon sect here. Upon hearing Tianming's affirmative response, Beichuanyan and the other cultivators from Beichuan City were illuminated with joy. Thank you, esteemed elder, Beichuanyan exclaimed, hastily expressing her gratitude. I shall prepare the treasures of Beichuan City for you at once. There is no need for such preparations, Tianming interjected, deeming the treasures of Beichuan City beneath his interest. Even if offered, he would regard them as mere refuse to be discarded in his spatial ring. I have heard of a spring in Beichuan City known as the 10 Absolute Immortal Spring, famed for producing the renowned 10 Absolute Immortal wine. Prepare this wine for me upon my return, Tianming stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Tianming's request, Beichuanyan was initially taken aback but soon burst with excitement. Promptly dispatching others to make preparations, the 10 Absolute Immortal wine was indeed a specialty of Beichuan City, exceedingly rare, with only 10 jars produced every century, especially when combined with certain spiritual herbs. Despite its scarcity, Beichuan City possessed a considerable stock, and in Beichuanyan's view, offering it all to Tianming constituted a highly profitable exchange, unbeknownst to her. Tianming had also learned from Zhirua about the immense renown of the 10 Absolute Immortal wine from Beichuan City. He had initially intended to seek an opportunity to taste it upon his arrival, but was instead confronted with the impending siege by the Heavenly Demon sect. Before long, preparations were underway. As for Beichuanyan, she had initially planned to wait for Tianming to rest before launching an assault on the Heavenly Demon sect's stronghold. However, Tianming insisted that she lead him there immediately. Reluctantly, she complied, instructing her brother Beichuan Lei and the strong cultivators of Beichuan City to arrange subsequent matters. Tianming also chose to leave Zhirua and Xiaochui in Beichuan City while he and Beichuanyan ventured toward the location of the Heavenly Demon sect stronghold. Shortly after their departure, A throng of fierce presences surged toward them from the horizon. At the forefront was an elderly man with hawk-like eyes, standing atop a flying sword, flanked by several formidable sword cultivators. Each of these sword cultivators possessed strength at the very least at the level of Wuji, with the leading few having reached the Yaoguang realm. They were the esteemed cultivators of the Qinyan sword sect. Upon receiving the distress signal from Beichuan City, they had hastened to its aid without delay. Master Uncle, ahead lies Beichuan City. But where are the members of the Heavenly Demon sect? The cultivators sensed no trace of Beichuan Yun within the city. Could it be? The leading figure's expression shifted, their demeanor turning grave. Beichuan City was strewn with severed limbs and rivers of blood. It seemed the city had already. The elderly man gazed upon the horrific scene before him, inhaling deeply and releasing a soft sigh that moment. The ground was littered with dismembered corpses, blood flowing freely, an unbearable stench permeating the air. These were originally the corpses of members of the Heavenly Demon sect. But a significant portion had been devoured by the Crimson Flame Tiger and its kin, while many others had been taken away. In an instant, the sword cultivators failed to recognize these remains as belonging to the Heavenly Demon sect, mistakenly believing them to be the fallen cultivators of Beichuan City. Beichuan Lei Lia, upon hearing the remarkable achievements of Tianming, the members of the Qinyan sword sect gaped in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. Indeed, Beichuan Lei nodded affirmatively. Who, exactly, is this Tinli sword god that possesses such formidable prowess? Many powerful figures within the Qinyan sword sect began to murmur in astonishment. Are you saying that the Tinli sword god has gone with your sister to eradicate the stronghold of the heavenly demonic cult? At that moment, an elder sword cultivator from the Qinyan sword sect inquired further. Absolutely. Let us go. We must witness for ourselves the true identity of this Tinli sword god, the elder immediately commanded, leading the sword cultivators of the Qinyan sword sect towards the direction indicated by Beichuan Lei. Upon observing their departure, Beichuan Lei let out a soft sigh, turning back to prepare within Beichuan City. Meanwhile, Yu Tianming and Beichuan Feng had arrived at a mountain range. Senior, this is the location of the heavenly demonic cult stronghold, Beichuan Feng whispered, pointing towards the dark, ominous mountains below, shrouded in a purplish-black mist. Yu Tianming gazed down to see the mountain stretching for tens of thousands of miles, enveloped in a terrifying aura, obscured by a veil of black fog that concealed the inner conditions. This mountain is known as Qingyuan Mountain, situated at the boundary between our Taishan Prefecture and the Kanglan Prefecture. It is usually sparsely populated, with few cultivators venturing here. However, just a month ago, it was suddenly engulfed in demonic energy, and the heavenly demonic cult emerged, Beichuan Feng explained. Upon hearing Beichuan Feng's words, Yi Tianming merely replied, "Let us proceed and see for ourselves." With that, the two transformed into streaks of light, effortlessly revealing their presence as they surged towards the mountain range below. Saint, a grave situation has arisen. A disciple of the heavenly demonic cult rushed in frantically, calling out to a man before him. This man was Nie Yuan Yang, one of the 9 saints of the heavenly demonic cult, who, despite being under 1,000 years old, had already reached the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. He had come to Qingyuan Mountain to conduct a blood sacrifice of all nearby cultivators in order to break through to the supreme realm and vie for the position of the next leader of the heavenly demonic cult. What is the cause of? As Yi Tianming's words fell upon Nie Yuan Liang's ears, he was suddenly jolted, his face a mask of astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Yi Tianming. Over the years, among the 9 holy sons of the heavenly demon sect, only Jibuduan had perished. If what Yi Tianming claimed were true, then the identity of this individual. Indeed, Yi Tianming nodded, locking eyes with Nie Yuan Yang. What? He is the sword god of Shirley. Impossible. Beside them, the 2 severely injured masters of the heavenly kill palace widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Yi Tianming. The fame of the sword god of Shirley was most well known among the heavenly demon sect. For many years, the sword god of Shirley had thwarted their significant plans one after another. Within the sect, the demon lord had even issued a decree. Whoever could provide information about the sword god of Shirley would at least attain the status of one of the top 10 protectors. Should anyone succeed in slaying the sword god of Shirley, that individual would become the vice leader of the sect. Among the holy sons of the heavenly demon sect, whoever could kill the sword god would be the next leader of the sect. Thus, the name of the sword god of Shirley resonated thunderously in the ears of the cultivators of the heavenly demon sect. Ha! Ha! Upon hearing the name of the sword god of Shirley, Nie Yuan Yang suddenly burst into laughter. This holy son originally thought it would be too troublesome to deal with the remaining few, yet you have come to me willingly. This holy son is certainly not a waste like Jibuduan. Holy son, this individual is likely a formidable being of the supreme realm. We should. One of the heavenly kill palace masters swallowed hard, hastily advising against confrontation. There were no protectors of the Supreme Realm present here. How could they, a group of cultivators at the Yaoguang realm, possibly contend with a Supreme Realm powerhouse? Humph. What of the Supreme Realm? This holy sun shall demonstrate his might today, Nia Yuanliang bellowed. And the aura within a radius of 10,000 miles surged into his body. Blood sacrifice, Nia Yuanliang roared, and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect around him suddenly widened their eyes in shock. Their blood, seemingly uncontrollable, transformed into streams flowing towards Nia Yuanliang. As for Nia Yuanliang, with the influx of countless vital energies, his aura began to rise exponentially, approaching the Supreme Realm. This is. The Heavenly Kill Palace master beside him stared wide-eyed at the scene. The blood sacrifice secret art, a method to absorb their life force and elevate one's own power, another master murmured, a flicker of terror in his eyes, but more so, excitement. The holy sun was already at the peak of the Yaoguang realm. Merely a step away from the Supreme Realm. Now, having absorbed so much blood from the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, he would surely step into the Supreme Realm. At that moment, the sword god of Shirley would be no match for the holy sun. Senior, this. On the other side, Beichuanyun's complexion turned grim upon witnessing Nia Yuanliang's ruthless disregard for even the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. It was well known that demonic cultivators were cruel. But she had never anticipated such savagery. They not only performed blood sacrifices on other cultivators but even targeted their own disciples. Senior, if we do not act soon, he may very well break through to the Supreme Realm. Beichuanyun expressed originally intending to lend a helping hand to my esteemed senior. I did not expect to arrive late. Zhang Yuanhua hastily chuckled, recognizing that the individual before him was a formidable presence at the Supreme Realm. Someone he could not afford to offend. Tianming, observing the situation, chuckled lightly and remarked, "The deeds of the celestial demon sect incite the wrath of both gods and men. I firmly believe that anyone who encounters the celestial demon sect would hasten to eliminate them without hesitation. Sword God Senior, Elder Zhang, since we are all gathered here, why not join me in Beichuan City for a discussion? I have already instructed my servants to prepare a feast to entertain you all," proposed Beichuanyun. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Zhang Yuanhua replied with a hearty laugh. I have long craved the legendary 10 absolute immortal wine of Beichuan City. Today, I must indulge to my heart's content. After exchanging pleasantries, the group made their way directly to Beichuan City. As for the two members of the Celestial Kill Palace, they were naturally dispatched by the formidable swordsmen of the Qingyun Sword sect, who swiftly dispatched them with a single strike. This event finally granted the warriors of the Qingyun Sword sect a sense of participation. Having traveled such a great distance, it would have been disheartening to find not a single celestial demon sect practitioner in sight, regardless of the circumstances. They felt the need to eliminate a couple of celestial demon sect members to lift their spirits. Upon their return to Beichuan City, everything had been meticulously prepared by Beichuan Lei. The bodies outside the city had been cleared away, and many cultivators were diligently repairing the city walls and the city's protective formations. At the banquet, both the Qingyun Sword sect and the cultivators of Beichuan City treated Tianming with the utmost respect. Sword God Senior, had it not been for you, I fear that the million cultivators of Beichuan City would have been blood sacrificed by the celestial demon sect. We owe our lives to you, Sword God Senior. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to command us. Beichuanyun raised her cup high, her spirits soaring. Sword God Senior, I extend this toast on behalf of the million cultivators of Beichuan City. With that, Beichuanyun led the many cultivators of Beichuan City in a respectful bow towards Tianming. The multitude of cultivators voiced their gratitude in unison, joyfully toasting and drinking. Observing this, Tianming chuckled, raised his cup, and drank it all in one go. Ding! The host has tasted the 10 absolute immortal wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 10 divine fires, the ZY Heavenly Fire. Soon, the system's reward echoed within Tianming's mind. The 10 divine fires, the ZY Heavenly Fire, what could this possibly be? Tianming pondered. However, he quickly began to investigate the information regarding the 10 divine fires. ZY Heavenly Fire, one of the 10 divine fires, also known as the Fire of Stellar Origin, is a supreme flame formed from the condensed power of the 7 stars, possessing destructive killing force that escalates under the starry sky. Note: the flames of the world are categorized as Earth Fire, Heaven Fire, Exotic Fire, and Divine Fire, with Divine Fire being the king among flames, a fire born at the dawn of chaos. Each type of divine fire wields the power to devastate the heavens and the earth. Collecting all 10 divine fires can incinerate all realms. Immediately after, a vision unfolded before Tianming's eyes. He found himself amidst the vast starry expanse, where a figure radiating golden light appeared beneath the stars. With his back turned to all, his features were obscured, Yet an overwhelming aura of terror surrounded him, with the very essence of the Tao swirling around him, accompanied by rhythmic sounds of the Tao. Just a single glance evoked an irresistible urge to submit. Subsequently, the figure conjured a ball of fire in his hands, which instantly soared towards a distant star. In an instant, that star erupted into a blazing inferno. Moments later, the colossal star vanished into the boundless cosmos. That very flame was, indeed, the ZY heavenly fire, one of the 10 divine fires that Tianming had just acquired. Gasping upon witnessing the descriptions of the 10 divine fires and the ZY heavenly fire, Tianming inhaled sharply. From the vision, it was evident that the 10 divine fires were on par with his 10 chaotic divine swords. Moreover, gathering all 10 divine fires could incinerate all realms. It seemed that even imperial artifacts would struggle to withstand their forging. However, given Tianming's current strength, he estimated that he was still far from being able to control the ZY heavenly fire to incinerate stars as the figure had done. The 10 divine fires were indeed terrifying. Tianming took a deep breath. It had been quite some time since the system had rewarded him with such an impressive treasure. He had not anticipated receiving one of the 10 divine fires. The ZY heavenly fire. Since awakening the system, Tianming had sampled nearly every exquisite wine available in the Great Qian Dynasty. Gradually, the system's rewards had become increasingly scarce. To earn better rewards, he needed to seek out exceptional wines from other regions. Yet, being predominantly in the Great Qian Dynasty, it was not an easy task to acquire fine wines from other places. Now, having tasted the previously unknown 10 absolute immortal wine, he had not expected the system to directly reward him with one of the 10 divine fires. Tianming couldn't help but reflect on this fortunate turn of events. Soon, after 3 rounds of toasting, the banquet concluded, and Tianming bid farewell to Beichuan Yun and the powerful figures of the Qingyan sword sect. As he departed, the many cultivators of Beichuan City continued to express their profound gratitude to him. Senior, should you ever require assistance in the future, the million cultivators of Beichuan City will unhesitatingly risk life and limb for you. The cultivators of Beichuan City proclaimed in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens, even causing the Tao to tremble. Witnessing this scene, Tianming smiled faintly as he stepped into the carriage. The carriage then soared into the sky, vanishing from Beichuan City. After Tianming's departure, the Qingyan sword sect also took their leave, exiting Beichuan City. Brother Tianming, we are nearing Kanglan Prefecture, which is the territory of our Ji family. Jizhua informed Tianming within the carriage. All right, I understand. Tianming nodded slightly, surprised at how quickly they were approaching Kanglan Prefecture. However, he did not notice that Jirua's expression seemed somewhat displeased. Miss, what troubles you? Observing Jirua's demeanor, Xiao Chui couldn't help but quietly inquire. Miss, what troubles you? Upon hearing Xiao Chui's voice, Jirua turned to her, the melancholy in her expression fleeting. It's nothing. I don't know why, but just the thought of him going to the family soon to marry my sister makes me feel a bit uneasy. Jirua shook her head, admitting that this was the first time she had encountered such emotions. Even she herself was unsure of the cause. Before meeting Tianming, she had harbored a strong dislike for him, perceiving him as a drunken layabout unworthy of her sister. However, after spending some time with Tianming, she began to feel that it was her sister who was unworthy of him. Hearing Jirua's response, Xiao Chui couldn't help but chuckle. Miss, could it be that you have developed feelings for young Master Yi? How could that be possible? Jirua retorted playfully, her cheeks reddening as she cast a furtive glance at Tianming, who was reclining in the chair, enjoying a massage from Bai Lingyan. Have I really developed feelings for him? When did this start? Was it from the moment I first met Tianming, or from when he saved me from the celestial demon sect? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I possibly like my sister's fiancé? Miss, even if you truly have feelings for young Master Yi, I don't see anything wrong with that. Your sister may not necessarily have feelings for him. In that case, you could end up marrying young Master Yi, Xiao Chui teased, offering her mischievous suggestions to Jirua. Xiao Chui, stop saying nonsense, Jirua chided, giving her a sidelong glance. Hee, miss, I'm not speaking nonsense. Xiao Chui giggled, making a playful face at Jirua. But what if my sister has feelings for brother Tianming? What then? Jirua inquired anxiously. I find that unlikely. Your sister is the greatest genius of Kanglan Prefecture, and she likely knows nothing of young Master Yi's talents. She may still view him merely as a drunken layabout, Xiao Chui replied. Moreover, I perceive that young Master Yi does not seem to harbor any feelings for your sister either. Is that so? Jirua murmured softly to herself. Someone is approaching, suddenly declared Tianming as he opened his eyes, startling both Jirua and Xiao Chui, who thought he had overheard their conversation. Brother Tianming, are the celestial demon sect's people pursuing us? Jirua asked, her face filled with concern. We shall find out once we go outside. Yi Tianming shook his head and, accompanied by Ji Zhirua, stepped out of the carriage. At that moment, not far away, a colossal warship hovered in the void. This magnificent vessel was immense, resembling a ferocious beast of unfathomable proportions. Its surface was adorned with an array of intricate patterns, subtly emanating a radiant glow, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. The deck was bustling with figures, and a grand flag fluttered in the wind, prominently displaying the gilded character G, gleaming brilliantly. Second uncle. What brings you here? Upon recognizing the figures aboard the warship, Ji Zhirua immediately felt a surge of excitement. The newcomers were none other than the formidable members of the Ji family from Kanglan Prefecture, specifically her second uncle, Ji Yuanwu. Ha ha ha, Zhirua, we were quite worried when you sneaked out this time. You must be cautious. Ji Yuanwu laughed heartily as he soared to the front of Yi Tianming's carriage. He turned his gaze towards Yu Tianming and remarked, I presume this young man is none other than His Highness Tianming of the Qian Dynasty? Junior Yi Tianming pays his respects to the esteemed elder, Yu Tianming replied with a faint smile. Nodding respectfully at Ji Yuanwu, second uncle, you don't know how much we relied on brother Tianming during our journey. If it weren't for him. Ji Zhirua's excitement nearly caused her to reveal the secret of Yi Tianming's identity as the legendary sword god of Tenli. But she was promptly reminded by a gentle cough from Yi Tianming. What about His Highness Tianming? Ji Yuanwu inquired, raising an eyebrow. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Second uncle, let us hurry back. I haven't seen father, mother, and my sister in ages. Ji Zhirua quickly diverted the conversation. Seeing Ji Zhirua's demeanor, Ji Yuanwu felt a bit puzzled but chose not to dwell on it, responding with a hearty laugh. Let us be on our way. He then gestured to Yi Tianming, saying, Your Highness, please follow me. Yi Tianming nodded slightly, following Ji Zhirua aboard the warship. Master, the Ji family is indeed impressive. They managed to locate us, Yi Kuan remarked from the side once they were on the ship. Ji Zhirua must possess a remnant of the Ji family's spiritual consciousness, allowing them to sense her general whereabouts, Yu Tianming replied nonchalantly. Then, Master, what about your identity? Do you think they would discover it? Yi Kuan asked, his skepticism evident. Yi Tianming shot him a glance. Do you truly believe they could uncover my methods? Of course not. How could such extraordinary abilities be detected by mere ants of the supreme realm? Yi Kuan hastily flattered. Your Highness, we are deeply grateful for your care of Zhirua during this time. Otherwise, we would have been quite anxious about her traveling alone. Ji Yuanwu approached, smiling warmly. You are too kind. Esteemed elder. My father and Zhirua's father are close friends, and Zhirua is like a sister to me. As her brother, it is only natural for me to look out for her, Yu Tianming replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, your elder brother and sister-in-law have long wished to meet you. Regarding your marriage to Rushue, I believe it is time to finalize it. We shall choose an auspicious date for your union. This, Yi Tianming hesitated, but Ji Yuanwu interjected, this marriage was arranged personally by your father and my elder brother, so you must not refuse. Ji Yuanwu commanded the crew to accelerate the warship towards the Ji family estate. Observing this, Yu Tianming could only manage a wry smile, knowing he would have to discuss it later at the Ji residence. In the mountainous region behind the Ji family estate, a maid rushed into a courtyard atop the peak, exclaiming, Miss, the second miss has returned with that useless prince from the Qian Dynasty. This courtyard was the residence and training ground of Ji Rushue, the eldest daughter of the Ji family. Typically, only Ji Rushue and a maid would dwell here. Other family members, aside from Ji Rushue's parents and Ji Zhirua, required permission to enter. At that moment, a stunning woman with cascading white hair and an elegant nose was playing the guqin. Her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding an aura of grace and poise. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, her fair legs were partially visible, slender and ethereal, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. This enchanting woman was none other than Ji Rushue, the most talented individual in Kanglan Prefecture. Oh, Zhirua has come with you, Tianming. Ji Rushue paused her performance, her lips parting slightly. Yes, and they appear to be quite jovial. The maid replied, puzzled. Miss, this useless prince has come to marry you. Should you not leave for a while? The maid suggested. Useless prince? Ji Rushue chuckled lightly. He is far from being a useless prince. The maid was taken aback. Perplexed. Miss, what do you mean by that? Nothing of significance. Come, let us go see this so-called useless prince, Ji Rushue replied. Miss, you have turned down many talented youths from Kanglan Prefecture. Why show interest in this useless prince? The maid inquired with a smile. In response, Ji Rushue merely shook her head with a smile, stepping forward, and in an instant, she appeared at the foot of the mountain, outside the Ji family estate. Yu Tianming gazed in awe at the resplendent grandeur of the Ji family, his heart filled with admiration. The estate alone was as grand as the capital of the Qian Dynasty. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and one could even see numerous cranes soaring amidst the clouds. In the distance, towering peaks loomed, adorned with numerous structures. This Ji family truly deserves its reputation as the foremost family in Kanglan Prefecture. The concentration of spiritual energy within is at least 5 or 6 times that of the outside world, Yu Tianming remarked in amazement. Indeed, moreover, our Ji family possesses specialized cultivation chambers where the spiritual energy concentration is a staggering tenfold that of the outside world. Practicing there will undoubtedly yield remarkable results, Ji Yuanwu said with pride. Soon, Ji Yuanwu led Yu Tianming and the others deeper into the Ji family estate. Along the way, Yu Tianming observed many Ji family disciples engaged in cultivation. Scanning with his spiritual sense, he realized there were at least tens of thousands residing within the estate. Many of them were formidable, and this was merely a branch of the once mighty imperial Ji family. The true strength of the imperial Ji family was likely unfathomable. As Yu Tianming contemplated, Ji Yuanwu brought him to the main hall of the Ji family. At the high seat in the hall sat a man of remarkable presence, exuding an aura of power akin to that of a deity, safeguarding the entire Ji family. This man was none other than Ji Yuanwu, the current head of the Ji family, and the father of Ji Ruxue and Ji Zhirua, a peak supreme realm powerhouse. Next to Ji Yuanwu sat a graceful woman, radiating elegance. This woman, named Shenmuxin, was the mother of Ji Ruxue and Ji Zhirua, brother, sister-in-law. This is His Highness Tianming. Ji Yuanwu entered the hall with a booming voice, introducing Yu Tianming to Ji Yuanming and Shenmuxin. Ha ha ha, you must be Tianming. I have often heard your father speak of you. I cannot believe you have grown so much, Ji Yuanming exclaimed upon seeing Yu Tianming. His demeanor warm and devoid of any formality, akin to a relative greeting a younger member of the family. Junior Yu Tianming pays his respects to uncle and aunt, Yu Tianming said respectfully. Bowing to the two, acknowledging Ji Yuanming's close relationship with his father, thus observing the necessary etiquette. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. You are indeed a striking young man, Ji Yuanming laughed heartily, approaching Yu Tianming and patting him on the shoulder. Reminiscing, it has been many years since I last saw your father. I hear the heavenly demon sect in Taishan Prefecture has been covetous. I wonder how your father is faring. My father is well. Thank you for your concern, uncle, Yu Tianming replied. That is good to hear, very good indeed. Your father possesses exceptional talent. He is the strongest among our generation. In Taishan Prefecture, a mere heavenly demon sect cannot stir up much trouble. Ji Yuanming expressed his admiration for the emperor of the Qian Dynasty, surprising Yu Tianming. Subsequently, Ji Yuanming inquired about various familial matters, displaying the concern of a caring elder for his younger kin. To which Yu Tianming responded thoughtfully, Tianming, has your father spoken to you about your engagement to Ruxue? At that moment, Ji Yuanming tentatively spoke up. My father has already conveyed everything to me. I have come here specifically for the marriage contract, Yu Tianming declared. Ha ha ha, splendid, Ji Yuanming chuckled, then turned to the side to glance at Shenmuxin. Why has Ti Ruxue arrived yet? Was Tishi informed that today is the day Tianming is here? I shall send someone to urge her. Shenmuxin smiled gently, promptly preparing to instruct her servants to go fetch her. Tianming, prior to your arrival, I too received a message from your father. This time, you and Ruxue shall meet first. We shall not compel you to fulfill the marriage contract. Ultimately, it is up to you young people, Ji Yuanming remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming let out a sigh of relief. However, he was unaware that Ji Yuanming had heard whispers about his reputation. Ji Yuanming was also quite familiar with Ji Ruxue's character. Even the talented youths of Kanglan Prefecture would not take notice of her. So how could they possibly regard a prince who was addicted to alcohol? Although he somewhat approved of this marriage, he still had to consider his daughter's future. Just then, a graceful figure entered the grand hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Sister, you finally made it. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ji Zhirua exclaimed with great excitement as she rushed to Ji Ruxue's side. After Ji Ruxue greeted the elders present, she turned to Yu Tianming and inquired, You must be Yu Tianming. Indeed, Yu Tianming replied, maintaining his composure as he slightly bowed to Ji Ruxue, secretly astonished. Ji Ruxue was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an ethereal charm that no woman he had ever encountered could rival. At first glance, even Yu Tianming found himself momentarily entranced. If he could truly wed Ji Ruxue, it might not be such a bad prospect, he mused internally. Yet, He could not help but wonder how someone as extraordinary as Ji Ruoxue could ever find interest in him, unless he revealed his true prowess, which would contradict his intentions. Exposing his cultivation would inevitably lead to a cascade of troubles, a path fraught with self-inflicted agony. Ruoxue, do take a look. What do you think of Tianming? Ji Yuanming smiled. Beckoning Ji Ruoxue closer, Ji Ruoxue glanced at Yi Tianming and remarked, "Young master, Yi possesses exceptional talent, truly a phoenix among men." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming couldn't help but touch his nose. Generally, cultivators with deepened prowess were not unattractive. Yet Yi Wushuang was indeed a remarkably handsome individual. Otherwise, how could he have been bestowed with the opportunity of rebirth? In this era, those of lesser looks were unlikely to traverse realms. Such would detract from the reader's immersive experience. Hearing Ji Ruoxue's praise of Yi Tianming, Ji Yuanming beamed. The marriage contract between you and Tianming has been set since childhood, now that you both have reached the age for marriage. What do you think? As he spoke, Ji Yuanming and Shen Muxin exchanged eager glances with Ji Ruoxue. Beside them, Ji Zhiruo's eyes widened, anxious to hear her sister's response. However, unlike Ji Yuanming and Shen Muxin, Ji Zhiruo hoped Ji Ruoxue would decline. "I wish to speak privately with young Master Yu regarding our marriage contract." Ji Ruoxue smiled subtly. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanming clapped his thigh, readily agreeing, "No problem. Matters concerning you young ones shall be decided by yourselves." Yet, Ji Zhiruo and Yi Tianming exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this response. This isn't right, is it? According to their expectations, Ji Ruoxue should surely know that Yi Tianming was a worthless prince. Addicted to alcohol. As the foremost prodigy of Kanglan Prefecture, how could she marry a good-for-nothing prince? After meeting Yi Tianming, she would undoubtedly refuse. At that point, Yi Tianming could simply walk away. Meanwhile, Ji Zhiruo was thinking that to avoid the Ji family's disgrace of breaking a marriage contract, she would take up Yi Tianming's engagement herself, achieving two goals with one action. But now it appeared that Ji Ruoxue did not seem averse to Yi Tianming. "Young Master Yi, this way please." Ji Ruoxue smiled gently, gesturing for him to follow. Oh, Yi Tianming nodded, following Ji Ruoxue out of the grand hall in a daze. Upon witnessing this, Ji Zhiruo was so furious that she began stamping her feet. "Husband, I believe this matter holds promise." After Yi Tianming and Ji Ruoxue had left, Shen Muxin chuckled. "Oh, what prompts such a statement, my lady?" Ji Yuanming inquired with a smile. In the past, not only in Kanglan Prefecture but even in the neighboring states, there were many talented individuals who sought Ruoxue's hand, yet she refused to even meet them, often driving them away with a stick. Now, not only does Ruoxue not dislike Tianming, but she also wishes to speak with him alone. What could be so private that we cannot hear it? This indicates that Ruoxue at least holds a favorable impression of Tianming. Ha ha ha, quite right, quite right, Ji Yuanming exclaimed, thoroughly excited. I doubt my sister would ever take a liking to him. Ji Zhiruo huffed, turning her back and leaving the grand hall. This left Ji Yuanming and Shen Muxin somewhat perplexed. This child, in the Ji family's rear mountain, within Ji Ruoxue's courtyard, she poured a glass of the renowned Kanglan wine. "Tian Stinzue for Yi Tianming." "Young Master Yi, please," Ji Ruoxue said with a smile. "Thank you, Miss J. Yi Tianming raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Ding. The host has tasted Tian Stinzue. Congratulations. The host has obtained a Zhuangyang pill. Zhuangyang pill. After consumption, it enables the host to master unparalleled skills, ensuring invincibility in combat and a blissful family life. Upon seeing the system's reward, Yi Tianming immediately spat out his drink. "Young Master Yi, is the wine not to your liking?" Noticing his reaction, Ji Ruoxue furrowed her brows and instructed her personal maid to remove the jug of wine. No, it's merely a minor quirk of mine. Please do not take offense, Miss J. Yi Tianming hastily explained. I see. Ji Ruoxue mused, curious about this so-called quirk. However, she did not dwell on it and continued, "Young Master Yi, it is said that the heavenly demon sect is currently eyeing Taishan Prefecture covetously, with its major forces suffering greatly. What are your thoughts on this matter?" What to think? Naturally, one would use their eyes to observe. Yi Tianming scoffed internally but maintained a serious demeanor. The heavenly demon sect is but a minor sect. Our Taishan Prefecture is teeming with talent and is hardly intimidated by such a small threat. I have heard that Taishan Prefecture has produced a mysterious sword cultivator of immense strength, known as the Surely Sword God. Might young Master Yi be acquainted with him? Ji Ruoxue's words made Yi Tianming's brow furrow. Why had the conversation shifted to the Surely Sword God? Could it be that his identity had been discovered? This was impossible. He had never met Ji Ruoxue before. unless Ji Zhirua had secretly informed her. However, given Ji Zhirua's timid nature, it was unlikely that she would spill such secrets. The surely sword god is a formidable figure in the swordsmanship realm. How could I, a mere insect at the soul-sculpting realm, possibly know him? Yu Tianming replied with a smile. Is that so? Ji Ruoshue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, then she smiled. Young Master Yi, how about I play a piece for you? Upon hearing those words, Yi Tianming's interest was piqued. To have such a beauty play for him was indeed a delightful affair. He immediately revealed an expression of anticipation. Upon noticing this, Ji Ruoshue took out her guqin and began to play slowly. Soon, the melodious and lingering sound of the instrument resonated throughout the courtyard, creating an atmosphere of utter bliss. The music flowed like a celestial melody. However, the originally gentle and prolonged notes soon transformed into a poignant and stirring rhythm. Filled with emotion, intermingled within the music were the sounds of clashing swords. How intriguing! Yi Tianming sensed the complexity of the music and turned his gaze toward the guqin in Ji Ruoshue's hands. This guqin was at least a top-tier spiritual instrument of the earth grade. If Ji Ruoshue so desired, she could easily use the music to slay without a trace. Stop! What are you doing? Suddenly, Yu Tianming's eyes widened, and he swiftly rose, dodging to the side. Bang! An explosion erupted precisely where he had been seated, shattering the chair into pieces. Had he not evaded in time, it would have been far more than just a chair that had met its end. Although Ji Ruoshue's attack had truly harmed him, such an action left Yu Tianming quite infuriated. You concealed your cultivation nearby. Ji Ruoshue's maid stared wide-eyed. Wasn't it said that he was merely a worthless prince who indulged in alcohol? Yet he managed to evade her lady's attack. Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this? Ji Ruoshue smiled faintly, then set down her guqin, shifting the conversation. Perhaps I should refer to you as the sword god of 10 miles. Upon hearing Ji Ruoshue's words, Yi Tianming's earlier anger dissipated, and he resumed his seat, replying coolly, Miss Ji, I would appreciate an explanation for today's events. Ji Ruoshue raised her wine cup in a toast to Yi Tianming. Smiling, I have conducted an investigation into you, young Master Yi. The sword god of 10 miles appeared in Taishan Prefecture without any forewarning, shortly after your demotion to the royal mausoleum. Moreover, every time the sword god intervenes, it is to rescue the 9th princess of the Qian Dynasty, Yi Xiaoxiao. Young Master Yi, do you consider this mere coincidence, or something more? To assume I am the sword god of 10 miles is rather hasty. Is it not? Yi Tianming scoffed, feeling quite displeased, not anticipating his identity to be so easily revealed. Naturally not. In Beichuan City, the sword god also made an appearance, but there, only Zhirua's trace was found, and none of young Master Yi. Heh, you are quite perceptive, even aware of the happenings in Beichuan City. Yi Tianming took a sip from his cup, astonished at how much cleverer Ji Ruoshue was than he had initially thought. He then inquired, aren't you afraid that I may not be the sword god of 10 miles? If that were the case, I could have easily met my demise just now. If that were true, then I must say, young Master Yi, you are unworthy of being my husband. Ji Ruoshue laughed softly. Just as Yu Tianming was about to speak further, Ji Ruoshue suddenly let out a soft hum, her body going limp as she collapsed into Yi Tianming's arms. A fragrant scent instantly enveloped him, causing him to shudder. Miss, Ji Ruoshue's maid rushed over, supporting her mistress. What is happening? Yi Tianming furrowed his brow, pondering if this was some kind of trick. My lady possesses a Qianin constitution. Every so often, the characteristics of this constitution will manifest. I did not expect it to arrive so soon this time. Is there any way to remedy this? Yu Tianming asked. No, the Qian grass has not yet arrived. If we wait for it to come, I fear. Ji Ruoshue's maid spoke urgently. He had encountered the Qianin constitution in ancient texts, recognizing it as a formidable physique that allowed cultivators to achieve results with half the effort. However, the Qianin constitution, before the Yuan Yin was released, would periodically suffer from cold energy erosion, necessitating the refinement of potent yang substances to withstand it. Otherwise, one could easily perish under the relentless cold. This was also the reason Ji Yuanming and Shen Muxian wished for Ji Ruoshue to marry sooner. However, it seemed this time, the cold energy had arrived unexpectedly, and Ji Ruoshue had not prepared the necessary remedies. After all, such potent yang substances were not easily obtained. There is another way. At that moment, Ji Ruoshue mustered her strength to stand, her gaze fixed on Yi Tianming. No, my lady. If this gets out, your reputation. Young Master Yi is already my husband. What does it matter? Ji Ruoshue's body softened again, collapsing into Yi Tianming's embrace, savoring the essence of the beauty in his arms. Even Yu Tianming felt his heart racing. Young Master Yi, please save me, Ji Ruoshue whispered softly. This, young Master Yi, Carry me into the room. Ji Ruxue directly halted Yu Tianming, speaking in a gentle tone. At this moment, Yu Tianming was already invigorated, gazing at the beauty in his arms. He gritted his teeth, prioritizing her safety. With that thought, he carried Ji Ruxue into the room, not forgetting to cast a barrier to seal the entire space. Inside, he felt the cold energy emanating from Ji Ruxue. This chill would repel anyone else from approaching her. Fortunately, Yu Tianming possessed the ancient physique, the foremost among all body types, rendering him impervious to the cold exuded by the Xianyin constitution. Just as he was about to say something, a passionate kiss landed on his lips. Soon, Yu Tianming and Ji Ruxue found themselves entangled beneath the covers. 2.5 hours later, Ji Ruxue lay soundly asleep in Yu Tianming's embrace. Gazing at the beauty nestled against him, Yu Tianming supported himself with his waist and sat up. Ji Ruxue, who usually appeared cold and aloof, exhibited a stark contrast in this setting. Had it not been for the potency of the invigorating pill he had just received from the system, Yu Tianming might have struggled to cope. However, following this intense encounter, Yu Tianming had not returned empty-handed. Having absorbed Ji Ruxue's Yuan Yin, his cultivation had remarkably advanced, not merely a minor breakthrough. He had surged through 3 small realms, achieving the 3rd level of the supreme realm, husband. At that moment, Ji Ruxue stirred awake, gazing at Yu Tianming, her cheeks flushing as she recalled her previous actions. Husband, I did not expect you to be the fabled ancient sacred body, and already a powerful figure in the supreme realm. What other secrets do you keep from me? After their previous intimate exchange, they had come to know each other well. Hee, there are many things you are yet to discover. Yu Tianming chuckled, planting a kiss on Ji Ruxue's forehead. Originally intending to annul their engagement, he had unexpectedly found himself in an intimate relationship with Ji Ruxue. Thus, he felt a responsibility to her. Husband, it is getting late. We should first greet my father and mother. Ji Ruxue suggested. Yu Tianming nodded in agreement, and after donning their garments, they made their way to the Ji family's grand hall. At this moment, in the grand hall, Ji Yuanming and Shen Muxin were present. Both regarded Yu Tianming with amusement, while beside them stood the fuming Jiang. As soon as Yu Tianming entered, he was met with Ji Zhua's murderous glare. He inwardly trembled, unsure of how he had offended her. Tianming, your affairs have been revealed by Xiaozhu. I did not expect you to conceal your true self so deeply, even from your father. Ji Yuanming laughed heartily. Referring to Xiaozhu, Ji Ruxue's personal maid, when Xiaozhu first informed Ji Yuanming of Yu Tianming's formidable strength, he had been skeptical. It was only after persistent questioning that Ji Zhiruo revealed the secret of Yu Tianming being the sword god of 10 miles. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanming found it hard to believe and immediately extended his divine sense to investigate. However, he discovered that Ji Ruxue's courtyard had long been sealed by a barrier, preventing his divine sense from penetrating. It was at this moment that he finally accepted Yu Tianming's identity as the sword god. Uncle, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential, even from my father. The heavenly demon cult is eyeing us closely, and should my identity be exposed, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming offered a bitter smile. Tianming, rest assured, since you have said so, as your elder, I shall certainly refrain from speaking out of turn. Ji Yuanming promptly nodded. Yet, a deep sense of confusion lingered in his heart. How exactly had Yu Tianming cultivated, despite his relatively young age, appearing to be merely in his 30s? He was astonishingly powerful compared to cultivators who often lived for millennia. The mere thought of Yu Tianming's 30s juxtaposed with his own several thousand years of cultivation made Ji Yuanming's face break into a radiant smile. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The concern now was not whether Ji Ruxue would take a liking to Yu Tianming, but rather whether Yu Tianming would find Ji Ruxue appealing. Tianming, regarding your marriage. At last, it was Shen Muxin who spoke up. Uncle, aunt, the matter of my union with Ruxue rests entirely in the hands of our esteemed elders, Yu Tianming replied with a gentle smile. Excellent. Then let us choose an auspicious date to arrange your marriage. Ji Yuanming declared with a hearty slap of his hand, eager to prevent Yu Tianming from having second thoughts. Just then, a cold snort rang out unexpectedly. Ji Zhiruo shot Yu Tianming a fierce glare before turning on her heel and leaving the Ji family hall. This action left Yu Tianming somewhat bewildered. However, Ji Ruxue, witnessing this, smiled subtly and cast Yu Tianming a meaningful glance. Husband, if you wish to marry me, there is a complication you must consider, she said playfully. Complication? What sort of complication? Yu Tianming asked, taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. Tianming, you see, many talented youths from Kanglan Prefecture and even prodigies from neighboring states have sought to court our Ji family. But they have all been turned away, Shin Mushin explained with a smile. If news of your marriage to Rushue spreads, it is likely that many will come to challenge you, which could indeed become a nuisance. I see. Let them come whenever they wish, Tianming replied with a grin. Excluding those exceptional talents from the imperial powers, he firmly believed that no one had yet reached the supreme realm. Moreover, considering the relatively lower-ranked Kanglan prefecture and its surroundings, the most formidable challengers would barely reach the Taiji realm, with uncertain prospects of even achieving the Wujijing. Indeed, Tianming is the legendary sword god of 10 miles. A formidable being of the supreme realm, those challengers could never hope to match him. Ji Yuanming laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of Tianming. In the past, Ji Yuanming had regarded Tianming merely as a junior due to his connection with the Qian emperor. However, now he respected Tianming purely for his remarkable strength. Given this, I shall instruct my people to begin preparations, and then we can finalize the date for your grand wedding, Ji Yuanming continued. Tianming, during this time, you shall reside with us, and I will have Rushue show you around Kanglan Prefecture. I hear you enjoy fine wine. We have plenty of exquisite wines here. Ji Yuanming appeared quite pleased, relieved that his daughter was finally marrying, and to a genius at that. However, the marriage of such significance could not be taken lightly. Considerable time would be required for preparations, including hosting various guests and determining the date. Thus, Tianming settled into the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture, postponing his return to Taishan Prefecture. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Tianming had remained at the Ji family, spending evenings deepening his bond with Ji Rushue and enjoying the delightful company of fine wine and beauty by day. Rushue, what troubles you? Are you all right? On this particular day, as Tianming stepped into the courtyard, he found Ji Rushue struggling to suppress the cold energy within her body, causing him to feel a jolt of concern. His ancient holy body should have been able to suppress her mysterious body. Why then was she suffering backlash? My husband. I'm fine. Ji Rushue gently shook her head, her complexion pale. Your ancient holy body is too powerful and has been continuously suppressing my mysterious body, which has now caused a backlash. My mysterious body is on the verge of erupting. Upon hearing Ji Rushue's explanation, Tianming understood. Previously, when Ji Rushue endured the cold energy from her mysterious body, she would consume yang attribute spiritual medicine to manage the cold. However, the mysterious body was an exceptionally formidable constitution, and such medicines could only provide temporary relief. Yet, they were enough to help her endure the invasive cold. Now, however, the suppression from Tianming's ancient holy body had led to a disruption of yin and yang within Ji Rushue, resulting in a violent eruption of the cold energy. Ultimately, it was due to the overwhelming strength of Tianming's ancient holy body that the mysterious body could not rise to defend itself. Had it been a constitution of equal caliber, Ji Rushue would not have encountered this predicament. Do not panic. Let's stabilize the situation first, Tianming said, setting aside all else as he began to channel strands of spiritual power into Ji Rushue's body. As his spiritual energy flowed in, the cold energy within her was swiftly subdued. Soon, Ji Rushue's body began to warm, her complexion regaining its rosy hue. Seeing this, Tianming let out a sigh of relief, pulling Ji Rushue into his embrace and softly inquiring, is there no other way but to rely on spiritual medicine for your mysterious body? There is one other method, Ji Rushue replied softly. In the Medicine King Valley, there exists a Dao-tier spiritual herb, the Blazing Dragon Soul Grass. If refined into the Blazing Dragon Soul Pill, it could completely resolve the issues with my mysterious body. Medicine King Valley? Blazing Dragon Soul Grass? Tianming's thoughts raced, quickly recalling information about the Medicine King Valley from his memory, that it was a powerful organization composed of alchemists situated within Kanglan Prefecture. The valley's leader not only reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm but was also a heavenly tier alchemist. In the surrounding states, the leader of the Medicine King Valley was well respected and held significant influence. For a heavenly tier alchemist, words carried great weight. My father once sought this herb, but the Blazing Dragon Soul Grass is the valley's treasure, and they were utterly unwilling to part with it. Ji Rushue continued. Moreover, even if we obtained the Blazing Dragon Soul Grass, there is no guarantee that we could successfully refine it into the Blazing Dragon Soul Pill. Ultimately, my father had to abandon the pursuit. The Medicine King Valley was slightly weaker than the Ji family, yet it was still formidable, with numerous alchemists present and many forces from neighboring states having ties to it, rendering them unafraid of the Ji family. Rushue, do not worry. I will ensure that we acquire the Blazing Dragon Soul Grass. Yu Tianming declared resolutely. He had just scanned his system space and realized the system had not rewarded him with the blazing dragon soul grass. But he possessed numerous other Dao tier and Saint tier spiritual herbs. Yu Tianming would not allow Ji Rushiwei to continue suffering from the invasive effects of her mysterious body. He was determined to venture to the Medicine King Valley to procure the blazing dragon soul grass. As for alchemy, even if it resulted in failure, he would still attempt it. Ji Rushiwei gazed at Yu Tianming, a sense of reassurance blossoming within her heart. She nodded gently, resting her head against him as she fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Yu Tianming took Ji Rushiwei and, riding Yi Kuan, set off directly for the Medicine King Valley. The valley was not far from the Ji family, merely a distance of several thousand miles. With Yi Kuan's speed, they arrived at the Medicine King Valley's territory within 3 days. Nestled within a valley, the Medicine King Valley spanned over 10,000 square kilometers, shrouded in mist and rich in spiritual energy. Featuring numerous cultivated fields brimming with various spiritual herbs, towering pavilions reached for the sky, with celestial cranes circling above, resembling a scene from a fairyland. In Kanglan Prefecture, apart from the Ji family, which was a superpower, there were several other formidable factions, and the Medicine King Valley was undoubtedly among them. Yi Kuan transformed into his true form, hovering above the Medicine King Valley, with Yu Tianming and Ji Rushiwei on his back. Yu Tianming surveyed the Medicine King Valley below without further ado. With a mere thought, an overwhelming aura radiated from him. This is the sword god of 10 miles. I come to pay my respects to the Medicine King Valley. Immediately, a resounding voice echoed throughout the valley of the Medicine King. Yi Tianming felt that the title of Sword God of the 10 Miles was undoubtedly more advantageous than his own name. As expected, in the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man clad in a gray Taoist robe, wielding a whisk, appeared before Yi Tianming. Although he appeared to be in his 30s, his deep-set eyes revealed that he was a formidable being who had lived for millennia. The man's inner spiritual energy surged like an ocean, exuding a powerful aura as he gazed warily at Yu Tianming and Ji Rushiwei. Shortly thereafter, several figures soared out from the valley of the Medicine King, landing behind the middle-aged man. Among them, aside from the initial middle-aged man, there were 2 supreme realm powerhouses. The rest were all at least of the Yaoguang realm, all high-ranking members of the Medicine King Valley. I am Guoxing, the master of the Medicine King Valley. It is an oversight not to have welcomed the esteemed sword god of the 10 miles properly. I hope you will forgive my lack of courtesy. Guoxing addressed Yu Tianming with a slight bow, his tone indifferent. He was certainly aware of the sword god of the 10 miles reputation. After all, Taixian Prefecture was adjacent to Zhonglan Prefecture, and news from Taixian Prefecture was well known across the surrounding states. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 great states, there was a frequent flow of cultivators, and some powerful factions even spanned multiple states. Thus, it was improbable for any information to remain obscure. The name of the sword god of the 10 miles was certainly familiar to many in Zhonglan Prefecture. However, what puzzled Guoxing was why the sword god had come to seek him out. Friend Guo, you are too kind. I have long revered the Medicine King Valley and hold it in the highest esteem. Yu Tianming replied with a courteous gesture, acknowledging that he had a request to make. I wonder what brings you here? Guoxing inquired. As the saying goes, no one visits without reason, and Guoxing did not believe that the sword god had come merely for a casual visit. Nevertheless, he treated a formidable figure like the sword god of the 10 miles with due importance and respect. Even the Medicine King Valley would be unwise to provoke such a powerful individual without cause. Behind Guoxing, the other high-ranking members of the Medicine King Valley also regarded Yu Tianming with caution. Noticing their tense demeanor, Yu Tianming smiled gently, discerning their thoughts. There is no need for concern. I have come in search of a spiritual herb, Yu Tianming stated with a smile. Seeking a herb. Upon hearing this, Guoxing finally relaxed. The Medicine King Valley boasted the largest variety of spiritual herbs in the surrounding states, and many powerful cultivators often visited to request herbs or to enlist the alchemists of the valley for pill concoction. This was one of the reasons why various factions maintained good relations with the Medicine King Valley. Indeed, Yu Tianming confirmed, his resolute gaze prompting Guoxing to ask, what specific spiritual herb do you seek? The flame dragon soul grass. At Yu Tianming's words, the members of the Medicine King Valley were instantly taken aback, their eyes fixed on him in shock. Master, the flame dragon soul grass is the treasure of our Medicine King Valley. It must not be given to him. Indeed, Master, the flame dragon soul grass is an exceptionally rare half-step Dao tier spiritual herb. Master, this herb has been passed down from our ancestors. We must not defy them. In an instant, the members of the Medicine King Valley began to clamor, all urging Guoxing not to part with the flame dragon soul grass. Hearing their protests, Yu Tianming's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that the flame dragon soulgrass was a half-step Dao-tier herb. No wonder the Medicine King Valley was reluctant to part with it. Generally speaking, Dao-tier spiritual herbs contained a trace of the great Dao's principles and were invaluable. The pills concocted from them were at least Dao-tier, and only Dao-tier alchemists could refine them. The flame dragon soulgrass, being a half-step Dao-tier herb, signified its immense value, placing it among the most prized treasures across the neighboring states. Friend, the flame dragon soulgrass is the treasure of our Medicine King Valley. I must respectfully decline your request. It is simply impossible to part with it. Guoxing stated firmly, fully aware of the herb's worth. There is no need for alarm. I am well aware of the flame dragon soulgrass's value. I have come to seek it, and naturally, I bring an appropriate reward, Tianming said with a gentle smile. His words left Guoxing with a look of confusion. The flame dragon soulgrass was a half-step Dao-tier herb, and it would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 treasures in the neighboring states. How could the sword god of the 10 miles possibly offer something more precious than the flame dragon soulgrass? Moreover, even if he could, it was highly unlikely that it would be a spiritual herb. It might be a spiritual weapon or martial technique, none of which would hold a candle to the flame dragon soulgrass in the eyes of alchemists. Thus, Guoxing shook his head with a smile. My friend, you must understand that Songlan Prefecture ranks among the lowest of the 3,000 great states, with scant resources. Half-step Dao-tier spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare and are considered the most precious in the neighboring states. I would not exchange the flame dragon soulgrass for any treasure. Is that so? Then, before Guoxing could finish his sentence, Tianming produced a spiritual herb, holding it in his hand. The herb emanated a rich spiritual energy, and as soon as it was revealed, the entire Medicine King Valley felt the aura intensify. Moreover, traces of the Great Dao's principles could even be faintly discerned on this herb. This was undoubtedly a Dao-tier spiritual herb. Guoxing stood frozen in place, not only him but also the other powerhouses of the Medicine King Valley, their mouths agape as they stared at the spiritual herb in Tianming's hand. As alchemists, they could instantly recognize that the herb was a genuine Dao-tier medicinal ingredient. Guoxing, now speechless from shock, had just been about to say that Dao-tier spiritual herbs had become extinct in the neighboring states. Yet Tianming had effortlessly produced one. How could he not be astonished? This herb, the subduing heaven dark lotus, is a low-grade Dao-tier spiritual herb. Would it be possible to exchange it for the flame dragon soulgrass? Only when Tianming's voice rang out did Guoxing and the other members of the Medicine King Valley snap out of their astonishment. Guoxing gazed at the low-grade Dao-tier herb with a fervent gleam in his eyes. The flame dragon soulgrass was known as a half-step Dao-tier herb, yet it was still not a true Dao-tier herb. The value of the subduing heaven dark lotus would undoubtedly surpass 10 flame dragon soulgrasses. Senior, may I ask what you require the flame dragon soulgrass for? Guoxing inquired, gritting his teeth. He was eager to trade the flame dragon soulgrass for the subduing heaven dark lotus. Yet he had just declared that he would not exchange it for anything. Wasn't that a slap in the face? Such matters do not require your concern. However, the flame dragon soulgrass has been passed down through the generations in our Medicine King Valley. Tianming smiled gently and continued, if one is not enough, what if I were to add a low-grade Dao-tier blood-red divine lotus? As Tianming's words fell, a blood-red, enchanting lotus flower appeared in his hand. At this moment, Guoxing and the other powerhouses of the Medicine King Valley were utterly speechless, each one becoming increasingly flustered. Had they truly been in the Medicine King Valley for too long, causing them to lose touch with the abundance of resources in the outside world? How else could they explain Tianming's casual display of 2 low-grade Dao-tier spiritual herbs? Even Ji Ruxiue, standing behind him, was left in a state of shock. While she had been astonished by the appearance of the subduing heaven dark lotus, she had managed to maintain her composure. However, upon witnessing Tianming produce the blood-red divine lotus, she could no longer remain calm. Husband, these 2 spiritual herbs are far too precious. They are hardly worth trading for the flame dragon soulgrass, Ji Ruxiue whispered in concern. Yet Tianming merely smiled, signaling for her not to worry. Little did she know that such low-grade Dao-tier spiritual herbs were the most basic in Tianming's system space, so abundant that he could hardly consume them all. Furthermore, in the Void Realm, Tianming had cultivated numerous Dao-tier and holy-tier spiritual herbs. Friend, may I inquire if these 2 spiritual herbs could be exchanged for the flame dragon soulgrass? Guoxing gazed at the 2 precious herbs in Tianming's hands, his eyes widening in astonishment, and his mouth dry as though he were beholding 2 exquisite beauties in the nude. Master of the Valley, although the crimson flame dragon soulgrass has been handed down by our ancestors, I believe we must adapt our approach, Guoxing continued. I trust that the spirits of our forebears in the heavens would also wish for you to exchange the crimson flame dragon soulgrass for 2 lower-grade Dao herbs. Before Guoxing could voice his thoughts, the formidable practitioners of Yawang Valley began to express their opinions, rallying in support of his decision. In light of this, I, Guoxing, in the presence of our ancestors, shall make a decision today that contravenes our lineage for the advancement of Yawang Valley. Guoxing clasped his hands behind his back, casting a 45-degree glance skyward as he spoke softly. Upon hearing Guoxing's acquiescence, Tianming broke into a broad grin. Ha ha, brother, I did not anticipate that Yawang Valley would be so lively today. However, just as Guoxing prepared to summon someone for the Crimson Flame Dragon Soul Grass, a cold snicker echoed from the horizon. Upon hearing this sound, Guoxing and the other practitioners of Yawang Valley changed their expressions dramatically. Tianming followed the direction of the voice, only to see a massive dark cloud approaching. Rather than clouds, it resembled a thick mass of demonic energy. As the dark energy drew closer, Tianming discerned countless figures within it. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a grotesque scar slashing across his face. The man's aura surged within him, pulsating with immense power. Behind him were three other formidable practitioners, each a supreme realm expert, exuding powerful presences. Alongside them were numerous practitioners of the Yaoguang and Wuji realms, surrounding Yawang Valley in a formidable encirclement. Xiangjian, it is you, Guoxing exclaimed, his fury boiling over as he fixed his glare upon the leader. You, the wretch who betrayed our masters and ancestors. Dare to return? Guoxing demanded. What is your intent, Xiangjian? Have you come to annihilate Yawang Valley? In an instant, the powerful members of Yawang Valley erupted in outrage, denouncing the middle-aged man. What is happening? Tianming swiftly shielded Ji Ruxue behind him and inquired in a hushed tone. Husband, this involves an incident from 1,000 years ago concerning Yawang Valley. Ji Ruxue replied gravely. A millennium prior, the previous master of Yawang Valley had two disciples, the current Guoxing and this man, Xiangjian. As Ji Ruxue recounted the history of Yawang Valley from 1,000 years ago, it was revealed that the previous master had passed the mantle to Guoxing as his time drew near. Subsequently, Guoxing discovered that Xiangjian was using living beings as materials for alchemy, causing the suffering of numerous practitioners and mortals, even coveting the Crimson Flame Dragon Soul Grass. Out of respect for their brotherly bond, Guoxing chose merely to cripple Xiangjian's cultivation and expel him from the valley. Little did he expect that Xiangjian would return today, seemingly having regained his power. Xiangjian's imposing demeanor suggested he harbored intentions to obliterate Yawang Valley. Brother, 1,000 years ago, you cast me out of Yawang Valley and crippled my cultivation. Did you ever foresee this day? Xiangjian stood atop the demonic cloud, surveying Yawang Valley from a position of superiority, his tone icy. Had it not been for the demon lord saving me, I would have long since become a wandering soul, perishing outside. Xiangjian slowly recounted his experiences over the years, as if the members of Yawang Valley had become fish in a barrel. What? You have allied with the demon sect? Guoxing gasped in shock upon hearing Xiangjian's revelation. Did you return this time having cultivated demonic techniques, having indeed turned to the demon sect? Despite the chaos the demon sect had caused in Taishan Prefecture, its notoriety had spread to neighboring regions. However, the demon sect's strength was not yet sufficient to contend with the top powers of several states, thus refraining from invading the surrounding areas. Yet, once the demon sect unified Taishan Prefecture and the nearby regions, an invasion of the neighboring states would undoubtedly follow. You treacherous beast who betrays his masters and ancestors. I should have killed you back then. Guoxing glared at Xiangjian, his teeth clenched in fury. Ha ha, brother, if you surrender now, I may spare your life. Should you resist, not a single soul shall survive in Yawang Valley. Xiangjian sneered, continuing, after all, I too am a disciple of Yawang Valley. I do not wish for its legacy to be extinguished. Oh, by the way, brother, you may not be aware. Xiangjian grinned malevolently. How could our master, a top-tier heavenly alchemist, have died so easily? It was you. Guoxing's eyes widened in realization, his breath quickening. You killed our master. Why? Why? Guoxing roared at Xiangjian in a frenzy. Had he known that Xiangjian was responsible for his master's death, he would have eliminated Xiangjian back then, rather than merely expelling him from the sect. Why? At this point, Xiangjian had become somewhat unhinged. I constantly urged our master that Yawang Valley should unify Kanglan. But that accursed old man thought my murderous intent was too strong, so I had no choice but to poison him. Yet, I never expected that he would ultimately pass the valley master position to you. Back then, you were merely a beggar, a commoner. It was our master who saved you, took you as a disciple, and guided you in cultivation and alchemy. Had it not been for our master, you would have perished in a mortal city long ago. Upon discovering the true cause of his beloved master's death, Guoxing could no longer contain his wrath. Roaring, Yet you repay kindness with malice, killing our master. Unfazed, Xiang Jian continued. Today, I shall allow that old man to witness how his life's work. Yawang Valley is utterly destroyed. I will kill you. Guoxing bellowed, charging directly at Xiang Jian. Not only was he a heavenly alchemist, but he was also a supreme realm powerhouse. His speed was extraordinary, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xiang Jian, a cauldron materializing in his hands. This was the top-grade heavenly artifact of Yawang Valley, the Lian Tian furnace. Humph. Xiang Jian snorted coldly. Brother, after all these years, your strength has made no progress at all. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red banner appeared in his grasp, imbued with thick demonic energy and echoing the cries of countless practitioners. In an instant, a multitude of weeping faces materialized upon the banner. Among them were children, youths, middle-aged individuals, and the elderly, with no regard for age or gender. In their initial clash, Guoxing was instantly repelled thousands of zhang away. Master. The multitude of powerful practitioners from Yawang Valley rushed to support Guoxing. You are actually using living beings for cultivation. Guoxing's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the treasure in Xiang Jian's hands. This 10,000 souls banner was formed from the spiritual essences of 9,999 practitioners. Only one more main soul is needed. Brother, that main soul is reserved specifically for you. Xiang Jian licked his lips, coldly chuckling as he lunged toward Guoxing. Today, all of you from Yawang Valley shall reunite within my 10,000 souls banner. Xiang Jian formed hand seals, positioning the 10,000 souls banner above Yawang Valley, unfurling it in the wind. Soon, the faces of those practitioners whose souls Xiang Jian had previously sacrificed began to emerge from the banner. They had long since transformed into vengeful spirits, controlled by Xiang Jian, and charged toward Guoxing and the formidable practitioners of Yawang Valley. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the practitioners of Yawang Valley found themselves in dire straits, 10 divine swords suddenly soared from the void, forming a sword formation that repelled the vengeful spirits. Following this, Tianming stepped forth from the void, positioning himself before the members of Yawang Valley. Clad in flowing white robes, his presence commanded attention, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he regarded Xiang Jian. Who are you? Upon seeing Tianming, Xiang Jian momentarily froze, hastily retracting the 10,000 souls banner. He regarded Tianming with palpable wariness, stating coolly, Yawang Valley should not harbor an individual such as yourself. I came to Yawang Valley seeking herbs, not intending to interfere in your internal affairs. But since it involves the demon sect, you must be eliminated. Tianming responded faintly. If Xiang Jian had merely returned for vengeance, Tianming would have departed immediately upon acquiring the flame dragon soul herb. Indifferent to the fate of Yawang Valley, however, since Xiang Jian was connected to the heavenly demon sect, Tianming could no longer remain passive. He had long been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the heavenly demon sect. Now, encountering their members, he was naturally ruthless. It seems you are the reinforcements summoned by Yawang Valley. Xiang Jian chuckled coldly, showing no signs of concern. What a jest, this time. I have brought 3 supreme beings from the heavenly demon sect. Although they are not at the level of guardians, they are indeed formidable. Moreover, there are countless Yaoguang realm experts. If we cannot take down Yawang Valley, I might as well find a piece of tofu to smash my head against. Not so. Tianming shook his head, replying calmly, it is simply that I have sworn an eternal feud with the heavenly demon sect. If you are not the reinforcements from Yawang Valley, then who are you? Xiang Jian inquired. The sword god of Shirley. Tianming's eyes widened, and as his name was uttered, a tempestuous aura erupted from his being. This overwhelming force immediately suppressed the numerous experts from the heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing Tianming's identity, Xiang Jian and the 3 supreme beings from the heavenly demon sect's expressions changed. You are the sword god of Shirley. Ha ha ha. The sect master has long issued a manhunt for you. I never expected you would dare to present yourself. If I kill you, I shall become the vice sect master of the heavenly demon sect. The name of the sword god of Shirley had already spread within the heavenly demon sect. Xiang Jian, upon seeing Tianming, appeared as if he were gazing upon a treasure. If he could slay him, he would ascend to the position of vice sect master. You members of the heavenly demon sect always say such things. Yet each time, you have perished at my hands. Do not compare me to that useless lot. As Xiang Jian spoke, he began to advance towards Tianming with murderous intent, casting a cold glance at Xiang Jian. Tianming snorted, summoning 10 chaos divine swords, which formed a sword array to meet Xiang Jian, originally intending for Guoxing to be the main soul of the 10,000 souls banner. That position is now yours. With Xiang Jian's furious roar, countless evil spirits erupted from the 10,000 souls banner, a dense swarm that darkened the sky. Celestial slaughter sword array. Tianming, observing the multitude of evil spirits, formed hand seals, with 10 chaos divine swords hovering behind him. Soon, 20, 40, 80, in the blink of an eye, countless sword phantoms coalesced behind him, amounting to over 10,000. This technique was an imperial-level martial skill, said to have been created by the Celestial Slaughter Emperor countless years ago. Once the Celestial Slaughter sword array appeared, it was proclaimed that only the 4 emperors could shatter it at that time. Throughout the 3,000 great states, apart from the Celestial Slaughter Emperor, there was only one other emperor. Thus, the Celestial Slaughter sword array was deemed invincible. It was precisely because of this array that the other emperor, who coexisted with the Celestial Slaughter Emperor, was consistently overshadowed. In a one-on-one confrontation, it might be uncertain who would prevail, but when the Celestial Slaughter sword array emerged, the other emperor could only retreat from its edge. The Celestial Slaughter sword array, could it be that the sword god of Shirley is the descendant of the Celestial Slaughter Emperor? Behind him, the members of Yawang Valley began to speculate upon witnessing this scene. Ziwei Celestial Fire. Yet Tianming was not finished. He summoned one of the 10 divine fires he had recently acquired, the Ziwei Celestial Fire, which enveloped each sword phantom. Every sword phantom ignited with blazing purple flames. Sword array, slay. In an instant, with a thunderous shout from Tianming, the myriad sword phantoms surged towards Xiangjian's 10,000 souls banner. Puff. Hiss. Ah. Ah. Woo woo woo, as the sword phantoms collided with the evil spirits. Countless spirits were pierced, their wails resonating throughout Yawang Valley. The number of evil spirits dwindled, while Tianming's sword phantoms multiplied. The remaining sword phantoms pierced through the void, descending upon the multitude of heavenly demon sect cultivators behind Xiangjian. In that moment, the cultivators shrieked in agony as their bodies were pierced by the sword phantoms, their souls scorched by the Ziwei Celestial Fire. Witnessing this, Xiangjian's expression turned frigid. His 10,000 souls banner had only refined 9,999 cultivators, summoning merely 9,999 evil spirits. Yet Tianming's Celestial Slaughter sword array seemed endless, increasing exponentially. Altogether, kill him. Finally, gritting his teeth, Xiangjian bellowed at the other 3 supreme beings to charge at Tianming. The other 3 supreme beings recognized the urgency and swiftly engaged Tianming. Guoxing and the others wished to assist, but were halted by Tianming. In the next moment, all the sword phantoms began to dissipate, leaving only 10 chaos divine. At this moment, Guoxing also spoke up. Once, in an effort to resolve Ji Rushue's profound inconstitution, Ji Yuanming had sought my assistance in acquiring the Blaze Dragon Soul Herb. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, an expression of incredulity appeared on Guoxing's face. Upon returning to the Ji family, Tianming immediately set about concocting the Blaze Dragon Soul Pill. The primary ingredient for the pill was the Blaze Dragon Soul Herb, while the remaining materials were readily available within the Ji household. Furthermore, Tianming took it upon himself to enhance the formula for the Blaze Dragon Soul Pill, incorporating several Dao-tier spiritual herbs. This series of actions left Ji Rushue utterly astounded. She had initially thought that it was already remarkable for Tianming to produce 2 Dao-tier spiritual herbs. Yet to her astonishment, he managed to present 4 or 5 within such a short span of time. In truth, Tianming possessed the capability to procure sacred and imperial tier spiritual herbs. However, using such potent ingredients would dilute the efficacy of the Blaze Dragon Soul Herb, ultimately hindering Ji Rushue's ability to alleviate her profound inconstitution. Moreover, the strength of sacred and imperial tier spiritual herbs was so overwhelming that Ji Rushue would be unable to assimilate them, potentially leading to her demise from the sheer force of the medicinal properties. Darling, I never imagined you could also refine pills, Ji Rushue exclaimed sweetly, perched on Tianming's back. Not only can I refine pills, but I possess a multitude of skills, including knowledge of formations and talismans. I find it hard to believe you. You're joking with me, aren't you? Ji Rushue teased, sticking out her tongue, as she suspected Tianming was merely playing with her. After all, pill refining is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in the blink of an eye. It requires a significant investment of time. Inevitably, one's cultivation would suffer as a result. Take Wuxing, the master of the Medicine King Valley, for instance. Though he too had reached the supreme realm, his true combat power was significantly inferior to that of other cultivators of the same level. This was not due to a lack of talent on Guoxing's part, but rather because he dedicated an immense amount of time to the art of pill refining. Tianming, having achieved the supreme realm before the age of 100, and possessing the ability to refine pills, would be a prodigy beyond compare if he were also skilled in formations and talismans. In fact, not only in Kanglan Prefecture or Taishan Prefecture, which rank low among the great states, but even in the top 10 states like Miao Miao Prefecture, One would be hard-pressed to find someone with such extraordinary talent. Noticing Ji Rushue's disbelief, Yu Tianming chuckled, rubbing his nose. After all, what he had claimed was indeed rather astonishing. However, Ji Rushue would eventually come to witness his abilities, and he felt no urgency in proving himself at that moment. He then produced a pill furnace and placed it in the courtyard. This furnace was a reward from the system, a top-tier imperial-grade alchemical furnace, one of the pair crafted by the alchemy emperor in his time. Upon attaining the status of an emperor, the alchemy emperor had forged a pair of alchemical furnaces as his imperial treasures, known as the yin-yang furnace of mother and child. The furnace currently in Yi Tianming's possession was the mother furnace from that legendary pair. Speaking of the alchemy emperor, he was a master of alchemy who achieved enlightenment and was renowned for his prowess, having single-handedly refined 1,000,000 demons, while his combat strength was not the most formidable among all emperors. His alchemical skills undoubtedly ranked first among them. The imperial-level force he established, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, resonated throughout the 3,000 great states and was the ultimate sanctuary for all alchemists. The child furnace from the yin-yang furnace was still housed within the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. With a thought, Yu Tianming sent several spiritual herbs cascading into the mother furnace, Ziwei celestial fire. In the next instant, a violet and searing flame ignited beneath the alchemical furnace. The success or failure of pill concoction is subject to numerous constraints, including the alchemist's state of mind, the quality of the furnace, the quality of the herbs, and the quality of the flame. A single misstep could result in catastrophic failure. Among these factors, the quality of the flame is particularly crucial. Fire is categorized into earth fire, celestial fire, and exotic fire, with the 10 divine fires being the pinnacle. Yi Tianming had frequently refined pills while in the imperial tomb and was thoroughly familiar with the process. The furnace he was using was the most elite alchemical furnace in existence today. Soon, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from the furnace, enveloping the entire Ji household in a rich scent. Within the great hall of the Ji family, Ji Yuanming was engaged in discussions with Shen Muxin regarding the impending marriage of Yu Tianming and Ji Rushue. What is that delightful fragrance? It smells exquisite. Ji Yuanming suddenly caught a whiff of the potent aroma. Just a hint of that fragrance had caused a slight stir within his own realm. Startled, Ji Yuanming quickly extended his divine sense to investigate the source of the scent. Before long, he discerned that the fragrance emanated from the courtyard of Ji Rushue. Tianming has taken Rushue to the Medicine King Valley to seek the Blazed Dragon Soul Herb. It must be him concocting the Blazed Dragon Soul Pill for her now. Shen Muxin elucidated. Hiss. Upon realizing that Yu Tianming was preparing pills for Ji Rushue, Ji Yuanming gasped in astonishment. This child Tianming has not only surpassed us old folks in cultivation but has also mastered the art of alchemy. Judging by the fragrance of this pill, it seems he has already reached the level of Dao tier pills. As Ji Yuanming pondered further, he became increasingly alarmed. Yi Tianming's talent, even among imperial forces, would be regarded as a key figure for cultivation. My dear wife, I now find myself thinking that Rushue marrying Tianming is indeed an elevation beyond her reach, Ji Yuanming remarked with a bittersweet smile. As for how the children perceive their relationship, if they are fond of one another, let them be together. If not, we elders should not impose our will upon them. At present, I see them both as quite well suited, Shen Muxin responded with a serene smile, clearly satisfied with her son-in-law. Indeed, my dear wife speaks wisely, Ji Yuanming chuckled gently, retracting his divine sense. In the courtyard, several hours passed before Yu Tianming opened his eyes, with a flick of his palm. The Ziwei celestial fire transformed into a swirling mass of violet flame that settled in his hand. Following this, a crimson pill manifested in the shape of a dragon, soaring from the furnace and landing in his grasp. The Blazed Dragon Soul Pill. The pill bore an intricate engraving of a dragon, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Darling, is it ready? Ji Rushue approached Yu Tianming, her face beaming with delight. Yi Tianming nodded with a smile. Presenting the pill to Ji Rushue, quickly consume it and see the effects. Ji Rushue nodded and promptly swallowed the pill. As the Blazed Dragon Soul Pill released its potency within her body, her profound yin constitution was instantaneously activated. In that moment, Ji Rushue felt a duality of cold and hot forces trembling and intertwining within her. As time progressed, her complexion gradually took on a rosy glow, rendering her exceedingly enchanting. Rushue, how do you feel? Yu Tianming inquired softly as he embraced her. Yet, what greeted him in response was Ji Rushue's passionate kiss. After 2.5 hours, the two finally concluded their intimate exchange. Ji Rushue's profound yin constitution was thoroughly activated, and during this span, she had remarkably broken through several realms, reaching the pinnacle of the Taiji realm. While this level of cultivation paled in comparison to Yi Tianming's, It was undeniably exceptional when compared to others. A Taiji realm pinnacle achieved before the age of 100 was a rarity throughout the 3,000 great states. Darling, you are truly impressive. Ji Ruxue said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. In response, Yu Tianming flashed a charming smile. My dear wife, there's even more remarkable feats. Would you care to witness them? Darling, you are incorrigible. Just as they were about to delve deeper into their exchange, Ji Jirua's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Sister, father and mother wish for you both to come. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming's expression darkened. Why did this little girl choose this moment to arrive? Puffed. Seeing Yi Tianming's reaction, Ji Ruxue couldn't help but laugh. Father must have something important to discuss with us. We should hurry. Yi Tianming could only nod in resignation, donning his clothes and stepping outside. Upon seeing Yi Tianming and Ji Ruxue emerge simultaneously from the room, Ji Jirua's expression hardened, and she coldly huffed. Father and mother want you both to come. Understood, Jirua, Yi Tianming replied. Yi Tianming nodded slightly, intending to inquire about the matter at hand when Ji Jirua let out a cold snort and vanished from sight. This left Yi Tianming somewhat perplexed. What was wrong with Jirua? He scratched his head. Ever since his arrival at the Ji family, Ji Jirua seemed to have transformed entirely, frequently avoiding him. Indeed, it had been quite a while since he last laid eyes on her. My dear husband. Are you genuinely confused? Or are you merely feigning ignorance? Ji Ruxue cast a sidelong glance at Yu Tianming as they walked towards the grand hall of the Ji family. Can you not see that Jirua harbors feelings for you? Huh? Upon hearing Ji Ruxue's explanation, Yu Tianming nearly choked on his drink. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He vehemently denied it. If she truly liked me, would she have mentioned you so frequently back in the Great Qian Dynasty? It is precisely because she has come to know you better on this journey that her feelings for you have gradually blossomed. Ji Ruxue sighed. Rest assured, Ruxue, throughout my life, there shall be only you. My husband, do you truly believe the words you speak? Before Yu Tianming could profess his loyalty to Ji Ruxue, she interrupted him. Then, with a hint of melancholy, she continued, Husband, it is perfectly acceptable for you to be with Jirua. I would not mind that at all. Moreover, Jirua and I grew up together, and I am well acquainted with her character. At these words, Yu Tianming felt a touch of awkwardness and scratched his head. Enough of this. We have arrived. Suddenly, Ji Ruxue spoke, and Yu Tianming realized they had reached the Grand Hall far sooner than he had anticipated. Ji family. Grand Hall. At that moment, Ji Yuanming sat at the head of the table, flanked by Shin Muxin. Below them, in addition to several Ji family disciples, there were many cultivators dressed in various attires, each emanating distinct levels of cultivation. However, their purpose for being there was strikingly uniform. To vie for a bride? Senior Ji, when will Miss Ji arrive? A young man clad in white approached, bowing respectfully to Ji Yuanming. This individual was Lin Patian, the young master of the Nine Streams sect in Kanglin Prefecture. A pinnacle cultivator of the Qi Tian realm, the Nine Streams sect was a major power in Kanglin Prefecture, on par with the Medicine King Valley, only slightly inferior to the Ji family. Ha, my dear nephew Lin, do not fret. I have already sent for Ruxue. Ji Yuanming chuckled. I have heard that Senior Ji intends to betroth Miss Ruxue to the useless prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. Is there any truth to this matter? The next moment, a somewhat effeminate young man stepped forward, fanning himself with a folding fan as he inquired. This was Shui Waya, the young master of the snow-blowing mountain in Kanglin Prefecture, whose cultivation surpassed Lin Pingtian's. Having reached the first level of the Divine Mansion realm, both the snow-blowing mountain and the Nine Streams sect were superpowers in Kanglin Prefecture. In addition to these two, a robust man, unmistakably a body refinement expert, stood among them. This man was Yuan Jinglong, the young master of Beast King Fortress, renowned for its formidable body cultivation techniques that surpassed all others in Kanglin Prefecture. Every disciple from Beast King Fortress possessed a physique far superior to their peers of the same rank. I have heard that the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty is nothing but a drunken wastrel. How could Miss Ji possibly be enamored with such a person? Yuan Jinglong huffed disdainfully, clearly displeased. His sentiments echoed those of Shui Waya and Lin Pintan. That it would be one thing if Ji Ruxue had taken a liking to a peer of comparable talent. But to fall for a worthless individual was simply beyond comprehension. Observing the discontent of the three, Ji Yuanming merely sipped his tea, maintaining a serene silence. Indeed, my sister possesses exceedingly poor judgment. How could she be attracted to someone who is merely a drunkard? At that moment, a delicate snort resonated through the hall. Everyone turned to see Ji Jirua entering, addressing the group. Miss Jirua, do you also believe that prince to be a wastrel? Yuan Jinglong's eyes lit up upon seeing Ji Jirua. Precisely, brother Yuan. In my view, my sister is far more suited to you talented youths of Kanglan Prefecture. How could she possibly be interested in a useless individual? Ji Jiruan nodded vigorously. Her words instantly resonated with the three men. Indeed, Miss Shirua, you speak the truth. Lin Petit exclaimed. It seems that Miss Rushue has fallen prey to that wastrel's sweet words, deceived by his empty promises. What a pity, hearing the three lament so deeply. Ji Jiruo flashed a wicked smile. My sister and that wastrel are about to arrive. I have a splendid idea. Upon hearing Ji Jiruo's suggestion, the three leaned in eagerly. What idea do you have? Miss Jiruo, please enlighten us. Well, Ji Jiruo feigned a look of difficulty. Seeing her act, Shui Waya promptly produced his storage bag. Miss Jiruo, within this bag are my treasured collections from these past years that I hope you will share your insights. Not to be outdone, Yuan Jinglong and Lin Petit quickly followed suit, offering their own gifts to Ji Jiruo. Being the young masters of superpowers in Kanglan Prefecture, the items they presented were certainly of considerable value. Ji Jiruo accepted their offerings with a beaming smile. She cleared her throat and said, once that wastrel prince arrives, you should seize the opportunity to challenge him and defeat him. Excellent. Indeed. He should witness the vast chasm that separates us. The three exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Surely, dealing with a worthless prince would be as simple as lifting a finger. Seated at the head of the table, Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxian exchanged glances and hastily took deep swigs from their teacups. Fearing they might burst into laughter, they could only wonder what expressions would grace the faces of the three when they discovered Tianming's true abilities. Who dares to challenge this prince? Suddenly, a carefree voice rang out from outside the hall. Moments later, Tianming, clad in white, entered alongside Ji Rushue. Hand in hand, Tianming appeared strikingly handsome, while Ji Rushue, dressed in a flowing purple gown with cascading hair and long legs, resembled a celestial being standing beside him. As the couple made their entrance, Lin Petit, Yuan Jinglong, and Shui Waya's eyes turned green with envy, especially at the sight of Ji Rushue intimately clutching Tianming's arm. An affectionate display that was utterly intolerable for the three, who had long admired her from afar. So, you are the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, Tianming? Lin Petit questioned with a darkened expression. Release Miss Rushue at once, or I shall make you pay. Yuan Jinglong, known for his fiery temper, threatened Tianming outright. Upon noticing the three, Tianming simply smiled. He had overheard their conversation outside the hall and understood that they were Ji Rushue's admirers and heirs of Kanglan Prefecture's three superpowers, likely having conspired together to confront him. However, he regarded these insignificant insects with indifference. Turning to Lin Petit, he said with a smile, you are only partially correct. Partially correct? What do you mean? Lin Petit asked. Bewildered, are you not Tianming, the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty? Indeed, I am the first prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, Tianming. Yet, I also possess another identity. Tianming smiled slightly, addressing the three. What identity? Shui Waya furrowed his brow, wondering if their gathered intelligence had been flawed. I am not only the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, I am also Rushue's fiancé, Tianming stated nonchalantly. His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly among the gathered crowd, all of whom were no weaklings. Ji Rushue and Ji Zhao could not help but laugh aloud. Instantly, the expressions on Shui Waya and his companions shifted between shades of green and red. You were toying with us. Snow Wuo's voice erupted in anger as he pointed his folding fan directly at Tianming. In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena became charged with tension. Dear nephews, let us sit down and discuss our matters slowly, Ji Yuanming chuckled, attempting to mediate. Uncle Ji, there is no need for your intervention, Lin Petit retorted firmly. The grievances between our younger generation should be resolved by ourselves. Lin Peti's words instantly garnered the approval of both Snow Wuo and Yuan Jinglong. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 great states, there exists an unwritten rule: the feuds among the younger generation are to be settled by them alone. While the older generation addresses their own conflicts, the fate of the young, life or death, is determined solely by their own capabilities, even if a member of an imperial clan is slain by a young scion of a minor power. The blame rests solely on the imperial disciple for their inadequacy. Should the older generation interfere in the disputes of the youth, it would only invite an endless array of powerful elders from various factions, ultimately leading to no benefit. Seeing Lin Petit take such a stance, Ji Yuanming offered an awkward smile and ceased his attempts at intervention. After all, Tianming was indeed a member of the younger generation. His strength, while formidable, did not grant him the status of an elder. I wonder how you intend to resolve this, Tianming chuckled, taking a seat and sipping from his gourd of fine wine. Tianming, Naturally, it is a matter of strength. Do you dare to step outside and face us in battle? Snow Wuyo scoffed, adding, if you lose, the betrothal between you and Miss Rushue shall be rendered null and void. Indeed, do you dare to fight us? Lin Petion joined in, declaring, rest assured, we are aware that your cultivation is merely at the soul-sculpting realm. We shall suppress our own realms to match yours, so as not to take unfair advantage. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, gazing skyward with an air of superiority. Oh, you plan to suppress your cultivation? Yi Tianming replied with a smile. What if I win? You win. The three exchanged dubious glances, genuinely surprised at the prospect of Yi Tianming emerging victorious. After all, intelligence indicated he was but a soul-sculpting cultivator, even with their realms suppressed. They were not to be underestimated. They could easily slay even those of the celestial realm. After all, a competition must have stakes. It cannot be that if I win, there is nothing to gain. Yi Tianming remarked leisurely, continuing to sip his wine. The audacity of the three to attempt to seize a bride did not deter him from teaching them a lesson. The trio exchanged knowing looks before Lin Petion declared, it is said you are a connoisseur of fine wine. If you win, we shall present you with the exquisite wines our fathers have cherished for years. Upon hearing this, even Ji Yuanming chimed in with a smile. Tianming, you may not know this, but the leaders of the Nine Streams sect, the Blowing Snow Mountain, and the Beast King Fortress each possess a wealth of fine wines. I had the pleasure of sampling them 300 years ago, and the taste remains unforgettable. As the conversation turned to fine wines, Ji Yuanming's expression was one of nostalgic delight, piquing Yi Tianming's interest. He nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled. With Yi Tianming's affirmation, the trio's lips curled into sly smiles. Let us proceed outside to converse. This hall is far too small to unleash our full potential. Yuan Jinglong cracked his neck, the sound of bones popping echoing as he led the way out. Lin Petion and Snow Wuyo swiftly followed suit. Yi Tianming, without further ado, trailed behind them. Let us hurry and witness the spectacle, Ji Zhirua exclaimed, pulling Ji Yuanming and Ji Rushue along as they rushed toward the hall's exit. She feared that if they delayed, Yi Tianming might have already dealt with the three by the time they arrived. Outside the Ji family hall, Yi Tianming stood facing the trio, lifting his gourd to take a swig of wine before lightly inquiring, will you three confront me together, or one at a time? Arrogant, the three shared a glance, and Lin Petion stepped forward first, declaring, Lin Petion, the young master of the Nine Streams sect, I have no desire to waste words on you. You are unworthy of my name. Yi Tianming waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, there is no need for you to suppress your cultivation. I fear that even if you do, you would still not be my match. Seeing Yi Tianming's brazen demeanor only fueled the trio's ire, Lin Petion shouted, Lin Petion, would never engage in bullying the weak. If I say we shall battle at the same realm, then I shall do so. Oh, is that so? Yi Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly as his aura surged dramatically. Soul Sculpting Realm, Celestial Realm, Divine Mansion Realm, Taiji Realm, Wujing Realm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianming's presence skyrocketed to that of the Supreme Realm. His aura radiated like a tempest, enveloping the entire Ji family estate. Nearby Ji family disciples, whose cultivation levels were relatively low, could scarcely withstand the pressure and sought refuge behind Ji Yuanming. Even the Supreme Realm experts of the Ji family could not help but activate their protective spiritual energy to counter Yi Tianming's overwhelming aura. The might of Tianming was such that even if all the Supreme Realm experts of the Ji family joined forces, they would likely fall short. His presence was even more terrifying than that of their ancestors. Ji Yuanming sighed, his gaze penetrating through layers of structures to rest upon the ancestral tomb of the Ji family. There, several coffins lay, and a few withered forms, resembling mummified corpses, began to stir from within. Such formidable power, it surpasses even that of the imperial clan's young science. Should my Ji family find a union with this individual, we may yet reclaim our honor in Kanglan Prefecture. They were all ancestors of the Ji family lineage in Kanglan Prefecture, their strength having long since transcended the Supreme Realm. Around them, the air shimmered, revealing that they were communicating through their spiritual senses. Before long, the figures returned to their slumber. At this moment, in front of the Ji family hall, Lin Petion, Snow Wuyo, and Yuan Jinglong stood agape, staring at the ever-increasing aura of Yi Tianming, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Each looked at the other, speechless. This cannot be right. The intelligence they had received clearly stated that Yi Tianming was an uneducated waste of a prince, with cultivation merely at the soul sculpting realm. How could it be that in an instant, his power surged to the Supreme Realm? His aura appeared even more potent than that of the leaders of their three sects. Could it be that their methods of assessment were flawed? Now standing in the center of the battlefield, Lin Pingtian was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Were you not saying you would fight me at the same realm? Come forth, Yi Tianming bellowed, snapping Lin Pingtian out of his stupor. Hearing this, Lin Pingtian's face darkened. Damn it. When I said we would battle at the same realm, it was under the assumption that you would be at a lower level than me. Now that you have ascended to the supreme realm, how can I possibly match that? Lin Pingtian, will you concede, or shall I have to teach you a lesson before you do? Yi Tianming hovered in the air, waves of energy rippling behind him, mockingly gazing down at Lin Pingtian. Lin Pingtian's expression turned as dark as thunder, gritting his teeth before ultimately conceding, I admit defeat. To challenge a supreme realm cultivator? Unless he had a death wish, and the two of you? Yi Tianming taunted, glancing at Snow Wuyo and Yuan Jinglong. I concede, Snow Wuyo declared reluctantly. Yet, facing a supreme realm cultivator, no one could fault him for surrendering. Wait. At that moment, Yuan Jinglong suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Even Yi Tianming paused, slightly taken aback. Could it be that this fool was truly willing to face him? If so, he would not mind showing this young man why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Though I do not know why your cultivation is so high, you are still only a few major realms above us. Do you dare to suppress your cultivation and compete with me in raw physical strength? Yuan Jinglong challenged, refusing to back down. Upon hearing this, Lin Pingtian and Snow Wuyo's eyes brightened. Yuan Jinglong's physical prowess was unmatched among the younger generation of Kanglin Prefecture. If Yi Tianming suppressed his cultivation, he might not match Yuan Jinglong's sheer strength. How intriguing. Yi Tianming smiled faintly. Very well. However, I have a condition. What condition? If you lose, you must bring me all the fine wines from the Beast King Fortress. I agree. Upon hearing Yi Tianming's consent, Yuan Jinglong was no longer concerned about anything else. He was solely focused on reclaiming his honor from Yi Tianming. In terms of pure physical strength, he feared no one. Subsequently, Yi Tianming suppressed his realm to the peak of the Qitian realm and approached Yuan Jinglong. Please, enlighten me. Yuan Jinglong bellowed, charging directly at Yi Tianming. In an instant, explosive sounds erupted around Yuan Jinglong. And behind him, the phantoms of countless beasts manifested. It was the sacred body of 10,000 beasts. In the arena, Ji Yuanming gasped in astonishment. This sacred body of 10,000 beasts is an exceptional physique for cultivating the body. Although it ranks in the lower tier among the myriad physiques, it is still among the foremost in the realm of physical prowess. Tianming is being overly complacent. He has suppressed his realm to the Qitian realm and sealed his physical abilities to the same level. Which may lead to, Ji Yuanming sighed softly. Yet he understood. After all, young people are often impulsive. If he were at Yi Tianming's age and possessed Yi Tianming's cultivation, he could have turned the entire 3,000 great states upside down. Below, Lin Pingfei and Shui Wuyo also exhibited fervent expressions. Father, rest assured, my husband will not lose. Ji Rushue smiled, knowing perfectly well that Yi Tianming possessed the ancient sacred body. Among the myriad physiques, only the ancient sacred body could challenge the emperors. Bang! Boom! Soon, a tremendous sound resonated throughout the arena. Following that, a figure was sent flying. Cough, cough. Yuan Jinglong clutched his concave chest, blood spurting from his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yuanming immediately commanded several disciples of the Ji family to bring forth medicinal pills for Yuan Jinglong. After all, Yuan Jinglong was the young master of the Beast King Fortress, and an incident occurring at the Ji family would likely lead to complications at the Beast King Fortress. There was no need for the young generation sparring to result in fatal consequences. What kind of physique are you? How could you possibly break my sacred body of 10,000 beasts? Yuan Jinglong's face was one of disbelief. Under the same realm, he had never lost in physical strength before. Yet today, he was utterly defeated, unable to withstand even a single punch from Yi Tianming. A physique even more formidable than yours. Yi Tianming chuckled softly, then turned to Ji Rushue. Three of you, do not forget your promise. With that, Yi Tianming took Ji Rushue's hand and departed the scene. Lin Pingfei, Shui Wuyo, and Yuan Jinglong exchanged glances, feeling utterly humiliated. My dear nephews, why not take a moment to rest inside? Ji Yuanming said with a smile. Uncle Ji, I have urgent matters to attend to within the sect, so I shall take my leave. Lin Pingfei's face darkened as he vanished from sight. Shui Wuyo and Yuan Jinglong likewise bid farewell and exited the Ji family. Thus, the three of them arrived with great fervor, only to leave the Ji family in a dejected manner, not wishing to linger any longer. Half a month later, the three of them delivered the exquisite wines from their respective sects as promised. Moreover, Yi Tianming learned a humorous tale from Ji Yuanming's lips. It was said that Yuan Jinglong, in an effort to fulfill the wager, stealthily infiltrated the Beast King Fortress's cellar in the dead of night. intending to steal all the wine. However, he triggered the defensive array of the Beast King Fortress and was trapped in the cellar for 3 days and nights. When the Lord of the Beast King Fortress learned of this, he hung Yuan Jinglong up and punished him for another 3 days and nights. Upon hearing this amusing anecdote, Tianming could not help but chuckle. He never expected Yuan Jinglong to be such a straightforward person. Yet, more than this incident, Tianming was eager about the Li Renzui sent by Lin Pengfei of the Nine Streams sect. This Li Renzui was renowned as the finest wine in the Kanglan state. And during his time in the Taishan state, Tianming had often heard of its illustrious reputation. Now, he could finally taste it, and he was curious what treasures the system would reward him with. He promptly uncorked a jar of Li Renzui and drank deeply. Ding! The host has sampled Li Renzui. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 10,000 arrays compass. 10,000 arrays compass can store prearranged formations, allowing for direct deployment when needed. The 10,000 arrays compass is indeed a treasure associated with formations. Tianming marveled inwardly, immediately examining the functions of the 10,000 arrays compass. The functions were straightforward yet immensely practical. Typically, array masters require various array flags, spirit stones, and array plates as aids, along with considerable time to set up a large formation. However, the 10,000 arrays compass allows for the pre-storage of arranged large formations. When it is time to use them, it can directly release the stored formations. As for the quantity of formations it can store, the name already implies it. At least over 10,000. Holding the 10,000 arrays compass, Tianming felt elated. He would take the time to draw a few unparalleled killing formations to store within the compass, should he encounter a situation akin to that in Beichuan City. He could summon several killing formations at once. Surely, his opponents would be left in despair. Husband, is this Li Renzui really that delightful? Ji Rushui asked with a smile, unable to contain her curiosity at his joyous demeanor. She thought Tianming's happiness was solely due to the wine. Tianming, slightly embarrassed, wiped the corner of his mouth and flashed a charming grin. Rushui, why not taste it yourself? After a few rounds of drinks, both felt a slight intoxication. With the effects of the wine enhancing her allure, Ji Rushui's cheeks flushed a brilliant red. Seeing this, Tianming laughed heartily and carried Ji Rushui directly into the house. Before long, the courtyard where Ji Rushui resided began to tremble. Meanwhile, while Tianming was in Kanglan state, significant events were unfolding in Taishan state as well. During this period, the heavenly demon sect grew increasingly rampant in Taishan state. Over 90% of the power factions and sects in Taishan state had been affected by the heavenly demon sect to varying degrees. The 4 top-tier forces in Taishan state, the Great Qian Dynasty, the Qinyan Sword sect, the Xianyu Mansion, and the Baiyu sect, joined forces to launch a massacre against the heavenly demon sect. This war was drenched in blood, with countless powerful beings perishing. And ultimately, the 4 top forces were defeated. 5 esteemed elders of the Qinyan Sword sect, each at the supreme realm, had their life-bound divine swords severed. An elder from the Xianyu Mansion, also at the supreme realm, was severely injured, leading to a permanent cessation of his cultivation. The Baiyu sect even suffered the fall of its vice master at the supreme realm. On that day, the Baiyu sect donned white mourning garments. Although the Great Qian Dynasty did not lose any powerful beings, all were injured. Had it not been for the Qian Emperor's distant confrontation with the leader of the heavenly demon sect, the Great Qian Dynasty would have faced casualties as well. However, it was said that since that confrontation, the Qian Emperor began secluding himself, preparing to advance to the Nine Tribulations realm. Some speculated that the Qian Emperor had also sustained severe injuries from that clash, necessitating his retreat for recuperation. At this moment, in Taishan state, at the sword falling abyss, Master Xiangjian's life lamp has shattered, and all those he took with him have perished. A hunched, unattractive old man approached the heavenly demon sect's leader. Dressed in white, did he not go to the Medicine King Valley for revenge? Is he so incapable of dealing with a mere Medicine King Valley? The leader of the heavenly demon sect spoke coolly. Seated beside a blood pool, his gaze profound. According to my subordinate's investigation, he encountered the sword god of 10 miles in the Medicine King Valley and was slain by him. The old man reported respectfully. As soon as these words left his lips, the leader of the heavenly demon sect trembled, and a violent aura swept through the entire sword falling abyss. The sword god of 10 miles again? He dares repeatedly thwart my endeavors. The leader of the heavenly demon sect was evidently filled with intense hatred for the sword god of 10 miles. Were it not for the sword god of 10 miles, many of his plans could have been carried out without a hitch. Had it not been for the sword god of 10 miles, the Great Zhou Dynasty would have clashed with the Great Qian Dynasty. Even if the Great Qian Dynasty were not annihilated, it would have suffered severe losses. If it were not for him, the dragon vein of the Great Qian Dynasty would have long been severed by himself. Perhaps by now, he would have already secured dominion over the entire Taishan state. What is the identity of this sword god of 10 miles? Have you found out anything? The leader of the heavenly demon sect inquired coldly. Nothing. This sword god of 10 miles possesses no known background. My subordinates suspect he may be a powerful being from another state. The old man replied, a powerful being from another state. The lord of the heavenly demon narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering how it was possible for formidable individuals from other states to venture into Taishan state. Could it be that the forces behind the sword god of 10 miles also harbored intentions towards Taishan? Where could he be now? He should still be in Kanglan state. The elder replied. The lord of the heavenly demon nodded slightly and said, currently, with the emperor of Qian in seclusion and the sword god of 10 miles far away in Kanglan. The Great Qian Dynasty is in a state of vulnerability. It is time to assault the royal tomb. Lord, do you intend to rescue the former leader? Upon hearing the lord of the heavenly demon's command, the elder's breath quickened with excitement. He was the last guardian of the previous leader of the heavenly demon sect. The current 10 guardians had been reselected over the past 1,000 years, while all of the previous guardians had perished in the great battle a millennium ago, leaving only the elder. The former leader of the heavenly demon sect was imprisoned within the royal tomb of the Great Qian Dynasty. The prospect of rescuing the former leader was exhilarating for the elder. Go and make the necessary arrangements, prioritizing the rescue of my father, the lord of the heavenly demon instructed, nodding. Understood, my lord. The elder, brimming with excitement, respectfully retreated. Once the elder departed, the lord of the heavenly demon turned his gaze towards the blood pool. Father, even if I manage to rescue you, your strength has waned to such a degree that it would be better to assist me in ascending to the pinnacle of Taishan. Time passed swiftly, and a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. The marriage between Tianming and Ji Ruxue had been postponed due to the emperor of Qian's seclusion. However, Ji Yuanming was not anxious. After all, both Tianming and Ji Ruxue were still under 100 years old, and time was on their side. Throughout this year, Tianming and Ji Ruxue engaged in profound exchanges almost daily. With the enhancement of the Xian'in physique, Tianming's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the supreme realm. On this day, Ji Yuanming suddenly approached Tianming with a grave expression, handing him a communication jade talisman. Tianming, news has just arrived from the Great Qian Dynasty. Take a look for yourself. Noticing Ji Yuanming's serious demeanor, Tianming felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. He quickly took the jade talisman to examine its contents. As he finished reading the message, his expression darkened immediately. My lord, what has happened? Ji Ruxue asked, unable to restrain her curiosity upon seeing Tianming's troubled expression. It was rare for her to witness such a look on his face, indicating that significant events had transpired in the Great Qian Dynasty. The royal tomb was breached by the heavenly demon sect 4 months ago, and my father has remained in seclusion since, likely severely injured. The 9 ancestors have perished. Tianming's voice was heavy, memories of drinking and boasting with the 9 ancestors within the royal tomb flashing through his mind. This kind and stern elder had been one of the few who treated Tianming well over the years. Aside from the emperor of Qian, he often provided Tianming with fine wine, and Tianming would frequently visit to bring wine for the 9 ancestors. He had even saved a few jars of the exquisitely Rinzue wine, eagerly anticipating returning to Taishan to share a drink with the 9 ancestors. Yet, he never expected that the 9 ancestors would perish while defending the royal tomb. I initially did not wish to burden you with this news, but since you have now attained the supreme realm, you are one of the top powerhouses in Taishan, and it is better for you to be aware of these matters, Ji Yuanming said, taking a deep breath. When the emperor of Qian had first mentioned the engagement, he had expressed a hope that the Ji family could protect Tianming if any issues arose within the Great Qian Dynasty. Tianming would be able to live a stable life. However, this had all been predicated on Tianming possessing no cultivation. Now, as Tianming stood at the pinnacle of Taishan, Ji Yuanming believed there was no need to conceal anything from him. Uncle, I must return to the Great Qian Dynasty immediately. The royal tomb has been destroyed, and my father has not emerged from seclusion, indicating his serious injuries. I must return to safeguard Taishan, Tianming declared. My lord, I will accompany you, Ji Ruxue suddenly interjected. Upon hearing her words, Tianming furrowed his brow and replied, Ruxue, Taishan is currently fraught with peril. The heavenly demon sect is eyeing us covetously, making it a dangerous place. You would be much safer remaining with the Ji family. My lord, with you by my side, I am certain I will not encounter danger. Even if there is peril, I can handle it. I am not the delicate flower you imagine me to be, Ji Ruxue retorted defiantly. Tianming, let Ruxue accompany you. Having her by your side will also allow her to take care of you, Ji Yuanming interjected. Indeed, My lord, moreover, I sense I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and require some combat experience. Ji Rushiwei added. Seeing Ji Rushiwei's insistence, Yu Tianming ultimately acquiesced with a sense of resignation. He possessed ample means to ensure Ji Rushiwei's safety. If necessary, he could let her enter the Void Realm. A place where no one but himself could find her. I will arrange for a ship to take you back to Taishan, Ji Yuanming promptly stated. Although Kanglan State and Taishan State were neighboring regions, the journey was still quite distant. Even with Yi Tianming's current cultivation in the Supreme Realm, it would take more than half a month of relentless effort to arrive, consuming a significant amount of spiritual energy. Traveling on the Ji family's warship was far more advantageous, as it would be quicker and not deplete their spiritual energy. Early the next morning, Yi Tianming and Ji Rushiwei boarded a ship bound for Taishan State. In Taishan State, within the Qian Dynasty, the 100,000-li monster beast mountain range, the figure of the Flame Demon King materialized before the injured Infernal Demon King, inquiring. Now that the Emperor of Qian is gravely injured and the Heavenly Demon Sect has sent emissaries to recruit us as their guardian beasts. What do you think? The Infernal Demon King, having been entrusted by Yi Tianming to look after the Qian Dynasty, was in a predicament. The two Demon Kings had not only failed to prevent the Beast Tide from attacking the Qian Dynasty but had also secretly aided the defense when the Heavenly Demon Sect attacked the Royal Tomb. However, the Royal Tomb had still been breached, and their whereabouts had been discovered. Initially, the Heavenly Demon Sect had sent guardians to recruit the two Demon Kings as mounts, but they had resolutely refused. Asserting that as Supreme Realm Demon Kings, it was unacceptable for them to be ridden. Later, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon intervened, compelling them to serve as the guardian beast of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Threatening annihilation of the Monster Beast Mountain range should they refuse, the two Demon Kings found themselves in a dire situation, unable to fight back, burdened by the soul-eating bug planted by Yi Tianming. And unable to escape, this predicament had been a source of great distress for them. What could they do? They could not simply agree to the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Infernal Demon King lamented. If we truly ally with the Heavenly Demon Sect, when our master returns, the soul-eating bug will activate, and we will suffer an even worse fate. Hearing this, the Infernal Demon King bitterly smiled. It was disheartening to find oneself a once dominant Demon King in Taishan, now at the mercy of others. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, death seemed inevitable. What if we head to Kanglan State to find our master? The Infernal Demon King proposed. Do you think I haven't considered that? There are still strong members of the Heavenly Demon Sect monitoring us from miles away. As soon as we make a move, their army will come crashing down upon us. The Infernal Demon King replied, his tone heavy with frustration. If all else fails, we could head to the capital of the Qian Dynasty. Surely, the Heavenly Demon Sect will not dare to invade there. The Infernal Demon King suggested. Currently, the Qian Dynasty is in turmoil. The Emperor of Qian is seriously injured in seclusion, and the princes are fiercely competing for the throne. There are also many who harbor animosity towards demonkind. It would only be a matter of time before trouble arises if we went, the Infernal Demon King lamented. None of these options work, so what do you propose we do? Frustrated by the lack of viable paths, the Infernal Demon King became increasingly agitated. Delay, came the response. Delay, until our master returns. The Blazing Flame Demon King lamented that, as it currently stands, it seems they must await the return of Yi Tianming for their predicament to be resolved. Await. One wonders whom the two Demon Kings are expecting. No sooner had the Blazing Flame Demon King finished speaking than a tempest suddenly swept through the entire Beast Mountain range. Almost immediately, the earth within 100,000 miles of the mountain range began to crack, revealing massive fissures that seemed intent on tearing the ground asunder. The mountains crumbled, and the once majestic peaks were instantaneously flattened by this overwhelming force. The 100,000-mile Beast Mountain range appeared desolate, with trees wilting, exuding a sense of death. From the swirling black mist emerged an elderly figure wielding a gigantic scythe, resembling the Grim Reaper himself, who looked down upon the Blazing Flame and the Nether Demon Kings. Blood-Red Guardian. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King felt their pupils constrict sharply. Retreating to maintain a safe distance from the Blood-Red Guardian, he was indeed one of the 10 guardians of the Heavenly Demon Sect, possessing the formidable cultivation of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. In the Heavenly Demon Sect, only those above the 7th level of the Supreme Realm were qualified to become guardians. Among the 10, the Blood-Red Guardian ranked within the top 3. Blazing Flame, Nether, I shall ask you one last time. Will you submit to me? The Blood-Red Guardian spoke coldly. His words resonated like an ominous melody, echoing in the ears of the Blazing Flame and Nether Demon Kings. For a moment, they found themselves entranced, as if a voice were incessantly whispering in their ears. You speak nonsense. The blazing flame demon king vigorously shook his head and roared. Breaking free from the spell of that sinister voice, in an instant, he transformed into his true form, a blazing Qilin, and charged at the blood-red guardian. He aimed to take the initiative, hoping to gain an advantage over the blood-red guardian. His intent was not to defeat or kill him, but to seize an opportunity to escape. A colossal Qilin, ablaze with flames, lunged towards the blood-red guardian. The blazing flame demon king's strength was no trifling matter. And with Tianming's assistance, he had activated 1% of the Qilin bloodline. Though he had yet to fully harness this bloodline, he was more than capable of contending with an ordinary 9th-level Supreme Realm expert. However, therein lay the issue. The blood-red guardian was no ordinary 9th-level Supreme Realm expert. His prowess was far from negligible, and he had once slain one of the 3 9th-level Supreme Realm experts who besieged him in the 4 great powers of Taishan Prefecture, gravely injuring the other 2 in the process, thus establishing his formidable reputation. As the blazing flame demon king charged, the blood-red guardian merely smirked coldly. The massive scythe in his hand clashed against the blazing flame demon king's gigantic claws with a thunderous metallic crash. The 2 quickly distanced themselves, gazing at each other across several hundred yards. The blazing flame demon king reverted to human form, clutching his right arm with his left hand. Upon inspection, he noticed a massive gash on his right arm. That single blow had nearly severed it entirely. Moreover, wisps of dark mist emanated from the wound, a sinister energy invading his body, had it not been for the formidable Qilin bloodline coursing through him. This malevolent essence would have long since eroded his vital organs. Blazing flame, are you all right? The nether demon king, witnessing the scene, hastily flew to the side of the blazing flame demon king, standing together with him. In their current predicament, only by joining forces could the 2 demon kings hope to survive. It's nothing, the blazing flame demon king replied, shaking his head, his expression grave. It appears to be a top-tier heavenly-grade spirit weapon. He gasped in astonishment. A heavenly-grade spirit weapon of such caliber was considered exceptional among practitioners below the Dao realm. Generally, Supreme Realm experts seldom required heavenly-grade spirit weapons, as they were primarily imbued with the resonances of the Great Dao. Even Supreme Realm and non-Calamity Realm experts could not fully harness their power unless they had comprehended the principles of the Great Dao. I'll grant you some credit for your insight. The blood-red guardian sneered, then mockingly continued, were it not for your Qilin bloodline, the soul-devouring dark energy would have decayed your body by now. Were you to possess even 1/10 of true Qilin blood, perhaps I would regard you with some caution, but you are, after all, not a genuine Qilin. Upon hearing the blood-red guardian's words, the blazing flame demon king's expression darkened. He was fortunate to retain even a trace of Qilin bloodline as a descendant after countless generations. With Yi Tianming's aid, he had managed to activate merely 1% of the Qilin bloodline. Yet, he was still not a true Qilin. Since you refuse to submit to our holy sect, then prepare to meet your demise. The blood-red guardian, uninterested in further conversation with the 2 demon kings, resolved to kill them and turn them into puppets for his own use. In an instant, he vanished, and a shadow wielding a massive scythe emerged behind him. A doppelganger, the 2 figures, one to the left and one to the right, charged at the blazing flame and nether demon kings. The 2 demon kings exchanged glances, their expressions solemn, and immediately launched themselves at the blood-red guardian. Boom, bang, rumble. A series of explosions erupted in the air, the surrounding space obliterated, transforming into nothingness. The 100,000-mile Beast Mountain range was ravaged almost beyond recognition in the wake of this battle. Ultimately, 2 figures plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the Beast Mountain range, causing it to collapse significantly. The blazing flame demon king and the nether demon king coughed blood, exchanging glances filled with resignation. Blazing flame, it seems we are destined to perish here today. The nether demon king lamented bitterly. Let it be. It is a pity that we shall die at the hands of such rodents, the blazing flame demon king replied, his chest already caved in as he trembled. Your time to die has come. The blood-red guardian approached the 2 demon beasts slowly, the massive scythe in his hand poised to reap their lives at any moment. What is this? Who dares to harm my people? Just as the blood-red guardian was about to swing down his massive scythe, a chilling voice echoed from the horizon. Upon hearing this voice, both the blazing flame and nether demon kings felt a surge of excitement. Wonderful, we need not die. In an instant, a long cry resonated from the sky. Yi Tianming and Ji Ruxue, riding on the back of Yi Kuan, soared towards them at an astonishing speed. Yi Tianming gazed at the 100,000-mile Beast Mountain range, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before the blazing flame and nether demon kings. An unmatched aura radiated from him, forcing the blood-red guardian back by over 1,000 yards. Who are you? How dare you obstruct the great affairs of my holy sect? The blood-red guardian exclaimed, Taken aback by Yi Tianming's sudden appearance, he sensed a life-threatening aura emanating from him, a feeling he had only experienced in the presence of the heavenly demon sect leader since achieving his current realm. My name is not one you are worthy to know. Yi Tianming stepped forward, as if tearing through the void, and instantly stood before the blood-red guardian. Before the latter could react, Yi Tianming struck down with his sword, sending the blood-red guardian crashing into the Beast Mountain range, creating a deep crater in the earth. I shall never reveal my name to the dead. Yi Tianming's voice was cold, yet it bore the weight of a reaper, ready to claim the blood-red guardian's life at any moment. This left the blood-red guardian in shock. To think such a powerful being existed in Tianjin Prefecture? Flee. At his level, he possessed an acute sense of danger. Although he was unsure whether he could contend with Yi Tianming, he knew better than to engage without absolute certainty. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black light, retreating at an astonishing speed. The speed of Yi Tianming surpassed that of his opponent, and in the blink of an eye, he obstructed the retreat of the blood-red guardian. The blood-red guardian was taken aback. Witnessing Yi Tianming's astonishing velocity, he realized that he was likely doomed today. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and swung his massive scythe towards Yi Tianming. Clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed, as the top-tier heavenly spirit weapon was unexpectedly severed in two. At this sight, the blood-red guardian's heart filled with dread, his face contorted in terror as he stared at the sword in Yi Tianming's hand. Only a spirit weapon of heavenly rank or above could shatter his weapon. Dao rank. A single word formed in his mind. How could this be? The person before him was a Dao realm powerhouse. This was inconceivable. How could there be a Dao realm powerhouse in Tianjin Prefecture? Yet, Yi Tianming did not afford him a moment to ponder. He unleashed a brilliant sword energy. Buzz. The sword energy surged for 100,000 miles, as if it aimed to cleave the very heavens. In an instant, the blood-red guardian's head soared into the air, his soul obliterated by the sword energy. Witnessing this scene, the fiery flame demon king and the netherworld demon king swallowed hard. Their master was unexpectedly formidable. While they were still in a daze, Yi Tianming had already approached them alongside Yu Kuan and Ji Rushiwei. The two demons hurriedly bowed in respect. What transpired? It has barely been a while since I left with the master. Yet you have all been assaulted, Yi Kuan remarked with a chuckle. The fiery flame demon king and the netherworld demon king exchanged helpless glances, shaking their heads in unison. These 2 pills can heal your injuries. Recover first, and then tell me what has transpired in Tianjin Prefecture over the past 2 years. Yi Tianming tossed them 2 pills, and the 2 demons promptly accepted them, consuming the pills without delay. Before long, their injuries had somewhat healed, and they exchanged a glance before speaking with a bitter tone. Master, the situation in Tianjin Prefecture over the past 2 years has been dire. The 2 demon kings quickly recounted the events of the past 2 years in Tianjin Prefecture, detailing every significant occurrence. Not long after Yi Tianming's departure, the Qian Dynasty, Qingyun Sword Sect, Baiyu Sect, and Xianyu Mansion had united to launch a large-scale assault against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Initially, the campaign progressed smoothly, with numerous strongholds of the Heavenly Demon Sect being eradicated and countless practitioners of the sect slain. Just when everyone believed that the Heavenly Demon Sect was on the verge of collapse, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The coalition of the 4 top-tier forces found themselves encircled by the Heavenly Demon Sect, resulting in the fall of many powerful warriors and severely wounding the coalition's overall strength. With Baiyu Sect suffering the most, not only did they lose supreme realm experts in battle, but countless mid- and lower-tier disciples perished, pushing Baiyu Sect to the brink of losing its status among the 4 major forces. As it seemed the coalition would face total annihilation, it was only due to the intervention of the Qian Emperor, who was thousands of miles away, clashing with the Heavenly Demon Sect's leader, that the coalition was saved. However, after that clash, the Qian Emperor entered seclusion, while the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect appeared to remain unscathed. Subsequently, the 4 top-tier forces began to lie low, allowing the Heavenly Demon Sect to rampage through Tianjin Prefecture with impunity. Numerous smaller factions, sects, and families were annihilated overnight by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Soon after, the Heavenly Demon Sect launched a surprise attack on the Qian Dynasty. Countless powerful members of the Heavenly Demon Sect stormed into the Qian Dynasty's royal mausoleum, resulting in the deaths of the 5 ancestors, 7 ancestors, and 9 ancestors. In that battle, the Qian Dynasty lost 3 peak supreme realm experts, each of whom was a figure of ancestral caliber, a crucial asset to the dynasty. In an instant, the entire Tianjin Prefecture was engulfed in fear and trepidation. Master, based on my conjecture, it is highly likely that the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect has entered the 9 Tribulations realm. The fiery flame demon king spoke up. 9 Tribulations realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming's pupils constricted slightly. He had initially thought that the leader of the heavenly demon sect was merely at the peak of the supreme realm. Yet, unexpectedly, he was at the Nine Tribulations realm. It seemed that Taishan Prefecture was far deeper than he had imagined. It was known that the Nine Tribulations realm and the Supreme realm were separated by an insurmountable chasm. From the Nine Tribulations realm onward, one must endure 9 tribulations. Each tribulation could infinitely elevate a practitioner's strength. Of course, many practitioners also fell beneath the weight of these tribulations. Even the weakest of 9 tribulations realm experts could slay thousands of peak Supreme realm experts. This was an unbridgeable divide. However, Tianming did not feel overly concerned. Although he was merely at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, he was nevertheless willing to confront a 9 Tribulations Realm expert. Moreover, with his numerous hidden cards, how could he possibly be outmatched by a 9 Tribulations Realm individual? Indeed, Master, and as far as I know, the Qian Dynasty, Xianyu Mansion, Qingyun Sword Sect, and Baiyu Sect all possess ancient beings at the 9 Tribulations Realm. This is also why the Heavenly Demon Sect has been hesitant to seize control of Taishan Prefecture. The Netherworld Demon King interjected, currently, only the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect is at the 9 Tribulations realm. If pressed, it is very likely that the 9 Tribulations realm experts from the various forces will emerge together to eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect. Then why don't the 9 Tribulations realm ancestors of the various forces take action to eliminate the Heavenly Demon Sect? Tianming queried in confusion. Husband, Taishan Prefecture ranks low among the 3,000 great prefectures. These 9 Tribulations realm experts are likely ancient beings from over 10,000 years ago. If they act, they would incur significant losses of vitality. They will not intervene until their sects are on the brink of annihilation. This time, it was Ji Rushiwei who spoke, as she was relatively knowledgeable about such matters. Given that the Ji family from Kanglan Prefecture also had ancient beings at the 9 Tribulations realm, upon hearing this, Tianming sighed deeply. Without achieving the status of a saint, one ultimately could not withstand the erosion of time. Generally speaking, the lifespan of a 9 Tribulations realm expert is at most a little over 10,000 years, while Dao realm powerhouses can reach 50,000 years. Yet, even with such longevity, they cannot escape the ravages of time and will eventually perish. Only those who attain sainthood or emperorship can resist the erosion of time, enjoying endless lifespans. As long as there is no life and death battle, saints and emperors are almost impossible to fall. Saints and emperors possess infinite lifespans. There should be many saints among the 3,000 great prefectures, yet not a single emperor is in sight. Suddenly, Tianming seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in alarm. Where had those emperors with infinite lifespans gone? Had they left the 3,000 great prefectures? Or had they fallen? Had no one ever suspected this before? For a moment, Tianming stood there, lost in thought. Husband, what is wrong? It was only when Ji Rushiwei gently called out that Tianming snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. He shook his head and continued. Now, tell me about the situation in the Qian Dynasty. Master, the situation in the Qian Dynasty is also quite unclear. The fiery flame demon king's expression darkened as he continued. Ever since the Qian emperor entered seclusion, several princes and Yi Shuiyu have been eyeing the throne covetously, and tensions have escalated to the brink of conflict, with a potential war over the throne looming at any moment. What about Xiao Xiao? Is she safe? Upon hearing this, Tianming's heart sank, and he immediately inquired. Among the entire palace, he shared the closest relationship with Yu Xiaoxiao, and her safety was of utmost concern to him. As for the others, if they perished, it mattered little to him. The 9th princess is currently in the palace and is not in any immediate danger, the Netherworld Demon King replied. Upon hearing this, Tianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the only piece of good news. It seemed that Taishan Prefecture had truly descended into chaos. How disheartening, Tianming lamented, as he had believed himself to be at the pinnacle of strength in Taishan Prefecture, at least possessing the power for self-preservation. Yet, it appeared that the depths of Taishan Prefecture were far beyond his imagination. His power was still far from being able to suppress the entirety of Taishan Prefecture. He now feared the emergence of any Dao realm powerhouses. Strength, it was still all about strength. Tianming sighed, his heart filled with uncertainty. Then, he gazed at the devastated mountain range of demon beasts and said, "You all should take the remaining demon beasts and retreat to the Void Realm for the time being." The Blazing Demon King and the Nether Demon King exchanged a glance, immediately summoning the remaining living beasts. Although the recent battle with the Blood-Red Protector had ravaged the entire Beast Mountain range, resulting in the demise of numerous creatures in the aftermath, many still survived. Under the guidance of the Blazing Demon King and the Nether Demon King, they orderly entered the passage to the Void Realm created by Tianming. Once they had all entered, Tianming, accompanied by Ji Rushiwei, proceeded to the imperial tomb. Before long, he arrived above the imperial tomb. Gazing upon what was once a magnificent and imposing structure, he now beheld a desolate ruin. As Tianming scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he discovered that not a trace of life remained within the tomb. The previous lord of the celestial demon sect, who had been sealed within, seemed to have broken free. Tianming's brow furrowed. The power of the celestial demon sect had grown increasingly formidable, while the four top forces of Taishan Prefecture had weakened considerably. He produced a cup of wine, scattering it towards the direction of the tomb, a place where he had once shared drinks with his 9 ancestors. As he poured, he murmured, "Rest assured, 9 ancestors, there will come a day when I avenge you." After completing this act, he and Ji Rushiwei set off towards the imperial palace. On the way, Tianming suddenly inquired, "Rushiwei, do you know where the emperors of the 3,000 great states have vanished to?" Upon hearing this question, Ji Rushiwei's body trembled slightly before she replied, "This question has indeed been the subject of speculation among the major factions. Logically, once one reaches the sage level, their lifespan becomes infinite. And after so many epochs, the number of emperors should be substantial. Yet now, there is not a single emperor left in the 3,000 great states." She shook her head as she continued. "In truth, the major factions are at a loss as to what has transpired, including those sages still alive. Some speculate that all the emperors have departed the 3,000 great states to venture into the myriad realms. Others suggest that there was once a cataclysmic event, and all the emperors sacrificed themselves to avert it. It seems that at some point, the emperors began to gradually disappear, even those who achieved the emperor status later. At most, would vanish within 100,000 years. Is there truly no sage who knows these secrets? Have those imperial clans not sought their ancestors?" Tianming pondered. At the level of an emperor, even sages lack the qualification to know their whereabouts. Even if some sages are aware, they likely would not divulge such information. Speculation has arisen that this may involve the secrets of becoming an emperor. Ji Rushiwei sighed lightly, her curiosity about the whereabouts of the ancient emperors evident. In the presence of those emperors, we are but ants, unable to grasp the secrets surrounding them. To uncover such truths, I believe only those who attain the emperor status can do so, Ji Rushiwei concluded. Hearing this, Tianming felt a deep sense of melancholy. As they continued towards the imperial city of the Great Qian Dynasty, they discussed various ancient mysteries. Before long, they arrived at the gates of the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty. Once bustling and prosperous, the imperial city now appeared increasingly desolate and diminished. The once majestic and imposing imperial city was now shrouded in layers of formations. Numerous soldiers guarded the gates, meticulously inspecting anyone entering or exiting the city. As Tianming and Ji Rushiwei approached the city, the guards immediately halted their passage. I am Tianming, the crown prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly as he produced a token to verify his identity. Upon recognizing him, the guards immediately bowed respectfully. The leading officer then asked, "Crown Prince, were you not in Kanglan Prefecture? What brings you back now? I heard that our father is in seclusion and that the celestial demon sect is eyeing us covetously, so I rushed back from Kanglan Prefecture. May I enter now?" Tianming replied nonchalantly. "Of course, Crown Prince, please proceed," the officer said, well aware of the emperor's fondness for the crown prince. He knew that offending Tianming would lead to dire consequences. Just as Tianming was about to enter the city, a figure clad in armor suddenly descended from the sky. It was none other than the 4th prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, Yuanming. "Fourth brother?" Yuanming glanced at Tianming, then turned his gaze to Ji Rushiwei. Smiling, "I presume this is my sister-in-law, the foremost genius of Kanglan Prefecture." Ji Rushiwei nodded slightly, acknowledging the introduction. Yuanming continued with a chuckle. "I had thought my elder brother would remain in Kanglan Prefecture indefinitely. I am quite surprised to see you back. Fourth brother, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I dislike beating around the bush," Tianming replied, furrowing his brow. At his words, Yuanming fell silent for a moment. Then sneered, "Elder brother, you returned now while father is gravely injured and in seclusion, clearly aiming for the throne. Do you truly believe that, given the current circumstances of the Great Qian Dynasty, father would pass the throne to you? Even with the Ji family backing you, they are not based in Kanglan Prefecture. You ought to remain there and not wade into these murky waters." Upon hearing Yuanming's words, Tianming finally understood that his brother assumed he had come to vie for the throne. He responded, "Do you think I, like you, am solely fixated on the throne?" With that, Tianming paid no further heed to Yuanming and directly led Ji Rushiwei into the city, watching Tianming and Ji Rushiwei's retreating figures. A flicker of shadow crossed Yuanming's eyes. He then scoffed, Surely you don't believe that having the Ji family as your backing means the throne is yours for the taking, with father in seclusion. You return with only Ji Ruxue. How arrogant. With that, Yi Tu stepped into the imperial city. After the brief incident at the gates, Yu Tianming and Ji Ruxue swiftly made their way to the palace. He had already informed Yu Xiaoxiao of his return, and she had been waiting outside the palace for him. Upon seeing Yu Tianming return safely, her eyes reddened as she rushed forward, embracing him. Elder brother, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Yu Tianming smiled gently at this, ruffling Yu Xiaoxiao's hair. I missed you too, but you're all grown up now. Why are you still crying? He then pulled Ji Ruxue over. Introducing her with a smile, this is your sister-in-law, Ruxue. Having heard about Yu Xiaoxiao from Yu Tianming, Ji Ruxue smiled and said, you must be Xiaoxiao. I've heard your husband speak of you often. Sister-in-law, hello. Yu Xiaoxiao greeted with a bright smile. Following this, Yu Tianming, guided by Yu Xiaoxiao, entered the palace. Throughout the journey, Yu Xiaoxiao recounted various recent happenings within the palace. Elder brother, are you aware that father is in seclusion? Yu Xiaoxiao inquired. I am aware. Yu Tianming nodded. Elder brother, he won't. Don't worry. Yu Tianming interrupted Yu Xiaoxiao's words decisively, stating with unwavering certainty he was uncertain whether the Qian emperor had sustained injuries, or the severity of such injuries. However, Yu Tianming held a firm belief that with the abundance of spiritual medicines he possessed, ranging from Dao tier, Saint tier, to even a considerable number of Emperor tier remedies, he could undoubtedly rescue the Qian emperor, regardless of the gravity of his wounds. Subsequently, Yu Tianming gleaned more detailed information from Yu Xiaoxiao's account. Ever since the Qian emperor entered seclusion, all matters, great and small, within the Qian dynasty had been entrusted to Prime Minister Zhang Ju. As for Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, Yu Xiuzhu, and Yu Xueyu, those ambitious princes and princesses eyeing the throne, they had already commenced their covert and overt struggles for power, each having returned to the palace to garner support from court officials and other factions within Taishan Prefecture. Prime Minister Zhang Ju, meanwhile, turned a blind eye to these machinations. In essence, while the palace appeared tranquil on the surface, it was rife with tumult beneath, poised to plunge into unfathomable chaos at any moment. Soon, they arrived at the grand hall of the palace, where a figure stood, gazing at Yu Tianming with a resigned sigh. Your Highness, you should not have returned. In a flash, this figure appeared before Yu Tianming and his companions. It was none other than Prime Minister Zhang Ju. Yu Tianming looked at Zhang Ju and inquired, Prime Minister, how is my father faring? Zhang Ju replied, His Majesty is currently preparing to break through to the Nine Tribulations realm, as long as he achieves that, the situation will not be dire. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming felt a slight relief. Your Highness, Taishan Prefecture is beset with peril. Your return at this juncture could expose you to unforeseen dangers. Zhang Ju sighed. The timing of Yi Tianming's return was indeed unwise. The princes and princess Yu Xueyu were all keenly eyeing the throne, with Ji Ruxue accompanying Yi Tianming. Even Zhang Ju perceived an ambition for the throne in Yi Tianming's actions. Yet, Yu Tianming was paradoxically the weakest contender in this power struggle. He was not only favored by the Qian emperor but also had the backing of the Ji family. Could one truly assert that he had no chance of seizing the throne? The potential was certainly there. However, with the Qian emperor gravely injured and in seclusion, only Ji Ruxue had come from the Ji family. To prevent any unforeseen events, it was conceivable that others might secretly conspire against Yu Tianming. Why did the Qian emperor send Yu Tianming to Kanglan Prefecture? Was it not to distance him from the eye of the storm? Prime Minister, I understand your words, but a gentleman must act when necessary. With my father in seclusion and the Tianma sect lurking, I must take some action, Yi Tianming stated calmly. Upon hearing Yi Tianming's words, Zhang Ju's body trembled slightly. A gentleman must act when necessary? Was this still the Yi Tianming he recognized? Very well, Your Highness. During this period, you shall reside within the palace, at least your safety can be assured. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Ju finally spoke. Yi Tianming nodded slightly and then bid farewell to Zhang Ju, deciding to stay in the palace to observe the situation before making any further moves. After Yu Tianming departed, Zhang Ju's figure vanished from the palace, with Yu Tianming's return to the palace. Yi Wushuang, Yu Xiuzhu, and Yu Xueyu also received the news. Within a resplendent palace, Yi Wushuang listened to his subordinate's report, deep in thought. What could be the reason for my elder brother's return at this time? Yi Wushuang pondered, accompanied by Ji Ruxue. Could it be that my elder brother intends for our father to pass the throne to him at the last moment? Your Highness, regardless of the reason for the eldest prince's return, should we not take the initiative? A figure from the West Town King appeared, responding solemnly. Absolutely not. Yi Wushuang immediately countered the West Town King. Have you forgotten that those we sent to assassinate my elder brother back then all perished? Now that my elder brother is in trouble, our father may act recklessly. It was the West Town King who had once dispatched assassins to eliminate Yi Tianming, framing the South Town King in the process. Yet for reasons unknown, all the assassins sent to kill Yi Tianming had met with their demise. This led both Yi Wushuang and the West Town King to believe that the Qian Emperor had arranged formidable protectors around Yi Tianming. Consequently, both had remained in hiding for many years. However, as time passed, it seemed the Qian Emperor had not pursued the South Town King. Only after the Qian Emperor entered seclusion did they resume their schemes. Moreover, it was Yi Wushuang who had orchestrated the initial plot to frame Yi Tianming and the consort. Then what should we do now? The West Town King inquired. We wait. Ultimately, someone will reveal their hand. We merely need to lay our plans in secret, Yi Wushuang replied calmly. Understood. Meanwhile, within Yi Yuanming's palace, he was flanked by the majority of the military elite of the Great Qian Dynasty. Over the years, Yi Yuanming had honed his skills within the military, and many powerful figures therein supported his ascension to the throne. Your Highness need not worry. Even if Yi Tianming returns, what can he do? He is but a waste. Could His Majesty truly pass the throne to him? Indeed, he holds no power or influence in court. Even if he were to ascend the throne, it would not be for long. As for the Ji family, we need not regard them as a threat. They remain in Kanglan. Should they dare to enter Taishan, they would be at odds with all of us. Listening to the military elite's exchanges, Yi Yuanming gently waved his hand, prompting silence. No matter. Command the Yuling army and the Longshao army to remain on standby. The Yuling army and Longshao army are the two main border armies of the Great Qian Dynasty. Due to the Tianma sect's influence, these two armies have been recalled to the imperial city, now stationed not far from the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty. This also provided Yi Yuanming with an opportunity. With a mere command, the two armies would rally behind him to declare him the new ruler of the Great Qian Dynasty. This was one of Yi Yuanming's trump cards. Of course, all of this hinged on the demise of the Qian Emperor. Should the Qian Emperor survive, Yi Yuanming would ultimately remain just a prince. Understood, Your Highness. The military elites below dispersed to make preparations. As for the sixth prince, Yi Shouju, his mother hailed from the Qin family, the foremost of the three great families of the Great Qian Dynasty. Each of these families had a supreme ancestor overseeing them, united under the Qin family, alongside the Li family and the Wang family. They constituted the most formidable factions within the Great Qian Dynasty. Furthermore, in addition to these three great families, there were no fewer than 100 other families supporting Yi Shouju. While their combined strength might not rival the top forces of Taishan Prefecture, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Presently, Yi Shouju was in conference with the patriarchs of the three great families to discuss strategies. With Yi Tianming's return, what should we do? Yi Shouju inquired. The patriarch of the Qin family spoke first. Your Highness, Yi Tianming poses little threat. Our concern lies with the Ji family behind him. If the Ji family intervenes, will they not forcibly support Yi Tianming? The patriarch of the Li family added. Given the complex situation within the imperial city, perhaps Yi Tianming's appearance will stir the waters, presenting us with an opportunity. The patriarch of the Wang family concurred. Currently, His Majesty remains in seclusion. We are unaware of the circumstances, and thus we can only wait. Once the situation clarifies, we can proceed with our next move. Hearing the statements from the patriarchs of the three great families, Yi Shouju fell into contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he finally said, For now, we shall remain inactive, while simultaneously sending envoys to the Ji family to gauge their intentions, aside from the three princes. Within the Qianqing Palace of the harem, a beautiful matron sat across from Yi Shuiyu. This matron was the previous holy maiden of the Baiyu sect and the current wise consort, Shuiyu, with the eldest prince's return and the support of the Ji family, along with the backing of Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, and Yi Shouju, all possessing powerful factions behind them. The wise consort analyzed that you have the support of the Baiyu sect. The current situation finds the Baiyu sect somewhat preoccupied with its own affairs. You must possess new trump cards. Yi Shuiyu understood this well. Given the Baiyu sect's considerable losses and her position as a woman amidst competing forces, she indeed found herself at a disadvantage. Mother, but there are no factions within Taishan Prefecture that we can ally with now. Yi Shuiyu let out a soft sigh, a hint of bitterness flickering in her eyes. We do not seek to win over Taishan Prefecture. In fact, my mother has a notion. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuiyu's eyes instantly brightened as she eagerly inquired, Mother, what plan do you have? The wise consort calmly uttered 5 words. Kanglan Prefecture, Ji family. Ji family. At the mention of this name, Yi Shuiyu paused momentarily, puzzled. Mother, isn't the Ji family the support behind Yi Tianming? If they intend to assist Yi Tianming in ascending to the throne, how could they possibly collaborate with us? In response, The wise consort chuckled softly and said, Xiueyu, you are still too young. You perceive Tianming merely as a useless prince. If it were not for that woman, how could your father possibly shower affection upon a waste? The Ji family understands that between you and Yi Tianming, it is you who is more suited to be the emperor of this Great Qian Dynasty. At this point, Yi Xiueyu grew increasingly perplexed and questioned. But, mother, how does this relate to our ability to win over the Ji family? Why would they support Yi Tianming? It is merely because of his betrothal to Ji Ruxue, the wise consort elaborated. If we could also forge an alliance with the Ji family through marriage, between you and Yu Tianming, the Ji family would undoubtedly shift their support towards you. Moreover, the Ji family is descended from an emperor. Their influence is far beyond that of ordinary factions. Marriage alliance. The thought struck Yu Xiueyu, and she momentarily froze. Mother, are you suggesting that I should marry into the Ji family? The younger generation of the Ji family consists only of Ji Ruxue and Ji Zhirua. I envision the betrothal to be between Bai Zhantian and Ji Zhirua. The wise consort replied coolly, Cousin Zhantian. At the mention of Bai Zhantian's name, Yu Xiueyu's breath quickened. Bai Zhantian is the current holy son of the Baiyu sect and a leading figure among the younger generation. Ranked among the top 5 geniuses in Taishan Prefecture. Moreover, Bai Zhantian is also her cousin. Indeed, if Zhantian proposes to the Ji family, and they consent, then the Ji family would surely support you. With the backing of both the Ji family and Baiyu sect, could you still fear instability on the throne? Upon hearing the wise consort's explanation, Yi Xiueyu beamed. Thank you, mother. However, her expression soon turned serious again. But mother, what if the Ji family disagrees? The wise consort replied, disagree? That would simply indicate that our offered benefits are insufficient. If the incentives are compelling enough, the Ji family will certainly acquiesce. As time passed. Nearly 2 years had elapsed since Yu Tianming returned to the palace. During these 2 years, tensions had escalated. Xianyu Mansion had faced assaults from the Heavenly Demon sect. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the powerful members from Qingnan Sword sect and Baiyu sect, Xianyu Mansion might have faced annihilation. As for the Great Qian Dynasty, although Prime Minister Zhang Ju presided over matters, he was not the Qian Emperor, with the Qian Emperor remaining in seclusion without any news. Many powerful figures in the court began to choose sides. Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, Yu Xiuzhu, and Yi Xiueyu, while united in their efforts against the Heavenly Demon sect, were merely putting on a facade of cooperation, all while preserving their strength for future contention over the throne. Meanwhile, Yu Tianming and Ji Ruxue had spent the last 2 years in the palace, diligently cultivating. Yi Tianming recognized that the comprehensive war with the Heavenly Demon sect was drawing near. Over these 2 years, his cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of the Supreme Realm, as he began preparing for the 9th tribulation of the Celestial Stage. Kanglan Prefecture, Ji family, Master, the Holy Son of Baiyu sect. Bai Zhantian seeks an audience. Ji Yuanming was momentarily taken aback by the report from a Ji family disciple. Baiyu sect from Taishan Prefecture? Are you certain it is the Baiyu sect from Taishan Prefecture? It seems our Ji family has had no prior contact with them. Ji Yuanming inquired. Master, it is indeed the Baiyu sect. I have confirmed it. The Ji family disciple replied respectfully. Very well, you may leave now. Ji Yuanming pondered for a moment before waving his hand, dismissing the disciple. Though the Baiyu sect was a top-tier force in Taishan Prefecture, the Ji family had never engaged with them. Why would they suddenly seek us out? Ji Yuanming mulled over this for quite some time without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. Oh, have you forgotten? Currently, within the Great Qian Dynasty, various princes are vying for the throne. The Baiyu sect's visit likely aims to forge an alliance with us. Shen Muxin cast a glance at Ji Yuanming, explaining the underlying reason. I have heard that Tianming's third sister is backed by the Baiyu sect. However, being a woman, she will undoubtedly require greater support to secure the throne. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanming's understanding was suddenly illuminated. The Ji family was well acquainted with the affairs of the Great Qian Dynasty. Moreover, in recent years, Ji Ruxue had occasionally sent news. The power struggle for the throne had reached its zenith. But with Tianming around, do you think they stand a chance at the throne? Ji Yuanming chuckled and shook his head. If Yu Tianming truly is as the rumors suggest, a useless prince, then Ji Yuanming might have been tempted by an alliance with the Baiyu sect. Yet, now that he understood Yu Tianming's true capabilities, how could he consider anyone else, regardless of the outcome? Since the Baiyu sect had sent a representative, they ought to meet him. Shen Muxin suggested. Yes, let us meet this holy son of Baiyu sect. Soon, Bai Zhantian was escorted into the grand hall by a Ji family disciple. Following Bai Zhantian were 2 powerful figures from the Baiyu sect, one at the Supreme Realm and the other at the Yaoguang realm. Given the perilous circumstances in Taishan Prefecture, The Baiyu sect would not dare to send Byzantian to Kanglan Prefecture without the protection of supreme realm experts. Junior Byzantian pays his respects to Senior Ji. Byzantian greeted Ji Yuanming with utmost respect. Clad in white, with 2 blades strapped to his back, he exuded an air of remarkable valor. Cousin Zhantian, I did not anticipate your visit to our Ji family. It is indeed a rare occasion. Ji Yuanming chuckled, instructing servants to prepare seats and tea, despite their lack of previous interactions. The necessary courtesies must still be observed. I have heard that the mother of my niece Xueyu was the previous saintess of the Baiyu sect. And since Xueyu is the 3rd sister of Tianming, and Tianming is now our Ji family's son-in-law, one could say our families share a close bond. Shenmuxin added cheerfully from the side. Her words instantly bridged the gap between Byzantian and the Ji family. I am unworthy. The Ji family is an imperial lineage, and I hold the utmost respect for the Void Emperor. Byzantian replied with humility. Although the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture had fallen from grace and severed ties with the imperial Ji family, their bloodlines still bore the legacy of the Great Emperor. No one dared to disregard such lineage. That was many years ago. We have long since severed ties with the imperial Ji family. Cousin Zhantian need not feel constrained. Ji Yuanming chuckled, after further pleasantries. Ji Yuanming finally inquired, might I ask, what brings you to our Ji family? Finally addressing the crux of the matter, Byzantian stood with respect and bowed to Ji Yuanming, stating, I have come with a request. And I hope Uncle Ji will grant it. Upon hearing Byzantian's words, Ji Yuanming and Shenmuxin exchanged knowing glances. Their suspicions were confirmed. I hope to unite in marriage with the second young lady of the Ji family. Together, the Ji family and Baiyu sect can certainly dominate the neighboring prefectures. Byzantian declared passionately. Concluding his proposal, he made sure to boast of his own merits. As the holy son of the Baiyu sect, I will surely ascend to the position of sect leader in due time. I implore you to support my union. As Byzantian finished his pitch, he anticipated Ji Yuanming's swift consent. However, upon observing Ji Yuanming and Shenmuxin's expressions, he felt a sudden pang of uncertainty. Nevertheless, he quickly shook off the feeling, internally reasoning, if that waste Tianming can wed the eldest daughter of the Ji family, how could I, the holy son of the Baiyu sect, not win the hand of the Ji family's second daughter? Byzantian felt confident about this marriage alliance, believing that if Tianming could succeed, then he, Byzantian, could undoubtedly do the same. Yet soon, he began to sense something amiss. Why do Ji Yuanming and Shenmuxin seem to regard him as if he were a fool? No, it must be my misperception. In the heart of Byzantian, a thought arose. Ahem. Suddenly, Ji Yuanming cleared his throat lightly and chuckled. Young Master Zhantian, you must be aware that Jirua has grown up. Her decisions are no longer ours to dictate. This, Ji Yuanming appeared somewhat troubled. Having not anticipated that the Baiyu sect would resort to the means of a marriage alliance to win over the Ji family. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, any alliance is most effectively forged through marriage. Moreover, Byzantian's background and talents indeed complement Ji Jirua rather well. Unfortunately, Ji Yuanming was also acutely aware of Ji Jirua's feelings for Yi Tianming, which brought him considerable distress. Why did both of his daughters harbor affections for Yi Tianming? Zhantian, the union between Tianming and Ruxue was arranged by the two of them. If you wish to marry Jirua, it would be wise to converse with her first, as you have yet to meet. At this moment, Shenmuxin interjected. Upon hearing this, Byzantian was instantly elated and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Observing this, Shenmuxin nodded slightly and summoned a maid, instructing her to guide Zhantian to Jirua so that the young couple might converse. Yes, ma'am, the maid replied, leading Byzantian to Ji Jirua's residence. Once Byzantian had departed, Ji Yuanming let out a wry smile and remarked, do you truly believe this matter will come to fruition? You must have some inkling regarding its likelihood. Shenmuxin retorted. Then why did you permit Jirua to meet him? He is a guest who has traveled from afar. We cannot simply dismiss him. At the Ji family estate, in Ji Jirua's courtyard, she invited Byzantian to sit. Young Master Bai, please. Ji Jirua instructed Xiaochui to prepare a pot of tea and address Byzantian. Thank you. Miss Jirua, Byzantian replied with a subtle smile, draining the cup in one gulp. Shenmuxin had already discreetly informed Xiaochui of Byzantian's intentions. Now that you have finished your tea, it is time for you to take your leave, Ji Jirua said, her voice devoid of warmth. What do you mean by that, Miss Jirua? Byzantian's countenance darkened immediately. He had presumed that Ji Jirua's invitation to tea indicated her interest in him, only to find himself being dismissed. Young Master Bai, it is already quite courteous of me not to bar you at the door. I hope you can recognize your position. Ji Jirua frowned slightly, stating, There can be no outcome between us.I in that moment. Bai Zhantian's expression soured further. Miss Jirua, might I inquire what it is about me that displeases you? You are indeed a fine young man. But I have already given my heart to another. Please feel free to leave. With that, Ji Jirua turned to enter her dwelling. Who is that person? Bai Zhantian exclaimed, filled with agitation, unable to fathom that he would fail to win Ji Jirua's affection. Young Master Bai, this matter has nothing to do with you, Ji Jirua replied coldly. Take one more step forward, and the poison within you will activate. I advise you to think carefully. Poison. Bai Zhantian's face froze in shock as he gazed at Ji Jirua. He swiftly began to circulate his energy, soon detecting an unusual force within him. Young Master Bai, the tea you just drank contained the seed of the dual spirit elixir. If you leave now, I will provide you with the mother elixir. Upon refining it, your cultivation will soar as a token of my goodwill. However, should you persist in your folly and advance another step, the seed will unleash its effects, subjecting you to a most peculiar poison. Ji Jirua presented Bai Zhantian with two choices. The dual spirit elixir was a remarkable concoction. When both the seed and mother elixir were consumed together, one's cultivation would greatly increase. Yet, consuming either alone would result in a strange poison, with only simultaneous consumption able to provide an antidote. Bai Zhantian roared in fury, striving to stabilize the toxins within him. He could hardly believe that Ji Jirua would resort to poisoning him upon their first meeting. Do you not fear incurring the wrath of the Baiyu sect? Bai Zhantian brandished his blade, pointing it at Ji Jirua and shouting in outrage. Had she not invited him into her courtyard, suggesting acceptance of his affections? A mere Baiyu sect was hardly a concern for the Ji family. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from outside. Ji Yuanming, Shin Muxin, and several formidable figures from the Baiyu sect entered together. All wore grim expressions, clearly unprepared for the situation to escalate in such a manner. Is this how your Ji family treats its guests? The supreme expert from the Baiyu sect shielded Bai Zhantian, scoffing as a wave of oppressive energy radiated outward. Jirua has already stated that should young Master Zhantian relinquish the marriage alliance, the mother elixir will be provided as compensation. Without hesitation, Ji Yuanming unleashed a powerful aura that immediately suppressed the Baiyu sect's supreme expert. Since my daughter has no interest in your sect's holy son, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Ji Yuanming had begun to issue an eviction order, then turned to Ji Jirua, saying, Jirua, hand over the mother elixir. Ji Jirua pressed her lips together and surrendered the mother elixir of the dual spirit elixir to Ji Yuanming. Once your sect's holy son consumes the mother elixir, he will not only avoid poisoning but will also experience significant enhancement in his cultivation. Ji Yuanming tossed the mother elixir to the expert from the Baiyu sect, stating coolly, safe travels, no need for formalities. The expert from the Baiyu sect understood that today's negotiations had come to an end. He cast a deep glance at Ji Yuanming, accepting the mother elixir, and coldly declared, Ji family, await the consequences. With that, he departed with Bai Zhantian in tow. Once the Baiyu sect had left, Ji Yuanming sighed heavily. Jirua, your actions were rather impulsive. Please consider more carefully in the future. Ji Jirua merely nodded in response. After Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin had departed, she retrieved a communication talisman and sent a message within. Husband, something has happened. Today. Tianming had just concluded his seclusion when Ji Rushui entered. Visibly anxious, observing the furrow in Ji Rushui's brow, Tianming felt a tinge of foreboding. He had never seen Ji Rushui in such a state. Usually, no matter the circumstances, she remained composed. Yet today was evidently different. What is the matter? Tianming inquired hastily. Something has happened to Jirua. Ji Rushui's words widened Tianming's eyes in astonishment. She nodded at the Ji family. How could anything occur there? Ji Rushui clarified. Husband, Jirua has come to Taishan Prefecture. As she spoke, she explained the situation. It turned out that ever since Bai Zhantian had visited the Ji family to propose marriage, Ji Jirua had harbored thoughts of coming to Taishan Prefecture. Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin deemed it too perilous there and forbade her from going. Yet, Ji Jirua had stealthily slipped away. Throughout her journey, she had maintained contact with Ji Rushui via communication talismans, and Ji Rushui was aware of her plans. However, when she attempted to reach out to Ji Jirua today, she received no response, leading her to realize that something may have gone awry. Where did Jirua go yesterday? Tianming immediately asked. She arrived in Taishan Prefecture a few days ago. She should have been in Baiyu City yesterday. Ji Rushui pondered before adding, if something has happened to Jirua, it is likely near Baiyu City. Could it be the Tianma sect? Tianming contemplated this before shaking his head. Baiyu City is the stronghold of the Baiyu sect. It is unlikely the Tianma sect would be involved. It should not be, Tianming affirmed. We must head to Bayou City at once. I will instruct the dark guards of the Qian Dynasty to investigate any news of Jirua immediately. Bayou City stands as the foremost stronghold under the auspices of the Bayou sect, with its lord being a formidable figure at the supreme realm. Although the heavenly demon cult currently wields considerable power, it would not recklessly venture into Bayou City without cause. Observing this, Jirua Xue could only let out a resigned sigh and swiftly follow Tianming towards the direction of Bayou City. Simultaneously, Tianming contacted the Chancellor, Zhang Zhu, urging him to promptly mobilize the hidden guards stationed in Bayou City to investigate any information regarding Jirua. Meanwhile, over 1,000,000 miles away in Bayou City, to the east, lies the Shuafang mountain range, extending over a span of 100,000 miles. However, unlike the Beast Mountain range inhabited by the fiery flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King, the Shuafang mountain range is merely 70,000 miles long. Within its confines, the most powerful beasts are only at the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm, although devoid of any supreme realm demon kings. It is seldom frequented by individuals, as only supreme realm cultivators can traverse freely in such a territory. Yet, who among the supreme realm powers would waste time wandering through the Shuafang mountain range? At the entrance of the Shuafang mountain range, a young girl darted about, pursued by a throng of disciples from the Bayou sect. Saint Sun, she has entered the Shuafang mountain range. What should we do? Should we pursue her? One disciple inquired with evident concern. Pursue? Why wouldn't we? Does that wretched creature within the Shuafang mountain range dare to harm us? By Zhan Tian. The Saint Sun of the Bayou sect sneered and promptly led the disciples into the mountain range. Unexpectedly, he encountered Jirua here. Jirua, I shall exact revenge for my previous grievances. Indeed, the one being pursued was Jirua herself. As the Bayou sect is situated on the essential route between the Qian Dynasty and Kanglan Prefecture, her journey to the Qian Dynasty necessitated passing through Bayou sect. However, it was utterly unforeseen that just a few days after her arrival in Bayou City, she would be discovered by Zhan Tian. That very night, he had come with his men to capture her. Had it not been for the numerous treasures she possessed and her considerable cultivation, she would have likely fallen into Zhan Tian's clutches long ago. Fortunately, Zhan Tian had not brought any formidable elders of the Bayou sect with him. Those pursuing her were merely disciples from the younger generation. Thus, Jirua had evaded them for a day and a night, yet she could not shake off her relentless pursuers, with no other choice. She plunged into the Shuafang mountain range, hoping to find a way to elude them. I should never have let him go. Jirua cursed inwardly, swiftly producing a crystal-clear orb, channeling her energy to conceal her form. This orb, known as the Heaven Concealing Pearl, is a high-tier Earth-grade treasure that grants invisibility. Unless faced with a supreme realm expert, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to detect its wielder. Upon witnessing this, Zhan Tian and his companions' expressions darkened. Search, seal off all exits of the Shuafang mountain range. Do not let her escape. Understood. The multitude of Bayou sect disciples promptly scattered to scour the vicinity for Jirua's whereabouts. This thorough search left Jirua, hiding in secrecy, increasingly anxious. With such a comprehensive search by the Bayou sect, it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. She could only think of ways to delay them. Hoping her sister would arrive soon, regrettably, during her earlier flight from capture, her communication jade had been damaged, preventing her from informing Jirua Xue of her location. Soon after, Jirua Xue followed the departing direction of a Bayou sect disciple stealthily. Who is this young girl that infuriates our Saint Sun so? Two Bayou sect disciples mused as they searched for Jirua. Let me tell you, but promise not to disclose it to others. One disciple replied, glancing around cautiously. You know me well enough. I am as tight-lipped as a sealed jar. Jean Daya, the self-proclaimed Jean Daya assured with a pat on his chest. Previously, our Saint Sun sought a marriage alliance with the Ji family. But unfortunately, he was rejected by the second young mistress of the Ji family, and worse, he was rendered incapable in that regard. It seems this girl is none other than the second young mistress of the Ji family. What? Are you saying our Saint Sun is a eunuch? Jean Daya exclaimed in shock, startling the nearby birds into flight. Shut up. The other disciple, hearing Jean Daya's outburst, darkened his expression and hastily covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. I merely heard it from someone else. Do not spread it. All right. Jean Daya nodded repeatedly, his face a portrait of astonishment as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. He then discreetly produced a communication jade to relay this information to his acquaintances within the Bayou sect. However, shortly after they departed, Jirua appeared behind them, and before they could react, she swiftly eliminated the two Bayou sect disciples. Subsequently, she concealed her form and made her way elsewhere, within Bayou City. Tianming and Jirua Xue had also arrived, They traveled at an astonishing pace on Yikuan, reaching Bayou City in less than a day. Yikuan, utterly exhausted, transformed back into human form. Struggling with nausea. At that moment, a young attendant approached, smiling as he inquired, "Are you two here on business in Bayou City?" Observing the attendant, Tianming produced a token from his robe, stating, "I have been entrusted by the Crown Prince to come to Bayou City." Tianming had already concealed his and Ji Ruoshue's appearances with spiritual energy, making them appear as ordinary passers-by. Upon seeing the token, the attendant immediately prepared to be no need for that. "Please take us to meet your manager." This attendant was, in fact, one of the hidden guards placed by the Qian Dynasty within the Bayou sect. The major forces in Taishan Prefecture have historically engaged in resource competition, occasionally leading to small-scale conflicts, but none had escalated to the point of mortal combat between the two dominant factions. Each force had its spies embedded within others, and the Qian Dynasty was no exception. Had it not been for the recent burgeoning power of the heavenly demon cult, compelling the major factions to unite, the covert struggles among the prominent forces in Taishan Prefecture would have intensified. "Esteemed sir, this way please." The attendant quickly gestured for Tianming, Ji Ruoshue, and Yikuan to follow him into a tavern known as the Forget Worries Tavern. This establishment is the largest tavern of the Bayou sect, with its culinary offerings even consisting of dishes made from demon beasts. Consuming them could strengthen ordinary individuals, while cultivators would experience significant boosts in their cultivation levels. The beverages served were exquisite wines from various regions, and the prices were steep. Only the affluent and noble could afford to dine there, with disciples of the Bayou sect and those from prominent families being the only ones eligible. Yet, no one would have imagined that the Forget Worries Tavern was the largest hidden base of the Qian Dynasty within the Bayou sect, which remained dormant unless the Bayou sect and the Qian Dynasty went to war. Upon receiving Yi Tianming's message, Zhang Ju immediately commanded the personnel at the Forget Worries Tavern to begin gathering intelligence. When Yi Tianming arrived at the tavern, the proprietor greeted him with a broad smile. "Ah, young Master Yi, you have finally arrived. A room has been prepared for you. Please, follow me." With that, the tavern's owner warmly escorted Yi Tianming to the innermost chamber of the establishment. My subordinates pay their respects to you. "Esteemed sir." Upon witnessing the scene, the proprietor of the Wangyu restaurant respectfully bowed to Yi Tianming. His knowledge of the palace's affairs was limited. He was only aware that on this day, he had received an edict from the imperial palace of the Qian Dynasty, instructing him to investigate the whereabouts of the second young lady of the Ji family, Ji Zhirua. Beyond that, he was utterly ignorant of the details, including the identity of the one who issued the command. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge could be perilous, especially for those like them, the shadowy operatives, who were only tasked with relaying messages and executing orders, without the liberty to inquire further. Naturally, he was unaware that the individuals arriving were none other than Yi Tianming and Ji Ruoshue herself. Yi Tianming inquired directly, "What news do you have regarding the investigation?" The proprietor responded with utmost respect, "My lord, all the findings are contained within this jade token." As he spoke, he produced the jade token he had prepared in advance and handed it to Yi Tianming. Upon receiving the token, Yi Tianming activated his consciousness and immediately grasped the entirety of the situation. Ji Zhirua had arrived in Bayou City 5 days prior, only to be pursued by Zhan Tian, the holy son of Bayou sect, along with a throng of disciples the very next night. Given the unassailable authority of Bayou sect in Bayou City, coupled with Zhan Tian's personal involvement, no one dared approach, and few were privy to the unfolding events. Subsequently, after a brief skirmish with several disciples of Bayou sect, Ji Zhirua managed to escape, heading towards the Shuafang mountain range, located 100,000 li to the east of Bayou City. As for the rest, the shadowy operatives could uncover no further details. Upon receiving this information, Yi Tianming promptly left Wangyu restaurant with Ji Ruoshue. Before departing, he admonished, "Should there be any news regarding Ji Zhirua or Zhan Tian, inform me at once." Soon, Yi Tianming and Ji Ruoshue exited Bayou City, hastening towards the Shuafang mountain range. "My lord, it has been so long. What if Ji Ruoshue hesitated, guilt gnawing at her. I should have gone to fetch Zhirua sooner. Otherwise, she wouldn't have encountered such peril. Fear not, Ruoshue, Zhirua will surely be unharmed. If a single hair on her head is harmed, I will make Bayou sect pay dearly." Yi Tianming consoled her softly that 100,000 li was not a great distance. With Yi Tianming's speed, they reached the Shuafang mountain range in less than half an hour. Gazing down at the mountains, Yi Tianming's consciousness swiftly enveloped the area. However, the Shuafang mountain range stretched an astonishing 70,000 li, a span too vast for his consciousness to cover entirely. Suddenly, an idea struck him. and he asked, "Rushue, do you possess anything that Ji Zhirua has used?" Ji Rushue was taken aback, uncertain of why Yi Tianming sought such an item. Nevertheless, she produced a jade pendant, saying, "This is the pendant Zhirua has always worn." Yi Tianming nodded and conjured a compass in his hand. This compass, known as the locating compass, was merely a low-grade artifact. Its function was as straightforward as its name, to locate objects and individuals. However, the conditions for its use were somewhat stringent. It required an item related to the one being sought as a catalyst. And its effective range was limited to 100,000 li. Thus, after acquiring the locating compass, Yu Tianming had relegated it to his System S repository, never expecting it would come into play now. Before long, the locating compass revealed a golden butterfly composed of spiritual energy, fluttering its wings and flying in a specific direction. Observing this, Yu Tianming immediately followed the butterfly towards that location. Run if you can. You read quite fleet of foot, aren't you? Deep within the Shuafeng mountain range, Bai Zhan Tian led a group of Baiyu sect disciples, encircling Ji Zhirua. Behind Bai Zhan Tian loomed a formidable beast. A massive serpent over 100 feet long, with a hardened, conical head akin to a celestial-grade spirit artifact. Its overwhelming aura shrouded the surrounding area, extending for thousands of feet, as it was the peak demon of the Shuafeng mountain range. The devouring heaven giant python, cultivators of lower realms felt their blood and energy within them becoming uncontrollable, as though they might burst apart at any moment. "You almost slipped away," Bai Zhan Tian sneered. Having sacrificed no fewer than 20 disciples in the pursuit of Ji Zhirua, yet they had nearly allowed her to escape. "Now, I have captured this human for you. I hope the Holy Sun does not forget the promises made to me. Rest assured, what I, the Holy Sun, have pledged will undoubtedly be honored," Bai Zhan Tian replied. Had it not been for his promise to the devouring heaven giant python, that it would receive assistance from Baiyu Sect's powerful members to ascend to the supreme realm upon capturing Ji Zhirua, they might have truly failed in their endeavor. "Bai Zhan Tian, I am the second young lady of the Ji family. Are you not afraid of igniting a war between the Ji family and Baiyu sect?" Ji Zhirua exclaimed in anger. She had not anticipated that the devouring heaven giant python would ally with Baiyu sect in the end. A war. "If I were to slay you here, who would ever know?" Bai Zhan Tian bellowed. "The Ji family? Does Baiyu sect fear the Ji family?" At his words, Ji Zhao's heart quaked. Was it possible she truly faced death here today? "Rest assured, your death shall not be known." Bai Zhan Tian cackled, adding, "But before you perish, our union must be fulfilled." With that, Bai Zhan Tian erupted into raucous laughter, joined by the disciples of Baiyu sect. Suddenly, amidst their laughter, several piercing sounds filled the air. The heads of the Baiyu sect disciples were severed one after another. Moments later, 10 flying swords appeared from a distance, claiming heads as they swept through the throng. The disciples of Baiyu sect could scarcely react before their heads rolled to the ground. "What?" Bai Zhan Tian's expression turned pale with horror as he hurriedly concealed himself behind the devouring heaven giant python. As a peak demon, the python began to thrash its massive body, seeking out the hidden adversary. In an instant, only Bai Zhan Tian and the devouring heaven Ji as he spoke. Yu Tianming grasped the Qishao sword and swung it toward the devouring serpent. Realizing that the opponent had no intention of letting him go, the devouring serpent retaliated. With a gaping maw, a fierce wind surged through the Shufeng mountain range. In an instant, boulders, trees, and even the corpses of some Baiyu sect disciples were consumed by the devouring serpent. "You wish to devour? Then I shall grant you your fill." With that, Yi Tianming enveloped the Qishao sword in Ziwei celestial fire and hurled it forward, observing the sword flickering with violet flames. The devouring serpent's eyes glimmered with disdain. This was a creature renowned for its ability to consume anything. In the next moment, the Qishao sword was swallowed whole by the devouring serpent. "I have changed my mind. Now you shall be the one devoured." The devouring serpent roared, a flicker of contempt in its gaze. Initially, it had perceived Yu Tianming as a formidable foe, but it now considered him nothing more than a mere facade. By consuming him, perhaps it could ascend to the supreme realm without the aid of the Baiyu sect. Is that so? A smile curled at the corners of Yi Tianming's lips as he softly uttered, "Cut." The next instant, the devouring serpent's expression shifted dramatically, writhing in agony upon the ground. With a resounding clang, the sound of a sword echoed from within its belly, and a streak of light burst forth from its vital point. Returning to Yi Tianming's hand, the Qishao sword, which had just been devoured, obliterated the serpent's internal organs before emerging from its vital point. "What manner of sword is this? My devouring technique has proven ineffective." The devouring serpent gazed resentfully at the Qishao sword in Yi Tianming's grasp, its colossal body thrashing about before becoming still. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Yi Tianming summoned the serpent's gallbladder into his hand. This gallbladder would make for an excellent ingredient for wine. And he had yet to sample the brew made from the gallbladder of a Yuanguang realm devouring serpent. Who exactly are you? Bai Zhantian observed Yu Tianming with terror, retreating hastily, although he was the holy son of the Baiyu sect. He was still young, and his strength was limited. How could he possibly contend with a devouring serpent at the pinnacle of the Yuanguang realm, so easily slain? Senior, if you spare me, the Baiyu sect will grant you whatever you desire. I beg you, show mercy. Bai Zhantian, now utterly terrified, fell to his knees, pleading for his life. As Yu Tianming approached him step by step, he recalled that Bai Zhantian was the cousin of Yi Shuiyu. In a sense, they were also cousins. In fact, Yu Tianming had met Bai Zhantian several times during their childhood. Bai Zhantian, after all these years, I never expected you to end up like this, Yu Tianming mused. Decades apart, who on earth are you? Bai Zhantian exclaimed, astonished. The implication of Yi Tianming's words was that he recognized Bai Zhantian. After all, you are my cousin, but your mistake was in laying hands on Jiruo. Yu Tianming replied coolly, Cousin, are you from the Qian Dynasty? Yi Wushuang? Yi Yuanming? Yu Xiuzhu? No, that can't be right. Their strength is comparable to mine. You are not one of them. Countless figures flashed through Bai Zhantian's mind. Yet he could find no one who matched the individual before him. None of those, Yu Tianming replied indifferently. You may refer to me as the sword god of the 10 ally. As he spoke, Yu Tianming rested the Qishao sword against Bai Zhantian's neck. Or perhaps, you may also call me. At that moment, the veil concealing Yu Tianming began to dissipate, gradually revealing his true visage. Soon, an exceptionally handsome face came into Bai Zhantian's view. Yi Tianming, he exclaimed in sheer terror. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are the sword god of the Tenli. Bai Zhantian could hardly fathom that the famed sword god of the Tenli could be Yu Tianming. The so-called good-for-nothing who only drank. He had lost his mind. It must be madness. Bai Zhantian continued to shout, unable to believe the reality before him. You are the first to uncover my identity. Considering our familial ties, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, Yu Tianming raised the Qishao sword and swung it down towards Bai Zhantian's head. No, I am your cousin. You cannot. With a swift motion, Yu Tianming severed Bai Zhantian's head before his pleas could even finish, extinguishing his soul in a single stroke. After dealing with Bai Zhantian, Yu Tianming approached Ji Jiruo and Ji Ruxui. At that moment, Ji Jiruo, having consumed the medicinal pill provided by Ji Ruxue, had nearly recovered. Jiruo, are you all right? Yu Tianming inquired. My husband, Jiruo, is gravely injured. Ji Ruxue shook her head. Her right arm is severely injured. The bone shattered. I have given her the pill, but it has not healed. Ji Ruxue's eyes were filled with despondency. At this rate, Ji Jiruo might very well become a cripple. Yi Tianming took a deep breath. Placing his hand on Ji Jiruo's right arm, channeling his spiritual energy into her to assess her injuries. Her arm had been corroded by the devouring serpent's venom, and the bone was fractured. Moreover, time had elapsed, and the toxin had permeated her system. Even a holy-grade spiritual herb or pill could not restore Ji Jiruo's bone. Upon realizing this, Yi Tianming's heart sank, and his gaze turned resolute. Baiyu sect. Yi Tianming growled. Master, perhaps we could try bone replacement, Yi Kuan suggested, approaching. Bone replacement? Yu Tianming inquired, puzzled. Yu Kuan was the embodiment of the ancient divine beast. By Fong. As his power grew, many ancient memories began to unlock within him. This is an ancient secret technique, which is still utilized by many today, Yu Kuan explained. In the past, there were cultivators whose bones sustained irreparable injuries. They would replace the damaged bones with those from stronger individuals. However, the conditions are quite stringent. Firstly, the bones must still possess vitality. Secondly, the original owner's cultivation must surpass that of the recipient. Furthermore, there is a possibility that the two bloodlines may clash, leading to backlash. In such a case, one could lose their cultivation or even lose their life. After hearing Yu Kuan's explanation, Yu Tianming suddenly recalled that he had obtained a saint's bone while traversing the Demon Beast mountain range. He hastily retrieved the right arm bone of the saint and asked, will this suffice? Upon seeing the bone, Yu Kuan immediately recognized its significance and exclaimed with delight, Master, this saint's bone is perfect. Saints are immortal. Their bones still retain the vitality of their former selves, and after countless years, the energy within this arm bone has diminished to a manageable level, minimizing the risk of backlash. If this saint's bone does not result in backlash, Miss Jiruo may even grasp the techniques of the saint in their lifetime. It is said that in ancient times, a family bore two prodigies, one with the innate supreme bone and the other possessing a rare dual pupil. That family utilized the bone replacement technique to graft the supreme bone from the prodigy onto the dual pupil individual, producing an unparalleled genius. Point one with both dual pupils and supreme bone. Hearing Yi Kuan's explanation, Yu Tianming turned his attention to Ji Zhirua. Although the energy within the bone had greatly weakened, it was still a saint's bone, and there remained a possibility of a clash with Ji Zhirua's energy. In that case, it could spell disaster. Do it. Ji Zhirua suddenly interjected. Sister, Tianming Gij, I do not wish to become a cripple. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I want to try. Ji Rushue's gaze flickered with determination, as if she had made a resolute decision, and she nodded firmly. Very well. Yu Tianming looked at Yu Kuan. How do we proceed with the replacement? Yu Kuan immediately transmitted the method of bone exchange that resided in his mind to Yu Tianming. After digesting the information briefly, Yu Tianming addressed Ji Rushue. Zhirua is still quite weak. You should take her back to Bayou City. I will have Yu Kuan protect you. With that, Yu Tianming handed the saint's handbone to Ji Rushue. And where will you go? Ji Rushue inquired. I shall first seek justice for Zhirua. With those words, Yu Tianming grasped the lifeless body of Bai Zhantian and soared into the sky, ascending into the vast clouds. Is the Holy Sun not back yet? In the Grand Hall of Bayou Sect, the sect leader Bai Yuqian questioned the numerous powerful figures gathered below. He sat high upon the throne, his gaze sharp and his aura resounding with vigor. From a distance, Bai Yuqian appeared akin to a furnace, his internal energy surging with immense power. Reporting to the sect leader, the Holy Sun has yet to return, replied one of the Bayou Sect's strong practitioners from below. This ungrateful wretch, does he not know where he has wandered off to? The entire Taishan prefecture is currently teeming with the celestial demon sect, yet he remains reckless. Bai Yuqian slammed his hand against the armrest, sending ripples throughout the hall. Sect leader, something grave has occurred. Suddenly, a Bayou Sect disciple rushed in, flustered. What has happened? Has the celestial demon sect attacked? Bai Yuqian sprang to his feet, alarmed. No, the Holy Sun has returned. The disciple hurriedly clarified. Zhantian has returned. What is remarkable about that? Bai Yuqian furrowed his brow. Why would such a trivial matter warrant a report to him? So what if Zhantian has come back? It is hardly a significant event. Sect leader, you should go out and see for yourself, the disciple insisted earnestly. Bai Yuqian, observing the disciple's demeanor, felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that Bai Zhantian had stirred up trouble? If that were the case, he would certainly have to teach that insolent boy a lesson. However, upon exiting the Grand Hall of Bayou Sect, the sight that greeted Bai Yuqian made him feel as though the heavens had collapsed. In the Bayou Sect plaza, countless disciples had gathered, gazing upwards in awe at a man who appeared godlike in the sky, dressed in a flowing white robe, billowing in the wind. He was surrounded by 10 suspended flying swords that circled him like a celestial halo. In his hand, he held a severed head. With a thunderous roar, Bai Yuqian summoned an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy that surged towards the Wufeng Chaoyang blade, wreaking havoc and demolishing numerous structures beneath the Bayou Sect. Witnessing Bai Yuqian's formidable move, the powerful figures of the Bayou Sect below could not help but express their admiration. The 3 blades of divine and demon, a legendary martial technique left by the sect's founder, was said to have been comprehended after vanquishing countless formidable beings from the demon and divine clans. An informed warrior among them elucidated. It is said that no formidable warrior from either the demon or divine clans could withstand the founder's 3 strikes. Hence the name 3 blades of divine and demon. Just as the seasoned warrior was articulating his thoughts, Bai Yuqian had already lunged towards Yu Tianming. His blade technique was razor-sharp, striking with relentless force as if he aimed to cleave the very heavens and earth asunder. Humph! Yu Tianming let out a soft huff, gesturing with his hands as 10 chaos divine swords soared into position before him. Since that is the case, I shall not indulge you further. Sun Luo sword technique. With a flourish, Yu Tianming wielded the 10 long swords, conjuring a multitude of sword shadows behind him. In an instant, thousands of sword phantoms enveloped the Bayou Sect. This sword technique, a mid-grade sacred martial skill awarded by the system, boasted tremendous power, capable of transforming into myriad sword illusions, inflicting widespread devastation. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes of swords rang out as countless sword phantoms surged towards Bai Yuqian. In response, Bai Yuqian bellowed in fury, swinging his long blade to meet the oncoming sword shadows. Quick! Activate the sect's protective formation. The area of attack is too vast. We cannot allow them to obliterate the Bayou Sect. Below, numerous powerful figures of the Bayou Sect urgently shouted and hurried towards the heart of the formation to activate the protective barrier. Both Yu Tianming and Bai Yuqian were top-tier warriors of Taishan continent, and their clash had ignited a fierce intensity. If no action were taken, it would not be long before the entire Bayou Sect lay in ruins. Before long, the sect's protective formation was activated, enveloping a radius of several hundred miles in a radiant shield. Old Qin, do you believe the sect master can contend with the 10-mile sword god? A few powerful warriors of Baiyu sect stood at the forefront of the main hall, observing the fierce battle between the two above. Naturally, who among the Taishan continent, aside from the Qian emperor, can claim to be an assured match for our sect master? Chuckled the elder known as Old Qin, stroking his beard. Mark my words, 10-mile sword god will undoubtedly falter before our sect master's 3 blades of divine and demon. However, as soon as Old Qin's words left his mouth, the jovial atmosphere shifted dramatically. Just moments after, Baiyu Qian was sent hurtling backward from a mere clash of blades, crashing heavily against the protective barrier of Baiyu sect. The surrounding warriors gasped and soared into the air, rushing to Baiyu Qian's side. Sect master, are you all right? One of the warriors inquired. I'm fine, Baiyu Qian stammered, but as he was helped up, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his long robe crimson. Before him, Tianming stood composed, surrounded by swirling swords, observing Baiyu Qian with an air of quiet authority. The 10-mile sword god lives up to his reputation. I, the sect master, humbly acknowledge my defeat. Baiyu Qian clasped his hands in respect, having discerned Tianming's true identity during their recent skirmish. Indeed, it was the illustrious 10-mile sword god. Yet, despite your formidable strength, daring to intrude upon my Baiyu sect alone seems to reflect a lack of respect. Baiyu Qian's tone shifted as he barked at the nearby warriors. Seize him. The other Baiyu sect warriors exchanged glances, swiftly encircling Tianming. There were 5 supreme-level experts among them, including Baiyu Qian. With 2 being at the pinnacle of supreme-level strength. I had hoped you would see reason, but it appears you are as obstinate as ever. Tianming's voice was cold as ice. Humph. You killed my son. This blood feud must be avenged, Baiyu Qian roared. Even if you are the 10-mile sword god, your escape is impossible in the face of our overwhelming numbers. In response, Tianming let out a derisive laugh. How can you be so certain that I am alone? With that, he called out, blazing flame, netherworld. As his commands resonated, 2 colossal whirlpools manifested above the crowd. Each vortex spanned 100 feet, casting an ominous shadow over the Baiyu sect as if connecting to another realm, exuding a sinister aura that sent chills down the spines of those present. From within these swirling portals emerged 2 massive entities. The first was a fiery Kirin, radiating scorching flames, which engulfed the Baiyu sect in a wave of heat, scorching the air for miles around. The second was a spectral wolf king, shimmering with ghostly light, emanating an overwhelming pressure that left the surrounding warriors trembling. The blazing flame demon king and the netherworld demon king. Ever since the beast mountain was destroyed, these 2 had remained within Tianming's void realm. Now, with Tianming under siege, he had summoned the 2 mighty demon kings to his side. Witnessing this scene, the warriors of Baiyu sect inhaled sharply. How is this possible? Baiyu Qian's expression was one of disbelief. How could these 2 supreme-level demon kings appear here, evidently summoned by the 10-mile sword god? Sect master, it is said that the beasts of the Beast Mountain and the Great Qian Dynasty have submitted to the 10-mile sword god. These 2 must be the demon kings from that mountain. A Baiyu sect warrior spoke gravely. Oh what? They are but 2 beasts. Our Baiyu sect shall not be cowed. Baiyu Qian shouted defiantly. Despite the presence of 2 peak supreme demon kings, they still had 5 supreme-level warriors. 2 could hold off the blazing flame and netherworld demon kings, while the other 3 dispatched the 10-mile sword god. Surely, this was feasible, or so he thought. Is that so? Then what of him? Tianming smirked slightly. Just then a piercing cry of an unknown bird echoed from afar, penetrating the minds of every Baiyu sect warrior. A majestic avian creature soared from the distance, landing beside Tianming. With a light tap of his toes, he stood upon the back of this ancient divine beast, the Bai Fong. Though Yi Kuan was only at the 5th level of supreme strength, his pure lineage as an ancient divine beast made his aura no less imposing than that of the blazing flame and netherworld demon kings. How can this be? 3 supreme-level demon kings. A Baiyu sect warrior's breath quickened, and even Baiyu Qian found himself unsettled. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. What was once an advantageous position for Baiyu sect now crumbled, leaving them at a distinct disadvantage, facing peak supreme-level opponents. Sect master, the advantage is no longer ours. Please reconsider. Sect master, vengeance is trivial. We should prioritize the greater picture. Urgent pleas erupted from several Baiyu sect warriors. Baiyu Qian's face darkened, caught in a predicament, unable to move forward or retreat. Baiyu Qian, do you still wish to fight me? Tianming's voice rang out. If you desire battle, I shall oblige you. But know that after today, the Baiyu sect shall cease to exist. Tianming's voice was not loud, yet his words resonated clearly in the ears of every powerful member of the Baiyu sect. Each of them felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing him. Sect Master, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Now is not the time. One of the Baiyu sect strong ones continued to advise. Are we to just let the death of Zhang Tian pass like this? Baiyu Qian spat through gritted teeth. Although the Baiyu sect possessed other Supreme Realm experts, they were stationed elsewhere. By the time those strong ones returned, the Baiyu sect might very well have been annihilated. Do you hear me? You Baiyu sect better surrender promptly and offer up all your treasures. Otherwise, we shall lay waste to your sect. At that moment, Yukuan also began to howl. Ye Tianming. Upon hearing this, lightly stepped on Yukuan, cursing him silently for being a fool. The Baiyu sect surely had its own ancestors of the Nine Tribulations realm. If pushed too hard, the emergence of those ancient beings would spell trouble. Merely seeking some leverage would suffice. With this thought, Yi Tianming remarked indifferently, Sect Master Bai, do not think I am merely trying to intimidate you. That I have no desire to engage in battle with the Baiyu sect. The Heavenly Demon sect is eyeing you hungrily. If the Baiyu sect desires conflict, you must consider the consequences carefully. Upon hearing Yi Tianming's words, Baiyu Qian's pupils dilated sharply. Indeed, if a fight were to ensue, summoning a Nine Tribulations realm ancestor might allow them to suppress Yu Tianming and his company. However, such an action would surely reveal their vulnerabilities to the Heavenly Demon sect. A mutually destructive battle would only expose the Baiyu sect to further attacks from the Heavenly Demon sect. They were currently intent on dismantling the major powers of Taishan Prefecture, and they would not let such an opportunity slip by. Contemplating this, Baiyu Qian's expression grew grave. At that moment, as Baiyu Qian pondered deeply, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Let them go. This ethereal voice was heard only by Baiyu Qian, while the other strong ones remained completely oblivious. Upon hearing the voice, Baiyu Qian's body momentarily stiffened, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, as if he were in turmoil. After a brief pause, he clasped his hands toward Yu Tianming and said, My son perished at your hands due to his own actions. You may leave today, and from henceforth, the grievances between the Baiyu sect and yourself shall be considered settled. Upon hearing Baiyu Qian's words, Yu Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his gaze toward the depths of the Baiyu sect. There, amidst the swirling mists, lay the tombs of the sect's past powerful figures. Friend, within this lies 3 low-grade heavenly herbs. I hope you will accept them. With that, Baiyu Qian produced 3 herbs that slowly floated toward Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming accepted the herbs. Although low-grade heavenly herbs no longer captured his interest, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. He quickly stored the 3 herbs away. In that case, I shall take my leave. Yu Tianming said lightly, then cupped his fist toward the direction of the Baiyu sect's rear mountain before swiftly departing. The Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King, witnessing this, also hastily returned to the Void Realm. While Yukuan trailed closely behind Yu Tianming, Master, what just transpired with the sect master of the Baiyu sect? One moment he sought a fierce battle, and the next he concedes and offers us herbs. Yukuan inquired, puzzled. It was the 9 Tribulations realm old monsters of the Baiyu sect who intervened. Yu Tianming replied nonchalantly, Just now, there was a disturbance from the Baiyu sect's rear mountain. Someone transmitted a voice to Baiyu Qian, presumably one of the 9 Tribulations realm experts. They simply urged Baiyu Qian to let us go. But why did he still offer us the herbs? Yukuan couldn't help but ask. Low-grade heavenly herbs are considered precious in Taishan Prefecture. Yet, the Baiyu sect offered them so readily, and in 3s, no less, to those who harbored a vendetta against them. It seemed illogical. I killed by Zhantian. The Baiyu sect's lack of pursuit already balanced the scales. Now they offer us herbs merely to create a sense of indebtedness. They seek our assistance during their time of peril. Yu Tianming explained. Why Yukuan remained somewhat bewildered. Shaking his head, he observed Yu Tianming's light chuckle and refrained from further inquiries. Instead, he asked, What of Shui and Jirua? They have already been sent to an inn in Baiyu City. They await your return, Yukuan replied, swiftly leading Yu Tianming toward Baiyu City. Meanwhile, at the rear mountain of the Baiyu sect, Baiyu Qian knelt before 3 coffins, his expression filled with veneration. Ancestors, I do not understand why we must let this person leave, and even seek to befriend him. Yu Qian, the realm of Taishan is currently in chaos, with the Heavenly Demon sect lurking menacingly. Do you truly believe the Baiyu sect can counter them? And if we cannot, do we not have the other 3 major powers? Baiyu Qian retorted. The other 3 major powers? A cold chuckle emanated from within the coffin. Qian Mansion is the weakest among the factions, and the Qian Dynasty's emperor is in seclusion, with his fate unknown. As for the Qing Yun Sword sect, they're a bunch of reckless fools. How could they possibly contend with the Heavenly Demon sect? The Sword God of the 10 Miles possesses formidable strength, and with 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings at his side, he is the ally we ought to court. With a sigh, the voice continued, Do you think that with our 9 Tribulations realm ancestors present, we can guarantee our safety? Yet, the heavenly demon sect surely has its own 9 tribulations realm old monsters who have not yet revealed themselves. Do you know why the 9 tribulations realm experts of every major power remain hidden and in seclusion? The voice from the coffin inquired. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuchuan's expression shifted, as this was a query he too found intriguing. Logically, not every 9 tribulations realm expert should be nearing the end of their lifespans, certainly. A few must still have several millennia left. It should be noted that the lifespan of a 9 tribulations realm expert can extend to 10,000 years. It is implausible that all of Taishan Prefecture's 9 tribulations realm experts embarked on their journey a millennium ago. Yet, the reality was that every major power's 9 tribulations realm experts were all in seclusion. Giving the impression of being on the verge of death, they would never act lightly unless their sect faced annihilation. Bai Yuchuan could not help but ask, "Disciple is unaware. Please enlighten me, ancestors, because of the heavenly tribulation." The voice in the coffin sighed, unable to conceal a sense of helplessness and melancholy. Each level of the 9 tribulations realm requires the individual to transcend a heavenly tribulation. Yet, to my knowledge, there is but one individual in all of Taishan Prefecture who has passed the 2nd heavenly tribulation. Even he lacks the certainty of overcoming the 3rd. The moment we act, we risk provoking the heavenly tribulation. Should that happen, we may all perish beneath its wrath. After hearing the explanation from the voice within the coffin, Bai Yuchuan inhaled deeply. He had not anticipated that the reason for the seclusion of the 9 tribulations realm experts of the major powers would be this. After a long silence, Bai Yuchuan finally spoke. "Disciple understands." Having bid farewell to the 9 tribulations realm ancestors of the Baiyu sect, Bai Yuchuan sighed deeply, murmuring, "Could it be that the heavens above Taishan are truly about to change?" Upon returning to Baiyu City, Tianming immediately made his way to the hidden stronghold of the Qian Dynasty within the city. In the uppermost private room, he found Ji Zhiruo resting. Attended by Ji Ruxue, "Darling, you have finally returned." Upon seeing Tianming, Ji Ruxue breathed a sigh of relief. Tianming nodded and inquired, "How is Zhiruo?" Ji Ruxue shook her head, her expression fraught with worry. "Her injuries have not improved. I am about to replace her bones." As Tianming spoke, he produced a fragment of a sage's hand bone. Upon witnessing this, Ji Ruxue exclaimed, "Darling, no matter what, you must ensure Zhiruo's safety." "She is my only sister. Do not worry. I will surely heal Zhiruo." Tianming reassured her. Ji Ruxue nodded, understanding that Tianming was about to treat Ji Zhiruo's injuries, and she stepped outside. Gazing at Ji Zhiruo, Tianming said, "Zhiruo, the bone replacement will be somewhat painful. Bear with it." Ji Zhiruo nodded gently. "I am ready, brother Tianming." Upon witnessing the situation, Tianming immediately assumed a meditative posture, channeling his spiritual energy into Ji Zhiruo's body. The process of bone replacement was exceedingly intricate. It necessitated first shattering the severed segment of Ji Zhiruo's hand bones, followed by meticulously extracting these fragments and affixing them to the saintly hand bones. This meticulous procedure was essential for the seamless integration of the saintly hand bones with Ji Zhiruo's corporeal form. Subsequently, the saintly hand bones needed to be inserted into Ji Zhiruo's arm. This step was equally arduous, fraught with excruciating pain. Should Ji Zhiruo falter, she might very well succumb to unconsciousness. Noticing the resolute determination in Ji Zhiruo's gaze, Tianming refrained from further words. Commencing the painstaking task of grinding her necrotic bones into dust, inch by inch. In an instant, Ji Zhiruo let out a soft groan as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Yet, throughout the ordeal, she uttered not a single cry. "Zhiruo, if the pain becomes unbearable, you may vocalize it. It may alleviate your suffering," Tianming suggested gently. "It's all right. Carry on," Ji Zhiruo replied with unwavering strength. After an hour had elapsed, Tianming successfully reduced the decayed bones of Ji Zhiruo's right hand to a fine powder using his spiritual energy. With a mere thought, he detached this powder from Ji Zhiruo's body. He then scattered it over the saintly hand bones, allowing for a thorough amalgamation. In that moment, the saintly hand bones erupted in a radiant glow, transforming into a crystalline, lustrous form. "Success!" Tianming exclaimed with elation. For this indicated that the saintly hand bones did not reject Ji Zhiruo. It merely required placement within her body. With great haste, Tianming commenced the second phase, inserting the saintly hand bones into Ji Zhiruo's corporeal vessel. He cautiously guided his spiritual energy, meticulously wary of the slightest misstep that could jeopardize the entire bone replacement process. Ji Zhiruo, too, bore the pain with fortitude.